Good afternoon, everybody. Today is the 15th of November, 13th of November, 2021, 12 noon on my time. And I hear some people are getting threatened with termination if they don't take the poison. And even there's some testing involved. So my tactic is to point out the nature of this employment relationship and how it works. And some people have never had a real job, they've been contractors or something like that. So what we see on the screen here is a Jack-in-the-Box application. And in a typical application, you have the name, address, and then right here, they want the last 4 digits of the social security number. And that's, people fill this out. When they fill out the application, it goes to the employer who's employing this application, the name and social security number. And they create an employee ID, an employee name, and then the time, the labor involved, working 40 hours a week or whatever, goes on a time card, bi-weekly or even weekly. And that time card is a bill of lading, taking your most precious commodity, which is your time, gets logged down onto that time card. It's signed by the quote unquote employee, transferred to the employer who signs for it. And that's a bill of lading where your time commodity is then converted to the bill of lading. I'm still here waiting to hear back from the IRS about 1099 OIDs are required on bills of lading. So we have this application for employment is no different really than this application for a Visa card. You have name, social security number, telephone number, and even some of these have have employment history. They want to know about the employment history for getting a credit card. So it seems like every application is an application for credit. And under UCC Article 5, letters of credit is what these applications are. All applications are for credit, and certificates are securities. Otherwise, it'd be a notice, declarations are of war. And so this is how the employment contract begins. So with that, just like with a credit application, they take that credit application, run it through a TT&L account, tax terminal loan account, and create a credit line. And it's that credit line that's created where if I use a credit card, when I swipe the card, it comes out of that credit line to pay the vendor. And then every month we get a statement showing a positive amount of credit that was used out of that credit line, which was created by the credit application that I signed. So every time I sign something, I'm authorizing this extension of credit, and the Treasury goes into debt to provide that credit because the government got out of the money and coining business back in 33, went bankrupt. And that's when they put all the gold in the Federal Reserve building, called it the Exchange Stabilization Fund in 34. Then the Exchange Stabilization Fund created the IMF and World Bank as a straw man. And the IMF is an agency of the UN. And so the social security numbers, the EIN numbers are sourced from the UN through the IMF, administered by the Social Security Administration, and is enforced by the IMF, by the IRS. So the IRS, SSA, IMF, UN, and Exchange Stabilization Fund are all foreign to the United States. So with this, so when they're going to come and I'll show this header. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna toggle over to the W-4 process, and then we'll go into how the statutes apply, which statutes apply to us. I call it the W-4 process. Here are the parties that are liable for the tax. Liability for the tax is under 2603. So here are the parties that are liable under 26.3, personal liability for the tax. And if we see the highlighted underlines in 1, 2, and 3, you have a transferee, a trustee, and a transferor. So the transferee, when I wanted electricity, I filled out a credit application and took that Article 5 letter of credit and transferred it to the electric company. And that Article 5 letter of credit application is what funds that electric account. In the same way, if someone does work for me, like puts on a new roof, and I transfer $10,000 to them, well, the person who's the transferee becomes liable for the taxes. If I don't report who I gave the 10 grand to, I pay the taxes. But if I do report who the $10,000 go to, the transferee pays the taxes. That's an example of a transferee. Taxable termination, you have a foreclosure, a car repossession, if they shut down a bank account, they shut down a credit card account, anytime they terminate an account, whether it's foreclosure, car repo, the credit card, well, they terminated my interest in that account, and the trustee, whoever signed the order to terminate the account, or whoever unilaterally elected to terminate the account, becomes a trustee, and the trustee is liable for the taxable liability. Skip person, we talked about the time card, that bill of lading that we do every 2 weeks or every week. When that time card is monetized using that credit line for that job application, the employer then usually doesn't come out and hand me cash in my hand. Some do, but usually they take and try and either do a direct deposit to the bank, or they give you a check and you can go deposit the check in the bank, but they never pay me. It always goes to the bank. And so they skip paying me and it goes to the bank. And the skip person, see the direct script other than a direct script, there's a skip person and the bank is the skip person. So the transferor takes my value of my labor and transfers it to the bank and skipping me. So the employer is actually liable for that excise tax. They try to paint it on us, but we'll deal with that, recasting the W-2 into the proper excise tax later on. So these are the parties that are liable for the taxes, and they're only liable for the taxes when I tell the IRS about it. Just like if I don't tell the IRS I paid this contractor 10 grand, well, then I'm going to pay taxes on the 10 grand, and they'll get the cash, and the credit will just run with them, and they're all the better for it. That's what's happening with these banks and credit cards and everything, the courts and everything else. So 2603 is the starting point. Let's talk about policy. This whole mandate thing, I'll jump off of the mandate real quick. This mandate, mandate is just an offer. It's not a court order or it's anything like that. It's an offer. I have a hard time. That banner doesn't go away on my computer. Here, mandate. There we go. It's from LexisNexis, mandate, Black's Law. And there's 6 definitions in here. An order from an appellate court, orders or offers, judicial command directed to an officer of the court. That's in-house. In politics, electorate overwhelmingly show approval of a given political candidate. You realize for these elections to work, right? In a democracy, you need 50% or more participation. Once we register to vote, that registration leaves equitable title with the registrar, and we get the legal right to vote. And it's the registration that is the mandate of the people. And so as long as we have more than 50% of the people registered to vote, that corporation in DC will still have a mandate. And if everyone were to go to register with Raytheon or maybe Chipotle or McDonald's, if we all go register to vote and the people registered with that corporation, well, that corporation would be responsible for carrying out the will of the people. So this registration process is where the mandate to rule comes from, and that's why we won't have a constitutional convention, because even if all 50 states wanted to have a constitutional convention, the people have still registered with a registrar for the voting under the voting laws, and the people have spoken by registering their equitable value with that registration for the voting. So that's why even though there's more than enough states to call a convention, it's not going to happen. Anyway, so Roman civil law, a written command by a principal to an agent. I'm the principal and they're the agent. And then number 4, 5, in Louisiana law, a contract by which one person, the principal, confers authority on another person, the mandatory to transact one or more business affairs. So when they talk about this mandate is just an offer to contract. And they make it sound like you have to do it or anything like that. So this is the trick about the mandate. So I want to go back over the slideshow. And so even when they write an executive order, or here in Arizona, they have this policy they have about this mask wearing and everything. The policy only, when I work at Dairy Queen, they have a policy. The policy, I have to wear this cute little outfit when I work at Dairy Queen. And but when someone comes into Dairy Queen, this customer or client comes into Dairy Queen, they don't have to put on this cute little outfit. Well, they have the money. But anyone who's an employee does have to put on this cute little uniform because that's the policy of the under that anyone related to that corporation has these policies, like you can't wear Daisy Dukes and things like that to go to work. So the policy only applies to those under that particular umbrella. In this case, the executive branch making policy for those under the executive. Out here in the private, it'd be like Chipotle making a new rule that everyone has to wear a beret in their hair. Well, I'm not under Chipotle, so I don't have to wear a beret in my hair because I'm not under the policy. Can you see the top part? Mine's not shrinking for some reason. Whoever makes the order has to pay, right? Okay. Whoever makes the order is the debtor. Whoever makes the offer is the debtor, and whoever orders something has to pay. It says here, if I go into Dairy Queen and the Dairy Queen employees demand I wear the Dairy Queen uniform, or else the employees are making an offer. And the demand versus to demand performance under a contract in a lawsuit for a payment of a debt or performance of an act, the party suing the plaintiff should allege that it demanded payment for performance. When I go to Walmart and I buy that brand new underwear because I finally need new underwear because men keep them forever, and that goes on that conveyor belt, Walmart is offering all their stuff for sale. So when I go to the counter and put that special, you get four underwear plus two for a dollar amount that they're offering to sell it for. Dairy Queen is making the offer, and if I get to the counter and they say it's $50 due to inflation, I go, oh, that's way too expensive. At that point at the counter, even though they've scanned in the barcode, I can walk away. I can walk out of Walmart, and the security guard for Walmart's not going to chase me down and bring me back to that counter to force me to pay that $50 just because they scanned it. Because the debtor is the offerer and the acceptor is the creditor. Most people see it the other way at checkout. Walmart's asking them for money to buy this product, and they think they're the debtor. That if someone's asking me for money, I couldn't be the debtor. I'd have to be the creditor. It's the same reason when I need money to go to Vegas, I set up a yard sale on my patio and start selling my junk because I want money to go to Vegas. So I need more money because I'm a debtor, and everyone who comes to my carport to buy my cool stuff are the creditors giving me money so I can go to Vegas. So whoever makes the offer is the debtor. Whoever accepts the offer is the creditor. An offer can be full offer or conditional offer, but the acceptor controls the contract. They say demand, I hear order. For the Dairy Queen employees place an order of performance, a demand. In these scenarios, place unqualified orders. So if someone orders me to do something, we should agree on a price first, but they don't. They just order me to do something. So am I providing the goods and services for whatever, wearing a mask or getting a jab or whatever they're attempting to order from me under their policy? The goods and services ordered by Dairy Queen Inc. agents, the employees, which in this instance is wearing a Dairy Queen uniform under Dairy Queen policy that only applies to Dairy Queen employees. If they're trying to stuff their policy onto me, then I became a de facto employee with one major benefit for me. Unqualified order. The Dairy Queen employees bargained for a minimum wage in exchange for their obeying Dairy Queen policy. I did not. If I order a hamburger at Ritz-Carlton without looking at the menu and they charge some big bucks, I gotta pay. I should have read the menu and bargained a price at Ritz-Carlton. And this is what the Ritz-Carlton in Miami looks like. Here's the menu. A classic burger, 20 bucks, signature, $22, a garden burger, 18. This is actually the menu from the Ritz-Carlton, $19 for a chicken and deep sea. Those are pricey. You can go to Wendy's and get a cheaper one, but I would have to look at the menu to know what I'm ordering before I order it. Otherwise, I'm obliged to pay these prices because I took the benefit. By taking the benefit, I have an obligation to incur the liability. So this is the Ritz's burger menu. For instance, how much are your shoes worth? If you're out in the desert and someone demands your shoes, it's hot out there, how much are your shoes worth? Who determines the value of the shoes? The value of my shoes is huge. I can set a price that no one can say that's too much. So if someone orders something and we don't bargain on a price, and I named a price for fulfilling that order. They can't come back later and bitch about it any more than I can say, oh man, a burger for 20 bucks, that's too expensive. I could have gone to Wendy's for $2 instead, but too late. If someone demands performance, so when Dairy Queen demands that I provide goods and services from me, but Dairy Queen does not bargain the price of my performance, and the performance is a Dairy Queen policy, and I, the de facto employee, may assess the value, $500 for $1,500 or $5,000 for the unqualified order. And when I leave Dairy Queen, I leave without getting paid for the value of the goods and services. So they order something from me, I provide the goods and services, and then they don't pay me. And when Dairy Queen doesn't pay me, they withheld my pay for the goods and services provided. And then and to prove it, I have my Dairy Queen receipt as proof that I was on site at Dairy Queen at the time when the Dairy Queen was demanding performance from customers treated as de facto employees. Problem is, how do I get paid? How do I get paid my withheld fees? I use a withholding certificate because I performed services. The value of the services were received by Dairy Queen, but they didn't pay me. They withheld my pay. This happens to be a withholding certificate. We'll go over this certificate. This is the old one, 2019. Ever wonder why line 6 in the W-4 is there? Additional amount, if any, you want withheld from each paycheck. And line 6 is where I assess the value of the performance I did as a de facto, because they withheld that $5,000 from my paycheck for the services. And in line 7, you write exempt. It means I'm exempt from backup withholding. That's what line 6 is for. It says on line 6, I put $5,000. The question is, am I making a claim for that? Because whoever makes the claim has to prove it. Line 6 says additional amount, if any, you want withheld from each paycheck. The amount I put in line 6, I'm saying, don't pay me $5,000. E.g., I authorize the employer to withhold $5,000. Putting the value in this line 6 is not a claim; it's an anti-claim. If I were to tell somebody, "Hey, Derek, you owe me $10,000," well, that's a claim, and now we have a controversy. We're going to have to go to court. But if I go to Derek and say, "You know what, Derek, don't pay me $10,000," I'm telling someone not to pay you $10,000. That doesn't hurt Derek at all. So this line 6 is an anti-claim. Don't pay me the $5,000, and now it's a withholding credit. This is where we go with it. So I'm not making a claim is the big thing. But whoever makes the claim has to prove it. Real world example: I bring home $5,000 a month. This is like when I have a real job. I bring home $5,000 a month. If I write $5,000 on line 6 of the W-4, then my pay statement will show 0 every month. However, the W-2 will show $60,000 in withholding. And when I do the 1040, the total withholding for the year will be in excess of whatever tax liability that may or may not be there, and I get my $60,000 back as a tax return. So in a similar way, I do all these $5,000 for Walmart demanding, or Dairy Queen demanding I wear a mask. When I do the W-4 for all the mask wearing with all the receipts to prove I was there, well, that becomes a withholding credit for me. The tricky part is, under Subtitle C versus Subtitle A, the W-4 withholding is what is used to fund and credit my FICA, and that is my Social Security benefits. In normal employment, the employer has to pay 6.5%, comes out from the employer, and 6.5% comes out of my gross pay. That 13% contribution to SSA is mandatory under Subtitle C of Title 26. So Subtitle C has an enforcement statute in Subtitle C. It's mandatory because there's a third party involved in the Subtitle C. Subtitle A, though, Subtitle C is employment. Subtitle A is individual, partnership, or or fiduciary. Subtitle A has no enforcement statutes because there's no third party involved in Subtitle A. If the lender in Subtitle A wants to narc on whoever got the credit from the lender, well, that's the lender's election. They're not going to force the lender. No, lender, you're going to have to file so you can get your credit back. So there's no enforcement in Subtitle A. It's the lender's election whether or not the lender pays the taxes or the recipient pays the taxes, the transferee, for instance, or the trustee. And on that W-4, an 8, 9, and 10 at the bottom. So at the top, you have name, social security number, and address. And if you remember on that Dairy Queen application, you have name, social security number, and address. Same thing on that credit card, name, number, and address. So the top part, name, number, and address, you have this disclosing information in the middle, which is boring. Line 6 is a dollar amount. Line 7, I'm saying I'm exempt from backup withholding. Down in 8, 9, 10 is the party who receives my time cards and who receives the credit application. Because the employer in 8, 9, and 10, the employer is employing the name and social security number. Employing as mean they're using the name and social security number from that credit application. And that's where the employment comes in.
The W-4 that you just held up, it kind of resembles a check, does it not?
Yeah, we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that on another screen. About their policy. Oh, there we go. Okay. 8, 9, and 10. So Dairy Queen essentially is my de facto becomes my de facto employer when Dairy Queen orders goods and services, mask wearing, under Dairy Queen, or if Dairy Queen demands that the employees take a jab, which they can't take off the jab when they leave work, so they're actually employing these employees for life. If they actually do jab somebody, they're employed for life, because you can never take off what that employment contract never ends. I wouldn't get the jab though for that reason. So Dairy Queen becomes a de facto employer. And number 2, it makes sense to put Dairy Queen on line 8 of the W-4. Put the first day Dairy Queen, put the first Dairy Queen date of the year on line 9 when they demanded the services, and get Dairy Queen's EIN by calling online or writing, or you can go look up the 10K, Dairy Queen's 10K, and the 10K will have Dairy Queen's EIN number on the Form 10K of the Securities Exchange Commission. 1 through 5 is where we put the straw man's information. We went over this. Line 3, put however you file. Line 4, and line 5, you put zero dependents for the maximum withholding, and then signing at the bottom where the signature is. I put above the squiggle my signature. I put the qualify under 3-402, authorized signature of a represented person done in good faith, because that removes my liability under 3-402. That's how liability is limited. And that quoted section in 3-402 is one of the only places I've ever seen anything quoted in the UCC. They put it in quotes saying, hey, pay attention to this line in 3-402. And I do that generally with every single signature I sign. It says Allentown Corporation's mask policy on their website. When I walk into the store, they have their friendly offer, publicly offered, put on a mask. And since they're making the offer to provide goods and services, I can wear a mask over my mouth and breathe through my nose and still charge them $5,000. In this mask Nazi area, here's what goes to the IRS. Some evidence of a mask policy. Either get it off or take a picture of the sign as you go in. All original receipts for the year at the store. Receipts from the year. Every time I went to Walmart, I have all the receipts. I put a little check mark on it. I put a little check mark on the upper right-hand corner. Then I add up all the receipts. I scan them, add up all the receipts, and $5,000 per receipt for providing the goods and services. Every time I go in there, they still have this offer to provide goods and services, and so I add the total amount of all the times I went there times 5,000 or 15,000 if they want me to cover my nose, and then all the receipts, and I put that amount on the on line 6 of the W-4. And the 1040V states the largest value is 100 million. No checks of 100 million or more may be accepted. So that's the maximum amount we can do for the W-4 withholding is 100 million. See on box 3 of the 1040V, it tells you how to write on the receipts. Amount you are paying by check or money order. Make your check or money order payable to, not pay to the order of, payable to the United States Treasury. Pay to the order of makes it negotiable. Pay to is not negotiable. And that's where we get this on the receipt, like pay to United States Treasury, and this, that the signature line. We'll get into that later on here. So we write pay to the United States, pay to United States Treasury on each receipt. Do a check mark in the upper right hand corner on the face, and on the back. I write pay to United States Treasury. Signature, Social Security number, red number on the back. The same goes on the contract, e.g. the policy where the photo printout, and a little more. Because I want to take whatever their offer is. I'm going to send that to the Treasury. Here's their offer. They're the debtor. Because whoever makes the offer is the debtor. So that evidence of debt, which is the order to pay, order to wear a mask, that's a debt, and we send that to the Treasury along with the W-4 and the receipt. The contract that begets all this is the mask wearing goods and services ordered under corporate policy. So I would accept the offer. Remember, whoever makes the offer is the debtor, whoever accepts the offer is the creditor and controls the contract. Accept their offer by writing something like accepted by name SSN on behalf of the United States Treasury, signed, done in good faith. Why? Because Title 18, Section 8 states other representatives of value of whatever denomination are obligations of the United States. So the value of that offer, which is not set in stone in dollar amounts, is an obligation of the United States. The mask policy has value, at least to the company and apparently to the nation due to the coup, and apparently to some Karens and Darrens out there. That's some interesting videos to watch. Sending the W-4 sandwich. The W-4 sandwich is the W-4 all filled out and line 6 total. Receipts with the check mark in the upper right hand corner and third-party endorsement on the back. The contract negotiated in the United States Treasury. Form 1043 with box 3 total, the same as the W-4 line 6. And some folks signed the back of the 1040V. I really don't have a reference either way. I haven't seen a difference yet. The W-4 sandwich I had been sending to Ogden, Utah. But then I found the Internal Revenue IRM section where it talks about, here's where the IRM is talking about remittances and bills of exchange. And here's the address for the remittances and bills of exchange, because when I write pay to and sign it, it becomes a bill of exchange, goes to room 3413 at 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest Washington, D.C. That's where my next set is going to go. To employ methods they have employed to collect data. And so employment's not necessarily digging a hole. Companies employing using the name and social security number. Anytime anyone uses the all caps name and SSN, they're employing the IMF SSN person. As the agent for the SSN, I have three duties. To place orders, keep records, and report to my principal through the IRS on a yearly, quarterly basis. Those are the three duties I have for that social security number. If I don't report any of the value transferred or taxably terminated or skip person transferred by the transfer, or if I don't tell the IRS about it, I'm the agent de some tort, and I become liable because I didn't do my agency duties. But if I do tell the IRS, hey, IRS, I gave the electric company $10,000 last year, and I send them either the statement and the contract, and the IRS goes, oh, you guys were employing our social security number. Well, we're going to have to audit your books. Now, all of a sudden, the electric company is scrambling to try to make sure their books are clean and they got the most accurate meter reading or the lowest meter reading, so they pay as little tax as possible. But if I don't tell the IRS that I transferred my credit to the electric company, well, then the electric company runs away with the credit, or the bank runs away with the credit, and they make these big, huge buildings and live like kings while we sit here and scrape and bend and bow. By not reclaiming our credit, we damage ourselves and damage the Treasury by putting them in further debt. Like, to whom is the duty owed? I only have a duty to report to the employment of the SSN person to the IRS. My duty is to report to the IRS. Some people were sending these W-4s to the employer, and all this kind of kerfuffle, they start kicking up a bunch of dust and even shutting down their accounts stupidly because there's a termination there. So I send the W-4 to the IRS because that's who I have a duty to report to. Do not send a W-4 to the line 8 person. It freaks them out. They get pissed off at you and they start a bunch of Shiite. Send our report to the IRS and let line 8 yell at the IRS. And I would really like to be there when they start arguing with the IRS, because it never goes well to argue with the IRS. It's a stupid thing to do. And that's it for mass services. Wearing a mask as a de facto employee doing services under a corporate policy, which is piecework, is one type. There are another situations where the SSN person is employed, and that is used by some company. Application for electricity, internet, utilities, bank accounts, credit cards, mortgages, any SSN application linked account gets a W-4. Every application, every declaration is a declaration of war, every notice is a warning, every memorial is a record of a dead thing, memorandum is a recording of a living thing, and every certificate is a security. Every application is an application for credit. Article 5, letters of credit. Every application uses the name SSN and a signature date and pay to Article 5, letters of credit. Letter of credit means a definite undertaking that satisfies the requirements of 104 by an issuer to a beneficiary at the request for some account or an applicant, in the case of a financial institution, to itself or for its own account, to honor a documentary presentation by payment or delivery of an item of value. Sounds like Title 18, Section 8. And don't forget the memo line. The memo line, there was a guy who was doing a modification back in the 2008 heyday of scooping up property, and they did a modification for 6 months. He was sending in his checks, paying the modification amount, and after 6 months, they came and foreclosed on his house. And he called him and said, "Hey, I made all the 6 months payment. What are you doing foreclosing?" I said, "Well, when you send in the checks, there was nothing in the memo line, so we didn't know how to apply it, and so we put it in an escrow account. So you never successfully did the modification, so we're still going to foreclose." How's that for dirty pool? That's what the memo line's for. If I don't give someone instructions on what to do with that check by putting down on the memo line for apply to principal or settlement and closure, if I don't memorialize what I intend for that amount of that instrument to apply to, they can use it for whatever they want. And they did back in 2008. The reason I'm applying for an electrical account is because I'm interested in electricity. The interest is why I filled out an application for the internet, the bank, the credit card, driver's license, or employment. If I am not interested in or do not have an interest in whatever the corporation is offering, I wouldn't submit or tender an application. And here's how it normally goes. I submit an application in the name in SSN, and that name is the name on the account. At the end of each month, the company sends out a bill, as some call it, also called a statement, and at work it's called advice. The bill shows how much goods and services I used, and there is a dollar amount, but that dollar amount is always positive. Notice the monthly statement has a positive dollar amount showing the statement of account. And a statement of account is a UCC Article 9 instrument. Where I am with the agency duties for the IMF, for that account number, the duties to order, make records, and report to the IMF enforcement agency, IRS revenue agents on a yearly basis. And for the reasons I require these tax identification numbers from these employers down on line 8. Each transferee in receipt of the estate for Title 26, 6324, the estate already has a lien on it. That's what 6324 says. Who as the executor, the employer as the executor under 2002 and fiduciary under 2203 has a tax liability as qualified heirs having tax liability reporting that I am duty bound to report to my principal. Now duty bound to account for the alternate valuation of the estate. When you get into that, what an alternate valuation of the estate is, because that alternate valuation of the estate has to go before a probate referee ratification or determination by insolvency officers of the IRS for reporting to my principal through their points of contact, the IRS. Each fiduciary having actual constructive possession of estate property must be bonded for Title 26, 2032A E11 by the Secretary of State in Puerto Rico. So that's the W-4 process. It's essentially, like Gareth was saying, is like a check. Let me find my here. So we go over to here. There's the application. There's that application. W4. So if you look at a check here, right? This is a Chase Bank check. Up in the upper left-hand corner, we start with a name, with the name and address of the person. On the W4, and 1, 2, and 2, we have a name and address up in the top part. The social security number we'll get to. Then we go down to, we have a pay to the order of some employer name or account number down there. And in line 6, we have a dollar amount, just like we do on line 6. The pay to person is down here in number 8. Number 8 is the one who's receiving the time card and or the credit application. And the line 8 person is the employer. And then we go down to 8, 9, and 10, the EIN number. So when I go to the bank and I do an application to open a bank account, that social security number in number 2 gets wrapped down here in the account number. So the account number is essentially a mask for the social security number. And the memo line would be the account number, because down here in the W4, down the W4, you would put the Dairy Queen and whatever the like the receipts for you get from the you get a receipt from Dairy Queen, you get like a receipt number. Or some of these accounts have a when you do your little card, you get discounts by typing in the phone number. When we check out, you can put the phone number down there next to that employer for the to identify uniquely this employment relationship. So it's odd that the W4 looks like a check, because when I fill out a check and I put a dollar amount in there, I'm not really making a claim, I'm doing a disbursement. The W4 is the same way. By putting a dollar amount, how much I don't want to get paid, is actually authorizing a disbursement from the Social Security account. The only thing that the W4 has to go along with is some contract, because a contract's an evidence of value. Contracts, receipts, or statements, the statements we get in the mail from monthly statements we have, and all that would go with the W4, because under the W4 instructions, I'll just pull it up again, 1040 instructions. 1040 instructions tell us to provide a statement. Instructions, let's go down here, come up in a minute. Let's go to number 108. 108, enter. Paper Production Act notice. Down here in 108. Our legal right to ask for information is Internal Revenue Code 6001, 6011, 6012A, and their regulations. They say you must file a return or statement. So when I take all the statements I get for all these, transactions I go through, the statements go along with the W4, because that's what it demands, a statement. So all the statements, even that receipt itself is not only a statement of how much credit was transferred to their till, but it's also a security I get redeemed for that credit. And so this is where the W4 process then notifies the Internal Revenue Service that, hey, Walmart or Dairy Queen or the electric company or the banks, that they received credit that was sourced or linked to a social security number, and as transferees they have a liable to pay. For the bank, I add up all the deposits and all the statements. For the electric company, all the charges, all the payments. And then for credit cards, same thing, charges and payments. You add both sides together, and that total amount of either deposits plus withdrawals would actually go on line 6 for the bank. There's a woman who drives truck who I work with for a couple of years now, and she was up in Northern California at TGI Fridays, and this old guy came in there chatting up the cute little girl at the front of TGI Fridays, and since they're on the truck road, they asked the girl at the TGI Fridays, said, "Where are you going?" She says, "I just cashed out everything in California. It's getting too crazy." And he says, "Oh, what'd you do?" "Well, I'm a second generation banker. I'm going to move to Texas." Well, that perked up the truck driver's ears when she asked. She and her partner asked if the second generation 80-year-old banker would like to join them and sit down. And he said, "Oh, sure. Old guys like to talk to people." And in the course of the conversation, the lady truck driver sprung a question on him. She asked the banker, You know, what would happen if the members of your bank were to were to add all the deposits and all the draws and put that as additional withholding on the W-4? She said he kind of his eyes lit up and he kind of set up in his booth and he said they would never think to do that, which is an admission. They would never think to do that. The last line's key, do that. And so, so the W-4 process. And so you add up both sides of the ledger because both are social security number source, exempt in line 7, evidences of debt code, evidence of debts attached with the 1040V, and send it off to room 3413. And the other thing I would suggest doing, fill out a W-4, and that withholding section, the amount in line 6 or line 4C, we'll see the current W-4. That amount I would put down as withholding down at the bottom of the 1040. You can send in multiple 1040s during the year. Now I would just put the withholding section down at the bottom. So now that withholding section is documented on a 1040 for recoup. Here's the new W-4, which I don't like. It's too busy. Same stuff at the top. And this middle stuff, multiple jobs, new number of dependents. Right here in 4C, instead of additional amount withholding, they have extra withholding. And this is again where the dollar amount goes. Only debtors have deductions. Creditors don't have deductions. And so the withholding amount goes here. And in the instructions for this new W-4, you have to write under here. You have to write under here. You have to write exempt. You have to write it in. They don't give you a box 7 like they used to do down here where you write exempt, exempt, EMPD. Yeah, they don't have that box anymore for whatever reason.
So just for a point of clarification, Smoking Baby, when you say contract, I know a lot of people may have not comprehended what you were articulating. Is a policy of another corporation that I am being coerced into following, is that a contract? And if it is a contract, is the best way to prove it by asking or inquiring about a physical copy of Dairy Queen's policy that they're enforcing upon me?
Well, usually, the idiots they have working at the counter don't really have the policy. I just go download it, or I write them a letter for it.
So for clarity's purposes, the policy they're enforcing on you is in fact the evidence of the contract, correct?
Well, that's the source of the offer. It's binding to the employees, but it's not binding on the customer. But if the employees want to bind me to their employee policy, they're actually ordering goods and services and thereby creating the contract on that perform.
Thank you for providing that clarity for everybody out there. Please continue on and let me know when you're ready for questions.
Okay, here's the interesting thing about the Treasury. This is an interesting, I had to go back in the archive to get it. Where's the elusive Treasury? Can you say Puerto Rico? Down here it's 27 CFR 2050-11. Remember that under Title 26, 2032A E11, anyone administering our estates have to be bonded. So your employer using that social security number, the bank using the social security number, the courts using the social security number, they all have to be bonded because they're trying to loot the estate. And they have to be bonded because the estate already has a lien on it under 6324. And the bond comes from the secretary in Puerto Rico, because that's where the IRS is located. Back to the birth certificate. This is what I use instead of the W-4. W-4 has an employer relationship. This has a payor and a payee. Is it payee? There's no pay, but there's a payor. We have a payer up here instead of an employer up here. And I know people are getting fired if they don't do this. We'll get to the firing thing. You notice on the other W-4, let me put them together. There's the W-4. There's the W-4 right here. So if you nope. W-4. See how the W-4 here is all chopped up in little boxes, and they have that perjury statement down there in the signature. Under penalties of perjury, I declare to have examined, blah blah blah. We don't have any of that on the W-4B. It's all nice and smooth. no perjury statement at the bottom. And this is called a voluntary withholding request versus a employee's withholding allowance certificate. Voluntary withholding request. I put in all the information like normal. Down here, the identification number would be the employee ID, whatever identifying number you would use for the employer. And I check off box 7. I want you to stop withholding federal income tax from payments. He says payments, you know, it's not my income, and we have payments. We have payee payments, and a signature without a perjury statement. So this is what I like using. But I got fired.
Would this stop any federal income withholding tax, say, that you initiated when you first started working for a corporation?
What do you mean? There's no subtitle A being taken out. They would still take out FICA. You would still get your unemployment, your workman's comp, and your Social Security Medicare. That 13%, 6.5, 6.5 would still come out of it, which is fine with me. We don't even see the 6.5%, and if they don't withhold the 6.5%, because it's contemplated at what the hourly rate or the salary they're contemplating, that 6.5% is already contemplated. So even if I went independent contractor, I don't think, renegotiating the contract, you get your 6.5% back. But as long as the employer has to cough up half, I'm perfectly happy to do the W-4B. But there's no subtitle A withholding done with this W-4B versus the W-4, and this employer versus payer thing. Employer. This is from the 1939 Public Salaries Tax Act. 1939 Public Salary Tax Act, 1939, where they redefined employee. That's right up here. Words comp. Let me see. Gross income related to the gross income is amended, inserting the words compensation for personal service. The following, including personal service as an officer, including, which is a limiting word, an officer or employee of a state, a political division thereof, or any agency or instrumentality of one of the more foregoing. You have to hold public office in order for this employee status to attach. It says down here also compensation. The United States hereby consents to the taxation of compensation received after the 31st on the 1938 for personal services as an officer, employee, United States Treasury, possession, District of Columbia, or an agency thereof. So this is where they redefined employee all of a sudden. And then that W-4 goes in there, and people say, "Oh, this is a withholding as an employee," so they're consenting to have the withholding for the federal subtitle A tax withholding. So this is where the trick happened in 39. But the regulations give us the Title 26 regulations still give us a way out, claiming to be a person not subject to withholding. The W-4B takes care of that. The tricky part in here is that when we talk about a payee up here, reliance to the customer form, simple trust, grantor trust, a form. I have to turn in a W-9 form for the beneficiary owner claiming to be a payee. See down here, if I'm claiming to be a payee, I need to supply a W-9 along with my W-4B. Beneficial owner or payee's claim of U.S. status in general, under paragraph B1 of the section, a withholding agent is not required to withhold under subchapter 3 of the code on payments to a U.S. payee. So these are the regulations that come into play. There's a whole bunch in here. They're really cool. I like these sites. What else? Oh, that's me. We're going to get to, remember we get statements in the mail, right? We get statements in the mail. We have a statement, and then we have to do a notice, and then we have to do a proof of claim, right? So we have the statement, we have the W-4, and we have the 1040, and we have the 1040V. So we have a statement of Internal Revenue Service, we have a notice of federal taxes due, and we have a proof of claim that the taxes are due. And then we have a 4810 prompt assessment. Everything kind of happens in fees. And you see over here, we have gift, estate, employment, and excise taxes on the 4810. this is an enforcement form here. That we have the statement we get from the electric company, or the offer to get jabbed, or the offer to wear the mask. That's a statement. Then we do the notice, the W-4, and then we do the 1040B for the voucher. You notice down here they have the kind of tax in part 2. I highlighted. Number 2 says the kind of tax. Same thing on the notice, kind of tax, and the same thing on the 2373. It always happens in threes for whatever reason. And then we have down here at the bottom, interesting tax practice here. IRS is a claimant of the estate. Death waits for no one, not including the IRS. The very first line. Death waits for no one, including the IRS. And this is where I learned about these 3 forms down here in the IRS notices section. Over here on the left-hand side, IRS notices. IRS typically uses 3 forms to notify the executor. Who's the executor? 2002, who is liable for the tax. And who's the executor? Under 2203 is anyone with actual or constructive possession of decedent estate property. Anything tied to that Social Security number. Anyone administering a name and numbered account are the fiduciaries who, as executors, have a liability for the tax. And here's the forms: 10492, 4490, and 2373. This is where this came from. I'll make this available to Derek. This guy's good. You can find him out there. There's a whole bunch of great articles in there. Death waits for no one, including the IRS. That'd be a great t-shirt. And here's 63. If delinquent taxes on, right, just below the death, on the paragraph below it, if the delinquent taxes are estate taxes, the IRS can be expected to pursue 6324, a state tax lien, for more readily than the 6321 general lien. That's why these fiduciaries have to be bonded by the Secretary of the Treasury in case they run off with a tax credit. That bond is there, they can liquidate the bond. That's required under 2032 AE11 because there's an existing lien on the estate. And that's what the bond is there to remedy. Here's mandate. And okay. So let me go back here to the beginning. That one, go here. Here's my Sears card. And I know that people are getting fired, but how do we assess the value that goes on W-4? That's where we're at right now. We've been through the W-4 process. Whoever makes the offers is the debtor. Whoever accepts the offer is the creditor. We can accept the offer conditionally. There is a so let's say they go ahead and terminate me from the job because I don't want the poison, and they don't accept my religious exemption because they don't believe my firmly held religious beliefs, which is their religion, because a belief is a religion. I don't believe you. Well, that's your religion. You're a heretic. We burn you at the stake, employer. So if they go ahead and terminate me, at the time of termination, let's say I'm making $100,000 a year. So that $100,000 a year, the value of that paycheck for that bill of lading time commodity comes out of the credit application that funded the entire operation at the beginning. That's where your paycheck, your credit application is paying you your own paycheck. And it's also paying the overhead rate to give you toilets, toilet paper, the coffee, the cafeteria, the maid service, the electricity, the air conditioning is all funded by the credit lines from the employment applications. So for me, so that's where the credit comes from. And at 75 years of age, we have to start collecting Social Security. And it's just so happens at 75 years of age, a domestic vessel must be retired. Under Title 46, 75 years is the life of a domestic vessel. So if I'm 55 years old and I get hired at $100,000 a year to charter in order for them to use that name and Social Security number, that name and Social Security number is a vessel. You notice every vessel has a name and number. You know, was it on Saturday Night Live, the Raging Queen, and then there's a whole number on the boat. So that name and Social Security number is a vessel, and the employer is going to charter that vessel. And the type of charter that it is a bareboat charter. Bareboat charter. Bareboat charter Bahamas. Bareboat charter. Go to Wikipedia. Bareboat charter. I'm going to go to Wikipedia. They do a better job of summarizing it. Put demise charter. Same thing. Demise charter. Wikipedia. A bareboat charter or a demise charter is an arrangement for chartering or hiring of a ship or boat, as a name and social number, whereby no crew or provisions are included as part of the agreement. Instead, the people who rent the vessel, the employer, from the owner, that's me, are responsible for taking care of such things. The act is commonly known as a bareboat charter. They talk about some legal differences down there. Like the time voyage would be a independent contractor. So when the corporation has a job opportunity and they charter the vessel, they take the application, and then they need a crewman to come on board. And the crewman earns wages. Under the Sherman Act, the wage earner is the least powerful and most protected on the ship. So they charter the vessel, give me a little cube to sit in, a little computer and a little air conditioning and some coffee and barrack toilets smelling each other's curry farts, and that's the voyage we're on. And then somewhere along the way, the managers get intimidated or want me to dress up for them a certain way or want to get me drunk to see what secrets they can get out of me and all kinds of really queer stuff like that. And then they throw me off the boat. They throw me off the boat, but the trick is when they chartered the vessel for those 55 to 75 years, they front load they take the entire credit line up front. So all those 20 years, that credit line is cashed out at the very beginning to pay for the entirety of the charter. They might throw me off the boat. The entire value of that work contract out to 75, that charter out to 75, they're still sitting on that credit. And they never, even though they fire me, they never return my credit line, which means they're withholding my credit line. And so how I'm going to handle that credit line, it's $100,000 out to 20 years. And that's the amount that I assess. And I use the termination, and they fire me. That's a taxable termination. They terminate me from my voyage that I'm funding. So that termination paperwork, I say pay to the United States Treasury, and then I do the assessment of $100,000 for the next 20 years. That's $2 million. That goes on line 6 of the W-4 or line 4C of the new W-4. And now I have assessed the credit line that funded their operation that they just wanted to throw me off the boat and run away with. Well, the last employer hadn't laid off anybody in 34 years, and then a year and a half after being there, all of a sudden they lay off an entire department. They take out $1 billion loan to upgrade their facilities. All of a sudden they have $1 billion, and they just laid off an entire department that they hadn't laid off anybody in 34 years. All those credit lines of all the past employees have been sitting there unclaimed. And that's what they use as the collateral for getting that $1 billion loan on a project, which amazingly failed. But I'm sure the CEOs had their hands in the pockets on the companies doing the work, and it just flooded them. So that how much I was getting paid from the date I was hired until the date until 75 is the amount of withheld credit that I assess upon termination. And that's what the people who are facing being terminated, that's how much they would assess whether or not you accept the jab or not. You can conditionally accept the jab, and but you still have that assessment out there to do to report to the IRS. I guess Derek can go into what happened over in Ohio on that on the kids wearing the mask. But here's an interesting case. This plays into the notices that Derek is talking about. And this is the basis of my actually creating my own account. This case, Davila versus Shalala. Davila versus Shalala. The case represents a dilemma created when an administrative agency, taxes are all administrative, loses its own records and fails to reconstruct them or conduct a new inquiry on the merits, resulting in penury. That means loss of money or at least serious hardship for the impoverished citizen. Sounds like me. I'm an impoverished citizen. To summarize that first paragraph, it states, he who fails to produce or recreate the record must expect the court to rule contrary to their position. And this even goes into the Social Security Act and everything else down here. So when I have, down, this is a Sears card that I opened when I was a kid back in 1984. And then 2004, they shut it down. And the maximum credit line on there was $1,200. I've written to Sears. I've asked them for an accounting because all this credit that went through this account is a transferee taxably liable credit. And then they terminated my account. So again, we have a taxable termination when you have transferee taxes. So they're under two different parts of that 2603. The way I assess the credits, this is not employment. This is for when they shut down an account. I calculate the months between the opening date and closing date. In this case, it's 238 months. The initial credit line, so they don't report the initial credit line. They just show the high limit credit line at the very end. Because I don't know, maybe in 1984 it was $50 or $25 or $100. Who knows what it was back then? I don't remember. But the only thing they're admitting to is the high limit is $1,220. I said, okay, I'll take what you offer there is $1,220. And so the final credit limit is $1,220. My assessment, I'm reading up here, my assessment of the Social Security number source credit that flowed through the Sears card is, I just say I maxed out the card every single month from when it opened and until it was terminated. So that's 238 by 1220. That's 293.60. And then I paid the full amount every single month, even though I made like $360 a month back then. But since I don't have the accounting, I do the payments are equal value. But you see the balance right here, the balance amount, $49. I give them the $49. So I add up the charges of the payments, I subtract the balance, and so the total amount that goes on line 4C of the W-4 is $580,671. And when I write to Sears, or in this case, Citibank took over Sears, I let them know this is my accounting on the account, whatever the account number is, of how much credit went through that account. This is my good faith best assessment based on the information you're reporting on the credit report. If you have a different accounting, please send me that accounting. However, if you fail to respond, we agree that this is the accounting. And this is a with prejudice, nil decet statement. And when they don't respond, they want their $49. They don't really don't care about the how much credit went through it. They just want their $49. But they're admitting to having $580,000 of my credit, which goes on the W-4. And the evidence of debt is the letter they don't respond to when I send it off to the IRS. So they're greedy. They want their $49 and they get hit with $580,000 tax liability. I think it's hilarious. The letter I sent
So,
off.
and then that $580,000 tax liability actually comes back to you as a creditor as taxable credits, which are just like monopoly casino money, correct? I mean, you can buy houses with tax credits. You can buy cars with tax credits. You can buy businesses with tax credits, correct?
Yes, the tax credits are money. I even called the franchise tax board, and I asked Gordon, who was on the phone with us, says, "Yeah, do you guys accept tax credits?" "Oh yes, we take tax credits with the franchise tax board in California." So this is how I go back and recreate the record, because it says in Davila versus Shalala, he who fails to produce or recreate the record must expect the court to rule contrary to the position. So I take what they admit on the credit report, because they call this a credit report, right? That's because they're telling me how much of my credit these companies are holding on to. They're withholding from me. These companies are admitting to having Social Security credit because they didn't create the credit. My signature did. So they're admitting to how much of my credit they're holding on to. And they just don't know that I'm the actual source of the credit. And the IRS doesn't know that the Social Security person is the source of the credit until I fill out the W-4 withholding statement that goes in there. So I have this statement here with the W-4 suffices the instructions in the 1040 paper reduction act on line 108 that I have to send in a statement. So this is how I go back and recreate the record to assess the value of the estate currently being held by Sears, or in this case, Citicorp. Citicorp is holding on to that credit line, and as a fiduciary, having actual or constructive possession of that property, has a tax liability under 2002 and of this alternate valuation of the estate. This may not be the real value, but it's an alternate value. And this is how I assess the taxes. So anyone getting the jab, if you were to take their mandate, their offer, you could conditionally accept their offer. And I would write a conditionally accepted on the top. I would say conditionally accepted. I conditionally accept your offer to take the jab. And however, I require proof that the jab will not cause me any harm, either psychologically or physically or religiously. And in order to indemnify me for your offer that may or may not cause harm, which you haven't proven yet, I demand a $100 million or $50 million bond upfront, irrevocably put into escrow. And the performance on this accepted condition, on this accepted offer, does not commence until you prove conclusively that the jab will cause me no harm to my psychological, spiritual, or physical body in any way, shape, or form. And now the onus is on them to prove up. So I've agreed to take the jab, but they have to prove there is no harm, put up a bond, and no performance happens until they prove there is no harm. And of course, they won't have all the full data in until 2027. So that's how I would handle that offer mandate, that offer to be jabbed.
Let's say that they agree to that offer. The next step would be putting notice of liability onto the physician or physician assistant that would be willing to administer
That would be
the application.
Okay. One is the offer from the corporation to be jabbed, and that would be $150 million or $25 million bond, indemnity bond, irrevocably put into escrow. And then you would have a separate one for these health professionals who are happily out there murdering people with a jab. And you would have a separate one in like manner that the health practitioner, both nurse and doctor, and even the facility, you would do the same type conditional acceptance, that they would be bound by a $100 million, $50 million bond that must be placed up front, and you must swear that it's completely safe and no harm, and you take personal, civil, criminal, professional liability for that performance, and you must bond me ahead of time and show proof that it will provide no harm the same way. And then, of course, at the bottom of that practitioner, I said, and I retain first right of refusal. I would still give myself a way out, claiming first right of refusal.
Absolutely. And in doing so, you can still attach your religious exemption and belief in there by doing the conditional acceptance.
Well, the tricky part is if my firmly held religious beliefs say don't fuck with my temple, I can't take any other stance. Otherwise, I'm being double-minded about my religious faith. That just because the company makes the offer, I can conditionally accept it that way and still say, and I want them to prove that this jab does not violate my firmly held religious beliefs. You could add that condition if you have a religious exemption. That's how you can get around that. And you have to prove not only that it's safe psychologically, spiritually, you have to prove it doesn't violate my firmly held religious beliefs. But I've already accepted the offer. You already got to pay for it. And I can add terms and conditions. And now they're just screwed.
Right, because at that point, if they refuse, they're now in commercial dishonor, correct? They made the offer, you accepted the offer, now they're bound to a contract.
And if they don't pay, they withheld. I would hit them with withholding for the $50 million.
And now by hitting them with the withholding completely subverts the necessity of going into a court and quibbling over semantics, correct?
Yeah, it's all administrative. They've admitted to the withholding of the value. Now we just give it administratively to the IRS. Here they admitted to withhold it, and so they withheld it. So now you can go collect it, IRS. You guys get a big scoop out of that. And the IRS is foreign to the United States. They don't care. The president, Nancy Pelosi, the dog catcher, me. The IRS doesn't care who you are. They're going to go after whoever they go after. Al Capone. I mean, they weren't even afraid of the mob.
So essentially, you're putting the big demon on the little demon, and you're allowing them to duke it out for you, and you just sit back and pop a bowl of popcorn and watch the shit show. Then
I'm just a lowly agent. My duty is to order, keep records, and report, and they can go argue with the IRS. I would love to sit there and watch them argue with the IRS.
It's absolutely brilliant, Smoking Baby. It's a wonderful presentation you put on for everybody here today. Go ahead.
Here's this one right here for the check system, so I can give this out. And you can go there and see what the check system is gossiping about you behind your back for the check systems. Because it uses the social. I want anything that uses the social security number. I want to know about it because I'm going to assess taxes because you guys are admitting to holding onto my credit. And over here, here's a link to LexisNexis is a fourth mystery credit reporting agency. It's a fourth one, and here's the online request form for them to produce whatever LexisNexis holds on the back end as a credit reporting agency, on top of annual credit report. And annual credit report right now is you can get your credit reports every week. During the COVID pandemic, accessing your credit report is important. That's why Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion are continuing to offer free weekly online credit reports until April 2nd, 2021 or something like that. So so you go back, and I want my credit reports because I want to see who is admitting to holding onto my credit. That's why I want it.
So what happens when, let's say, Dairy Queen has made the offer to enforce a policy on you, you've accepted it, but they refuse to give you a W-9. On the W-4, do you just write down their address, the location, and the name of the business if they will not give you the W-9? And what do you put in the spot where the EIN or TIN number should be?
Provide a W-9 affidavit. Somewhere in the regs, if they refuse to do it, I have to write up an affidavit. Somewhere in the Internal Revenue Manual, there's a $50 penalty. I make sure I notify them about the $50 penalty. I have a standard template I can hand out to Derek. But if they refuse to do it, it says in the regulations, I, the agent, write out an affidavit that they have refused. I know people just write refuse in there, but it actually talks about an affidavit. And I'll have to find that again. We're in the regulations. It says do an affidavit. But you can call them up. Some of these debt collectors, these fly-by-night North Carolina, like Assurant, or there's these dirtbag debt collector corporations out there, and they don't like handing it out. But so I'm not afraid of these debt collectors when they come, because I get to do my own assessment of the full value of the estate. Because they're not going to give me the full 9-210 UCC Article 9-210 accounting. So I just come up with my Davila versus Shaleva. I come up with my alternate accounting, and I offer them to come back with their accounting, and I'll use theirs. But if they don't come back with anything, then my accounting stands the fact that now they get slammed. That 13% coming out of $580,000 is huge. That's a huge hit for that corporation.
Absolutely brilliant. I don't think I've ever had anybody explain it to me quite as eloquently as you have explained it here. It's wonderful.
There's a guy in Appalachia, North Carolina, African American man, and when we started this in 2014, I had a meter reading, and he had his house out there. I just wrote down $260 on a $26 my electric bill is only $26 a month up in Chicago, and So I wrote down $260 for the withholding. You know, I can handle that much. So I figured that, you know, I was timid about playing with it. And so I just put down 260. The Robert over in Appalachia, North Carolina, he wrote down $30,000 for Duke Energy. And on my instance, it was the middle of winter with snowdrifts 2 stories tall and icicles, two-story tall icicles that would crush you if it fell on you. And all of a sudden, I get a letter 2 weeks later after turning in the W-4, taking the statement for the ComEd and write pay to United States Treasury, signed it, put it on the W-4, and then put the 1040V with the same amount. All of a sudden, I get a letter from ComEd saying, "Oh, we've made several attempts to read your meter, but it's behind a locked gate. And by law, we have to read the meter every 2 months. And could you please help us by either taking a picture or letting us in so that we can get the most accurate reading on your meter?" And I called her up and I said, "How'd you guys get in there before? I've been here 6 months. How'd you get in there the last time?" "Oh, I don't have that information." I said, "Well, okay, here's the property manager. They can let you in. I don't have a key to the locked area, so contact the property manager." And the snowdrifts were 2 stories tall. I don't know how they got in there. And then I asked her, "Well, you know, when was the last time the meter was read?" And she said, "Oh, it looks like 5 years ago." And I go, "Wait a minute. I've only been here 6 months. How do I know if I'm using the right amount of electricity? Maybe the people before me have been growing green leafy plants that people like to smoke and talk about." She laughed. She said, "Well, that's why we have to read the meter." And I said, "Well, that makes sense to me." I called Robert and told him what was going on. And he had, in the same 2 week period, he told me, "Well, I put $30,000 down on the W-4." And I said, "What happened?" He says, "Next thing I know, 2 white guys from Duke Energy are showing up at my house." And they went, "Oh no, what happened?" He goes, No. They came in and they put insulation in my roof, insulation under the house, new seals around the doors and windows, wrapped the pipes, and gave me energy efficient light bulbs." He said, I asked them, "How often do you guys do this sort of thing?" They said, "Well, not very often. We're just sitting around the most of the time, and we're happy we have something to do." And then Robert and I got talking, and I said, "Robert, now that the IRS knows that the electric company is using the name and social security number, they owe Subtitle C 13% taxes. And they want my meter, which hasn't been read in 5 years, as accurate as possible. And they want your house as efficient as possible. So these electric companies pay as little employment taxes as possible. So they have a vested interest in making sure your house is really efficient. And my meter is really, really accurate because they have to pay taxes and they want to pay as little as possible." So
That's absolutely brilliant. So the proof is in the concept. It's been proven multiple times. Are you willing to take questions or up for questions or?
Yeah, let me go. I can take questions. Let me go back up a little bit. Is there sound? Yes, 2603. Yes, it does, Malika. Malika makes sense. 10K. Form 10K will contain the EIN. I'll keep making notes in there. What's the effect of this process, Malika? Malika, by doing the W-4 and taking that withholding amount, when you send it in and sending it and putting it along with a Form 1040 and just putting the excise tax down there, just filling in the excise tax as a statement only, not signing it, just as a statement. You keep copies for yourself as well. Now that amount of withholding now becomes a withholding credit on your account. I'm changing over my accounting method from cash to accrual. Eon has a class about cash account versus accrual because the accrual amount rolls over where the tax credits keep rolling over. And that's the effect. The process is, it's also the process. My retirement was like $1,200 when I started this in 2014. And now it's like over 3,000. I haven't checked it in a year or two, but it was like $3,000, $4,000 as a Social Security benefit, because all these corporations are now paying 13% into my Social Security Medicare. And I haven't tried it, but I should actually get unemployment from all these W-4s, from all these corporations employing the electric company, internet banking. I should be able to get unemployment based on the W-4 withholding. Malika says this could be done with any type of bank account, quasi banks like PayPal. Yes, Yes, all these, anyone using Social Security linked accounts, they all have applications. They're all tied to the social. They all have a tax liability, and that's why they get so big. Because if I don't assess the tax, then I pay the taxes and they keep the credit. When I assess the tax, they pay the tax and I get my credit back. How many years can I go back? I'm never not the debtor. I can go all the way back to the beginning if I have my credit reports and evidence of that. If I can recreate the record, I can go all the way back. Only a debtor can only go back 3 years, but a creditor, I'm never not a creditor. It's always my credit. I can go get it anytime I want. Them ordering the goods and services and our acceptance by performance creates the contract. Yes, really good does. So does that mean religious immunity, religious exemption notice? No. I would do the religious exemption to have them violate your constitutional right, and that just adds more gravy to the gravy. Notice of liability against employers' mandatory vaccination offers that's really a SARS protein uptake. Okay, I don't know what that means. Could you send them an invoice first? No, my duty is to report to the IRS. I have no duty to report to Walmart or anybody else about anything. My duty is to report, because they don't want us to go to war with each other like we did in the Civil War. So they created this overarching agency, the Internal Revenue Service, or the IMF, and the Postal Service, so that we could actually take our controversies to the administrative level. At the administrative level, affidavits are facts. When you go on for a declaratory judgment, which is what the tax court is, if you go into an administrative hearing, affidavits are fact. And then once the declaratory judgment, once the hearing body, the Data Integrity Board hearing, it's under Title 552A, a Data Integrity Board hearing, a DIPHET, or the tax court, or even a private administrative where the facts are determined. And because a corporation cannot sign an affidavit, I can. So if I come after this corporation and I have my affidavit of statement of facts, who's going to come in and swear out the corporation's statement of facts? Well, they can't. There's no affidavit. Anything the corporation would bring in would be arguable, hearsay, because it's not sworn to. And so at the court is redeemed, would you send them an invoice? So I have no duty to report to an invoice to the corporation. My job is to send the invoice to the Internal Revenue Service, have the Internal Revenue Service take action on it. Oh, we have a statement right here that says you guys have been using the credit, and we even, when they send me a statement in the mail from these corporations are confessing to having my credit. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sending me a statement. So these statements every month, or the credit report, and these credit reports, all these trade lines are confessing to having my credit that was sourced from my Social Security number and account. They admit it. That's beautiful. Nothing like getting the other side to self-confess. Pursuant to the bailout, all those recipients, banks, and manufacturers are holding on. Well, they're holding on to the people's credits because I haven't assessed the credit to come back to me yet. I'm reading through the comments here. There's also a blurb somewhere in the code where if you don't get fitted in, you could be held liable for the tax. There's everything asked 3 times. Not 3 times, asked 3 times. I just fill out an affidavit saying they refuse. And they don't do it. But I said, there's a $50 fine on the face of the W-9. And the reason they put that chintzy little $50 fine, because it gives the IRS the ability to put a hook in the corporation. Now they can drag them in because now they have a financial interest, and they're not obeying. How would you handle a lock-in letter from the IRS? That lock-in letter. If you got a copy? Who is this? This is Caroline. Caroline, if you got a lock-in letter, if they give you a copy of it, they probably have Title 26 6331 distraint and levy, and we're gonna change your W-4 to 0 and start withholding in 2 weeks unless you hear back from you. Blah blah blah. Well, if you look at that code 6331, they always start with number B. They never give you number A. Those yada yadas. And if you look at 26 6331, I got one of those. My last employer. I'm now suing them because I have a letter from the tax court that says I've never had a tax liability. So this is levy and distraint. Title 26. This is the lock-in letter. They quote this in the lock-in letter. Any person liable to pay the tax and neglects to do so, levy may be made right here. Levy may be paid upon the accrued salary or wages of any officer, employee, elected official of the United States, District of Columbia, or any agency or instrumentality of the United States, the District of Columbia, is serving a notice of levy on the employer of such officer, employee, elected official. Remember, in the Public Salary Tax Act, this is who the people that are liable, and it's not me. So they conveniently leave Part A out. And if we go further, put this down. If we go further and look at the parallel table of authorities, let's see what the levy restraint applies to. Right here, parallel table of authorities. Let's go to the U.S. Code statutes. Come down to Title 26, 6331. Control F, 6331. Look at that. 6331 is a Title 27 alcohol, tobacco, and firearms liability. I wrote a FOIA to the FBI, asking them if I've ever had a taxable event under the Attorney General's enforcement manual, and I can get that to the Derek, where they mentioned alcohol, tobacco, gambling, cotton. There's all these enforceable events, criminal events under Title 27. And none of them, Title 27 is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Has nothing to do with wages or income, but it has wages or income derived from alcohol, tobacco, firearms, cotton growing, and those items. So they're trying to apply alcohol sales or gun sales or drug sales as if that's where you're getting your income from. And the IRS is so crafty about doing that because they use the transaction code TC150 in your electronic transcript. TC150 is a class 2 tax out of the Virgin Islands. So they take whatever income we make on that W-2. They say this is Virgin Islands income under class tax 2 under alcohol, tobacco, and firearms out of the Virgin Islands. They have a little code and they flip the codes around on the back end of the IRS. But as we saw, I'm sorry, that lock-in letter, they're just playing a game. They're jerks. Where's my chat? There's a tax petition kit, Miss Lock-in letter. I don't remember your name, Caroline. I would look up Carrie Zollman. I would look up Carrie Zollman on YouTube and get a hold of them. And there's a tax petition kit that you'll send to the tax court denying you ever got a notice of deficiency and deny that there was never a determination for collection, and you'll get a no jurisdiction letter. And then at that point, your employer has now committed theft and conversion because that lock-in letter is not signed, and that's not statutorily sufficient because there's no signature by any responsible party with their, what type of badge do they have? Do they have an A badge, administrative? Do they have an E badge, enforcement badge? Who's ordering the unilateral change of your W-4, which is a violation of a federal court case? I went through that in 2019. And now I'm going to be suing that employer, suing Chase Bank, suing Bank of America Bank for the theft and conversion of property without a court order, without a writ, and without a warrant. Well, we got a letter that says we have to do this. I said, well, I'll give you a letter to go steal that car over there. Will you do that? No. Well, then why are you obeying that letter? It's not signed by anybody. It's not a court order. It's not a writ, and it's not a warrant. You're just going to take my shit because someone says so? Okay, that's theft and conversion, racketeering, extortion. So you go ahead and knock yourself out, but I don't consent to it. I gave you notice. At the end, I'll give you the end. So that's how I'm still in the midst of doing that piece, going after them. How would I handle a lock-in letter that's there? Can someone like this work if JAB is mandated by school? The schools, it's the same thing. They're employing your name and social security number, and now they want you a deckhand to get jabbed. You could do the same type conditional acceptance. And if they do terminate you, that's when you do out to 75 years, how much money would you have made until 75? And that becomes the alternate valuation of that charter of that name and social security number. I just assessed it. So there we go. Because if the employer would want to come back and say, no, we didn't front load the account, they said, well, fine, show me the MoneyNet daily transaction report log 120 from the Federal Reserve showing the source and destination of the funds and what funds were transferred. Pull that out, and we'll see whether or not they front loaded the account. Money Net Daily Transaction Report Log 120 shows what the source of the funds and the destination of the funds and how much the funds are. Can I request a W-9 from my employer of 10 years, or do I need to hire? Do I need a new hire? No. I request W-9s from corporations all the time, just for shits and giggles. Because then when they don't cough it up, I just send it to the IRS with a suspicious activity report and a Form 211, so I can get paid because they're refusing to give me the. If they're not going to give me the tax ID number, they must be up to no good. And so I find corporations that piss me off, and I just go ahead and demand their W-9, then stick the IRS on them under Form 3949A, just to cause them misery when the IRS comes knocking. I love the IRS. They're terrified of the IRS, and that makes me love them because I'm their agent. But someone can do. So what can someone do if they got let go because they didn't take the jab? That was at 124. Okay, if they terminated your job, that job had value because when you turned in the credit application to begin work, the value of your salary is what they projected out to 75 years. So if I'm 55 at a $100,000 a year job, they actually took $100,000 for the next 20 years and scooped it all up at the very beginning to fund the charter. So that's $2 million that my last employer is sitting on. And when they threw me off the boat, I couldn't do my time cards anymore. So they withheld that credit line. So I assessed the value of that credit line on a W-4, take my termination documents. When they give me the termination documents, tax for termination, taxable per 2603 of Title 26. And then I do an assessed value to it. And I send it off to the IRS with a W-4 1040V. Because that taxable termination, that's why they give you a termination document. Okay, if that makes sense, Eric. They didn't let go. They threw you off the boat and they terminated you. They terminated your interest in the contract. Now they got to pay for the full value of the contract they terminated. I did a 1099A, 1099C on court cases for $2 million and 29 cases. On 29 cases, Martha, you are a busy girl. 29 cases, you're up to something. You're having a good time. And the IRS approved them. Can I do the W-4 on each of them? Yeah, I would for the court. So whatever court was holding on to those cases, and that case number is the account number. And yes, I would do the W-4, so they have to pay into Social Security, Medicare. And I'm really happy these people want to employ my person and pay all these taxes because I want a fat retirement account, even though it's supposed to go bankrupt in 2028. What is the list of form statement list to file for each corporate debtor business? How often would these files these per debtor? How often would you file them? You could do it quarterly. I mean, it might be easier to do it quarterly because the paperwork that piles up is just shoe boxes full of fucking receipts. You can do it quarterly. You can do it yearly with the all the little statements plus the mask and everything. I'm not sure which recounting you're talking about, Malika, for that 1:25 p.m. I recently got a property tax bill on my mother's home. She passed last year and I'm trying to sell it. I've tried to pay the property taxes before with a 1099A. They wouldn't accept it. How would I handle that? Well, Duco, I would do the tax petition kit that Carrie Zolman talks about. Because the last call, in fact, Carrie goes over this property tax issue. Because the property tax is the same tax, it's an excise tax like every other tax out there. And if the tax court rules, I would even do a tax petition kit for your dead mother. And when for the entire time she worked for her entire life, as if your mother never had a tax liability, you as the executor can go back in your mother's past and scoop up all the taxes she's ever paid now comes to the estate. And then you would do the same thing for yourself. But if you don't have if the person does not have a tax liability, then the question is, okay, Mr. County Assessor, Who are you collecting taxes for? The cartels, the Russians, because the tax court says there is no tax liability. Who are you collected for? What taxing authority are you taking money for? Because the tax court says no, there's no liability. And that becomes a conundrum. And you would also go back and get all your property taxes back too. Property tax bill. What if your company fires you on some technicality after you start the ball rolling with a what they got the ball rolling on 50 million? I'm not sure what that means. 50 million what? I know dollars of some kind. Ball rolling with a 50 million offer. Who offered them 50 million? That was a helpful answer. You're welcome, Caroline. Notice of deficiency and what else? It's a notice of determination and a notice of deficiency. And Carrie Zolman goes over that. Derek probably, I'll make sure Derek gets the most recent email from Ed Bauman and Carrie, and they have 33 attachments, and there's a template for a tax petition kit for that we send to the tax court, and you just fill it out. And Carrie has calls on every other Tuesday and every Thursday. There's a call with Carrie Zolman, and we talk about this stuff. And I'm smoking baby on these calls as well. Carrie, CARY ZOLMAN, Carrie Zolman. Type it in there. CARY ZOLMAN. You see, would you do a 1041 since I'm a security? No, the Social Security number is tied to the Social Security number is tied to the W-4, tied to the 1040. And if you wanted to take if you had, you realize you don't have any tax liability, and 100% of what is earned at this employment stuff is all in excise tax. So there is no income at the top. There's only excise tax on the bottom. And there's even a regulation 261341 where there's a claim of right because my labor is a deductible issue. So there's no reason unless I'm going to earn money under my estate or trust EIN number, would I ever need to do the 1041? Because if I get 100% back using the 1040, I'm happy using the 1040. And it's interesting because the 1040, amazing. There's a tax system charter. There's that one. Where is my? Oh, here it is. 26. I really can't see. There's a. When we get a job, we fill out a W-4 and an I-9 form, right? That's what we do. We fill out a W-4 and an I-9 form. The tricky part is then we do this 1040 tax thing. Fill out a form 1040, and the I-9 form 26 1040. I-9 is an agricultural form. It's the Department of Agriculture. That's what the I-9 is. We're a farmhand because the 1040 tax and the form 1040 is a transfer of certain farm, etc. real property, transferring farm property. My labor, my body is a landed estate that produces agricultural products. My signature, my time, my EKG, my blood, my breath, all this is an agricultural product, including my time commodity. If you rent a cow or a horse to plow the field, that's a time commodity. So the 1040 tax is a farm tax, and the I-9 is a farm form. So that's what the 1040 is. So ridiculous. So that's how that 1040 works. We are just getting started, and now we'll show you all the other side of the coin. Oh, that's Derek. Okay. I guess someone's talking to Derek. Title 26 1040. There's another interesting publication. I contacted because I have a lien out there, $74,000 lien up in Cook County. And it was shenanigans. Anyway, so there's a lien out there. And when I go look up the lien by going in there and finding the recording, it says it's $74,423. And it's the type of tax on that lien on the 688Y notice of federal tax lien says type of tax 1040, a 1040 tax. Well, the 1040 tax is the farm tax. So when I fill out those, remember the forms I showed you, the 2373, the 10492, and the 4490? mandate, and yes, down here. When I fill out the forms, the 2373 and 10492, it says type of tax, right? This kind of tax, I would put in that first column 2603 tax. That's the type of tax, 2603, just like they put 1040 on the federal tax, on that notice of federal tax lien. But it's interesting, on that 688Y notice of federal tax lien, everyone says, oh, that's fraudulent, you can't do it, blah, blah, blah. Well, there was $74,000 of unbalanced tax credits, because I quit doing the whole filing thing back when I got in trouble with the IRS back in 2002 or 3 or something like that, and I went to tax court, and I did a tax petition kit, and you have 90 days to file a tax petition kit when the IRS starts barking at you. And so on the 82nd day, I did an awesome petition, which is great, to the tax court, and I sent it in, and the IRS wrote back a week later saying, motion to dismiss on the grounds that petitioner failed to respond in the timely manner. I go, wait a minute, I had 90 days. I sent it on the 82nd day. It got there before the 90th day. And in the IRS's petition, they wrote that petitioner didn't file in a timely manner because 82 days is just as good as 90. And they showed a court case where 82 days is just as good as 90. And so I was thinking about it. I said, so the IRS sent me a demand to give them $12,000 back, and I didn't respond within 4 days. So on the 4th day, I became the debtor. I don't care if it's 100 days, 2 years, it doesn't matter. On the 4th day, when they wrote a notice and I had 3 days to rebut, I didn't rebut within the 4-day period, within 3 days. On the 4th day, I became the debtor. So I wrote back to the tax court, and I told the tax court that petitioner agrees with the respondent that 82 days is just as good as 90, just as 3 days, just like 4 days is just as good as 90. And however, it's more than apparent that I am not well schooled and untrained in regards to the public policy and the Internal Revenue Code and tax matters. And until I get caught up and educated and ensure that I understand how it works, I will not be filing any more returns, because I must file under penalty of perjury. And it's more than apparent I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not going to perjure myself. And I sent it back to the tax court. And the tax court wrote back. He said, petitioner, and he put it in quotes, petitioner agrees with respondent, and that petitioner will endeavor to better understand the tax code, blah, 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 blah. And then I haven't filed since then. I just haven't done anything since then, because they never trained me how to use this tax code or do anything like that. They haven't trained me. So in the meantime, there's all this excise tax, all this unbalance of accounts setting up to 74,000 in 2014, and all of a sudden I get this notice of federal tax lien. They had the hearing without me and everything else, blah blah blah. And so that $74,000 is an excise tax that's unbalanced. And people say that's fraudulent. I go, until I looked into the Cook County records where it said that the IRS is the grantor and Smoking Baby is the grantee. It's not a creditor-debtor relationship. It's a grantor-grantee relationship. So what happens is this guy's a private investigator and some kind of the dude that the guy's name, Mr. Fisher, his name, and he has his IRS number in there. Mr. Fisher came and scooped up that $74,000 of unbalanced excise tax. He put it in his pocket, named himself the grantee, and named himself the grantor, and named me the grantee, and thereby locking up in a perpetuity. It's a tax credit for him. He's probably investing the shit out of it. So it's not fraudulent, because Mr. Fisher filed a lien against himself. He didn't file a lien against me. He filed a lien against Mr. Fisher because he's the grantee, and he never paid me the grant. He withheld the grant. So my recouping of that $74,000 is going to be via W-4, where I assess the taxes. And now the excise taxes that are unbalanced are no longer unbalanced. And now Mr. Fisher, as the grantee, has to turn over that grant. And the fun thing about grants is I get a grant, $10,000 grant to go to school, I don't pay back the grant. It's not a loan. So that's the fun part about that. Does this apply to mortgages? Yes. The mortgages is more involved. We can have a longer class on that because of the complexity of all the scuttlebutt. There are at least 7 different defects in what they call a mortgage. There's 7 different defects, and it's much longer than this class. Just talking about people who are facing losing their job, they still have a credit line out to 75 years, and I get to assess the tax. I get to assess the value. That's how much are my shoes worth in the desert? Well, I'm going to assess the value. I'm going to do a good faith value. I'm not going to be Mr. Evil getting a gagillion, babillion, zillion dollars, like he did civilly on the Austin Powers show. But I'll make it a good faith based on the value of the contract at the time of termination. If I was making 150,000 at the time of termination, I would do the assessment of 150 out until 20 years, and do that withholding, because so that's different than a mortgage. The mortgage is completely different. There's multiple W-4s, multiple 1040s, there's multiple parties, there's multiple defects, and not to mention a mechanics lien and an agricultural lien that goes into the mortgage thing, and the mortgage and in the foreclosure processes, they do not blink at having a mechanics liens 4 times the value of the house. They don't blink. They don't blink at all. This is a lot of words, but probably a lot of words that maybe float over people. I hope I didn't boggle the brain instead of refresh the brain. But basically, I have to determine the value of the estate, add up all the deposits and all the withdrawals, or how much the value I'm earning now out to 75 years, because the vessel has to retire at 75 years, and that's the amount of value that they took and withheld from me. And that's why I use a withholding certificate. I just have to produce the evidence of it, either put them in default or use their own statements. And that goes with the W-4 along with the 1040V. And I fill out whatever's on the W-4, I put it on the withholding section of the 1040 and send it all in to room 3413, 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue with a cover letter saying, this is my good faith estimate, because as it is my intent to be in voluntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code. And in furtherance of my intending to be in voluntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code, I present this good faith estimate and statement of withheld credit transferred to transferee or terminated by trustee of taxable termination, job number, or skip person who's transferring credits to a skip person to transfer who's liable under 2603. This is my good faith effort. If there's a better way you want me to do it, please let me know. If you have any suggestions how to make it better, or if there's any mistakes, please let me know. I am here to assist the Internal Revenue Service, for it is my intent to be in voluntary compliance with the Internal Revenue Code. Kindly yours, Agent Smoking Baby. And so now I can't be a tax protester. I can't be a tax protester. And I've stated multiple times it's my intent to be voluntary compliance, and I need your help, IRS. So the IRS can't bitch about me. If they don't give me help, they can't come back and write. But I gave them, told them I needed the help. They can't come back and do anything other than help me. They certainly can't charge me with any type of evasion. Use the IRS on their end. I love the IRS, though. And if the enemies knew anything about the IRS, they could turn around and hit the Clintons for the liability. They just knew how to. Maybe the group here, I've been trying to put together false statements by Fucci and by that Wizolinsky, that nasty beast, and by the NIH and the NAID. I'm trying to find false statements where they made factually false statements, because under Title 15, 78FF, false statements have a $25 million liability. And realize any representative of value is an obligation of the United States. And that statutory penalty of 25 million, once assessed based on a false statement, because I'm going to send Fucci a little letter saying, here's all your statements. I've seen no facts or evidence that these statements are not false. Please respond with proof that these statements are indeed not false. And when he doesn't do it, it's an automatic default, and it's a $25 million, because he admits to making false statements by not rebutting my negative averment affidavit. And then I'll just send it all to the IRS. Here you go, Mr. Fucci has a $25 million false statement penalty. And now Fucci has to go play with the IRS and convince the IRS that his statements aren't false. Imagine him doing that. At Fucci making the statements not false. Same thing that with Zelensky, all these other dirtbags out there making false statements, even the newscasters and everybody else, because you can't sue them because the jab murders people, but you can sue them for making false statements under consumer protection. They're not
And that
immune.
falls under Title 15, 1692E and Title 15, 1692, 78 FF. Is that correct?
It's Title 1692E and 78 FF. So consumer protection says they can't make false statements. Of course, you can't sue them for the jab. That's going to murder everybody. But you can hit them for the false statements. Consumer protection.
Can you pull that up on the screen so people can see what you're speaking of? If that's not too much.
Sorry about that. Just having fun seeing it in my brain.
Sure appreciate all the guidance that you're providing today.
Oh, dude, I love hitting people with taxes. It's so much fun. People, by people I mean dead corporations. A debt collector may not use false or misleading deceptive tax in connection with the debt without limiting the general application of the foregoing. The following conduct is violated: false representation or implication of a debt collector. Because you realize they're getting all kinds of money for this jab stuff, right? So since they're getting all kinds of money for this jab stuff, okay, you're collecting debts for the American taxpayers for your poison, and you're making false statements to collect it. So this is I realize I'm construing this. Let them go argue it's not true. Imagine them going to argue this stuff. That'd be hilarious. Now they have to prove it wrong. Let me go back. I can't see the line. I have to shrink it again. It's where the banner's not shrinking away, Derek. I don't know what's going on. 15. 78 FF.
What banner are you speaking of?
You know, the stop sharing and all the controls at the top of the screen.
Oh yeah, I can't see it on my end, but that is.
I know, but
you can see on yours, yeah.
There you go. Willful violations, false and misleading statements. 5 million and 25 million. And prison, 20 years. I just assess it. And let them go. I'm just doing a good faith assessment based on what I hear. I don't have to have any first-hand knowledge. Neither does the IRS have to have first-hand knowledge. Nothing the IRS says, prints, or mails out is factual. The Supreme Court says you can't rely on anything the IRS says because it's the taxpayer's job to know the law, not the IRS. Well, since I'm acting as a tax assessor, I can allege and assess all these things in good faith based on these statutes. And now Mr. Fucci and Mr. Wazalewski and the NIH and NAID and Brian Seltzer and all these other douchebags out there lying on the news. Oh, now they can go argue with the IRS and prove that they are indeed not making false statements, or prove that it doesn't apply to them. Call them up in court and everything like that. But the IRS is going to be collecting 13% up front, and they can fight to get the 13% back if it's wrong. I love the IRS. And I've registered as a foreign agent on behalf of the IMF with the Department of Justice as well. And that's still in the works. I'm waiting to hear back. I want to be a foreign agent. Show them my badge. I'm an IMF agent. I need to see all your books. I need to see all your accounting related to this account number, social security number. I'm an IMF agent. So yes, there's some more questions about who can hit, I guess. I don't mean to pull up all the time. Yes, I was wrong. Who was wrong? What were you wrong about? How could you be wrong? Great stuff. Thank you. What were you wrong about, Focus? I'm curious. I don't know what you were wrong about. The code above. Okay. Oh, you're having a chat with somebody else. Okay. Yeah. So consumer protection is where I'm hitting them with lying to the public. So anyone lying to the public, you just assess a tax for it, and let them go argue themselves out of a bag.
Because all crimes are commercial under CFR. What is it? 27. Oh, I can't remember it now. 72. All crimes are commercial under CFR 277211. All crimes are commercial.
So Pauline asked this question. Even when faced with a non-judicial foreclosure, where the home is sold to an enterprise, the tax credits, and perhaps keep the home as well. You're the creditor. You don't have a debt. You can't have a debt. You engage in a third-party retail installment agreement as an undisclosed third-party investor and an undisclosed third-party beneficiary to an irrevocable trust. There's so many defects, and yeah, you're the source of everything. Even if the house is gone, you can still go back and hit them with the taxes. Can you show all the docs needed to stop the tax, for examples? I only heard about this last night. I'll be working up with Derek to make a template as far as the assessment. And there's a couple other really good websites out there about the religious exemptions. But there's also there's a tax form, 10 NEC, 1099 NEC. Show credit. Non-employee compensation. Let's look at the instructions. Let's go Control F. Emotional. Look at this. United States. Damages received on account of emotional distress, including physical symptoms such as insomnia, headaches, stomach disorders. You can hit the 1099 NEC. You can assess a tax for these things on the 1099 NEC. Emotional distress. This is a new form, by the way. Also, report liquidated damages received under age discrimination, foreign agricultural workers, FATCA. There's all kinds of really good stuff in this NEC. It used to be part of the miscellaneous, but they've really broken this stuff out really nicely here for the NEC. See the MISC and NEC, they split them up recently. And you still have the 1098F, 1099, 1099, 1098F. I thought Malika came up with that. I'm not sure. 1098F for fees and fines. 1098. Yeah, fines, penalties, and other amounts. This is another fun one. So if they cause you distress, you can hit them with that. How much is your distress worth? You can put a value to it, and I can sign an affidavit. I've seen no facts or evidence. The value of my distress is not $50,000 or $100,000. You don't want to do a gagillion, babillion, zillion like Dr. Evil. But there might even be some court cases for the intentional infliction of emotional distress. Might be some awards out there which are reasonable awards given the circumstances. So you can use the 1099 NEC. This is my jam right here to show these. How would you assess a new? That's all financing with the houses are outside the idea of employment. I have a transcription of the CEO of my employer making false statements. Can I build a case for him? Well, if he made false statements and you could hit him with a false statement then. Let's see what he does. Fun to do. Because you're just doing this in good faith. I always write done in good faith. So we go jam. So I can go back to 2008 when I lost 5 homes to foreclosure and use this process to assess the taxes. Yes, you can do that. But right now we're dealing with employers. So there's multiple defects in the real estate part. Look into it, run with it. But if you just get 1% back, you're going to Vegas for a long time. Is there a false claim form for the IRS? Should we use as a statement? No. The false claims under consumer protection in Title 15 just establishes a value for being a douchebag at 25 million. So once we establish the representative of value, which is Title 18, Section 8, which is an obligation in the United States, well, then we just take that false claim, send it to the United States for that 25 million. Now, whoever made the false statements owes the United States 25 million, and they'll get hit by the IRS.
This is where you're doing your civic duty to make sure the United States Treasury isn't being robbed because you're an investor in the United States Treasury. You have an interest in bringing down the national debt.
So these corporations, they scoop out a chunk out of these corporations and put it back in the Treasury, and it comes back to us as credit. So these corporations will now have to behave because these corporations, they can't just run amok. as long as I let the corporations, if I don't assess the amount of transfer, taxable terminations, and skip person transfer or value, if I let these corporations run away with all that credit, I'll be impoverished, slaving away while these corporations build bigger and bigger buildings and buy bigger and bigger yachts, going to bigger private islands, Mr. Amazon and all you other assholes out there, because they're running away with the credit. Why? Because I'm not assessing the transfer taxes that are liable to whoever the transferee is or trustee is. We start assessing all these taxes. Imagine if we had just 100,000 Americans hit Pfizer with 25 million in false claims and false statements act, Pfizer would be destroyed. Same thing with all these other assholes, they'd be destroyed. So the false, well, it's not a false statement report. We send taxes. We do an assessment. We establish the value of the false statement at 25 million. Now that we've established the value of 25 million, anything that represents value is a Title 18, Section 8 obligation of the United States. And so since it's an obligation of the United States, I take the value of that 25 million and whatever evidence I have shows that they defaulted and made false statements. I write paid to United States Treasury, done in good faith by the name, and then I attach it to a W-4 with 25 million with the evidence of a representative of value with a 1040V and the 1040, the 25 million sent down there, and I sent it off to 3413 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue with a letter saying this is my good faith assessment of the value of this false statement. And I'm here to help you. It's my intent to be in voluntary compliance. If you can any way to make it better, please let me know. If there's training, I would love to get training. And if there's anything you need, please let me know. And I'm coming in because I'm their agent now. I'm working with the IRS. I am the assessor. I do the tax assessment. They're not my enemy. So it's not a false statement report. It's a report of 25 million liability from the false statements. And that's the representative of value. And let the IRS go do that collection.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's 25 million if it's an individual making the false statement. It's 100 million if it was based upon the corporation making the false statement.
Is that what it says? I don't remember.
I believe so. I believe that was 78 FF.
Yeah, 78 FF. I see 5 million, 25 million. What's in there? 2 million issuer.
Might have been Title 15, 1692E was 100 million.
No, 1692E is the circumstance, and 78 FF is another. I see 5 and 25. I see 5 and 25.
There you go.
And 20 years. And 20 years. Let me see. Rushmore loan is the response to my remittance. In response to my remittance, stated to me in a letter, they don't deal in UCCs or 1099s. Well, that's fine. I'll assess a tax, and you can talk to the IRS about it. And I would send that letter with them too. Oh, here's what these people. I'm not sure what to do with this, but here's my assessment of the amount of transferred credit to the transferee on line 8, and the amount transferred on line 6. So here you go. Got it. I used with the W-4 price. It's used with the W-4 price. Yes, the W-4 is the assessment. The W-4 form is the basis of the amount of credit transferred to the the line 8 person or the employer. So the W-4 is the assessment, because the W-4 is not a claim; it's an anti-claim. Don't pay me $30,000, which means they have $30,000 in credit. So it goes with the W-4, the 1040V to the 1040. Just like the 2373, the 10492, and the 4490. And the prompt assessment 4810 is a 3949K. I mean, they're parallels. It's always in threes. What would be a guideline for assessing the tax against a utility company since we use that service for life? Actually, you're interested in that service of life, and that's why you loan them credit. And since you loan them a principal amount of credit, you get paid your interest payment up front. And there's principal and interest. Usually the interest is paid first, then the principal last. Well, when I turned on my electric, I got electric because I was interested in electricity. So I issued an Article 5 letter of credit, which became the credit that funded my account. And the principal amount that was funded is all the statements plus all the payments and the interest payment. I get the interest payment up front. I get electricity right now up front. So I'm getting my interest up front because I was interested in electricity. But the principal amount of the credit, the $10,000, 5,000 in statements, 5,000 in payments, that principal amount of loaned credit at the end of the year, W4, 1040V statements on the 1040, I get my 10 grand back, but I get my interest payment up front, electricity or water or internet or banking. There's interest doesn't have to be in chicken, it doesn't have to be in dollar bills, it's gonna be in chickens and, you know, light bulbs and stuff like that. This is better than Mary Croft and Dean. Oh, thank you. This is really fun because I don't have to argue anything. I just come in as the agent and do a good faith assessment based on the evidence I've acquired, and let the IRS go run with them. So much fun. I really do like doing this. There was a case where this guy got a judgment against this people he did sprinkler service for in northern Utah, and it was a $3,000 judgment. And he was moaning and groaning about, oh, I don't know how to collect it. I don't know how to collect it. They won't pay me. So my paralegal background, I went over to the court and said, yeah, I'm here for a judgment debtor, and we need to come in and begin the collection action. And the clerk at the window, very nice, she says, oh, you want a motion and supplemental hearing? Okay, here's a packet. They gave me this motion and supplemental hearing where we moved the court for a supplemental hearing for writs of garnishment, seizure, attachment, and whatever the other one is. We're talking a while. And so we brought up the motion in supplemental hearing, and I included with that motion in supplemental hearing the form 433A, which is an individual, and a 433B, that's for a business. Where when the IRS comes to seize your stuff, they send you out a 433A and 433B so you can write down all your assets so the IRS knows where to go scoop them. So in this motion and supplemental hearing, I moved the judge to order the debtor, the judgment debtor, to fill out these 433A and 433Bs, showing all their assets, because if they're cheating the judgment creditor, they're probably also cheating the Internal Revenue Service and the United States as well. They got hit with that, and they come running into court. No, we'll come in, we'll make a payment plan. We don't want to fill out these forms. We'll just make a payment plan. They're terrified of the IRS, so that's a motion and supplemental hearing. Why not use them to our advantage? What's them? So the taxes, utilities, policies. Why not us them to our advantage? I don't know what that means, or I'm hogging up a lot of time with that. Use them. What is it? What is them? What is it, that, them, thee, though, they, he, she, it, we? What is them? Pronouns kill me. Pronoun trouble. Go type in pronoun trouble in Google and you'll see Bugs Bunny go running. Sorry, where are those forms again? Oh, 433 Alpha and 433 Bravo. 433A and 433B. Because if they're cheating me, they're probably cheating the IRS too. The judge looked at it, he says, oh, that's reasonable. He went ahead and wrote the order. They treat you completely different as a judgment creditor. You don't have to pay anything. You just come in there, file whatever you want. It's your judgment creditor. Yep, that's it. Well, Zerf, we are using the IRS to, I'm not using it to my advantage. I'm actually an IRS agent because I have to do place orders, keep records, and report to the IRS. I'm an agent for the IRS in the first place. And if I want to go to war with my principal, I don't know why I want to do that. I just call and ask them for help. Hey, I need your help. How do I do this? Hey, I need help trying to do that. Most people go half-cocked and just do whatever they want, don't sign in good faith. But I like getting instruction ahead of time, because once I put them on notice, this is what I intend to do. This is how I'm going to do it. Here's an example of what I'm going to do. If you see anything inappropriate or any way to improve it, please let me know. Otherwise, if I don't hear back from you, I'll go ahead and proceed. I sent out IRS has something called enrolled agents. They're like, in the Catholic Church, you have cardinals with those, red robes and everything. Well, enrolled agents are like cardinals in the Catholic Church, and they can go anywhere and represent anybody anywhere across state lines, whereas CPA is stuck within their boundaries. So this enrolled agent, where was I going with that? This is in me too. Agents. Oh, so I found an enrolled agent. And I tried to call him up, and he wouldn't. He never answered the phone, never returned my phone call. So in October of 2016, it was October 8th, 2016, I wrote an email to the IRS asking them about this enrolled agent. I said, do you have any information about this enrolled agent? I've contacted him several times, but he's not actually responding, and I need his assistance so that I can be in voluntary compliance. 2 years later, to the day, plus 10. 2 years later, on October 18th, 2018, the IRS wrote me back saying, do you still need help with this enrolled agent? If you do, please submit another request. It took them 2 years to respond to an email. So when I give them a notice ahead of time, this is what I intend to do. Here's my example. If I need some help, please let me know if I can do it better. I give them notice and fair hearing to show that I'm on their side. I'm not going off hack cop, just doing whatever I want to, like a doofus. Because I'm the agent. As the agent, I have a duty to check in with my principal and get direction from my principal under the law of agency. There's a book out there, The Law of Agency. It goes back, it's old. So I give them notice. And now they can't come back and say I did it willfully or anything like that. And no, see right here, this email I sent you? Yeah, here we go. I asked you for help. You didn't provide it. And now you're gonna bitch about it? I shifted liability as soon as I gave you notice, and you didn't do anything. Now the liability rests on you. You have a primary active degree of fault. Don't bitch at me. How would you work this process from an estate perspective? An estate EIN. What's the source of the credit for the estate? Reginald L. I mean, estate. Trusts and estates are for three things: managing corporations, controlling governments, controlling corporations, and for asset flow. That's what these trusts and estates are for: controlling governments, controlling corporations, and for asset flow. That's the purpose of a trust and a trust and estate. It's limiting liability. Otherwise, I just use the social. Yeah, I like the social. Well, yeah, it's a decedent estate, but again, estates are for asset flow. And an estate by itself is not a business entity. If you start using an estate EIN out there, now it becomes a trust and estate, and it's taxed like a trust and estate. And if it's a grantor trust or estate, then it's taxed at the same rate as the grantor is, unless you have an exchanger instead of a grantor. I mean, so I just like using the social because the social is a direct hit to the IMF, which is the source of the value behind the money, because my birth certificate funded it all when they got the social security number. So that's my IMF account. The social security number is my IMF account. I'm perfectly happy with it. People want to get rid of it and everything. Why? I don't have a tax liability. Has no jurisdiction over the estate of a person who is affected. Yeah, you have to come back and prove you're alive. I agree with all that. But we're talking about taxes right now. There's still tax liability unless you take a fiduciary fee of 100% everything the trust makes. But I want to get all that credit back. I don't want to have a zero tax liability. I want to have a net positive to get all the excise tax credit back. I want the tax credits back. I just don't want it to go to zero. If you sent for your the master file, I'm gonna subpoena my master file to the tax court, and IRS won't copy them. Yeah, I guess they do for some people, but they gave me a runaround for like 3 years trying to get my BMF and IMF. There's also an NMIF. There's a couple different ones. So I'm going to subpoena through the tax court so I can change that domicile from Virgin Islands back to Alabama. TC 150 is a Virgin Island code, and that's how they get everybody into Title 27, because they falsified their records because no one corrected the record or knew it existed to state where our domicile is. So that domicile is presumed to be in the District of Columbia or one of its possessions, and that's how the IRS gets away with it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do all that, but again, I just play with a social. I don't. The W-4 only takes a social. The W-4 doesn't take anything else. So if I want to assess taxes, I hit them with the W-4. That takes the social. Everything else is, anyway, all social. I'm not afraid of the social. I don't have a tax liability. The tax court already ruled I don't have a tax liability, which makes me a tax creditor. I'm not everyone's using these LLCs, and they're trying to minimize, I was going to say evade, but that's too harsh. Minimize their taxes. I don't have a tax liability. Yes, that's all true, but it has nothing to do with the W-4 process and how these people who are going to get fired from their job when they're terminated from their job go back and assess all that credit that was front loaded when they started the job at the very beginning. Because if they get terminated, now they get to go assess the remaining value of that bareboat charter of 100,000 a year out to your 75 and assess that tax determination of that account because you are interested in that account and they threw you off the boat and you're the one that funded the operation. Fine, give me all my credit back. You don't get to throw me off the boat that I funded the operation for and then say I can't come eat there anymore. Screw you. I'm going to assess the tax. I'm going to assess the remaining value of the estate as a withholding tax. And then watch them weep.
Yeah, there's that Dr. Evil laugh I was waiting for.
They're weeping be of praise to God of his righteousness. Their weeping will prove how righteous God is.
Right. Amen to that. Any other questions for Smoking Baby before we shift gears? We're getting ready to go into the private side of it, not saying that what Smoking Baby has shared with you is not on the private side, just another aspect of the private side. This is an excellent seminar on tax assessment using the W-4 for getting your credits. All other ideas are for other purposes.
So Derek, I suspect that the process you're doing would be the offensive process when you're going to contact them to get them to admit something.
That's correct. We're going to come in a position of being a man or a woman. We're going to stray away from using things like defendant, interloper, interpleader, witness, plaintiff, and we are going to attack the subject matter mano y mano, man versus man, woman versus woman, or woman versus man. And we leave the fictional realm and we come into reality where we hold our own court. And what ends up happening, and we're in the middle of this process now, it's already been proven to work many of times before. It was presented to me a few years back, and I kind of pushed it off to the back burner for a while. And I got tired of grinding statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations, and I saw a much simpler path to bringing forward a claim, not a complaint. The important thing about it was to identify the difference in the jury.
What? Now you're blinking. You just blinked a little bit.
You can't touch it. It's intangible. You can't smell it. You can't taste it. You can't feel it. All right. It's something that you either know that exists or you don't have any knowledge of it. And when you don't have any knowledge by default, you fall subject to be prey. And look, I start talking and now it says I have unstable internet connection.
I know, yeah. As soon as you start talking.
Yeah. And this is what happens during every one of my classes. But anyway, we will do our best to get through it. So what I'm going to be, and first of all, let me start off by saying, thank you, Smoking Baby. What a brilliant presentation. And for those of you that it went over your head, don't worry. If you're a participating member, you will get an audio video copy of this in an MP4 form. So don't fret if it went over your head. You'll be able to go back and recap over and over and over again until those seeds mature and manifest into your mind and give you a adequate knowledge base for standing your square and executing that process. It's very simplistic. Although he went into great detail about it, it is actually very, very simple. Okay. And his process avoids all the semantics of going into court and trying to put forth any argument or anything like that. Okay. It's just the same process I execute is similar in the fact that one, there is no argument. At the end of the day, it's just here, sign this writ of execution, because we effectively have given notice to them about a future trespass that will cause us harm. And we are going to ask them if it is their intent. Now, failure to respond to this notice is acquiescence by tacit agreement. And at that point, if they move against you, you have your first notice, your first correspondence in place that actually proves that their intent was, in fact, they were noticed about the fact that if they moved against you, it would, in fact, cause you harm and be perceived to be a trespass against your unalienable rights for which you are rightfully due and owing just compensation, not an income, not a reward, just compensation. So we'll get started off on that here in just a moment. First off, before we get going any further, we've been here for a couple hours. Anybody need like a 10 or 15 minute break, use the restroom, get all that stuff out of your system? Oh, I forgot they can't unmute. Hold on a second. Should we push forward or does anybody want to break? One second here. I'm going to allow you guys to unmute yourselves for just a moment. All right, you guys can unmute yourselves. You guys want to break?
Hallelujah.
All right, take a break for a few minutes here. Should we give it a 15-minute break? Is that sufficient enough for everybody involved?
Yes.
All right, let's do 15 minutes. That puts us back here at, correct me if I'm mistaken, 4:45.
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'm in Eastern time zone, so it would be 4:45. No. Little way. 15 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right.
So 1:45?
Correct. Yep. Give everybody time to stretch their legs, smoke a cigarette, go about
All right.
what they need to get done.
That's like
And,
20 minutes.
the floor is open if you guys want to carry on and commence conversations. Smoking Baby may still be available. If not, there are other people in here that are extraordinarily knowledgeable. This group of people right here this is an A team without question. So a lot of great, brilliant minds in here. The floor is open for the next till 15 till. All right.
Derek, you're Eastern time. Where are you at?
I am currently in Indiana at the moment. And then after this, I have a trial by way of jury coming up on the 23rd in Nebraska. So I'll be back in Nebraska. And then I plan on spending my winter down south because I am tired of being cold. I'm not going to do that nonsense no more.
Please keep us updated how that case goes.
It's going to go very well.
Oh God, I wish I could be there to watch it.
I haven't filed a stitch of documentation in there yet. Mr. Anonymous has kind of gnawed on me a little bit, like, quit playing with people. Just go in there and do what you need to do. You've got bigger things to do with your life. Quit playing with these idiots. And I'm like, all right. So under the advisement of counsel, I have some documents that I'm going to go submit that have to be submitted before trial, or effectively I waive the rights, and I'm going to go hammer that out and just be done with the shenanigans. And then, of course, there's a suit for malicious prosecution. But the process that I'm about to share with you now will show you guys how you can effectively force your claim in 60 to 90 days and walk out with a paycheck. Just that simple. No 10 years of argument in court in the wrong jurisdiction where you get in the runaround. It will be so swift and so quick, and they'll never even see it coming because the agents and agency have not been trained properly. They know nothing about this jurisdiction that I speak of because they have been operating in the wrong jurisdiction or a different jurisdiction for so long. They have no conceptual knowledge of what I actually speak of. We're talking about the elite of the elite in the legal society are the ones who know this stuff. And so, for example, we're taking a clerk of the court right now for $75,000. And as of Friday, this upcoming week, she's hit. There is nothing she can do at that point to get out of it. And we're going to liquidate her bank account for 75 G's. And that is happening. She's on her third and final notice. She hasn't responded to any of them. And we have her lock, stock, and barrel. And we're going to give her one opportunity to provide a lawful excuse for why she trespassed on a man's claim and aided and abetting in human trafficking. She's fucked. And of course, her judge buddy constituents told her, oh, you don't have to do anything these guys are telling you. They're full of shit. Look at this documentation. These guys didn't go to law school. They don't know nothing. Well, we're going to subpoena her judge buddies. And I guarantee you, they're gonna deny any responsibility and say, well, we may have told her she could do that. We didn't tell her that it was, we're not her legal counsel, you know. So they will undoubtedly throw her under the bus. And about that time, I can only imagine within about 5 minutes walking out of that courtroom, we will receive a phone call where they will then and there want to restore the man's property back to him post haste because they're the next ones on the chopping block. And I can guarantee you it'll be for a fuck of a lot more than 75,000. So with that, I'm going to take a brief break here so I can go downstairs and grab something to drink. I'll be right back with you. The floor is open. Feel free to communicate amongst each other. And I'll be back with you shortly. Go ahead.
When you have the trial, are there going to be allowing any witnesses there?
Who knows what they will or won't accept. I'm guessing I'm going to have to hand a bunch of silver to a bunch of people because they're not going to let me just walk my remedy in there. But once this documentation is served up on them, their goose is cooked. Look, they're so leery of me. They appointed counsel to me without my consent. And the counselor that was appointed to the lawyer who was appointed to the case immediately put in for emergency hearing to withdraw. And the judge said, absolutely not. We heard your argument. You're stuck with him. So I turned around, called him the other day and said, hey, just because you did the honorable thing and you know that I haven't granted you power of attorney over anything, because you were honorable, I'm going to see to it that I leave you out of the suit that's about to take place for malicious prosecuting, false and misleading statements, and a number of other things, human trafficking, trafficking of persons, so on and so forth. But I said, but what you are going to do is you're going to go down there to Valley County and you're going to get that those documents that are registered in Valley County. You're going to go ahead and put them on the case. You're going to call an emergency hearing again. You're going to show the judge, and this time his hands are tied. Now, if he tells you that you can't walk away from this case, he now becomes the liable party. All right, because he doesn't have the authority. I never gave him any authority to delegate anything for me. So with that said, I'm going to go grab something to drink. And the next bit of this class is going to be showing you a different method that is absolutely effective. Just the same as what Smoking Baby just showed us was an effective method. This is another way of skinning that cat that you may have a little more fun with.
All right, I'm near Indiana. That's why I was asking. I was going to come down.
Sounds good. Thanks, Derek.
Derek, any chance of recording it?
It's being recorded. There's a number of people in here that are recording. So somebody asked for permission to record, and for some reason they couldn't record. I think that's because we have 2 or 3 people recording at this point.
Your day in court. That's what I'm talking about. Any chance of recording that?
Oh, they invited the news media, but you're about to find out how biased they really are.
Oh, they don't want the public knowing.
I know they
Look,
don't.
hey,
But I need
get a
to them on the-
transcriptionist. Listen, get a court recorder transcriptionist to go to court with you. They cannot refuse it, and it's a way you can get an accurate record of the court and what happened.
You can take private journalists too.
Your damn video camera. Just bring it. All I can do is tell you to turn it off or ask you.
Yeah, I'd definitely bring in a court reporter.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is they can't refuse that because you have a legal right to have an accurate transcription of what happened. And I can tell you now, if you go in there and say anything of any value and you don't have that transcriptionist, you will not get an accurate transcript from the court.
Nope. The judge only, from what I've been told, the judge only puts on the record what he or she wants on the record.
Are they free or you gotta pay them?
You pay them, but it's worth it.
How much?
Everyone's different, but from what I've been told, definitely pay them up front.
Yeah, you have to hire them, you have to pay them, and it depends on the court recorder you're talking to is how much they charge and what area you live in.
I
Right.
mean, I've heard it could be like, just for example, it could be like $60 an hour.
Yeah, I was hearing $50 an hour, between 50 and 75 an hour.
Yeah,
That's
but they'll
expensive.
prorate you. So if like you're there for 20 minutes and it's $60 an hour, you pay them $20. So however long they're in for, they're working for. I've heard they'll prorate you.
That's nice of them.
But yeah, definitely take that because I've heard those judges, they fuck you every chance they get.
Yeah, they sure do.
Well, the thing is you need a witness in order to be able to hold anyone accountable, right? Otherwise, it's going to be your word against theirs.
Hey,
The transcriptionist is a way to get that witness and
Yep.
have an accurate record, and they're a complete independent third party. So they have no reason to alter the record.
right. Now this is, I won't lie to you guys, man. That was a lot to take in. I'm like, oh shit. This is a lot to, damn. You know what I
I'd
mean?
like to get the recording so I can watch it a few times.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to watch this over and over to, really learn. So, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I haven't heard anything from my job yet about taking.
They've said something. I work at kind of a large company, and they've said something, but they're not requiring it. They're like, if you want to go back into the office to work, you'll be required to get it. But if you don't want to get it, you can continue to work from home.
Oh, that's cool. No, I drive a truck for a living. So, I mean, we actually had a thing going where they were trying to incentivize people to get the jab. So, and sure enough, you had a bunch of people sign up like, yeah, I'll do it.
I work in IT security, and I'm good on having somebody alter the code of my body.
I'm with you. And it's funny,
What?
man, people I talk to, like even my mom who took the jab, I'm like, Mom, did you read that consent form? No. It's like, you just waived, you granted them full like immunity.
Well, you can go back and restate your intent. I actually claimed my biometrics, my fingerprints, my face, my retinal scans, my ear pattern, my vein patterns under my skin, and I licensed all those agricultural biometrics to the estate, and now the beneficiaries of the estate have to be protected and have my copyright. I'm copywriting my fingerprints, my face, my voice pattern, body movements are all going to be copywritten at eco.copyright.gov. And the copyrights are also in the estate. So if anyone takes my fingerprints, takes a picture of my face, vein patterns, voice patterns, EKG, EEG, they can measure all these things. And there's papers on it. I can get to Derek. So if anyone uses any of these biometric things, and I claim my DNA, RNA, carbon emissions. So if anyone uses it, it's $1 million fee, strict liability upfront to pay for the use of my agricultural products. And so the beneficiaries of the estate have to be protected. I don't even, now that it's been licensed away, the executor of the estate has to assess the value of use of estate property against the person using it. And it'll come forward as a tax liability.
Oh, okay, yeah. I did the same thing. I did the SBC process.
Well, I agree about the SPC, but because you still control it, they can still go after you. But once it's in an estate, now the beneficiaries, remember Hobby Lobby didn't have to give out abortion, stuff like that with Hobby Lobby case? That's because the shareholders firmly held religious beliefs. The corporation doesn't have a religious belief, but the shareholders do. And the shareholders' interests had to be protected, and the shareholders had to be protected. So in my case, the beneficiaries of my estate have to be protected. But I had to license and I was the grantor, the estate was the grantee, and I licensed all my agricultural products to the estate, and now they're protected in the estate on behalf of the benefit. You have innocent third parties involved when they try to take my fingerprints or blood or DNA and all these other items of my body. Anything my body produces is the property of my beneficiaries. The value of it's my beneficiaries. So they have to be protected because they're innocent. The beneficiaries are innocent third parties.
Oh, okay, you know, that was just like all the stuff that you just mentioned. I put that in my agreement.
Between who and who?
I like in my whole harmless indemnity agreement,
Between who and who?
what's that?
Between who and who?
Between me and my beneficiary.
So your SPCs with the beneficiaries as the secured party?
Yeah, I have a beneficiary and it's part of my trust.
Okay. I have my fingerprints, and you see, I just need to go and pull the trigger and pay the $55 for 10, and then I have another one for my face, another one for my voice, and another one for my body movements, a video of me walking around, because they can even take a picture of how my kinematics work in my body, and they can tell who I am just by how my body works, and they can look through your skin and see the vein pattern under your face. So even if someone gets a face change, like that movie Face Off, they can still see the vein patterns under the skins with these new cameras.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I can show that real quick. Let me find it real quick. Where's it? Biometrics. Here. Escape out of this.
So what happens if you need to participate in a transaction that requires you to use your fingerprint?
Well, since I'm both the grantor, steward, and the executor, I could authorize it as the executor, but I could change that office anytime I want. It's the fun part. it can be granted. Okay, let me go here.
The gentleman I keep muting out, the only reason I'm muting you out is after you ask your question, there's a lot of background noise. So please don't, it's not to be offensive or rude or anything. Just that way we could hear Smoking Baby's response.
See right here, this book, Property Rights in Blood, Genes, and Data, Naturally Yours. The new case for an inalienable property rights in human biological material, empowerment of a sample of donors, or the receipt of recipe for tragic anti-commons. It comes down here about this Japanese guy down here in the middle column at the bottom under 1994. It says, according to Okamura, the businessman approached him with a business proposal. I'm in the third column at the top. To mass produce human cell strains. He was loaned 120 million yen in 1990, and the cell strains were put up as collateral. So when you get all these blood tests and everything, they take like 17 vials of blood. Oh, kitty, sorry. Did they really need all that? The holder of the SAT certificates, copy. Just copy their registry entry on the proper certificate of title during the same period. This is interesting video. Vein patterns. Here we go. Too much. Go down slow. This very introduction. See the index of terms. Face veins, finger veins, hand veins, heart veins, multi-veins, palatal, mouth veins, palm veins. I also put in there scrotal veins, phallus veins, anus veins, because I was young and needed the money. And so I claimed all those things. See over here in this first column, the ISO defined. Over here it says ISO. Thus, biometric technique allows us to identify individuals right here automatically on the basis of their physiological and behavioral features. Several types of techniques have been used for finding uniqueness of individuals. These techniques are like fingerprints, palm prints, finger veins, hand veins, face veins, palm veins, face shapes, palettes, iris, DNA recognition, facial expression, gait. That's how you walk. Gait signature, voice recognition, body language, heartbeat, and foot veins. Fingerprint technique was used by the Babylonians since 500 BC. You go further down, come down here, it talks about EEG and K. Down here, the heartbeat of a person depends upon the blood pressure in the person because each person has a different blood pressures. So this technique has been used for identifying. David L., can you mute? The heartbeat of a person depends upon the blood pressure of the person because each person has different blood pressures. So this technique has been used for identifying uniqueness of persons. The ECG, electrocardiogram, is used for recording activity of the heart, which measures the heartbeat. It represents okay. The technique is up here at top. It says the finger vein pattern techniques are better than fingerprints because in fingerprint, ridge persons can easily be modified, but finger veins cannot be modified. And they come here to talk about the heartbeat based biometric feature used for identifying the uniqueness of persons because each iris and each heartbeat of one person is different from another person's. That's why they wanted that 6 feet of distance between us, that separation thing, so they can isolate unique ECG, EEG signature of an individual person. They can tell them apart that way. There's the background of vein patterns. See palatal veins, head veins, face veins, heart veins, palm prints. They come down here and they can actually isolate the vein pattern there. See the upper left-hand corner. Come down here, finger veins. These are original finger, enhanced finger, segmented finger, and skeletal finger vein image. You can tell that up this through the cameras. They penetrate. There's palm patterns. Then we come down here for people dancing around. Where's the ballerina? Down here somewhere.
Can you share links to these PDFs?
Dawson there. And there's another one here. Human action recognition. Look at all these names. Nishira, Cooper, Tripani. They're all foreigners. They don't believe in privacy or something like that. I don't know, but they're happy to do this shit. They don't have the Bill of Rights like we do. See the ballerina? They can actually tell how the body movement works by the ballerina they're dancing. So even emotion and a voice back. Here's the loving privacy advocates we have making all these documents. They love their privacy. Here, actually yours. Here's my license granted. Yeah, so that's so this is how I claimed my patterns. I did a copyright on them. So if they ever take my fingerprints, fine. You just violated copyright. You didn't get a warrant for my fingerprints. And even if there was a warrant for the fingerprints, I would still hit whoever issued the warrant as a tax liability. You seize my assets without paying for it. If they order it, they got to pay for it. Then if they do take it with an order, they still got to pay for it. Because if I order a burger at that expensive Miami hotel, I still have to pay $20.
All right, we are ready for the next part. It is 15 till, and we'll get to rocking and rolling here. 1 second as I pull up a document. Pink. Let's see here. That one. Was it under this? What was it under? Okay. It's in on now. Go. All right. Just grab one of these. And paste. Sorry, got it. This way. right. Okay. All right, we are ready. All right, so what we're going to talk about now is how to effectively bring a claim. Let me mute everybody out before we go any further. I'm going to mute everybody out. That way everybody's good to go. All right, everybody's muted out. And here we are. Now, Smoking Baby showed us one way of handling this affair. I told you all when you join the class that I can show you how to do it effectively with one piece of paper. That one piece of paper is going to be utilized multiple times in a series known as Due Process of Law. This is notice, greetings to the man or woman, Amanda Smith, okay, who at times acts as the governor of the state here, whatever state it is, Arizona, whatever, okay. I, a man, and we're going to do away with A because A diminishes the man, okay. And when we first state I, we are going to, this is the law of grammar. So when we first state I, oh, my computer's acting goofy. We're going to do I full colon man semicolon because we're doing the continuation here. Bob Smith is going to be a full colon, okay, and instead of Smith, we'll use Doe. All right, Bob Doe, last name Smith, semicolon. Now, there is a reason for the punctuations being the way they are. Do not change them, okay? This is very important. I, man. Now, the reason we're using the lowercase I is that signifies the man with his head. The capital letter I actually stands for an individual, which is part of a corporation. We are separating ourselves from the corporate side. We are going into the private side, okay? So it's greetings to the woman, Amanda Smith, who at times acts as the governor of the state. And you can put Arizona here. You put state of Arizona. All right. All capital letters. I, man, Bob Doe Smith, wish to present notice simply as a man of honor to you, a man or woman, to state for the record the wish of I to not accept your order or mandatory vaccine, section 56543, whatever it is, at this time or in the future. I, this needs to be a comma. After you do your first full colon, after you've introduced your name, it's just a comma after that point. And the I still needs to remain lowercase. In the Hebrew language, there was no capital letters, all right? So this is true and correct. And when we look at Capitis Maximus, Capitis Diminutio, then Capitis Medius, when it's all lowercase, that's the maximum amount of rights you have. When it's medius, that's a minimal amount of loss of rights. And when it's all capital, that's a complete desecration of your rights, okay? I also wish to state, for the record, the belief, excuse me, where did I go here? Yep. I also wish to state for the record, the belief of I, okay, because the First Amendment protects what? Your right of religion, your freedom of religion, your belief that vaccines are a choice and may cause a man, and I get rid of this because we don't need a in front of man. It diminishes the capacity of man. I, man, harm. That said, I state, let it be known for the record, any trespass by way of force and or coercion for a vaccine against the will of I will hereby be seen as a trespass by way of harm and or extortion. Now, instead of using Amanda Smith, who acts as governor, we change this to the employers, the employer, Capital One, you glue it, we screw it corporation. I don't care what it is. All right, you guys follow me? I hope you follow me. Because it doesn't have to be the governor. It doesn't have to be the attorney general. It doesn't have to be the secretary of state. It could be the school that you work for. It can be whatever that it is in your life that this pertains to. Being this class is about employment, this would be what your employer goes down as, okay? Who at times acts as CEO, and we would spell that out, Chief Executive Officer. We don't ever want to abbreviate, okay? Abbreviation leads to presumption and assumption and drags you back into the commercial realm, all right? To stay out of the commercial realm, we must be specific because the law is specific, okay? Everything we're doing here has a reason, has a purpose. And right here, we are letting them know that this would cause us a harm. And a harm, we have a right to be compensated, okay? I should have went, yep. I state, let it be known for the record, any trespass by way of force or coercion for a vaccine against the will of I will hereby be seen as a trespass by way of harm or extortion. I state I will require remedy of $100 million for each trespass by way of harm or forced vaccination, and I will seek $1 per second it exists in the body of I. Okay, we're laying down the ground rules here. We're effectively putting them on notice and opportunity, which is due process of law. And at this point, if they violate your rights, ladies and gentlemen, did you give them notice? Yes, you did. Are they 100% liable? Yes, they are. I state I will wish to hold. I state I will hold. Honey, this has got to be the wrong damn document. I state I will hold any man or woman liable as man or woman and not a legal title at a court of law by way of trial by jury for any and all trespass upon I. Please contact I here at whatever address you want to be located at, but make sure to put your address in the brackets. Why? Because if it's in the brackets, we're separating the public from the private. If it's in the brackets, it's not technically on the page, but these people will know how to get a hold of you. You don't want to subject yourself to the federal territory or the zone improvement project number and all this malarkey. You want to stay out of there. So we put it in brackets. In your private capacity, if you have any questions or concerns, I say all in here be true and will verify in open court by Bob Smith, man, okay? And then you simply sign it. When you sign it, you're going to put by, first middle name, full colon, last name, semicolon, okay? It's that simple. This is the second way of going about it to remain in honor. I, man, I hate this A business. I, man, Bob Smith, wish to present notice simply as a man of honor to state on the record the wish of I to accept your order for mandatory vaccines. I state I do accept your order for the fee of $100,000 plus any harm that a man or woman administering the vaccine may cause I. Okay, so you're leaving this open for future claim, all right? I state I require payment within 21 days of this notice to accept order of mandatory vaccines so I may complete your order to your satisfaction post haste. Please send payment to, and again, your address is going to be in brackets. I say all in here be true and will verify it at open court by Bob Smith, a man. No, yeah, hold on. Let me, there you go. Go ahead, Mark.
All
Yes, I
right.
know that document is butchered. It's not in good standing.
You did good. You did good. There's a few things I disagree. Only two things. Well, three things. Instead of saying the will of I, it's the wish of I, because we're using the Lord here and it's always a wish, right?
Right.
So it's against the wish of I.
Yep. Let me pull this back up. I have some other documents. I may have grabbed the wrong one here, but let's correct it while we're here.
That's fine, because the original document was very unfinished. You
Right.
know, and you're very aware of that, I'm sure, but you know, instead of the will of I, it's the wish of I, because it's always a wish, and you'll even see attorneys using that in their court motion, saying it is now our wish and prayer.
Right.
You know, so again, if you're gonna, and you also want to add in the Lord's Prayer. Now, here was a nice thing on a book that I just finished reading, and I never understood it this way before, but now that I read what this author had to say, okay, you always want to put the Lord's Prayer towards the end, which is to basically state, however, at this time, if it is your wish to cease and desist, I will forgive you your trespass, as I would wish the trespass of I to be forgiven, right?
Right.
Now, that's what I was always taught, and that's what I did show you. But what this author showed me, which was really a mind opener, is that not compensation? Forgiveness?
Absolutely.
And therefore, it acts as one of the binding parts in a contract, does it not? Fair and just compensation.
Right.
Ooh, isn't that dirty? So you always want to put the Lord's Prayer in there and give them the opportunity to cease and desist. As well as where you said, I will seek remedy. I would put, I would seek remedy by way of compensation.
Right.
You know, to be a little bit more specific, because you're not saying the remedy you're trying to speak, you know, of so much.
So it would be, do you have an example, Mark, that you can pull up on the screen and share? On a phone.
Yeah, no, I'm on a phone, but I would seek remedy by the way of compensation. It was in your first letter where you said, I will seek remedy in a court of law. I would put, I would seek remedy by way of compensation, fair and just compensation, because that's actually in the Constitution, right?
Yep.
And then put by a court of law. This way you're being a little bit more specific on the type of remedy that you're seeking, which is compensation. And then you could even put in the amount of blah, 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 you know, $100,000, $200,000. So, but either way, you're doing great, bro. You're doing great.
Right.
Just a few minor little tweaks. I'd remove the word will and put wish.
Right.
And then fair and just compensation after remedy. And to always put the Lord's Prayer, because that makes it a contract, because you're sending them presentment, which is a present. And by them acquiescence is acceptance. There's the second part, right?
Right.
And then we put consideration in there by giving the Lord's Prayer. There's our third element.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
All right,
Yeah.
so you go ahead, mute me out, but you got it. You're doing a great job, bro.
I screwed the pooch because I didn't put this together myself.
That's all right. No, you did it.
But she did do a good job.
Fine, bro. You're
And,
doing fine.
I've been working up other documents, so I will actually, what I'll do is I'll pull up some of these other documents that I've actually been working on.
Like I say, it was just a book
More
I
complete.
finished reading by David Robinson. And, you know, he went on to speak about the Lord's Prayer. And I connected the dots and a light bulb went off. And he goes, yeah, that is consideration in a contract offer. And I was like, son of a bitch. It was never explained to me like that.
Right.
It was just always explained to me that it must be done, but not to the extent that Robinson explained it, that it is consideration. It is a thing of value. Holy shit, he's right.
Right. So
Yeah. I couldn't
So
get
the
around
important
that.
part is to give notice and opportunity, a correspondence right out the gate, guys. That it's your intent to comply, provided under these certain conditions, right? And they're never going to meet these conditions. And it's a lot like what Smoking Baby was saying earlier in his presentation. Hey, look, provided that you can prove that none of this is going to cause harm, I conditionally accept your offer. But before we move forward, you have to prove that this isn't going to have any adverse effects on my life, my spirituality, my freedom, and my health, first and foremost. And so this is the same thing, only in a little different format. And this format is to bring you and draw you into the private side. Now, a lot of people out there talk about the private side, but many people aren't actually showing you how to access it. They're showing you statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations. The second you start using statutes, codes, city ordinances, rules, and regulations, you have now just by default, by doing that, by default, you fall back into the public realm. The
And
public realm is not nice.
Infringement.
Go ahead.
You're also in violation of copyright infringement if you don't already have a notice from Westlaw or West Group to use copyrighted property, which is case law, UCC law, and all that other stuff. You have to send those notices out first and have them acquiesce, and therefore that's your permission and to go ahead and use their case law and statutes in your writs or, motions or whatever you want to do.
Right.
That's the way it actually has to be done properly. Which I don't even care for that stuff these days. I care for common law more than anything. You already know that, brother.
Right.
But you're giving the people here two options: to either fight it or accept it under conditional acceptance. Now, me personally, I go for the acceptance under conditional acceptance first.
And why is that?
Well, because I want them to say no. No is dishonor, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, so I don't want to be the one to say no. I want them to acquiesce and tell me no.
Right. After they made the offer, now they become in commercial dishonor.
Yes, because I'm going to go ahead and say I conditionally accept, to put that stuff in my veins at a charge of $100,000 per day, every day, at any harm caused, blah, 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 blah. That's the one personally I would like to use first, because I want them in commercial dishonor.
Right.
And then, of course, I'll send them out of billing. Now, a lot of people have problems with billings, and I understand that, but billings are actually very simple. They really are. And if anybody has an issue with that, you can easily go get from any Staples or Office Depot or any other of those little, paperwork supply type companies. You can get a billing book, okay, that you would use normally for writing up a bill. I mean, I used to use one back in the day when I ran a dog kennel. My cousin used the exact same thing when he ran his appliance company. He just write down in there, oh, I perform this at this price, and I perform this at this price. And then you got a nice little carbon copy. It costs you like $5. You can even get a little 2x4 one of it at Staples or Office Depot. Pretty simple.
Right.
Or you can figure out how to just write that out on your own at the bottom of your notice, your fees and stuff like that. It's no big deal. It's pretty much the same thing. Once you've seen it once, it's like that's like kindergarten shit.
So effectively what we're doing is showing you how to bring a claim. All right. And there's a difference between a claim and a complaint. A complaint is something that happens on the commercial side, the public side, where effectively people are just bitching. A claim is something a man does. A man brings forward a claim, and a man is entitled to redress of grievance. All right. It's upheld by the Constitution. It's upheld by the Federalist Papers. It's upheld by the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It's upheld in a number of different locations, but the most important place that it's upheld is it is your natural right to remove controversy and have remedy provided for a trespass that has caused you harm as a man or a woman, that is, do, and does cause you harm. Not that did is past tense. When you're using past tense language, nobody cares about the past. And this is going to be the hardest thing for people to wrap their head around. The harm, once a trespass occurs, the trespass continues to be a trespass until remedy is had. I don't care if it happened 10 years ago. There are no statutes of limitations in what I'm trying to show you here today. So once we identify what we believe to be a trespass and we give these people notice and opportunity to respond, and they choose not to respond in a timely manner. Now that timely manner can be 8 days, 10 days, 15 days, because again, federal rules of civil procedure do not apply to us in this instance. All right.
Very correct, but we still need to follow the rule of 3 from the Bible, right?
That's right. Yep.
Okay,
We got to
so
notice them 3 times.
we give them 21 days. That's 3 weeks. That's the rule of 3, and we send out a second letter that basically just says, "Hey, greetings to the man or woman who at times acts as, you know, whatever. On November 10th, I did send you notice by way of certified mail of an offer of conditional acceptance, and as of November whatever, I still have not heard a response to you. I ask, is it your intent to not respond to the present of I hereby attach the original letter sent to you and give you second opportunity to cure." And then you attach the second letter in the billing again.
Right.
Pretty simple. Pretty simple. You know, you just got to leave it on your computer for a little bit and go over it and play with the words and get them. You already know what I'm talking about, bro.
Oh, absolutely. So here, I'm going to pull up what I'm actually working on now because I wrote it up myself and I'm way more familiar with it. So right now, what we're doing, and this applies to the vaccine mandates as well, all right, says notice to a woman, Danielle, family of Baxter, who at times acts as Department of Child Services family case manager. We're going to address an address up here in care of. This is the address she can be reached at. We're giving notice and opportunity. This is where we're going to have her served at. Our private process server needs to know where to find this woman at, or if we use the sheriff, or if we use by way of mail. Now, when we created this notice, if we're using certified mail, we're going to write the certified mail number, top right-hand corner in red. We do that for our benefit. It's our record. It's our court. All right. And the reason we're doing that is so we can daisy chain the envelope to the 3811 with the certified mail number right up here. And so we have what's called a chain of evidence in reference to trespass by way of extortion, robbery, kidnapping. Greetings to the woman, Danielle Baxter, who at times acts as a Department of Child Service family case manager. I, man, and if you'll notice the structure, known to use the name Gregory because we don't actually own the name, all right? The object is to control everything and own nothing. Family of Wilder, write this notice in reference to a trespass by way of extortion, robbery, kidnapping. That, and this needs to be corrected, is due, and then instead of being fancy about it, we're just going to go ahead and correct this too. We don't ever want to abbreviate if we can.
Remove is.
Is current.
Yeah, but it's not needed.
Oh, well, that's me being fancy. is present tense, but do, does cause harm, damage, and loss to I. Okay, now this is our statement of fact. Okay, well, later will be used as a statement of fact. Right now, this is just our notice. I, and this should be a comma.
Yep.
Lowercase I.
Now's where you're
State that on October 23rd, 2021. Now I get fancy with all this stuff and I write it a number of different ways, but I typically spell it all out. You, a woman, this should be a comma, a woman did take the property of I. This again should be a comma. and a lowercase I. And it's
Yep.
strongly advised to write everything out by hand. See Exhibit A.
A photo
Now-
of said property.
What's that?
See Exhibit A, photo of said property.
And that's what it is. Exhibit A is a photo in this instance.
Yeah, but put a lowercase a,
Gotcha.
no uppercase. There's 52 letters in the alphabet. We want to use the 26 for common law.
Right.
We don't
I
want to
require-
use the legal society stuff. That's all uppercase.
Right. I require compensation be made for the harm, damage, and loss of I that said extortion, robbery, kidnapping, and we're going to get rid of the word did again.
No, you can do did does. That's okay.
I don't like did because did is past tense. So I like do does and I like is.
Okay.
That's just my preference. Is present tense, do is present tense, and does is present tense. Cause,
Now you can also add in there false administration of the property of I. After robbery, kidnapping, and then false, or you could ask, I ask, do you have right to administrate the property of I?
right, and a question, and that proves intent is what Mark is leading to there. However, if it is your wish to remove controversy, and this is where we're offering that remedy, all right, value and consideration. However, if it is your wish to remove controversy and now provide remedy for what I believe is a trespass by you, please restore, not return, restore the property of I to I, or send notice to I within 21 days of said date of receipt of this notice. However, if
And
you-
I will forgive you your trespasses. I wish the trespass of I to be forgiven.
That's correct. However, if you still believe you do no wrong, I would be more than happy to invite you to a court of law where you will be invited to testify to any lawful excuse you feel you may have. Now, at this point, if you send this out, they may contact the lawyer and the lawyer may go, that's just a bunch of cockamamie horse crap. That isn't even written correctly. And you should smile because that means they're going to discard this notice and you're in the money, okay? Because at this point, I'm telling you right now, the venue, the jurisdiction that we are entering, the lawyer cannot open his mouth. He has zero firsthand knowledge of the fact, okay?
Yeah, he's not even allowed in the courtroom, bro. I mean,
Right. However, if at that time you do not have a lawful excuse to press upon the record, what is the record? The record is the four corners of your paper. We are teaching you how to hold your own court. The Supreme Court is not the highest court in the land. Your court is the highest court in the land. And the only thing that you are utilizing the magistrate for is to ensure that, one, the rules of your court are followed, and two, that nobody is in there. He's going to be a referee. Nobody in there is speaking without firsthand knowledge. There are no witnesses in our court. You either have firsthand knowledge, second-hand knowledge, or third-hand knowledge, but there are no witnesses. Witnesses is a legalese thing. There are no plaintiffs. There are no defendants. It's man versus man, woman versus man, or woman versus woman. I will seek compensation. Okay, compensation is different than payment. Compensation is something that is rightfully due and owing for what you believe to be a trespass.
I
the
stop
trust-
there, Derek. Stop there.
Yep.
For said trespasses, because you named several trespasses, right?
Right.
Multiple.
And this is where I get fancy with this and do this. Whoops.
Because said trespass is just means multiple. It's not past, it's not future tense, right?
Correct.
And
Yep.
there you go.
By way of extortion, robbery, kidnapping by you, I will seek compensation to be placed before the court in the amount of $1,000 per day. Now, here is where I do things a little bit different. When we
Oh,
hand
you're
wrote,
cheap.
we hand wrote this one, but this was typed up before I hand wrote the one that I did.
All right. You're being cheap.
Yeah, I know.
Let's go to at least 3,000. I mean, shit. You want to rent my kid? That's at least 3,000 a day. What the heck?
Yeah, we're being easy. Per day, per trespass, plus $1 per minute that each trespass did, do, and does. Now, again, I don't like the word did. I like the word is. And I got fancy with the abbreviations. And I'm taking them out for simplicity's sake. And we're just going to write everything out because, again, in the venue we're going into, it is specific. What's that?
Does continue.
Yep. Is, do, does, continue. And
Just go trespass does continue. That each trespass does continue.
all
You'll
right.
be fine there. You'll be fine.
Right. Continue. And I will do so in your private capacity. What are we doing here? We are letting them know that we are separating them from their titles of nobility. And we are coming forward in their personal, private capacity. Okay. So let me explain it to you like this. When you go into a court, if it's the state of Nebraska versus Derek S. Gonzalez, I carry unlimited liability, but the state of Nebraska only has limited liability. Why is it limited? Because the corporation only has a value so long as it has assets. The second the assets are gone, it no longer has any value. So it is a limited liability. Whereas the man, Derek, has unlimited liability because even if I don't have a pot to piss in today, tomorrow I can come up with an idea that revolutionizes the world and be worth an infinite amount of currency or credit on accounts. Okay.
That's right.
So we carry unlimited liability and they only carry limited liability. And because of that, it's not equal protection of the law. All right. Not to mention that a court order can be enforced with lethal force, ladies and gentlemen. It means that if there's an order by the court and you're refusing to follow and they come in and kick in your door and you give an attitude, that they can just say, fuck it, shoot him. It's easier that way. We'll collect the bond on it, on him being dead. And don't put it past these gun-toting morons to do something that ignorant, okay? And please don't put yourself in a position where you have to worry about that. But what I'm trying to show you is you can move your own court against these people in a private capacity where no lawyer can come in there and talk. It's your word versus her word or his word. The fact of the matter is when you follow this process, this is called due process of law, and they haven't answered this. They've acquiesced by tacit agreement. They've agreed to it. So in your private capacity as a man versus a woman in open court before a magistrate, what's the difference between a magistrate and a ministerial administrator? Go ahead.
Else.
Well, you're the only one unmuted.
All right. A judge is like you're giving him the opportunity to judge you and promote his values of what he thinks, feels, and whatnot, to whereas a magistrate has to rule strictly by the evidence in the case file, nothing more.
Wonderful. So that magistrate then and there becomes your referee for your court, right?
Yep. I want a magistrate. I don't want somebody to judge me and to tell me whether I'm eating steak or chicken tonight. I got a ticket right here for steak. Just stamp it, damn it.
Right. Because we don't need him to decide whether we've been wronged or not. The paperwork speaks for itself, correct?
There you are. There you are.
Right. And notice an opportunity was amply was given and ample time was provided for this woman to decide whether or not we were going to have to attach ourselves to her in a private capacity, right?
Yep.
So where I will press said claim. Does this say complaint? No, it does not. I'm going to press a claim because men and women do what? We press claims. Claims of what? Trespass. Trespass that what? Causes us harm. Now we have to identify how the trespass caused us harm or by which means the trespass is identified. And the trespass in this particular instance is extortion, robbery, kidnapping. All right.
And false administration of property. Put that one in
False
there.
administration of property. Yep. I will press said claim to be paid by money order within 21 days of said order as compensation, not payment, for what I believe is a trespass against you. Why are we saying for what we believe? Because we are still going to be escalating this process at this point. We believe it's a trespass, but then again, she may have a lawful excuse for what she's doing. And we're providing her that remedy without making an actual claim against her just at this point. So this is an escalation process.
Yeah, nobody can crucify you for your beliefs, right, brother?
That's right.
All right, man is allowed to believe as he sees fit and deems fit.
I say all in here be true and will verify in open court. Now, the court that we're talking about.
Not in, at. Or I'm sorry, no, you're correct. My bad.
I was going to say, yeah.
In open court, because we
In
don't
open
ever
court.
want to be at court. We want to be in court.
Correct. So this is just a simple template and first notice. Now, we skipped the correspondence part of it because the fact of the matter is there's a youngster involved here, and he may be in imminent danger where they may be trying to vaccinate him at the current place where he's at.
There's no correspondence here. They've already escalated.
Right.
Correspondence is if my neighbor's kid came over and fucked up my lawn. Well, that's a correspondence then. And if he doesn't want to obey to that, then I'm going to go to notices. But this is already escalated. You know what I'm saying? So you go straight to notice.
Right. And again, this was my first draft of this, and this has been handwritten out because a handwritten document, whether it be a pleading, which is on the legal side, or a handwritten claim, which is on the lawful side, a handwritten document always supersedes anything that has been typed or printed, because
And
only
also-
a man can write.
You're not required to sign your name. You can just make a red thumbprint on the name signature line because that is a common law seal, is it not?
That's correct, and it's the only one in 7 billion.
There
It's
you go.
your God-given seal.
Yeah, you never want to give them something you don't have to, like as a signature that they can compare to something else. I do that a lot on debt disputes to where I do a computer generated signature or I'll sign that fucker with my left hand. You're not gonna match that up to a signature on file, damn it.
And I'm going to tell you guys what I'm going to do for you guys. I am actually going to type up the proper notice for the vaccine conditional acceptance, as well as the proper notice of trespass for you guys. And essentially what you're going to do is you're going to send the same letter 3 times to these people, giving them sufficient and adequate time to respond. All right. And at that point, you will have effectively defaulted them. Okay.
21 days, 10 days, 3 days, they're done deal.
Well, here's the thing, Mark, where they're telling some people, if you don't do this by December 1st and we're running out of days, because of the way that they escalated this, you have 72 hours to respond to this. You can change it because you're still giving them plenty of notice.
Yes, you can. You are correct, but a standard is 21-10-3. That's a standard.
Which follows civil rules of federal rules of civil procedure. However, under the time crunch that you guys have found yourselves in, or some people have, don't be scared to put you have 6 days to respond to this. You have 3 days to respond to this. I like to keep 72 hours in play because it follows commercial law. Anything after 72 hours. Smoking Baby was explaining that they gave him 90 days. He responded in 82. Go ahead.
Regulation Z, 72 hours.
Right. It's commercial law. So I always like to give them at least the benefit of the doubt of 72 hours to respond.
Now,
but
if you've noticed from the letter I wrote that I've been doing religious exemptions for people, did you notice at the end of that letter, I always put thou shalt not trespass.
Did you send that one to me or no?
I think I did. I'll send it again. I know where to send it. But again, trespass. You always want to use that word trespass because government's only purpose was to protect the property rights of man from being trespassed upon.
Right.
And that's why trespass is one of your most powerful statements. And that's why I put that in there in my religious exemption I've been doing for people at the end, thou shalt not trespass. And it's been working so far. I mean,
I'd love a copy of that.
I'll send you over one. You are ordained, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm sending it from Universal Life Church Ministries as the headline. Reverend Mark with Universal Life Church Ministries. I write the letter, and then I also supply a photographed copy of my certificate of ministry, so they know I'm not full of shit. And this way, it's coming from somebody who offers his flock guidance on a regular basis. I'm not lying there, right?
Right.
I'm just not telling them what kind of guidance. You know, I'm not telling them that. But it's like when I did it for Sean, his wife and brother-in-law. I said, Sean, his wife, and his brother-in-law have seeked out my counsel on a regular basis for guidance. I'm not lying. I just don't have to go into detail. You know, and I put the public law, 1982 Act of Congress, you know, that the Bible is the foundation that this republic relies upon. And I put a little bit of the King James Bible stuff in there, Genesis, and then I just close it with thou shalt not trespass. And this way they're getting it from a reverend of the church.
Right.
You know, they're just not getting it from a man or woman claiming something. You know, it's like if the person went to church and said, hey, boss man, do me a favor, write me up something here. You know, that's basically where they're getting it from, which I think carries a little bit more weight.
So with that said, after your first notice is created, it's important to understand how to do an effective process of service, because part of due process of law is process of service. You can either have a disinterested third party serve notice on these people. You can do it by way of certified mail, 3811 green return receipt. You can use a notary. If you're going to use the sheriff's department, some of them are cool and will just accept the fee and serve it. Other sheriff's departments I've run into say, hey, if it's not ordered by the court, it's not associated with a docket number, we're not going to do that for you. All right. So creating your chain of evidence and your chain of title of your notices is crucial. After you've given your notices an ample opportunity for these people to respond to the notice of your conditional acceptance to the vaccine, then what happens is you will be acquiring a federal docket number. And you don't necessarily have to do a federal docket number, but you might find a lot of resistance in the lower state courts with the clerk of the courts because they are not educated on how to do their job. And they're making a lot of legal determinations they're not qualified to make. And to avoid a massive headache for you, if you just go right directly to the federal court and walk in there, in every state constitution, including the United States of America's Constitution, justice shall be administered freely without delay. And I really like Indiana's because it states just that. It's real simple. Article 1, Section 12. I wrote it down on a piece of paper, handed it to the clerk of the court of the federal court. And within five seconds, they came right out with a docket number and said, here you go. I said, you don't want $580? Nope, don't need anything from you guys. Thank you so much.
There you go.
A month before that, I was in there and they wanted $580. And they gave me almost an inch and a half thick of paperwork they wanted me to fill out in order to bring a claim. All right. And Malika was one of the ones that helped me out with that day, which was fantastic. Because as soon as she gave me the information, we literally got on the road. It took us 45 minutes to drive to Indianapolis. It took us 5 minutes to walk into the actual building and go through the U.S. Marshals. And it only took about 30 seconds for him to get the docket number. It took us longer to walk into the building than it did to get the docket number. Now with the state court, we're still fighting them, and we're not fighting them anymore. We just said, hey, you know what? You want your queen bee to get touched where she doesn't want to be touched? We're going to touch her. And she's not going to like it. And all our constituents are saying, these guys are crazy. They don't know what they're doing. And we billed her up for $75,000. And as of Friday, that will be cemented in time in a court of competent jurisdiction, in a court of record, the four corners of the paper.
Drag her then into a federal court and sue the crap out of her.
Yep, and it's already happening. We already have the docket number. It's easy peasy. This process is so simplistic. It's not even funny.
Well, and see, that's the thing, Derek, and you might have heard me say this before, and I've had a couple people even confirm this, like one woman recently that removed I think it was like a $60,000 child support debt from her credit. She goes, "You guys stop thinking so complicated. Start thinking simple. Read your darn Bible and scratch all this complicated shit from your head. That's the problem."
So I'm going to show you how easy it is to bring a claim in your court. This is a misconception typically amongst legal scholars, is the fact that they believe that the U.S. Supreme Court is the actual venue. It's the actual court. It is just the physical building where people bring their controversy to get remedy. The actual court is always the name. Hale versus Hinkle, okay? That was the court. It was the court of Hale, held at the U.S. Supreme Court building is where the decision was rendered, but the actual court was the court of Hale, all right, versus Hinkle, all right? Marbury versus Madison. It was Marbury's court. It was held at the U.S. Supreme Court, okay, or the federal court, but the actual court was Marbury's court. So in the Wilder court,
let's go over that. I'm sorry to cut you off. Let's go over that real quick so people really grasp it, because I know a lot of people have had problems with this. See, I can be in the pool or I can be at the pool. There's a huge difference, right? Okay. This is why it's attorneys at law, because they're not in law, because that would require a license, which they don't have. So they can only be at law. So we are in the Wilder court at the Grant County Superior Courthouse.
Correct.
But we're in the Grant court. We're in a man's court. And that's the difference and distinction people need to really grasp onto, whether it's at or in. Just always know it's attorneys at law for a reason. I'm at the pool. Doesn't mean I'm in that sucker getting wet, right?
Right.
Okay.
So this is in the Wilder court at the Grant County Superior Court. So this will be the location, and this will actually be the venue that we are in. Okay. And the Wilder court has rules just like any other court. Those rules are really simple. No one will testify without having firsthand knowledge. Now, notice I said testify and firsthand knowledge. I didn't say a witness. I said firsthand knowledge. Witness is something on the legal side. A man with firsthand knowledge is somebody who could testify as to what they saw. Okay. Whereas a witness is a fiction.
And a witness is also giving testimony, which is different than to testify.
Correct. So Gregory Wilder, is now the prosecutor. Okay. He's pursuing Daniel Baxter, the wrongdoer. He's not suing a gal who is the CEO of a corporation, who has some type of title of nobility, who's operating in the commercial venue, who only has general liability because the commercial aspect picks up the rest of the liability. He's coming after her personally.
We're pulling them out from behind their titles and protections.
Right. The very aspect well, let's put it this way. Commerce has been put in place for people to be able to do immoral things and allege that they were just doing their job. Right, wrong, or any different. I'm here to tell you right now, the second that you remove their titles from them and come in a proper jurisdiction, the excuse of I was just doing my job will not qualify as a lawful excuse for your actions.
Now it's your ass on the line, because those bonds don't protect Daniel Baxter. They protect, okay, clerk of court Daniel Baxter. but they don't protect the woman.
Right.
And therefore, I'm coming for your bank accounts and your kid's college fund, fucker. That's what I'm coming for.
So the case number cannot be established until you go to the clerk of the court. All right. Now, this was to be done in Grant County. Unfortunately, because they've shown such disdain for what we're doing, this will all be moved to the Southern District of Indiana District Court, the federal district court. Okay.
Nice.
We've already got a federal district court case number now because of this egregious encroachment, trespass on the man's claim, okay, by the clerk of the court in the lower court. So the nature of cause is a claim, and the claim is trespass by way of robbery. Now, we left it as robbery, even though in the first notice you saw a lot more being instituted there. We're just making our claim. We can amend our claim at any time. We just want a docket number. So what we're going to do is just simply make claim by way of trespass, by way of robbery. Okay. And we will amend this later when we get into the court. I require a court of record trial by jury. Why? Because anything over $20 requires a trial by jury, or you can request a trial by jury. Now, we're bringing a claim here. We don't necessarily need a trial by jury, but we have a notion that Daniel Baxter may require one. So we're preparing for it as though we're going to be going to a trial by way of jury, not a jury trial. A jury trial is on the public side of the venue and ledger, and a trial by way of jury is on the private side.
Well,
Claim.
a jury trial is when one who calls himself a judge actually does the ruling over you by himself.
Right.
Okay.
Or
And
he does a
sometimes-
special verdict.
Sometimes you might want that, depending, because it's hard sometimes to understand what modern day culture is going to agree with or not agree with. We got a bunch of half-wits out there, right?
Right.
You know, so like if you're doing driving on suspension, I surely as hell would not want a trial by jury, because I know what those half-wits are going to agree to. And no, I want the dude in a black robe who knows what the rules are. I want him. So I'm going for a jury trial if it's that type of situation. So you got to weigh that out on your situation if you want jury trial or trial by jury. And you have to be very careful, because the customs of society are very powerful and they don't always agree with what's right.
Correct. Also, trial by jury, the man in the black robe has a duty to know, and when he trespasses against your unalienable rights, you have a right to redress of grievance and to bring a claim against him in his private capacity, because he had a duty to know.
Yep.
So claim trespass by way of robbery of property of I. That is as simple as your claim needs to be. You can write it on a piece of toilet paper. So claim trespass by way of extortion of property of I. What was the extortion? They were forcing you to take a vaccine. That's extortion or coercion. Okay.
Yep.
Man, claim trespass. Said trespass does cause harm to man. I say all herein be true and will verify in open court. That is literally how simple your document needs to be in order to get a case file jacket number. Okay.
God bless Carl Lentz.
Yep. Super simple. Where is the case to be filed? What state? You can file it anywhere. You can file it in the lower state courts actually have more authority than the district courts. The problem that we're having with the lower state courts is their incompetence. The clerk of the court is wanting to make legal determinations absent having a bar card, wants us to restructure our document. She says this doesn't follow the rules of the court. But when you comprehend that her job is not to make legal determinations, but to file on demand, then you realize that she's making legal determinations, and she's also providing you legal advice that may cause harm to you. So she's trespass on your claim because she has a belief that what you're doing is incorrect, but she's not qualified to make those determinations. The clerk of the court is in a ministerial position not having authority of a tribunal, and therefore the clerk of the court is required to carry out the ministerial duties of the clerk. The ministerial duties of the clerk does not allow the office of the clerk of the court to act as a tribunal and make legal conclusions resulting in the dismissal of court motions and petitions before reaching the court. Under Federal Rules of Evidence 201D, this court and its clerk's office must take judicial notice of an adjudicated fact by the Supreme Court in matters Matthews versus Eldridge, where the fundamental requirements of due process is opportunity for the movant to be heard at a meaningful time and in a meaningful manner inside a courtroom before a judicial officer. The undersigned is filing court pleadings, which include legal arguments that are supposed to supported by adjudicated facts. The undersigned may be introducing evidence with the court pleading, and thereby refusal to accept and docket pleadings is consistent with obstruction of evidence and obstruction with due process of law, as well as obstruction of justice. Thereby, this clerk's office and its employees' refusal to accept a docket court pleading will be involved in violating the secured rights and privileges of the undersigned, and this document will serve as proof in future proceedings for damages that this clerk's office was given the opportunity to correct its actions, but refused to accept and file the paperwork brought by the undersigned. Under full faith and credit clause, under Article 4, Section 1 of the U.S. Constitution, this court must honor judgments by courts within the territories of the United States of America, especially the highest court on the land, the Supreme Court of the United States. The clerk's office must accept possession and file pleadings regardless of local rules, and thereby cannot refuse to accept possession under the claim of local rules. The standard for the clerk's office to accept possession and file pleadings can be found under United States versus Lombardo. The provisions of the federal rules of civil procedure concerning filing supplement follows the Lombardo approach. The provisions of the federal rules of civil procedure concerning filing supplement rather than alter the Lombardo approach. The clerk shall not refuse to accept for filing any paper presented for that purpose solely because it is not presented in proper form as required by these rules or any local rules or practice. Stone Street Capital Inc. versus McDonald's Corp. The clerk of the court, like a recorder, is required to accept pleadings and file them. The Federal Rules of Civil Procedure was the agreement format for the court proceedings. A paper is filed upon delivering it and the clerk accepting delivery. The job of the clerk of the court is to file pleadings and other documents, maintain the court's files, and inform litigants of the entry of the court orders. That's Sonder versus Department of Corrections. The duty of the clerk is to make his record correctly represent the proceedings in the case. That's Whitmore versus Carrick. Failing to file documents presented and reflected the documents on the docket is failure to perform the ministerial duties of the clerk of the court. Code of Civil Procedures 5D4, acceptance by the clerk. The clerk must not refuse to file paper solely because it does not meet the form prescribed by these rules or by a local rule or practice. So I hope that answers your question. And that's where we're having the issue in the lower courts. The clerk of the court is running to the judge. That's ex parte communication, making a legal determination from the bench, telling the clerk of the court she doesn't have to do a damn thing. But they're not putting it in writing and they're not signing their name to it because then full liability, full personal as well as commercial liability would be affixed to them. And they're intelligent enough to know not to do that. So what are they doing? They're throwing their queen bee under the desk. They're throwing her to the wolves because we are becoming learned enough to hold these people accountable and take their paychecks from them, take everything they thought they owned. Okay. So in all reality,
the approach is very powerful.
Yeah. So in all reality, when we take the clerk of the court in and ask her for her lawful excuse, and she says, well, Honorable Judge Noakes told me to, and we're going to subpoena Honorable Judge Noakes, and Judge Noakes is going to come in there. The woman, not Judge Noakes, the woman's going to be subpoenaed to testify whether or not she said that to her. And even if she said it to her, so what? Who cares? I can tell you to go blow your brains out. It doesn't mean that you have to do it. And it doesn't mean that I'm liable for telling you that. I mean, that's just the reality of it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
You know, another dirty tactic to do, and well, I'm able to get done because I have a very good rapport down here with my local post office, is they'll stamp anything for me, and if they stamp it and I put it in an envelope and send it to the clerk and they fail to accept it, well, then they've hindered delivery of the mail, which is a federal offense, because the post office is the original jurisdiction, number one. Okay, not the Fed, not the state, it's the post office. It was the first governmental entity in this nation. And that's why Ben Franklin took control of that sucker, because he saw how powerful it was. Okay, so that's a federal offense right off the bat to deny my filing. Once I've mailed it to you, if you dare send it back to me, you've committed a federal offense, especially if that sucker was stamped. And see, this is where I just go into the post office and go, oh, does that little round thing right there have the date? Oh, it does. Can you just stamp my document right here so I can get the date on it? You know, and I act kind of stupid and naive. And the second they do, and I send that sucker off certified mail, that's your ass. That's your ass. You're going to see their whole attitude start changing when you start talking about hindering with the mail. That's federal offense. You're looking at 5 to 10 in the federal pokey. Good luck to you. That's just another way to go about it, which now some post offices are aware of and some aren't. Like I say, my guys here work really good with me for years now. They let me do whatever I want. They pretty much stay out of my way. So that's another way to force it.
Right. And I see in the comment section, people are saying, hey, where were you reading that from? It's posted on my Facebook wall. I post pretty much everything that I'm going to go over is pretty much
the
on my
Lombardo
wall.
approach. I mean, it's everywhere.
Right. So what I'm telling you is that with the vaccine claim, the federal judiciary, the people in the federal judiciary, they're paying very close attention to this. And if I was you bringing a claim for extortion or coercion by way of trespass by way of extortion or coercion causing you a harm, I would bring that harm if it pertained to vaccines or being forced to put something in your body. I would bring that before the federal court system. They're a little more knowledgeable at that level up there.
Stress, intimidation, attempted financial harm. God, I'd need to think for at least a day or two on that.
Oh, I mean, it's just endless. But in all reality, the most important thing you can do is send your first notice. And I'm going to include that in the package. I'll put it in the mega folder that I put together for this class. And I will put it in there for you guys. So you actually have it. 1, 2, 3 step process to hold these people liable. So if they fire you after you get this ball rolling, okay, you can also put them on notice of that. If you terminate me because I put you on notice for what I believe may cause a harm, they're liable for that as well. You're actually protected under a number of different federal rules as far as them having to relocate you or help you out in a way that won't cause you harm, not demote your pay, but they have to put you in a different place that they feel won't require you to have the vaccine put in your body. This is so egregious what we see happening. It's absolutely troubling to me because I realize this is just the beginning to people getting on FEMA trains and going to FEMA camps. This is the start of it. First, there was what? The Star of David. You put the Star of David on, so we know who you are. We know you're good. You don't have to go to a FEMA camp. Then before long, they start rounding everybody up.
Yep.
And there's already been reports of a gal who was at an airport, an international airport, and told them, hey, I've got the vax. She produced some credentials that she had created stating that she was vaccinated. And the gal looked at her and said, we know that that's fake and that you're not vaccinated. So there's some type of tracking systems within this clot shot that they're administering, because people are being notified at the at the airport that they are very much aware that they are not vaccinated, even though they're trying to show them or pass off fake credentials to them that for all intents and purposes should work. So they have, Smoking Baby was just sharing with us the biometrics and what they can do with the camera systems now. So
Yeah.
if they can map your veins as you walk while you have a ski mask on, you can bet your bottom dollar that whatever they're shooting into your veins, they can obviously track at this point.
Yes, they can. And let me just say this. I would like people, there's two choices Derek is giving you there, to either fight it or to conditionally accept it. I would like people to go for the conditional acceptance, especially if you're going to claim to be a man of Yah, because that's what's supposed to be done. As it says in the book, go to thine enemy and agree with him quickly. You're just putting your conditional acceptance upon this, is all you're doing. And you want them to be the ones to say no to you. And if they turn around and fight that, then take the second route and go at them dog hard.
Right.
But I would like people to go at this humbly and just do the conditional acceptance, of, hey, I'll gladly get it as long as you compensate me, for what you ordered. This is the sea of commerce. If I go to McDonald's and order, I got to go pay the damn bill, right?
Right.
So, he who
And so
orders.
what I'll do is I'll actually restructure this document for you guys, and this will be in the folder, okay? And then I'm going to walk you guys through the 1, 2, 3 step process with keeping track of your mailing. This will result in one of two things. Either you're going to get paid or they're going to leave you alone. That's just how it is. Now in here, I'll also structure it so if they terminate you, that would cause you a financial harm. And you want to ask them if that's their intent, is to cause you harm by way of termination. It would cause you a financial harm. And once you put them on notice like this, now they're 100% liable for the harm they cause you, because now they're knowingly, willingly, and intentionally trespassing on you, knowing that it's going to cause you a harm. Okay.
Thou shalt not trespass.
That's right.
It's kind of that simple for my brain these days. I mean, others it'll take a little bit of time to pick up, but all law comes from the Bible. It really does. I mean, what is it in Deuteronomy about forgive your debts after 7 years? I wonder why bankruptcies are removed after 7 years from your credit report. I mean, the rule of 3, that comes from the Bible too. I wonder why bonds cure in 90 days or debts are done in 21-day disputes and, things of that nature. It all comes from the Bible. So if you know how to use Bible passages, just like Acts of the Apostles 25 verse 16, that you have the right to confront your accuser face to face in an open court. Well, let's see this Mr. or Mrs. Costco ever show up to court. Not a representative. No, that's not the way it's said. I have the right to confront this Mr. or Mrs. Costco face to face. That's
And
it.
this is how you can default to corporations. And when you go in there, there's nobody opposed to you, and you're in your venue, you're in your court, you're in the Gonzalez court or whatever court you're in.
Yeah, it's just you can't
and you just look at the magistrate and say, well, there's nobody in opposition. I just need you to sign this here. Have you ever heard of people suing the all caps estate? Well, now I understand why they do it, because the all caps estate will never show up because it's a dead fictional entity, and the magistrate has no choice but to sign off on what you're asking. So I need to do an assessment on the estate, because I need to find out what the estate is valued at, so I can be assured that I will be compensated for my harm and damage and loss that I've incurred because of the estate failing to pay its debts.
See, that's the beauty of dealing in common law versus admiralty. Whereas in admiralty, that kind of nonsense is allowed, but not in common law. It's not allowed. It's man versus man, or man versus woman, or woman versus man. And only those with firsthand knowledge are allowed in, and that's it. I don't want to hear no representative or nobody with any third-hand information. No, even the Supreme Court has mentioned Acts of the Apostles 25:16. Shakespeare has mentioned it. Blackstone's has mentioned it. It's a staple, but it only applies in a common law court, which is what Derek is showing you people here.
It's the difference between public and private, and it literally has to do with being grammatically correct and identifying specifically the man or woman, because only a man or a woman can cause you harm. The state trooper cannot cause you harm. The sheriff cannot cause you harm. The governor cannot cause you harm. It's a man or woman who at times acts as a sheriff, who is at times acts as a governor, who at times acts as a chief executive officer for the corporation that you're working for, the same principle you're working for. It's those men and women under the guise of commerce that are saying they're just doing their job to abscond from the reality that what they're actually doing to you is immoral and has consequences.
Yeah, and they're hiding behind titles for protection to where even if you sue them, they got that qualified immunity bullshit or whatever, or their bonds are going to pay for it, or it's just going to come out of the state taxpayers' fucking money. So they're going to do it all day. Until you come at them like this to where that shit doesn't now apply, and I'm coming after your house, your wife's credit cards, your wife's Mercedes Benz, your kid's college fund, and I'm going to garnish your paycheck for the rest of your damn life.
Right.
That's
This
when they
process-
start to get skittish.
This process is so simple that it will be hard for many people to wrap their heads around. The claim, ladies and gentlemen, is literally this simple. All right, let me pull it up again. This is how we start our claim. Now you can start this claim by going ahead and doing this right out the gate and having a case number or a cause number, okay? And what that's going to do is tell the person that you send the first correspondence or notice to, you mean business. This is not a joke. This is not what I think will happen. I'm telling you right now, I have a loaded gun and I know how to pull the fucking trigger. I will absolutely take everything you thought you fucking owned from you if you cause me harm. Now, they take this to any lawyer, and the first thing their lawyer is going to tell them, if it's just a local yokel, is you're going to have to get a federal attorney. A federal attorney's retainer at a minimum level is around 30 grand. At least for the ones that I've looked at, they're around 30 grand to get a retainer on a decent federal lawyer. Okay.
Hey, and would you like to know a complete dick move that you can pull? I don't
Well,
think
go
I don't
ahead.
think I told you about this one. Wait till that attorney shows up and then go inside and cancel the case because you have the right to do that, right?
Right.
And now he just made his 30 grand retainer, right?
Yep. And he has no obligation to give it back because the second he was retained, he was considered paid in full for services rendered.
And then when he hits the parking lot, gets in that car and puts it in drive, go back inside and file it again.
Yes. I would do that to debt collectors. I wouldn't do that to
Total dick move. Total dick
Yeah.
move.
I wouldn't do that necessarily to the man who sometimes acts as my boss, but
Yeah.
I would do that definitely to a debt collector. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, cost them a shitload of money. Cost them about 20 grand before they bring me to court for a $1,000 debt. Who are you kidding?
Right. But again, today's focus is on vaccines. So I kind of want to stay within the scope.
Yeah, okay.
And so all we're doing is we're identifying a trespass that causes us harm, and we are making a claim. This literally is what needs to be on a napkin in order to get a docket number.
Pretty much.
It's that simple. Just a few words. I don't know how many of you guys have seen lawyers start court cases, but holy shit, there'll be 15 pages of bullshit. It's not necessary. It's I man Gregory or I man Derek Chaton, full colon Gonzalez, prosecutor, okay, pursuing the wrongdoer. And the nature of case is a claim, not a complaint. Complaint is on the public side, claim is on the private side. Men make claims, corporations and trustees for corporations, they file complaints.
There
A
you go.
complaint is just a man on behalf of his principal whining like he needs a bottle, okay? Just rule in my favor. This is what I'm bitching. I hope you see it my way, Judge. I'm just gonna keep on bitching. Versus a man making a claim saying, hey, a trespass has occurred. That trespass causes I man harm. That harm has been caused by the trespass by way of robbery of the property of I. Bam. Case is started, okay? Once you serve.
Let them know when it comes to vaccine, it's not going to be a robbery. It's trespass by a way of harm, intimidation, and or stress.
Right, or extortion, because they're telling you that if you don't
Yeah, it could be
get the
that too.
vaccine, they're going to cause you financial harm. That's
We
extortion.
can think on this for a couple of days and probably come up with a couple other things, right?
Oh, certainly, absolutely. And we will, no doubt, Mark.
Yeah.
So my main objective today was just to show them how easy it is to bring this claim. And it's literally with this one piece of paper right here. You choose which one you want to do, the conditional acceptance, or if you want to come back and come after them for a trespass. Conditional acceptance is really the best way, because the second they say no, they're no longer honoring their deal. So like Smoking Baby was saying, well, how do we prove that there's an offer to contract? Well, if they're stating that where you're employed, it's now their policy, then you need to get a copy of that policy, okay? Then you can have the CEO sign that policy and say, okay, so this is your policy? Yeah. Would you mind signing that and dating that for me and then mailing it to me or sending it to me or
Yeah, and
giving
I
it to me?
personally accept this based upon these terms, blah, blah, blah.
Right. And on the back of it, you can simply write what you see here, the notice of conditional acceptance, and you can mail it back to them.
Yep. And let them say no. You guys are allowed to do whatever you want to do. Of course, you're adults, but me personally, I always want my cousin even taught me in business if you don't want to do a job, bid it so damn high that they tell you no.
That's right.
I
And the
mean,
beautiful thing about this is not only can you do this process, but you can compound what you're going to reap in rewards by turning around and using Smoking Baby's process on the W-4 for all that preloaded income that they had charged up on the account the day you filled out the application for that job. Remember, it's 75 years. Okay.
Yep.
So with Smoking Baby's information combined with this, it pretty much just sets your feet up and retire. Okay. Now you can go upwards to $100 million, but here's the thing. You want to be reasonable. You want to be reasonable. Now, if you get 10, 15, 20 employees to do this with you, now you could have controlling interest in the company and own the stock shares, and you could fire the assholes that are trying to force everybody to do this. Something Smoking Baby didn't discuss with you that he discussed with me last night was the fact that the reason corporations are trying to enforce this right now is they are being penalized at $70,000 per person that does not get vaccinated. They're penalizing the corporations for their failure to comply by having their employees be vaccinated. So even though the federal court system is now coming in saying this is unconstitutional, we're not going to enforce it, what ends up happening is the corporations are still saying, unfortunately for you, we risk $70,000 per employee that isn't vaccinated, and we are not going to pay that. So they're either going to vaccinate or we're going to terminate. Now, if they terminate you under those grounds, you now have grounds for a cause of action against them by bringing a claim by trespass, by way of harm, by way of extortion.
Yeah, my bill is going to be a lot more than $70,000. I assure you that.
Right.
They should choose the 70 because mine's going to start out at least $1 million.
Right. So what I want to do right now is open up the floor for questions. And Mark is very, very fluent with this as well. And Do you want to write your guys' questions in the comment section? We'll address them as they come up. You guys will get a whole file of this. It'll be laid out for you guys. USA 95 tort, and if industries record their ignorance, injury, and trespassing on UCC, my friend knows this process very well. It's always good to know distinct processes. Absolutely. I need a CEO's personal address to send notice to. No, you do not. His place of employment will suffice. I'm just kind of going through the comment section now. 50,000 here for an alleged constitutional one, laugh out loud, or bribery. All I know is what is right and wrong. That is inherent, scripted in my heart by the right index finger of the hand of God. That is what provides all life grace, correct? Assign, appoint, allot, a portion. Do I need the CEOs? We address that. How will we receive that packet? I'm going to send you guys a link to mega.nz. Hey, what's up, Billy? Is Billy on with us? You can share that again, Mark. The executive order have a billing code of the order. Smoking Baby. Go ahead and Smoking Baby, if you want to expand upon that, you should be able to unmute yourself.
You know, when Trump shut down the economy back in February of 2020, the executive order has a billing code. So I need to do the SF-95. I ordered a packet and do an SF-95 for damages to my future prospective economic advantage by shutting down the economy. And I'm going to use the billing code to charge the $250,000 per year. I'm just settling on the FDIC limit. And what happened? You guys go away? What's this? What am I looking at? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
So for the damage to the future future prospective economic advantage was damaged by Trump's executive order, and that billing code at the bottom is what I'm going to hit as the billing code for that damage at $250,000 a year, because and all these executive orders have a billing code in it, so we know what to go charge against on the SF-95, because every order has to be paid for, so there's a billing code for the executive order. That makes sense.
Thank you for that bit of information. I see Mark's sharing the letter that he's used consecutively to stop people from getting the forced jabby, the forced vaccination. Mark, you want to comment on that? How it works, why it's working, and maybe how many times you've used it?
I think he popped off.
He's still on there, but he probably can't hear. Let me do this. Hold on 1 second. And we'll do stop share. Mark, you want to comment on your letter there that you were sharing with everybody? What the force and effect is of it? He may be working with other people. So the letter that Mark had up on the screen, he's actually an ordained minister and he counsels people, and he's been sending them letters with his wedding signature on it to employers about religious exemption. And that avoids the need to bring an action or a cause of action in a private court. And he's been doing that for some time. Smoking Baby just put in the comment section, filed 3/17/20, 8:45 a.m. I believe that is the Federal Register Gov document that he was speaking of. national emergency concerning the novel coronavirus disease COVID-19 outbreak.
That's one of them.
Yeah. And here's my thinking, Derek, is it's one thing for a man or a woman to make such a claim as to a religious exemption and they might be challenged, but it's another thing to get it from the church, right?
Right.
And that's why I add with it, and why right on there enclosed is a copy of my certificate of ministry to let them know I am a certified reverend. Kiss my butt.
Right. You will be there to testify if they encroach upon their unalienable rights as to the counsel and administration that you provided for them, correct?
Exactly. I'm just not describing what type of counsel because I'm not required to. Just like right now, you are administrating counsel, are you not?
Correct.
All right. You're not required to say what kind of counsel, and they're not smart enough to even ask. I mean, God, I've helped Sean out on traffic cases.
Right. Right.
But that's still counsel, right?
Absolutely. I mean, my uncle's counseled me for years. My mom and dad have counseled me my entire life. I mean, that's just
He's a
what it
member
is.
of my group, therefore he's a member of my flock, is he not? So I'm not lying. I mean, like I always tell my guys, I don't lie. They just don't ask
Right.
the right questions. Do I counsel him? Yes. Is he a member of my flock? Yes, he is.
Now,
There
I'm
you
just
go.
briefly going to go through here and show you guys some examples that are going to be included in this packet. Somebody asked, how are we going to get this packet? If you are a participating member of this Zoom class, you will, I already have your email and you will be receiving an invite to omega.nz, which is where I store all my files and folders. I'm just going to give you guys a quick rundown of what you can expect in there. To a degree, obviously the files are very large, but we'll just start out with something like this. And this is just a little bit off topic, but still with the same force, weight, and effect if you're not comfortable moving a claim. Sample expression of religious beliefs. You should write the statement so it reflects your own deeply held belief. Do not bring in science or medicine. Explain your religious beliefs, all right? So just real simple stuff. You'll be getting stuff like this in this package that explains different methods of coming forward. But my main reason for holding this was to show you guys how to bring a claim, because that's when people will really back off. August 23rd, 2021, my religious belief as a Christian do not allow me to receive COVID vaccines. My beliefs are an all-encompassing guide to my daily life choices. And while I am not perfect, I strive to honor the Lord in all I do. God's word tells me to keep my body pure. I cannot receive a COVID vaccine under any circumstances. The law requires accommodations to be offered for religious exemptions, okay? So you're going to be receiving all this documentation as well to assist you if you're not comfortable enough coming forward and bringing a claim, okay? Malika, you can unmute your mic. You've got a plethora of knowledge. We would love to hear from you. Let's see. Allow them to unmute themselves. Yeah, Malika, you should be able to unmute your mic if you like. Don't make.
Hey, yeah, I unmuted it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. One of the things that I wanted to share about this is a document that I suggest for people to use if they wish as an attachment. So like, let's say they wrote a document, a notice or other correspondence like the one you just showed. There's actually, because I'm going to talk about this next week too, but there is, it's long. So of course it's best if you're hand delivering it to your employer. This is a document here. Let me just refresh my screen. And obviously you guys can see this is from the justice.gov, and it's from the Office of the Attorney General in Washington, D.C. as of October 6, 2017. And it's a memorandum to all the executive departments and agencies. And this is important because people that act as police and, policy officers, as we call them, and sheriffs and the departments of, health and human services, etc. Those are all executive departments and agencies. And so this memorandum that's going out to them is important to us because these are the same departments and agencies that are going to be trying to enforce this mandate and ignore people's religious practice. And this memorandum was sent to them as the subject, as you see here, is federal law protections liberty. So let's say you don't have a pastor or you don't wish to involve them in this particular case or whatever may be going on with you. This letter right here is something I would recommend, and I can just put a copy of this URL in the chat, or you guys can just search for it by name on your own time. But just to go over the first couple of paragraphs right here, it just really kicks them in the nads and lets them know that this is coming from the highest office of these agencies and departments, which is the president. And this attorney general is just speaking what he knows, but he's empowered by the top executive office, and he references already the executive orders that that commemorate what it is that he's talking about here. So just this first paragraph, you guys can tell religious liberty is a foundational principle of enduring importance in America, enshrined in our Constitution and other sources of federal law. As James Madison explains in his memorial and remonstrance against religious assessments, the free exercise of religion is, quote, in its nature an unalienable right, end quote, because of the duty owed to one's creator, quote, is precedent both in order of time and degree of obligation to the claims of civil society, end quote. Religious liberty is not merely a right to personal religious beliefs or even to worship in a sacred place. It also encompasses religious observance and practice. Except in the narrowest circumstances, no one should be forced to choose between living out his or her faith and complying with the law. Therefore, to the greatest extent practicable and permitted by law, religious observance and practice should be reasonably accommodated in all government activity, including employment, contracting, and programming. The following 20 principles should guide administrative agencies and executive departments in carrying out these tasks. These principles should be understood and interpreted in light of the legal analysis set forth in the appendix of this memorandum. So I'm going to leave everybody else to read the rest for themselves, but if you feel inclined to use this or parts of it, reference it, however you wish to use it to strengthen your notices when you're talking to these people, I would encourage that. So that's what I wanted to add.
Absolutely. We appreciate you being on with us this fine evening.
Hallelujah.
There's a lot of ways of skinning this cat. And I'm going to do more classes on how to enforce your private claims because it's so important for you guys to comprehend this. We are the government, okay? We are the enforcers of the law. The reason things are the way they are is because, unfortunately, we fell asleep at the wheel. We allowed the legislators to take over our public school system and turn it into a public fool system, okay? And by being negligent, we have now found ourselves in a peculiar, precarious way, and we need to stand steadfast and correct it. Wars are not won by bullets, guns, and violence. They're actually won by intellectual, intelligent people who understand the power of the pen, okay? And like I said, man rights. Okay, so we make our extraordinary writs. We go forward and push forward, not by typing into a computer and printing something off, but actually writing something. And so earlier when I was demonstrating how simple it is to bring a claim, The reason I was showing you how short the writs are is because anybody can handwrite this. It's not 90-page diatribe. It's as simple as this, and this should be handwritten again, because handwritten pleadings are more powerful than anything typed, because if it's typed, it can be, anybody could have created it, okay? So, and then of course, you'll see my certificate of service that was created because I actually served this document on Danielle. And so there's a certificate of service. This is part of a second page. So part of due process of law, when we're providing services, we want to do a certificate of service and we want to do a certificate of non-response. Now, what I like to do, and this is just me, you don't have to adopt this procedure, but I like finding a non-biased third-party individual. And when I write somebody, I have them write the non-biased third-party individual instead of myself. One, it protects me. If these people decide that they want to be violent, aggressive, do something foolish, stop by my house, harass me, I eliminate that by having them send the correspondence to a disinterested third party who now becomes a witness to the fact that they never either received any letters from said corporation, said trustee, said man involved, or they did receive, and now they're going to testify as to what day, what time it was sent and received. So that's one way of protecting your family and your friends, is by using a disinterested third party to be the receiver of the correspondence coming from the man or woman that you are now pursuing.
Hey, Derek.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right, watch this. Under proper service of process, there's basically, they only list 2, but it's actually 3 rules. Must be somebody over the age of 18, somebody not a party to the action, and it must be hand delivered, right?
Correct.
So when you send certified mail, doesn't the mailman himself, who's over age 18, well, at least he better frickin' be, walk up and knock on your door and hand deliver it to you, and he's a disinterested third party?
That's correct.
There you go. That's proper service of process. And then you just put in your letter, for any and all responses, please respond to this person. And you can list them as the mailer and receiver, but you can easily achieve certificate of service properly by sending registered mail.
Right. And using your 3811 as your other witness.
Yeah,
Because your
that's
signature has to be
that's
on
your
it.
proof. That's your proof. You're correct.
Right. Plus the receipt from the postal service.
Well,
So-
yeah, you can go ahead and download it from USPS tracking if yeah, they're never going to question it, you know. But that's your proper personal service by a disinterested third party who is over age of 18. The mailman knocking on your door. Damn it.
Absolutely. And that brings up another good.
So many
that brings-
cases, including one last week, to where
Right.
they had my client dead to rights. They had evidence. They had him dead to rights. But then I noticed in their paperwork, they says, yeah, we sent him correspondence by USPS mail. Oh, that's not proper service. That wasn't hand delivered. That was put in a mailbox. That's a federal jurisdiction. And
Right. So they brought a state issue. They traversed jurisdictions by bringing a state matter through a federal conveyance, correct?
he was out of there in under 2 minutes. The judge agreed. He says, yes, this is a violation of due process of law. He was not properly served. Case dismissed. And I'll bet you that chick is still scratching her head thinking, what the fuck? We had evidence. He violated the protection order. Yeah, good luck with that, honey.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
I saw that. I was jumping for joy. I was like, oh, I got you. I got you. You sent it regular mail. That's not proper.
Right.
So
So there's no evidence or proof that he received it. Secondly, they're jumping jurisdictions and taking a state matter and using federal means to serve.
yeah, it's total violation across the board.
Right. Yep.
You know, so as long as you send your certificate of service and then give an address name for the person to respond to as your mailer receiver, and you send that certified, that's more than acceptable.
Smoking Baby has something on the screen. Go ahead.
This is you see the case is Carl Weber Auto versus Progressive Northern Insurance Company. This has to do with the certificate of mailing, and basically the crux of it. Someone sent it out when they did the mailing. They did a bulk mailer through 3606, a bulk mailer instead of the certificate of mailing in the highlighted section. It says for the insured. Allows cancellation of a type of policy for non-payment of premium when it's due, requires a 10-day notice to the insured prior to the effective date of cancellation. The code section states that a post office certificate of mailing to the named insured as his last known address is conclusive proof of the receipt of the notice of the third calendar day after mailing. However, the UPS form 3817 and 3877 are the post office forms for certificate of mailing. Progressive instead used a 3606 bulk mailing, which is not the same, but Form 3606 does not provide evidence that the piece of mail was mailed to a particular address, which is the whole point of the statutory requirement for the postal certificate of mailing.
There you go.
And this one with Clavo case, they didn't have a certificate of mailing. It's much longer. And the judge, they came in with the green card, the certified mail stub and the green card. And the judge ruled it was insufficient. And this lawyer opines that the missing piece is the 3877 right here. 3877, because the green card is one witness where the person admits to getting it, and the certificate of mailing is the second witness.
Yep.
That's the whole statutory requirement for the certificate. Statutory requirement. If the insurance company can lose for not having the certificate of mailing, I always do.
Yeah, I always do a certificate of service and send it out certified mail.
No, but the certificate of mailing, the postal.
Which is it's the 3811 form, correct?
3817 or the 3877.
77.
Gotcha.
So the certificate of mailing, there's the firm book or the individual single piece certificate of mailing.
Oh, trust me, I do firm book, signature card, tracking.
It was an accusation. I'm just pointing it out. That's statutory requirement.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Appreciate that. The 3817 is that one white piece of paper,
Yeah,
that little square
it's a
2 by 4 inch piece of paper. Yeah.
It's a single certificate. I use a front book for everything, even if it's just one.
Yep, got to have firm book. Just blow the dust off of it.
I mean,
Well, the only ones that can bring suit are a firm, right? Law firms bring suits. Well, if you have a mail firm book, you have a firm, don't you? I was told to use registered mail. Registered mail works. It proves chain of title every time that you send something registered mail. They have a special book behind their desk. And every time that article of mail, that registered article of mail hits somebody's hands, they have to sign in and sign out for it, which means they sign in when they pick it up and then they sign off on it when they drop it off. And the next person who picks it up signs in. And that proves chain of title, who had it, how long they had it, where it went to, and when it was dropped off, so on and so forth. And so if you're sending registered mail from, let's say, California to New York, in that mail firm book behind the postmaster's desk, you may find that they have a multitude of signatures to get from California to New York. And that's why you're paying the exorbitant fee of $28 to $36 to have it done.
you see here on the on this 3806, there's a $50,000 bond over here. Domestic, see that upside down, domestic insurance up to 50K
Right.
is included right over here in the lower left-hand corner of the square. So this 3806 is a 2-ply form, like kind of like those checks you write where you press on the check and you keep your receipt right there in your checkbook. This is the same way. So when I want to indemnify or indenture somebody like this recipient's a probate judge, I assign that $50,000 bond to him by endorsing the back of his 3806 like it's a deposit slip. For special deposit account of Will Motley to be a probate judge, keeper of secrets for this person. This is my wish. Signature by for as with a international stamp because the taxes are paid with my own imprint on it. and now the recipient is now bonded. Because the post office takes that second copy and scans both sides of it.
And you know you can do a 1099 OID on that, right?
How much? The 50K?
Yeah, I'll speak to you later on that one. But we had an old man in New York that showed us how he was doing tax for coups using express mail and then 1099 OIDing them and getting a return.
The express mail, you can I haven't tried it yet. The clerks here are kind of dicks. You can put
Oh,
your,
I've done it, and friends of mine have done it.
You can put the birth certificate number on the express mail and the agency number, and it's tied to the Bureau of Land Management.
Yeah. Well, he didn't even go that far. He just did a tax per coup.
Okay.
And filed, he kept his receipts and filed the 1099 OIDs on it.
You can take all your receipts and have them identified. I'm talking about the birth certificate number is tied to the Bureau of Land Management. That's our agency number. So when I do an express mail, you can put the birth certificate number and the agency number on the express mail, and it pays for the mail.
Yeah, because land management is the proper place. You're correct. It's always some fun stuff, isn't it?
Absolutely. So you get done giving your 3 notices, your notices to your employer, okay, the guy you call boss. And the next step is to create your statement of facts. On October 1st, I sent out the first notice of correspondence to a man named John Doe Smith, who at times acts as CEO for ABC Corporation. On October 15th, I sent out his second notice to a man, John Doe Smith, who acts as CEO, Chief Executive Officer for ABC Corporation. And you're just basically making small statements of fact about the due process of law you followed. That's it. Because after you make these statements of facts and you put this on the record for pressing your claim in your court, then what you're going to do is you're going to label your exhibits. Your first exhibit is going to be the first notice that happened on October 1st, okay? And that exhibit is going to go into a great amount of detail, okay? So it's not necessary in your statement of facts to go into all the finite details, but basically you're just making a brief summary, brief statement of facts as to what you did on what day and who received it and when they received it. So if you're using the 3811 green return receipt, what was it, the 3817, now you have that evidence, and the 3811 is going to come back with a signature on it. If it does not come back with a signature, it is imperative that you go and speak to the postmaster. You created a contract with the postmaster to perform a task, and that task was to acquire a signature, okay? And it has to be signed. They will take that green 3811 back from you, and they will go get the signature, okay? They're the baddest outfit on the planet. The United States Postal Service are some badass motherfuckers. They will absolutely take care of that because they don't want to be found in breach contract, for one, and two, they're very honorable. They will honor their agreement with you.
You know, it's also interesting. You know, what's interesting about that green card, they have a printed name in there, right? Where it says print the name.
Uh-huh.
If the person doesn't print their name in the full legal name under the Real ID Act, they have falsified a government document.
Uh-oh. That's just dirty, brother. That's just dirty.
I never thought about that.
Also, Derek, let me ask you, what does CEO mean? Does that mean Cheerios ever ordered?
Right. I said CEO, and I keep telling everybody that we need to be surgical. So you want to put Chief Executive Officer on there.
There you are. There you are.
Yep.
Never want to leave presumptions and assumptions open.
Right. US could be understand. It could also be, under the sea. So we don't want to abbreviate. We always want to be specific. So Once you create your statement of facts, now you're going to come back in with your notices. With your notices, every time you send out a notice, do not make the mistake of not making a copy of it. Go take it to a Xerox machine, photocopy it. These and write copy on it. Okay. These are going to be your exhibits that you're entering in. So you've created your statement of facts. Now you have your exhibits. Your exhibits, as you read your statement of facts before the court, asking what this man's lawful excuse is. Okay, if he doesn't have any lawful excuse, you're going to go through your first statement of fact. I, Derek, sent first notice October 15th to John Doe Smith to restore the property of I, okay, you see what I'm saying?
And make
then-
sure that they get the copies. You always keep originals. Because the court is going to require originals from you.
Right.
To continue on- to
I
continue
threw
on-
you train of thought.
to continue with the
Go ahead.
if I require the person's full legal name in order to bring a cause of action against them. I have a document that talks about fictitious names have no standing, and so if the name is wrong when they put it on that green card, I don't know who to go after in that full legal sense. So that's the issue there.
That's a great bit of information there, because a lot of times when you're dealing with agents and agency, they do
I like
not want to give you their full name. And that's why.
Yeah, I like that one. He is correct. I think that's under Title 18. Somewhere around 1341, 1342, use of the fictitious name.
Yeah, using false and fictitious statements through the mail. And
It would also, if they're a government official, it would also be failure to identify crime.
Yeah, dereliction of duty. Okay. Again, we could spend a day to find out how many crimes. My God, they make it too easy.
Yeah, the failure to identify is obliged on them, not us. I have the right to anonymity. That was in the civil rights case where the Supreme Court ruled the African American man we have the right to be anonymous to protect ourselves. That was a civil rights case in the 60s.
Nice. Never heard that one, but nice.
Public trustees have no presumption of privacy, so they don't have the right.
No, they have duties, obligations, and that's
So
pretty
we're
much.
talking about their names, so they don't have the right to not provide their full legal name.
Yeah, they have an obligation as a public servant.
So these cops use these fictitious names, J. whatever, an unregistered name on a security incident, committing securities fraud. And,
Most of them like to say, "Oh, my name's right here," and I'm like, "Really? Is that what you tell your mama? My name's right here. Is that your name? How do you spell that? M-I W-R-I?" I'm like, "What the fuck?"
So then they falsify security using that unregistered fictitious name.
Yep, they do. You're correct.
And that's simple enough to prove by turning around and contacting the Secretary of State and asking them if the name on that badge has been registered. It also proves intent that they intended to use that name as an unregistered DBA because they made a placard. So that proves intent.
You get a certificate of registration or a certificate of no record by going to the Secretary of State with that fictitious name and have the Secretary of State prove up testifying to that, whatever that fictitious name, unregistered fictitious name is.
So many ways to hit them, so little time.
Well, they can't stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess what we're trying to express to you from three different viewpoints that are really similar in nature. One being statutorily on the public side, you can come after them, and the other is the private side. But the most important is due process of law. Even though they don't provide it for you, you must provide it to them, because we do everything in good faith, with good conscience, and for good reason. And that should always be on your documentation. This is done in good faith, with good conscience, for good reason. And that right there it minimizes your risk of them saying that somehow you're being a paper terrorist, you're doing something that's benign or unauthorized or harassment. You're doing it in good faith with good conscience for good reason.
That's what happened to PJ, paper terrorism.
Yep.
Little jackass.
Everybody has their moments.
Yeah, he had a great one. Meanwhile, I'm up. Hey, you should have seen me in trial last week with my nephew here in the gardens. That it's now been almost 14 days, and the judge still hasn't issued his ruling after trial because I challenged the word shall in the
Oh,
statute.
it's like Bill Clinton challenging the word is.
Well, it says you shall stop at a red light. Well, shall, that's ambiguous. It's not obligatory. It's not an obligation. It's
Yeah, well,
ambiguous.
you is accusative, and they haven't proven that you're a you. So we said
Well, they
you.
didn't say the word you, and I do agree with you. Yes, you are correct on that. It's
They
just-
say you drive. I don't have to talk about drive. Let's talk about you.
Well, yeah, no, and I agree with you. It actually didn't use that word, but it used the word shall twice in the code. And what I did is I pulled up the Plain Writing Act from 2010, Act of Congress, which dictated that the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure should remove the word shall and replace it with must or must not. And the Federal Rules of Evidence also issued the same memo, as well as the FAA. And then the real ass biter for this judge is the Castle Rock v. Gonzalez case I pulled that was ruled over by Antonin Scalia, which says the word shall does not mean what you think it means. Yeah, let's see you get around that one. Let's see you go against Scalia. The
So
problem
here's-
is this
Go ahead.
judge is pushing it to where the case is going to get nullified, which isn't what I wanted. Yeah, it's a win for my nephew, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted a damn ruling on it, because if I got that, I would then be able to use that to nullify every traffic statute in the state of Florida that ever existed.
Right.
They're not going to
So
give me
here-
that. I think he saw that coming. So it's now been 14 days and still no ruling. And that was at a trial. He's like, shall, huh? I never heard this argument before. Oh, I got a hell of an argument for you, brother.
So we're going to kind of pull back onto the subject matter. Not that that isn't part of it, because people need to understand the manipulation and the twisting of the language that's unworthy of a judge to ensnare people into their artifices and schemes. It's very important. But back onto the subject matter of religious exemptions, if you don't want to pursue these people as far as a lawsuit, August 23rd, 2021, I submitted religious exemptions to preserve my deeply and sincerely held religious beliefs as they are our employee rights. Okay, well, employees don't have rights. That's an egregious misnomer. An employee is a title. Titles don't have rights, as it is our right as man and woman, perhaps. But as employees don't have rights. Okay, so that's a misnomer that needs to be corrected. A right is something that cannot be taken from you. It should be from a man or a woman without due process of law. That is correct. Okay, the way that this is written, it can be bungled in the court system. They'll say employees don't have rights, and we don't know who you is. Okay,
Employee
it's
is
a man or a woman. So at this time, I would like to take the opportunity to discuss this matter in the terms of compliance with the VII, which I believe it stands for number 7 of the United States Civil Rights Act. Now, I want to talk about civil rights. Civil rights are granted by men, a group, a body, a politic. If man giveth, man can take it away. I would rather talk about my unalienable rights. However, in this, they're using the Title 7 of the United States Civil Rights Act. Your email response to me on right in the date stated that the denial of your exemption request was based on a number of factors, including your review of the religious basis for your request and consideration about the undue hardship that would arise from allowing unvaccinated employees in the workplace. Okay, so this is some of the tactics they may use against you, saying, well, it's going to cause undue hardship on other people. You may infect people. They haven't even isolated SARS-CoV-2, ladies and gentlemen, which means it doesn't exist. I'm not saying people aren't dying, but they're still dying of heart attacks, cancer, and other things. They're not necessarily dying of this elusive COVID-19. Why? Because they haven't actually isolated it. Okay. The onus is on you to prove that my religious statements are not in good faith and the information I provided does not meet the criteria you hold for requests with a religious basis. Without transparency of these factors used for review, your denial of my exemptions constitutes as religious-based discrimination. Okay, and that's very much true. I can only explain to you my sincerely held beliefs. I cannot make you understand them nor force you to believe them. Spiritual matters of the soul are intimately understood between the believer and the Lord. Okay, you really don't even have to go too much further in this document to understand where they're coming from, but this will also be included in there as well.
There's, you know, if in these cases, if you bring up the American disabilities, I'm disabled because I'm allergic to everything inside that shot. So I have a disability there. So under the ADA, it removes the immunity of the judge and the lawyers.
Say that one more time for me.
Under the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, invoking Title II and Title III removes the immunity because they're taking ADA funding, and then they're under the ADA, so it removes their immunity because by taking the funding, they win. And so I'm disabled because everything in that shot I'm allergic to.
Oh.
If it were to go that way, because the religious exemption is unassailable under Title VII, they don't even get to question it. They try to, which is bullshit. So I've all that list of adjuvants and everything. I put that in my medical record that I'm allergic to all that stuff.
Weren't you telling me, a smoking baby, that about a woman who was helping somebody else under the American Disability Act that actually removed a judge? Was that you, or am I mistaken? Nope, we lost him.
Wow.
I'm still here. I just have to find it for you real quick.
Oh, no worries.
ADA. I'll put the email address in there, and the email address is also her channel name. She's doing great work over there. I'll put it in the chat. She goes into the whole Title II and Title III, and how it cripples the judge. He's battling the military. They're just super dirty. Oop. Here we go.
I noticed there were some questions earlier directed to you, smoking baby, about the military and what the avenue, if you're in the military, how effective the W-4 form would be if you were in the military, or how effective your religious exemptions would be in the military. Do you have any comment on that?
Title VII applies in the military.
Wonderful.
The W-4. I mean, I don't know who's in the military, but if you go to the Office of Personnel Management, the OPM, and do a form SF-180 and request your military records, including your oaths of office, you will see that the oath of office was taken by the name and social security number. When they go, so the name and social security number, you solemnly swear to support the Constitution, and it gets down to the "So help me God" is in all capital letters, which does not conform with the 3331 oath. The 331 oath has "So help me God" in proper case. The all caps "So help me God" is not part of the page. So I, the man, never took the oath. The social security person took the oath. And number two, the 5331, the 3331 is a for-profit oath as a mercenary, because we never take the Title IV 101 oath. So the man operating in the military is actually a mercenary, can't be charged with war crimes because he's not protected by any type of government at all, because there's no proper oath in place. That's a tricky thing with that oath thing. We never took the oath. And then if you look on the next line of your induct, whatever the oath form is they have for your particular service, then they create a fictional office like the first, middle, last, 2LT, comma, USAFA, and that's a fictitious business name because it's an all cap name. So they create all these fictions that go into the military, and everyone thinks they're protected, but they're not. The Title VII applies even in the military, because otherwise, I mean, they had a case at the Air Force Academy about this religious accommodation and everything going up there as well, so it doesn't go away even if you join the military. Not to mention,
Wonderful.
not
Go
not to,
ahead.
men- not to mention the you take in all the list of adjuvants that are out there and all those shots, and you tell them like you're allergic to it, and you can't agree to suicide. Suicide's a crime, so I can't commit suicide.
Yeah, self-preservation.
Nope, you can't commit suicide. That's a crime.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have a right to self-preservation.
We're not talking about the shot is suicide. There's nothing about self-preservation. The suicide is a crime. So
Well, yeah, in the Bible, definitely. And in the legal realm.
So I want to touch briefly on public and private, and I did this on Facebook, but for you guys that may not be on Facebook, I want to run through it one more time. I want to show you the difference between the public and the private side. Again, it's just written down here. I don't actually have it on my screen. On the public side, you have persons, corporations, individuals, partnerships, LLCs, public trust, contracts, commerce, at law, in rem, which in rem deals with things. At law, you're not quite in law, you're just at law. You have family courts, Article I courts, Admiralty Maritime jurisdictions. You have UCC, USC, IRC, civil rights, political rights, Roman civil law, Roman maxims, Roman statutes, Roman common law, war powers, martial law, bankruptcy, mortgages, taxes, ordinances, rules, federal rules of civil procedure. Then you have auxiliary, concurrent, and exclusive jurisdictions. Due to the Adjudicature Act of 1871, where they commingled equity and Roman civil law together, or martial law. You have equitable by characteristic. Okay, so it simulates equity, but it's not quite equity. Okay, then on the public side, you have legal, which is actually the undoing of God's law. Man's law so often is the undoing of God's law, not all the time, but most of the time. You have foreclosures, things, color of title, color of law, color of authority, simulated legal process, fiction, real estate and property, which is not land. You have stealing, robbery, human trafficking, public side of the ledger, public banking, general accounts, general deposits, citizenship, birth and BERTH. You have USPS, USPTO. So that you have the United States Postal Service, you have the United States Patent and Trademark Office, driver's license, lot block, parcel ID number, addresses and zone improvement project number identified as a zip code, easements, property tax, voters, colorable title, fiat, debtors, social security numbers, birth certificates, traffic courts, family courts. You have men that act like judges. You have blind justice on the public side and jury trial. You also have letter of the law, mode, process, procedure, plaintiff, defendant, witness, interloper, interpleader, quasi-trustee, quasi-beneficiary, presumptions and assumptions, lawyers and attorneys, negative averments, complaints, simulated justice, special verdicts, chaos, governed. If you're on the public side, you're governed. You have the United States under Title 28, 300215A, which is a federal corporation. It's on the public side. Everything is under executive branch. You have motions, pleadings, orders, motor vehicle code, safety enforcement officers. Now, that's the public side of things. On the private side, you have auxiliary, concurrent, and exclusive jurisdiction of equity. You have your 20 maxims of equity. You have natural law, God's law, 10 commandments, private trust, land, not real estate and property, unalienable rights, reality, grace, forgiveness, mercy, honor, dignity, respect, good faith, good reason, good conscience, sound doctrine, sound principles, private property, equitable by nature, legal by characteristic. The legal by characteristic is so the attorneys from the public side can come over and do the accounting on the private side and balance the ledger, okay? Remedy, you have remedy on the private side. You have man and woman on the private side, as opposed to plaintiff and defendant. You have due process of law on the private side. You have habeas corpus, mandamus, memorandums, quo warrantos, which you also find those on the public side, but they're equitable by characteristic. Okay. And on the private side, they're equitable by nature. Full accounting, name decree, status correction, theft, extortion, kidnapping, assault, and battery. Everything on the private side can always be attributed to a theft, period. A theft of your time, a theft of your property, a theft of your rights and property, although they're not synonymous necessarily. Without rights, you don't have property. Without property, you can't have rights. All right. And that's the importance of tying yourself back to the land, because that's where your bundle of rights are held. From the dirt you come and to the dirt you will return. You have the private side of the ledger, private banking, special accounts, special deposit, private American National Union state members. You have a place of nativity, not a place of birth. Ships are birth, and that's why you have a birth certificate. It's for the estate. The estate was birth, and no trust can manifest without first having an estate. And that's the significance of the estate being created with the birth certificate before the social security number is created. General post, common law copyright, meets and bounds. Meets and bounds are not the same as lot block parcel ID number. Two separate jurisdictions. We have electors versus voters. Voters are on the public side. Electors actually do something that matters. Okay. Land patent, perfect title. Real money. Perfect title does not exchange from one man to another without real value and consideration. Real value and consideration is in the form of gold or silver coins. We have creditors on the private side, tax exempt on the private side, true beneficiaries, and beneficiaries are the real owner on the private side. We have Article 3, subsection 2, subpart 1, court venues on the private side, in camera, in chambers with a chancellor or a magistrate, which is fair. All right. It's open-eyed equity as opposed to blind justice. On the public side, they can't hear or see you. Okay. But on the private side, they can hear and see you, and the lawyers can't talk because they do not have firsthand knowledge. Smoking Baby was talking earlier about declaratory judgments. I once spoke to a lawyer. He said, "Oh, declaratory judgments are old things. We don't use those anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We don't use that anymore because it's old and it doesn't have any force, weight, and effect." And I got thinking about it and then talked to Mr. Anonymous. And Mr. Anonymous said, "No. The reason that the lawyer told you that is because he can't testify with firsthand knowledge and write it down in an affidavit, swearing to it, swearing to the statements that are verifiable before a notary." That's why lawyers say declaratory judgments don't hold any weight or merit, because they are barred from doing so.
Yeah, they
we
say
have
something about common law.
Yeah, we have trial by way of jury instead of jury trial. Jury trial is on the public side. Trial by way of jury is on the private side. We have spirit of the law. Now, it's important to understand the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law. And 1 Timothy section 9, it says the law was not written for a righteous man. The law of the Pharisees, the law of man, was written for heathens, people that lack moral compasses, okay? But the spirit of the law and the letter of the law must harmoniously be one together. So, for example, a stop sign was put in place. I ran the stop sign at 3 a.m, but I didn't hurt anybody. I violated the letter of the law, but I didn't violate the spirit of the law, so that I didn't violate the law. Okay, might have violated the letter of the law. We're not disputing that. But what was the intent of the letter of the law? It was to protect other men. And at 3 a.m, I didn't cause any man or woman harm. So although I violated the letter of the law, I didn't violate the spirit of the law. Thus, this case must be vacated. Okay.
Did it say shall stop?
Yeah. So on the private side, we're in law versus the public side, we're at law. That's why you can't get any of your remedies, because you're only at law. You're not in it. Private core judicially protected rights. This is the judiciary coming in and protecting your unalienable rights, and they call it private core judicially protected rights. We have modes, process, and procedures. We have wrongdoers, not plaintiffs and defendants, okay? We have man with firsthand knowledge, secondhand knowledge, and thirdhand knowledge. We don't have witnesses in the private side. We have men who have firsthand knowledge. They saw it and can testify.
Man who did witness.
Yep, man who did witness. And we have facts, no lawyers, claims, not complaints. On the private side, we have remedy, we have general verdicts, which means the trial by way of jury. The jury decides both the facts and the law. Very important. We have harmony, self-govern, United States of America, the Republic and Commonwealth are on the private side. We have separation of powers, whereas on the public side, everything is under the executive branch. On the private side, in the Republic and the Commonwealth, we actually do have a separation of powers. As men, and on the private side, we state and we require, and we utilize decrees, and we have peace officers, which are our sheriffs, which we can still invoke them to be peace officers. And we have what is called lawful. Lawful is God's law, what's true, correct, natural law. And on the other side on the opposite side of that spectrum, we have legal, which is the undoing of God's law. So that just kind of gives you a briefing on public versus private.
Stay out of the damn public.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Isn't it? It's really detrimental.
Public is commercial and commerce is war.
Yeah, it's detrimental to your health. It really is. I like the private side so much better.
Right.
I mean, to me, it's just so much simpler, you know. And
we got an opinion on declaring oneself a secured party creditor. Well, first of all, you got to realize it's secured party and creditor.
Correct.
People are out there making that misnomer that it's all one thing. It's two separate things.
You are already a secured party because of HAR 192. That's mandatory.
Yeah, Public Law 7310, House Joint Resolution 192.
48 Stat 112. I know it.
Right. Title 1295A was moved to Title 50 4305B2. That was pointed out by Mr. Anonymous, and that's why we do everything in good faith, because under the military code, it clearly articulates anything done in good faith is not a jailable offense.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that Lever code.
Right. Right. And that's why we always say done in good faith with good conscience and for good reason. Our intent is pure.
Void where not applicable by law should be in your doc.
Right. Void where prohibited by law is another nice protection.
Yeah.
Are these the same documents showing this? What are you
Got a
talking
question.
about?
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Where's the banker come in? Secured
The
party.
banker's code is in Title 12, but be more specific.
I was just wondering, the secured party, and then there's the creditor, and then
Well, you are a bank.
You're
Look,
a bank.
look. I
So
pointed
what
this out
I'm
to
missing is the knowledge to do the banking part of it. Is
I
that
pointed
it?
this out to a sheriff one day. Have you ever been arrested?
Yeah.
You have. Have you ever
Yes, I
bailed
have.
yourself out? Hold on.
Yeah.
Have you ever bailed yourself? Hold on. Let me finish the damn question before you answer, or it's frivolous. Have you ever bailed yourself out with a signature? A personal reconnaissance bond or an OR bond?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you're not a banker? You mean to tell me you just created $10,000 into the economy? They let you go over a signature? How are you not a banker?
I
You
knew
just
not
created
what,
a negotiable instrument that they're going to negotiate, and you
Right.
created $10,000 into the economy on a whim with a wisp of a pen, and you're not a banker?
well, I realize that now.
Yeah, I said that to that sheriff, and he sat there and he scratched his bald head, and he looked at me, he goes, "That is a really damn good question."
And
Yeah.
and Derek, you've
Ain't
seen
that a
it.
bitch?
You've seen it as well through Treasury Direct. You've seen it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I could pull that up for people, I guess.
Well, yeah, it's a very minor thing, but you've seen it with your own eyes. That
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we are. I mean, HJR 192 made us all the creditors.
Now I
There's
know what
no
treating
thing
is.
around that, and that's what I use to do tax per coup and a bunch of other things. HAR.
They've always treated me very nicely. Now I know why.
You're a cash cow. And,
Yeah, buddy.
and you're trained through the public school system not to know how valuable your mark, signet, and seal is. They need you. You don't necessarily need them.
So I didn't realize that till just now. We're all secured parties by default. That makes absolute sense per HDR 192. That makes
Yeah.
That's right.
CR 192 made us
They
all.
can't utilize us as utilities if we're not, right?
So let me touch base on the UCC one, because everybody thinks that that's a lien. It is not a lien. It's a notice of intent
Notice
to
of-
lien.
There
Okay.
you go, baby. There
Not
you
a
go.
lien. Everybody that runs around saying, I got a lien on my estate because I've got a UCC one filed, that is a notice of intent to lien. That is not a lien.
Nope.
A lien is securitized. Somebody is pledged to be the debtor. Somebody is assigned as an assignee. And now it's called a securitization. And because it's a security now, there's a liable party responsible for covering the taxes and making sure that that lien is paid. Until it's been assigned, it is nothing more than a notice of lien.
You
Notice
know,
to
you're
lien.
you're stopping me from picking on a lot of people on SBC boards when I go, show me your lien, not your notice of lien, but show me your lien, and they can never. do it.
That's because
I like doing that.
What's the form of it? What's the actual lien look like? It's on bond?
Our late brother David Ward actually securitized a lien against the Queen of England. And he made her, through assignment, the assignee of the lien. He liened her estate, and she was the responsible party for paying down the debt because she agreed by tacit agreement through acquiescence by his notices given to her. And then he perfected his lien interest by assignment.
And you wonder why he's dead.
What form does the lien take? Is it a scroll or what?
What do you mean?
The actual lien, is it paper?
A securitized lien I can take to the Federal Reserve, and any banker worth his weight in salt will jump all over it in a moment's notice and give me 80% of it, because they're going to turn around like a chocolate covered turd and securitize it and have some foreigner named Ahmed buy it for billions of dollars while it matures, and they reap the rewards of dividends and derivatives that are generated from it for the next 35 to 40 years.
So it's on bond paper with a statement or what?
It's words on paper that create debt.
And
Debt
they're
has
gonna
value.
securitize it, monetize it, underwrite it, and put it in with mortgage-backed securities. And our
There you go.
our
Bingo.
biggest purchasers is Japan, Belgium, and Germany. Sorry to break your heart, Derek. It's not Ahmed.
Yeah, well, I use Ahmed a lot. That's just how I am.
It's gonna be Hans or Ping Soo Kee. I don't know.
Yeah, Jeff Dunham got me hooked on Ahmed. I like that guy.
Ah, shit. Love Jeff. Hey, I've been to many of his shows, and I'm still pissed off that during the divorce, my ex-wife got the 3 dolls I had him sign for. Son of a bitch.
Always knew there was something peculiar about you there.
Yeah.
I kill you.
I
right.
had the dolls
Question.
signed by Jeff. Damn it. Fuck.
We got a question. House Joint Resolution 192 was repealed. Yeah. So was Title
No, hold on. Let me
1295A.
address that one. It wasn't a valid appeal because the banks are not giving you gold or silver for this tender that they have in front of you. Therefore, the appeal was never validated.
You're supposed to be able to exchange a promissory note for cash.
All right. The public trust still
Oh,
upheld.
okay, no. In order for it to be a valid repeal, they would have to put gold or silver back into the economy. They did not do that. Therefore, it's not a valid appeal. And that's why, and I'm going to share this with you guys right now. Oh, wait, I hit Google Drive. Wrong one. But this was just 2 weeks ago with my boy. Me and Derek been speaking about this. No, photo gallery.
Malika, you're 100% correct. Repeal in their land only means recodify somewhere else. And that's what I was trying to explain about Title 1295A. It says repealed. And then Mr. Anonymous pointed out, yeah, it's repealed because they took it and supplanted it into Title 4305B2. And I found it odd because that means that the U.S. military, the DOD, is actually in control of the banker's script. That's what that means. I just successfully got another over $168,000 IRS bill paid in full for a guy battling 1,000 by using a form I created and using one equity interest recoupment by mutual set-off credit exchange exemption.
And that was done under HJR 192, a 1-sentence letter and a fucking money order.
That
Now,
168.
when you say money order, you're not talking about a postal money order. You're talking he created a negotiable instrument on a piece of toilet paper and mailed it to him, correct?
Yes, sir. You don't even want to see the money order. I mean, I actually upgraded on his a little bit. He sent me over the process, but you know, I was like,
saw some things on there that I didn't. It's not that I don't agree with. I saw some things lacking that would prevent him from being accosted against his will, and one of them is done in good faith, given for a patent right, needs to be on there before your signature. It needs to be right above the signature line. Given for a patent right and done in good faith.
hold on. Let me go over here and find it.
That $168,000 was his credit. He didn't claim it.
He got rid of it. He quashed it. It's not the first time Denny's done this. He's done
Okay,
this.
it's not about getting rid of it. That $168,000 goes in his pocket. It's his credit.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't go in his pocket. You're correct.
No, that's what's wrong with it. He should get that as a recoupment.
Well,
So on the recoupment side of that, if I may ask, since he discharged it through the process that he used, does that mean, Smoking Baby, that if he's not able to recoup it then, since it's considered discharged?
well, it wasn't. First off, it wasn't his debt. He was doing it for a client just to get it gone. And the client doesn't really know shit. So he's just looking to make it go away for the client.
Right. I was just trying to feel this out because I was curious. If it is discharged, does that mean that no recoupment can be plausibly had?
No, yeah, he'd have to go in and show he's never had tax liability. Then
Gotcha.
tax collected is recouped.
Okay, so just because it's discharged doesn't necessarily mean that you can't do a
But
recoupment.
everyone's cheering about making it go away as opposed to actually getting the credit back.
Right.
I don't think that's his interest, considering it's a client who really doesn't know squat. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, the goalposts are shifting. I'm gonna stop talking about it.
there's the money order that he made up.
And again, that was accepted by the IRS. No questions asked. No
Yep.
agents on his doorstep.
1099A with it. We got that from a book by David E. Robinson called "Give Yourself Credit: Money Doesn't Grow on Trees." It's for sale for $17 on Amazon. A really great book.
Awesome.
And David's been doing it since like 2008, 2009.
Looks like 8, chapter 48, 48 stat 11. Reginald threw that in the chat for us. Derek, is that what you had me use? Yes, Vaughn Simpson, you're gonna call me up a little bit later because we still need to do your 1099A online, brother. Let's see.
But like I say, that's not the first time that old Denny has pulled that shit. I mean, I've watched him remove Supreme Court justices from the bench in his state.
Right.
Okay, Denny, he's very self-governing. He does not play around. When it comes to his administrative processes, that man is extremely powerful.
Well, if it can actually be put into an account instead of so-called made to go
Yeah, but
away, somebody
you're correct.
may be in
It's
a
just
better
Denny's-
position.
He's not after that kind of stuff. He's a very humble man. You know, he's just a very humble man. If somebody's got problems, he'll help them out, and then he's gonna walk away after he's solved their problem.
But Denny's not the issue here. I don't care about Denny. His process is good, but I don't care.
Well, his process is
Jackson
working.
the nude. But,
His process is working.
again, it all depends what you consider working. So yes, if you just wanted to so-called go away, it will
Yep.
be, it will go away. However, if it can be reformed so that instead of wishing it goes away, it still is a benefit to you using a very similar process, not
They,
only will it not
again,
be a debt liability or
but
perceived as a
again,
debt
these aren't
liability, it would
Jenny's
actually be
problems.
credit.
These are problems for clients. So he's just solving their
Right,
problems
yeah.
and walking away.
Mark, nobody's arguing that at this point. They're trying to show how you do a recoupment. That's what they're pointing out.
Well,
They're
yeah,
not saying Jenny's wrong. They're just, and they're not
Invest up in
ostracizing
that.
you for what you're saying. They're just saying, look, they're abandoning poker chips on the table. Great, you made it disappear, but hey, let's talk about how we do that recoupment so you can recycle those funds month after month after month, year after year, because that is
Oh, yeah, but
truly
most of
the
these
system
people are too
design.
stupid to know that stuff.
Right.
So Jenny's
That's
not
not the
wasting
issue.
his time doing that.
It's just
I'd
not
like to learn, I'd like to learn exactly how to do all that. That's all I need.
David E. Robinson, give yourself credit. Money doesn't grow on trees. It's on Amazon for about 18 bucks. It
David E.
shows.
Robinson,
I just put it in chat. I just put the link to it in Amazon on chat.
thank you.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate that.
It's a wonderful book.
Malika, you had something on here about where'd it go? Here it is. It's in 31 US Title 31 and 51, like 51 USC 3123. Can you capitalize on that for me real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So when researching the repealed sections of the HJR 192 or Public Law 7310, in their world, of course, regular repeal means that whatever it was that they created went away. But in their world, repeal just means we restated what we said here in another place. We might have removed certain terminology. And so one of my favorite parts of Title 31, for reasons that will be obvious when I pull it up. Okay, so Title 31 is important because it's money and finance. So this is chapter 31. It's also in chapter 51 where they start talking about the weight, the dollar being a measurement of weight. That's in chapter 51. But in 31, when they're talking about the public debt, which is of course, you know, everything, since private people don't have debt, it says in A that the faith of the United States government is pledged to pay in legal tender. The faith. Where does the faith of the United States government come from? Where do they get their faith from?
God we trust.
Full faith and credit of the American people.
The full faith and credit of the American people. That's right. So the full faith and credit of the American people is already pledged to pay. So we don't have to pledge anything else to pay. It's done.
Yep.
And that's why I like A. And I use this when people are like, you owe. And of course, you know, we use a definition of you. And proof that it's impossible for us to need to do anything else. Because if the faith of the United States is pledged to pay in legal tender and the faith came from the people, then there's nothing else for us to pledge to pay, promise to pay, attempt to pay, or do anything else. Unless, of course, we're taking on the Article 1, Section 8, Clause, Clause 1 responsibility to act as Congress.
No,
Right.
I couldn't agree with this young lady more.
That's cool. Thank you for sharing that with me, or sharing it with all of us. That's awesome.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Malika, you said you had a class coming up. I'm sure everybody in here would like to know when that is.
I don't have any classes coming up that I've you know, actually solidified, but there are things that people want to share about how they have done processes in the private when it came to making claims in court, like what you just showed earlier. And there was a woman who had to do an administrative process against a clerk for the same reason you were talking about earlier. She was supposed to, just do her job as a clerk, file. And what she ended up doing is rejecting a woman's filing to claim some property from being in the public realm into the private realm. She denied taking the papers to file, and instead called up the local newspaper and slandered the woman.
Oh,
And, telling everybody her business about, what she was attempting to file, and basically bragging that she rejected it. So the woman did an administrative claim for her dereliction of duty. And she did a notarial presentment process, which was confirmed by the Secretary of State for that state. And then she filed a miscellaneous filing for the judgment that was signed by the Secretary of State. So of course, the next step is to get the assessment. Somebody actually mentioned the IRS form or process or whatever earlier. I was trying to catch it, but it's whatever they use to say, okay, well, this is how many assets you have. This is what their value are, so that it can be liquidated because you have a judgment against you. And
I
so
was smoking baby, the 433A and the 433B
oh,
IRS.
that's right. That's right. I did write that down. So that's the next step for her. So what she ended up doing, because she's probably biting her nails and can't sleep at night, she called up the city attorney to her defense. But she was, prosecuted in her private capacity, not as the clerk. So the city attorney can't help her.
yeah.
But he's attempting to. So he filed a motion to try to get the miscellaneous filing of the judgment removed, and using the grounds that the woman who filed it was not an attorney, which of course doesn't even make any sense because she doesn't have to be. So right now, the hearing allegedly was last week, and what the attorney did was create his own judgment from himself and mailed it to her to try to give the impression that he's gotten an order to get her judgment removed, the miscellaneous filing of the judgment. So that's kind of like that process there, and like how the woman did the whole thing, which is basically what was laid out today, is what we might be talking about in the future. But I don't know if that's a class or if that's just somebody sharing their experience and answering questions about people that might be going down the same path, because she did it everything in private. She never filed like the claim in a federal court, but technically, in essence, of course, it's all the same, because the process, step 1, step 2, step 3, it's all the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the process and procedure is always the same.
So, yeah, I apologize for misunderstanding you. I thought when you shared that one document with us earlier this evening, you said you were going to do a course.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're talking about the document with the religious immunity?
Yes, yeah. Do you got a course coming up on that? I'm sure people would love to hear that.
What's funny is I already did my course when they first started talking about these mandates back in like October. So it's similar to what we covered here, except I didn't know anything about the W-4 aspect of it, which is like I like that.
Yeah, that's the cat's meow right there.
There's a lot of people that are going to want to do that because it's like you don't have to fight with a clerk at any court.
Oh, you muted out. There you go.
Myself. So I like that approach because it's still an administrative process, just like Smoking Baby said. And you're basically using the IRS as your court, judge, and jury. Yeah. And then you're already getting your damages, right? You're already getting that like built into the same process. Whereas if you go through the courts, you might have to battle with a clerk that doesn't know, or they might just accept it because not everything is a battle, right? Sometimes you walk in there and the clerk's like, they either don't care or They're educated. We don't care really, but they put the paper in, and then sometimes you do have to tell them, hey, this is your job to just file. And then unfortunately, like the story I just mentioned, some people go through having to sue the clerk. And, I just think that's that could be messy, you know? And then you have the situations where the man or woman acting as magistrate, even on the federal level, they try to interfere. They try to dismiss your respondents, even though, of course, they weren't actually granted any jurisdiction over the case just because they were assigned as the referee. So they start taking liberties that what Smoking Baby basically showed is that you can kind of skip the line. But the question still becomes, because of course there's some people who actually do want the FRNs, because that's all you're ever going to get. Doesn't matter if you say you want USD or you say you want gold or silver, they're only going to give you FRNs, assuming they pay out at all. And for those who who care to get the FRNs, it seems like you may get it even if it's in your whatever that tax account is called.
To go after the FRNs is totally against the way of Yah, and I'm in total disagreement with that.
Right, but there are some people that's
who
what
wants
they
to
want.
claim to be a man of Yah, you shouldn't be going after that because you cannot serve two masters.
Correct, but everybody's still including it in their claim.
Well, that's what they're making.
What Malika's talking about is acquiring the tax credits, and tax credits are just like casino money. You go to a casino, you give them $100 FRN bill, and they give you a bunch of poker chips, and those poker chips are expendable.
No, I actually agree with you, Mark. I'm always the one to say that, I prefer them to leave me alone.
Yeah, and that's why I love what Denny does, and thank you for that. I appreciate that, and yeah. I do a lot of the same.
Most people are going to be okay with just being left alone. And I kind of chuckled when you mentioned your case about your nephew, because I had a very similar case with our son last year, September. And what I filed, and it was right off the bat, was a notice of claim and claim of damages for them even approaching him with their notice of citation or whatever the hell, because there was no evidence that he was in a commercial vehicle. There was no evidence of an emergency, yet they're talking to him. You can't, if you're a policy officer, you cannot just talk to whoever you lay eyes on. If there's no emergency and you don't have a warrant, you're just supposed to shut the fuck up and leave people alone. So
I'm still shocked enough that my 20-year-old fucking nephew litigated this shit.
Yeah, well, we didn't have to do any litigation. And why, like I said, I was laughing at your story because I wanted to get a dismissal. I wanted actually the words dismissed or whatever next to his name in their computer. But when I sent in the claim and claim of damages, which doesn't have any different words than what we went over here, it literally was just titled notice of claim and claim of damages, and what they did was delete the cases.
Yeah,
they just deleted them. We never made it into the courtroom, like none of that. They were just like, okay, there's no rebuttal here because she's using our definitions and asking for the evidence that these things existed at the time, and of course they have no rebuttal. So
I could have very well easily gone after the officer claiming false statements before the court that, he was claiming that my nephew was engaged in commerce when he has no proof of such at the time.
And that's what I said in my claim. There's no proof he was engaged in commerce. There's no proof that he was in a commercial vehicle. Yeah. There's no proof that there was a warrant. And so that was what was on my quote unquote bill. And I sent it to them for $247,000 for just those 4 offenses of, like I said, no emergency, no warrant, removing him from his property, removing property from him. And I just came up with the arbitrary number and sent it in the city clerk. So I didn't request a room. I didn't do the claim in federal court. I just did it. Okay, you're the city policy officers. I'm gonna file a claim right with the city. I'm gonna send a copy to the insurance department, which they call risk management. And that made it all just completely evaporate without having to go through anything else at all.
Well, with me, yeah, I realize I can do that too. And I've done that in the past, but on this one, I was looking for the judge to be a fool, and go figure, we pulled a judge that's not a fool. He didn't fall for my bait. You know, I so wanted him to rule that I was right on the word shall, because it's just about in every Florida state statute, and I would have nullified the damn code if he gives me the win. But I don't see him giving me the win the way I want it.
Right. And that's what I was saying. I wanted my win to be a dismissal next to our son's name. And instead, the win came by an eradication, a total expungement. His name's not in the system at all. There's nothing.
No, and I agree with you. I just wanted it written on and for the record that he agreed I was right.
Me too. Me too. That's what I was trying to get.
Damn it. He got me. He got me. I pulled a smart one. Damn it, man. That's what's killing me. Okay, he got me. I noticed it day one. He was smart. He's not a foolish man. He was acting very honorably, and I commended him for such. But once I saw that, I was like, yeah, he's gonna nullify this. That's his only option. He's gonna nullify the crap out of this. You know, my nephew will get what he wants, but I'm not going to get what I wanted, which was to set a precedent.
You guys want to see what I just got emailed to me?
Booger?
Look at this. Mr. Clevin, or Clean, or whatever his name is, and Mr. Gonzalez, Judge Kozacek would like to propose jury instructions setting forth the elements of each charge and any terms, words that you feel might require a definition. Well, let's just see all of them. And, is, or, that, this, the.
It's always the little 2-letter words, but which case is this, Derek?
This is for the one on the 23rd of November.
So
this is the one where you just put in the front page. And so you put in your instructions, and that's what they're asking.
Your uncle's case, or is this your case on that wrongful
This is my case on the $63 motorcycle tax evasion charge and title jumping, which isn't even legally defined. They're just calling it a title violation now because they don't actually, he originally scheduled it as title jumping. And Mark looks at him and goes, title jumping? Is that even a thing?
Maybe it's a thing for agents, and so regular men don't really get it.
I just think it's funnier than shit.
Title jumping. I mean,
I'm gonna go ahead and give him the jury instructions. Nobody can testify without firsthand superior knowledge.
Oh, hey, we'll give him the same standard jury instructions we did. If I didn't send them over to you yet on your uncle's case, you know, we'll give the same thing.
It's an administrative.
I think this is interesting because this is the first correspondence with me. Obviously,
lucky you, I can't get one.
He's using his clerk of the court. They already know they don't want to go to jury trial with me. They already know that. But
they
like
won't
Mr. Anonymous said, quit playing around and just put it to bed. So
Mark, every time Mark exclaims, he has me cracking up because I feel you, because I'm trying to do. They're like, "Don't come here, stay away," and I'm like, "No, I'd like to come." Yes, and they're like, "No."
I agree. It's like my sister warned me. She goes, you know, they're going to know that you're the one helping all these kids out here locally. I says, well, yeah, but he's my nephew, you know, your son. What am I going to do? You know, and she's like, well, how do you think they're going to find out about you? And I says, all they got to do is look up his fucking address and see who else fucking lives here. Okay. And they're pretty much going to find out it's me, and they're going to know who to fucking target from now on. But the last time I was in a court about 3-4 years ago, the judge actually gave the bailiff the instructions. He says, remove him from the property and do not allow him to speak to anybody. That fucker walked me all the way to the sidewalk. And I looked at him and I says, hey man, just one question if you don't mind. He goes, what's that? And I says, was it something I said? And he was like, you're a dick. You're a fucking dick. They haven't invited me back into a court since. So when my nephew got this case, I went there and shut my mouth, and I snuck in and I was giving them pointers, and thank God
In the proposed jury instructions, should I put in there that the jury must be able to clearly identify all parties involved?
No, I'd put that to the magistrate.
Yeah, I'm just having fun with it. But anyway, if you look at this, it says
That's a good one,
proposed
Derek. That's
jury
a good
instructions.
one. The
Yeah.
jury needs firsthand knowledge.
Yeah, well,
The
that
jury
goes,
the jury must not be visually impaired or organ deficient.
that
Must-
goes right to Trinzi v. Pagliaro. You know, statements of counsel in brief and or I forget the other wording, but are not sufficient to lead the court to a summary judgment. They have no
That's if
firsthand
it's
knowledge.
just by the judge on the bench making a decision, but a jury is a completely different animal.
Yeah, I know, and that's where
Completely different
juries are
animal.
scary, and that's why I told you before. You got to be careful to pick a jury or the man in the black robe.
This is their offer. They want this by November 18th, 2021.
Oh, I got an offer for you. I'd probably get crucified for saying it, but I got an offer. It's
I
called.
got
It's
I got
called.
a nice set of documents. But anyway, I just want to share that with you guys.
Yeah, well, that's you know, when it goes to the word customs, which is the highest thing we have for the most part, society's customs, and society is very ignorant. They all believe you have to pay insurance because they have to. They all believe, and therefore, if that's the case, I don't want it before a trial by jury. Oh, hell no, they're a bunch of half-wits.
But you know how much fun I can have with these people? I go in the room and I go, how many of you by a show of hands believe I'm innocent? Nobody raises your hand. They're all disqualified, Your Honor. Well, wait, Mr. Gonzalez is innocent until he's been proven otherwise. Don't we all agree? Too late. They're already disqualified. How many of you guys are taxpayers? Somebody raises their hand. Yep, you're disqualified. You're gone. I'm not a taxpayer.
Well, that's not fair, Derek, because it's not that no one is supposed to pay taxes. It's only that people engaged in commercial commerce are supposed to pay taxes. So
Or volunteers, right?
just being a taxpayer because you actually run a business using government property doesn't necessarily mean you can't recognize when someone else is not.
Hold on, Malik, I got one for you. How many of you in here believe you're U.S. citizens? Yep, they're all disqualified, Judge.
Everybody
Now-
is
now
violating
you sound like
18,
me
9/11.
at Outback Steakhouse last night, where they go, "Where are you from?" And I go, "I'm from my mama, you dumbass."
How many of you believe you live in a state?
Yeah, right. Dude, the look on
Judge,
these.
I want Rule 11 on every last one of these jury members. I think they're all fucking beside themselves and absolutely incompetent.
And that's the problem with trial by jury. So you got to be careful if you pick trial by jury or jury trial by the man in the black robe who actually fucking knows a thing or two.
Well, he has a duty to know anyway, which means you can hold him liable in his personal
Yes,
capacity.
but that's
Duty
where
to
you
know.
got to be careful, because once it comes down in common law, there's no overturning that shit. Statute and code doesn't apply. Appeal doesn't apply. None of that applies. I already
Fair
showed you
enough.
that in the Peterson case, right? With what that guy did. Or Billy showed it to you. That was the Peterson case, to where they tried to get it, and the judge ruled res judicata that because it was in common law, it cannot be appealed. Appeals don't apply in common law. And that was the beauty of what Peterson did in that case. I mean, he took a mixture of UCC and common law and slapped the living crap out of it.
Here's the reason I'm not nervous of going to a trial by way of jury. One, I've done nothing wrong. Two, in the state of Nebraska, theft of property over $500 is what constitutes a felony charge. We've got a $63 motorcycle tax with nobody being able to prove
I
where
wouldn't
they
go
got
for
the
trial by jury.
enforcement of the tax. So
I personally, Derek, I wouldn't go for trial by jury because society's fucking stupid.
well, we'll see what happens in the end.
Again,
I
you are going to declaratory
go
judgment.
for jury trial and corner the black robe one.
The
That's
matter's
what-
already been solved. It's
The matter
been
has
ruled.
already been solved. Go ahead.
You already have a declaratory judgment.
And that's
Yeah,
why I
I
vote for him.
I haven't told other people that yet, smoking baby.
Well,
That
I
was
was
my
gonna
ace
bring
in
it
the
up
hole.
anyway just now, Derek. I didn't know your situation, but by the time anybody that I know who knows what they're doing in court even gets to court, it's because they already have the judgment in private.
Yeah.
So I would have
Admit-
assumed you gotten your declaratory judgment anyway.
I actually got it from the highest taxing authority.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so
So-
stay away from trial by jury. I'd stay away from that.
And there's
I'm
nothing.
still-
There's the facts are settled. There's no controversy.
Right.
There's
No
nothing to be
controversy.
heard.
So notice by way of special appearance that this controversy has already been settled, that the evidence in the record clearly already demonstrates. See Exhibit A, B, C, D, E, F, G, blah, blah, blah. I hereby, it is now my wish and my prayer to put before the court that this case be dismissed post haste.
The
Yeah,
court.
that's how we beat. That's how we beat a foreclosure. I'm sorry, an eviction last
There you go.
week. Because
go.
we worded it exactly like that.
Yeah.
There's already a judgment, and then the attorney was dumb enough to file the notice of agreement on the case. So when we were writing exactly what Mark said, we said C plaintiff's own exhibit E, C plaintiff's own exhibit D, because they posted the notice of agreement because of
I
the
like to keep
C.
stuff very simple, direct, and to the point.
Yeah, and it was one page. It was direct and to the point. It said exactly what Mark said. See exhibit. It wasn't even our exhibit. It was their exhibit. So we didn't
Yeah.
even have to file anything except that one piece of paper, and we just said it was res judicata, and that, I mean, that was supposed to happen last week. So it was done.
Yeah, once they have you ever seen the Peterson case?
The Ohio Peterson versus Peterson. It says statutes and codes are not law.
No, what it was, it's an ex-lawyer who was disbarred at one point in time. And what he did is he used the UCC. Somebody violated his privacy, so he put a UCC lien on them, and then he pushed it forward using common law. And then they tried to appeal it, and the judge agreed with him that it's res judicata. Can't be appealed. He actually held a jury, a common law jury, at his law office, which is in a strip mall, because they gave the address and I looked it up, and it's now a cellular store. But he held a common law jury of 12 people that ruled, and it was entered into the court and defaulted upon. Case is done and over with. There's nothing to appeal. And the judge agreed with him. Holy shit. This attorney knew exactly what he was doing. It's a beautiful case from, I believe, the late 80s. If you like, I'll send you over a copy of it, or I'm pretty sure Derek has a copy of it as well. I know a lot of my buddies have copies of it too. You know, it's something we've constantly read to just see the beauty of what he did. That statute and code doesn't apply in common law. It just doesn't happen. So therefore they can appeal all they want to, but doesn't apply. It's res judicata, done deal. And I think he hit him for like $100 million on a UCC lien, something like that.
When you talk about the Johnny John or res judicata, Denny always shared the Johnny Johnson case.
Yeah, there you go. Denny knows it very well. I was like, Denny, you want me to send it? And he goes, oh, what, the Johnson case? I was like, screw you, Denny. Screw you. Damn it. He already knows. Good to see you, Anthony.
Good to see you too, Mark.
Yeah, it's a beautiful case. Really is. That man definitely knew what he was doing. And that's one of the reasons why I love common law so much. Because the rules are, well, pretty simplistic, and most of these attorneys don't understand the rules. And I like that. That's why
Is that why they put evidence against themselves on the record so often?
well, yeah, hey, haven't you been watching that Kyle Rittenhauer case? Oh my God. I
No,
can't figure
I
out
haven't
if
been
that-
watching that because, like I said, I got too many of the cases where we're getting them to lie. We got one to lie to the Federal Communications Commission because we told them that they were misapplying the Commerce Act to this private account for internet service by, of course, a beneficiary. And we got them to lie to the FCC on the 8th, where they said Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, which is the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, does not apply to their internet accounts.
Oh, I love making them lie and commit crimes.
And so we sent him back.
A buddy of mine, Roger, some years back with Credit Life Plus, and he actually recorded it working because everybody always likes to challenge the wet ink signature of the promissory note. And he challenged the promissory note, so they sent him out a copy. And I go, hold on, don't challenge the wet ink signature that it's not an original. I go, if it's a note, they can't copy it, just like a Federal Reserve note, and pass it off as an original. That is a crime in the jurisdiction of the Secret Service. It's called counterfeiting. And he recorded it and called that woman up. And he goes, who just sent this to me and committed counterfeiting? I'm going to turn you in. This woman, you could hear her typing so fast on the computer. I could hear it through his audio call. And she's going, no, sir, it's getting removed right now. And he's like, all right, because whoever did it, I'm going to turn him in. And then he used it a second time too. And I was like, you dirty bastard. Okay, that's just not fair. I shouldn't have shown you that one. But he's like, no, I love it. And he even took it a step farther to where he got the document from the banks because of what his boss Nelson is into, that is used to turn in counterfeit notes to the Secret Service. And he showed it to him and threatened him with it, that this is what I'm going to do. You guys already sent me the evidence. I got it sitting here in my lap. You committed counterfeiting and I'm turning you in. And that's probably like 20 years in federal prison. They're like, no, it's all disappearing right now, sir. Sir, we promise, sir. I was listening, pissing myself. I was like, oh, there it is. There it is. If you can't copy a Federal Reserve note, you can't copy a promissory note. That's counterfeiting. It's a federal offense. Same rules apply. But,
You know, I just thought of one rule that should be given to the jury. That if the plaintiff does not make a general appearance, swearing to his pleadings under the pains and penalties of perjury, the jury shall rule in the favor of the defendant.
Pretty much, but that's only if you're in common law.
I would.
Well, there is no such thing as plaintiff and defendant in the common.
Wait. I would make them swear under their unlimited commercial liability.
There you go.
Right? Because you want to, look, it's about sacrifices the measure of credibility, right? That's a maximum of law. And
But
this
it's
ties
also
back
exhibited
to
in the Bible. You're correct.
Well, it also ties back to the attorneys, right? All the attorneys are bonded, right? So when you walk in there and you're declaring, I'm a living man, I'm a living being, and I'm here in unlimited liability, you've moved it into unlimited liability as opposed to limited, because sacrifices the measure of credibility. And nobody can refute the fact that you're a living man and you're willing to put your life on the line.
And that
But
was the
you
story
better-
of the two women who were arguing on who the offspring belonged to in the Bible. And the judge said, I will cut the offspring in half and you take half and she'll get half, and that it's settled. And the woman who truly cared, she bared the unlimited liability and said, just give her the offspring instead of cutting her in half because you'll kill her.
And he said, now I've been able to identify because of your sacrifice who the offspring really belongs to, and it's you.
Yeah, but hear Anthony out. Anthony, he's really
Well, the thing is all of the attorneys are there in limited liability. So once you've made that statement, right, and some attorney begins to talk, when you're asking them, do you have a claim? You're asking them, one, do you have a contract with me, right, where I've caused a breach of contract and caused you harm, or have I physically harmed you, right? So it could be physical or financial harm, or they could have a valid contract in hand that you breached. But but it's about piercing that corporate veil and getting to the man or woman behind that legal fiction, which is what you were talking about with your claim earlier, right? It's all about piercing that corporate veil. And the way you do that is by moving things into unlimited liability, because sacrifice is the measure of credibility.
Absolutely. Tell us more about your story, Anthony. You don't get that well rounded by just studying. Obviously, you've been through trials and tribulations.
I mean, I originally learned about some of this stuff when I was like 18, but I didn't have much luck then. I'm 42 now. Then I work in IT security and I get background checks for every job that I do. And so in 2013-ish, I had an employer that didn't pay me. I did my work, but I didn't get paid. When that happened, I started having seizures. Well, around this time, I'm in California, and because of the seizures, I was growing my own weed so that I'd have CBD to be able to eat because of the seizures, and also because it repairs brain cells. Well, when all that was going on, I got stopped by an officer in San Francisco, and ultimately they tried to charge me with possession with intent to sell weed because I had my weed locked in the trunk of my car. And ultimately, you know, Kamala Harris was actually a district attorney at the time, and they harassed me for 9 months with the public defender. They tried to tell me I couldn't represent myself, but when I went to actual court for the whole hearing on the matter, first thing I did was fire the public defender. And then, you know, basically address the court. You know, I'm here in regards to that matter, and I'm a living being, and I'm here in unlimited liability. And the first thing I want to know before I can enter a plea is, who's here to invoke the jurisdiction of the court with sufficient pleadings? The judge is like, excuse me? I'm like, you know what I mean? It's like, you're not a judge until you have all elements of jurisdiction properly invoked in each and every case. And I said, once jurisdiction is questioned, you can no longer act like you have jurisdiction and operate under plausible deniability. Now it's a conscious choice for you to violate my rights if you continue. And now you can be personally liable because I've given you notice, which is the first step in due process. So again, who's here invoking the jurisdiction of the court? And I shut up. And that's when the prosecutor tried to talk, and I just interrupted him. Excuse me. And it goes back to, all parties must be accurately identified before any proceeding can commence. Who are you? That's the first question. Who are you? What is your name? And do you have a claim? If you don't have a claim, then what you have to say is completely irrelevant because the jurisdiction of the court has not been properly invoked.
Right.
And the prosecutor's not going to have a claim. He's going to say, I don't, because it's the state versus you. The minute he says he doesn't have a claim, you fire him. And then remind the administrator of Trenzi versus Pagliaro, and that his statements at this point forward, you cannot allow them on the record, or you will be publicly admitting to engaging in fraud. So
and
are you conspiring
against your unalienable rights as well?
Well, that's actually where I go with it. Is I said, you know, or so are you admitting that you're conspiring with this man right here to violate my rights today? And are you willing to publicly admit it? And he's going to say no. And the way I see it is that I'm the only man present today who has firsthand knowledge that can make the record today, unless you're willing to admit that your court is engaged in fraud. You know, and ultimately he didn't want to do that either. And I didn't know what to do at that point, 100%.
It's not just fraud, it's human trafficking of persons, theft of securities.
Right, but understand, I was having multiple seizures every couple of days at this point in time. So I was just trying to make this thing go away, kind of like what some of the people were talking about earlier. You know, ultimately, I tried to accept the case for value at that point because there was nobody else in the court. I'd actually fired the prosecutor. Once he said he didn't have a claim, by his own testimony, he stated he did not have any standing in the matter. So I fired him. And when he tried to say that I couldn't fire him, I said, well, who are you representing? He said, I'm representing the state. I looked up at the judge. I said, Your Honor, I don't know if this man's insane, has imaginary friends, or if he needs to be evaluated and or committed, but I don't see anyone standing over there. And I said, being a living being, I can only interact with other living beings. and I have a right to confront my accuser if I have harmed someone. In fact, all parties must be present before any proceeding can commence. So I'm really confused as to who is or is not involved in this matter. I see somebody over here standing over here apparently attempting to commit fraud today.
Yeah.
Extortion.
You know, and so I had them basically backed in a corner. Once I fired the prosecutor, there's a document that's in Cracking the Code 2 and 3, which is a copyright/trademark. Well, I made it into a copyright/trademark. It's just a copyright in the book. And I presented that to him that had been filed in the county newspaper for, 4 weeks consecutive. And I told the prosecutor, I said, if you'd like to contract with me, here's my counteroffer. And it's $1 million per each instance. And you'll give me a security in all assets you own. That man shut up, did not say another word, not even in judge's chambers. The case was ultimately dismissed. The transcript that I have is completely fraudulent because I didn't have a transcript recorder there. But in the case, it admits that it's a case with the dismissal code of 28, which is lack of jurisdiction. So, it clearly states it's a case about cannabis. So anybody could pretty much use that, I would think, in California now, because now it's a standing precedent.
Oh, you got a precedent. Oh, that hurts. I didn't.
It says it's dismissed. In the transcript, it says it's dismissed. And I have a complete accurate thing. It says it's a weed case. It specifically asks about them returning my weed to me.
You took over that court. Took it over.
And you see why, Derek, that I invited people like Anthony to the call.
Well, the other thing is you had to bring witnesses. I had 5 people go to court with me that day. It's no different than carrying a court recorder, because how are you going to hold that judge accountable if it's your word against his? You need 3
administrative process giving him notice and opportunity to respond.
No, secret watch recorder.
Right.
Correct. But I'm saying you could bring in a recorder, or you could bring in witnesses. I'm just saying you need some way to prove what happened if you expect to hold that judge accountable. That judge could have done whatever he wanted if I didn't have 5 people in the row back there stand up and introduce him to them, and that they were all willing to write affidavits that day of what they witnessed.
Yeah.
That man knew I had people to hold him accountable now.
Well, that's what I planned on doing with the jury, was turning the 12 jury members into my federally protected witnesses and frying these assholes. And I have the means and the ability to do it, but I realize that what I'm doing is dangerous. So, I risk my life, like you said, unlimited liability. They can enforce those orders even unto death. So, trial de novo comes to mind too, and just making them squander and piss away their time and dilly-dack around with them. I've had fun unto this point, and it would still be fun because, like my brother James Bethel states, he goes, Derek, they don't have felony charges. It's impossible to convict you of felony charges because in the state of Nebraska, the amount has to be over $500 to even constitute a felony.
Lucky you. In Florida, it's $250.
Well, I believe it was Mark that was telling me about a case where a guy stole a TV, walked right out with it. Walmart claimed it was a $1,200 TV, and he wanted to.
Wait. You can crucify Walmart to find out what they actually paid for it, and if they paid $165 for it, they just made a false claim in their court, did they not?
Right.
No.
And then he turned around and gave him the $165 and walked out with his new TV.
I mean, so if they come at you for $1,200 and you find out Walmart actually paid for it and what they were out was $165, Walmart's on the hook.
Right.
Now that's a little dirty secret. I don't suggest any of y'all do, you bunch of idiots.
I think it's funny. I get a kick out of it because when you start to learn this stuff, the scams and the schemes and
I don't care what you're trying to sell it for. What are you actually out? I don't want to hear we're out $1,200. You didn't pay $1,200 for it and then sell it for $1,200.
Well, I'll teach you a little trick about buying. I'll teach you all a little trick about buying a car. Most people go in there and go, well, what's
called unjust enrichment?
Right. What's the car selling for? And they'll always tell you MSRP, but instead, when you go to a car dealership, you tell them you want the invoice. what they paid for it. You see, they didn't ever pay for it. It's on consignment, and it's suggested that it be sold for 70,000. But the truth of the matter is, they've got no skin in the game, so it's just abandoned property sitting on a lot. But anyway, I'll digress because that's not what this class is about.
Well, that's where you got to see Billy and see what he just did on getting that brand new fucking Dodge that he just got and discharged it within like 2 weeks.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive what he did.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, this class isn't about that tonight, so we'll save that for another day. Because here's what kills me is as I started learning this process, everybody always wants to know what they can get out of it. I said, knowledge. Gain the knowledge before you start piddling around with materialistic shit. Gain the knowledge. Understand the responsibility it comes with. So then worry about a house, a truck, a car, whatever. But recently we just got rid of, there was a gal that I'm working with now. She just discharged $16,000 on her credit card. And now we're bringing suit against one of the other credit card companies, Capital One, who screwed the pooch on our private notices, never responded. And now we're going to subpoena the CEO of Capital One, and he's going to be on the stand. He's never going to show up, and the lawyers are going to throw the case. Unfortunately
Derek,
for them,
you can do the same thing through the Federal Trade Commission on them and use that as your court and just smash them.
yeah, but I want to get her paid because that was the goal. That's what I told her. I want to get you a check. So check this out. When they go to throw the case, they can't because we put in a counterclaim, which means her case has to be heard first. And we faulted him and defaulted him. The CEO, the chief financial.
Well, the reason why I said that, Derek, is because if she ends up, I don't know what her goals are, of course, but if it ends up going to arbitration, I just want everybody to know that even for the companies that are trying to get you, vaccinated or wear masks, whatever, if they're listed with the American Arbitration Association, you can actually file a claim through there, and to respond, which they must, they have to pay $1,500.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That
They have to pay it up front. They have to pay it up front. It's just like what we talked about in the beginning. There's no charge for the man or woman bringing the claim. You don't have to pay for anything at all. And if the goal, for example, is to get a discount where it's unlimited and you can just use it and they cover everything for you and without requiring additional promises to pay, you can get that type of settlement if that's what you wish, which is similar to getting paid, because of course they're gonna make your account unlimited. So that's something you can negotiate, but putting them in a position where they not only absolutely have to respond, but they have to pay to respond. Yeah, that's kicking them in the nuts.
I like doing that.
Oh yeah. So, and that goes back to what Smoking Baby was saying. When they grab that Social Security account number, they're charging it up for 75 years. So they might tell you your credit limit's only $5,000. What they're not telling you is that it's $5,000 times 12 times 75 years. So that's all the
problem I see with that, Derek, is some of us who are learned can grasp that, but the average mofo isn't gonna grasp that.
Well, that's all right. They can at least hear it and plant the seed and start to think about, what they're doing on their Saturday. Are you watching football, eating potato chips and drinking a beer, or are you reading a book?
I think the average people can get it. They just have to build off of the basic foundation that most people don't seem to teach, and then so most people don't seem to find it until they have all these highfalutin ideas in their mind. They're like, how do I apply this? And it's like, well, you got to get back down to the basics. You got to get back down to the foundation. And if the foundation of the entire system is our existence is what funds it, you have to approach everything from that angle as opposed to thinking that it's something you have to learn later on.
Well, maybe you're dealing with a different crowd that I'm dealing with, but most of my guys got a problem even knowing basic questions when I say, like, what is your full name? And they go, oh, Bob Smith. No, dude, what the fuck is your full name? Sorry about my French, but holy crap. And then I'll go, oh, what's your ex's full name? Oh, Jane Doe. No, I asked you again. What is her full name, jackass? Oh my God. God help us all.
I know what you mean because I'll ask people, what do you wish as
Yeah.
your ultimate result? And I'll have to cut them off because they're just going off into some other thing. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I don't hear a wish.
Right. It is my wish to provide remedy, settle this matter, and be compensated for my time.
And people wonder why I don't like going out in the general public, and why they asked me last night, where were you born? And I said, oh, where do you come from? And I says, oh, my mama, don't you? And they all looked at me like I was the asshole. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. We all come from a mama. Damn it.
Stick with us, Mark. Just stick with us. We got you.
Son of a bitch. But I was looked at like I was the asshole. All right, whatever. Pay my tab. I'm out of here. Screw this shit. You people are no fun.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got for?
What's your name? Well, what evidence do you have that I own one of those things? I hear they're pretty expensive.
Search commercial code 28, lack of jurisdiction, and you'll get Title 28, USC 1919, dismissal for lack of jurisdiction. God, somebody's throwing in some gems into the.
Oh, that's when looking at the transcript. When you're looking at that transcript, you'll see there's a penal code and a dismissal code. And when you look them up, you'll see it basically the penal codes, the judge can dismiss it on their discretion and they have to state what the reason is, which is the dismissal code, which is only thing that comes up when you search up dismissal code 28 in Google is 28 USC 1919 dismissal for lack of jurisdiction.
Right. And that's just like cops. They're trained this way. Okay. And I know this because I've got a couple in the family. Plus, I hang out with some state troopers. And, you know, for as much as I bash on their profession, I like the guys. They're good. They're good men. I don't believe that there's a good cop that exists out there, but there are some good men that do wear the uniform. And they say, I question them on this all the time. I go, in your training, what do they teach you? Well, we're the authority and everybody must do what we say. And I go, that's funny. I said, what else do they teach you? Well, if you don't comply with our orders, then we are allowed to tase you, pepper spray you, and handcuff you and take you into incarcerate you. I said, okay, but don't they teach you about discretion? You have discretion when you pull somebody over. You don't necessarily have to arrest them. You don't necessarily have to issue them a ticket. It's all about discretion and what you feel is best. Well, yeah, I go, well, hold on a minute. If it was a law, hold on. If it was the law that people were violating, would you actually have discretion? So like you've got discretion on whether or not you're going to engage a murderer or not. You can just say, well, I didn't see it, so I'm not going to engage him. Fuck it. He's free to go.
They actually do.
Well,
that was the Castle Rock case.
Wait, hold on, Derek. Did they tell you that they're being trained by attorneys?
No, the sheriff actually informed me that they were being trained by the FBI. And I said, you're the sheriff's department going to the federal government for training?
That was
Seriously?
actually the Castle Rock case, to where it was a husband that picked up his 3 kids from the wife for the weekend and he didn't return them. And she put out an order for him.
Yep.
And it came to find out that the sheriffs didn't arrest him because it said shall in the statute. And this cocksucker fucking killed all his 3 kids. Excuse my French.
Yeah, they never, Malika, they never told me that they were trained by lawyers, but it's very evident they're trained by lawyers because when you start using special words, and I say special words because they're very powerful.
One of their training, what do they call it? Like the slideshow? What is that called? The PowerPoint. We found one of their PowerPoint training presentations. And they are put together by attorneys.
Of course they are.
And they do the same thing with, you know, these apartment managers and property managers, because my husband's been in the industry for a long time, almost 15 years, more than that actually. And he gets trained by attorneys. So I just want everybody to know that they're all being trained by attorneys. The attorneys might come from the agency, like the HUD agency or whatever, or even the FBI, but they're still attorneys. And they teach them not law. They just don't. And
no, attorneys don't know law. I agree with you.
but they're teaching the agents that are trying to apply law. So when like when HUD tries to evict you, they're applying law, right? They're these managers or whatever when they file their,
legal.
but they're not ever teaching them anything about the law. They're just
Right.
procedure, like what they know. So they're going to be saying, well, I'm enforcing HUD law, or I'm enforcing mandate, or I'm enforcing whatever they say, but they don't actually know that's they're just told that's what they're enforcing, as if and giving the impression that they know it, but they've never read it because they just took whatever the attorneys told them at that last training and they run with it. They never read it themselves.
You are
Right.
correct, and that's even for the attorneys themselves. I find it funny that they call it law school. It's not actually law school. All they learn is legal procedure. Follow step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and don't deviate.
So they never question whether they're applying it upon the man or woman that it's applicable to, because they're just trying to run through step 1, step 2, step 3 as quickly as possible. And when we give them pause by saying, like I called up the tax woman,
well, I don't give them pause.
I asked her, you know, can you tell me the statute you're enforcing? And so she said the title. So I said, would you be willing to go together with me and read the definition of person under that title? That's all I want. Because if you read definition of person and you start seeing corporation, association, business firm, and you know you're talking to a woman that is, you don't have any proof on the record that there's any type of that going, any business going on, then you're stuck. Not only did she never read it, while we were on the phone, she agreed to read it. She was reading it under her breath. She read it 3 times. She got quieter and quieter every time she read the definition of person. So you could tell she's never, ever, ever seen it before in her life. She's never seen the person that she's supposed to be applying these policies to. She's never seen.
And you know what? I hate to say this, and this was years ago. My ex-mother-in-law was actually a clerk of the court down in Delray Beach, Florida. And she had been busted for, she had been busted for prostitution, but she used her sister's name. That's how she got out of it. You know, so it wasn't on her record. And she was also an avid crack smoker. And here she was as a clerk of the fucking court. These people don't know a damn thing. They really don't. I mean,
horrible. Their ignorance of the law is their excuse. And I also want to speak on, someone mentioned about good faith and us operating in good faith. And I just want to tell you guys the secret to why anything that I've ever done and I help people to do works. Those notices that everybody's talking about removes their excuse of operating in good faith, and that is their Achilles heel. So don't tell yourself that notices don't work because they didn't jump out their skin to answer you on day 1. They work because it removes their, I'm just acting in good faith. I'm doing this without any knowledge that I'm harming someone. It takes it all away. And that's why in the end, regardless of what they try to do, when you have your notices out there, it's res judicata. You're totally indemnified.
I love what you're
doing.
doing.
You are having good faith and they don't.
You are indemnified. The birth certificate is proof of that. It is indemnification, not identification, like they led many to believe. It's indemnification. So I agree with you 100%.
Identity came from dental records. That's where identity come from. We have credentials. People creating IDs are actually creating an issue for themselves. I create private credentials. I don't have identification. Identification is a public thing.
You want some common law identification credentials that I can send you, brother?
Sure.
Yeah, creating your own ID and in accordance with their rules. And
well, I don't create IDs. Again, identification is on the public side, and you can get it. You get thrown in jail for creating identifications. You can't get thrown in jail for creating private credentials.
You know, the best thing I've seen recently is one of them First Amendment auditors. The cop goes, "Well, I need to see ID," and he pulls out of his pocket a letter I and a letter D. I about pissed myself. I was like, "Oh, son of a bitch."
So talking about the person for a second, where you were talking about the definition of the person.
Go ahead.
In my case, the judge, he tested me a little bit. One asked where I lived, which my answer was in the confines of my skin. And then he was asking if I was the
Hallelujah,
person.
that's my favorite answer. I always give.
Then he asked, specifically about, am I the person? And I'm like, well, when you look at the definition of a person and you understand the difference between limited liability entities and legal fictions and unlimited liability entities, the easiest way to illustrate it is the difference in Sam Walton and Walmart. Walmart's a legal fiction and limited liability. And, you get into explaining about it dies when it loses its assets. And then Sam Walton, the man, owns Walmart. And when you look at a definition of a person, it's a trust, corporation, partnership, and all these other legal fictions. And only like entities can do business. So I don't see how it's possible for me to be a person if they're all legal fictions. I could be a representative of that person, but I can't be the person.
Yeah, I can only.
That's what they're asking you, though. They're asking always if you are acting in agency. So when they say, "Are you the person?" It's not saying, "Are you actually Walmart?" It's saying, "Are you acting as a person?" Even if it's for Walmart or on behalf of Walmart. And I always say, I'm never acting in a representative capacity. I'm always looking for me. Myself, I always I'm not representing Malika. No.
He understands words, doesn't he, guys?
Well, I definitely said, I had the person, but ultimately I'm not the person. I'm a man.
I never say
and I specifically brought up, I said, what it sounds like to me is that you're trying to trick me into being the surety for this person. And I said, are you trying to do that today? I specifically brought that up. Because when they get you to identify you being the person, they're trying to get you, like you said, to be that surety. And I was not willing to be the surety.
Anthony, it's like I told Derek recently, my buddy Moki down in Australia walked into a courtroom with his birth certificate. And he made sure they were all looking at him, the judge and the prosecutor, and he shook it. So it made, a little bit of fluffing sound. And he laid it down on the table and he stood 3 foot beside it. And he goes, now I have one question. Who is the charges against, me or him? Who's the person here that charges are against? They all got up and walked out.
Nice. I like that.
I fucking love that one. I love that one. I was like, oh, Moki, that one's the shit, bro. Yeah, who's the charges against? Me or the person right there on the table? Which one? Take a pick.
Yes, it's really that simple once you get like what they're trying to do. So on a similar vein, just asking them, whose name is it? If they say it's our name, then we would have had to give in.
It's a name that's owned by the United States, and that's your defendant.
Well, that begs the question, who's primarily liable for that name then?
They're the holder in due course, are they not?
Well, you're the holder in due course as a beneficiary, but who's primarily liable?
No. You're not the holder in due course as a beneficiary because they have.
Well, I don't make that claim. What I'm saying is if they try to say it's my name, then I ask them for proof that they have permission to use it. If they say it's their name, then it has nothing to. I ask them, what does it have to do with me?
Oh, that's
they hold the original instrument with the footprints on it.
But I never claim that it's mine. I never claim it's mine. I never claim it's theirs. I'm trying to figure out who's taking what position. So is this your name here? Is it? Because if it is, do you have my permission to use it?
Well, it's like it's like Batman teaches, and I agree with him. A lot of people go into court and they make the mistake when they call the name, they're calling the all capital name, and the people say, yeah, here. Now you just claim property. No, it's not yours. And you've just created a controversy and therefore are surety and putting up liability in the form of your body. And that's why his guys go into court talking about, well, what evidence do you have that I own such a thing? Pretty simple as that. You know what? And one of my guys, Steven, recently, he went into court and he pulled that trigger and he was like, well, what evidence do you have that I own such a name, that I've ever registered such a name, that I'm the holder in due course? And the judge actually said, and I have the recording, he looked at the attorney and he goes, well, there you have it. It's not him.
Right. I remember that.
The judge said it in open court. There you go. It's not him. Because what he was doing was firing a court-appointed attorney. You know, and he's like, I'm not this name. What evidence do you have that I am this name, or that I've ever laid a claim to this name, that I've ever registered this name, or that I'm a holder in due course?
So Zerf 2 is asking a question. He wants to know if we know how to bill them for carrying out orders. Absolutely.
Wasn't
It's
that the
like
whole first
this.
2 hours of the call? Like W4 'em, I'm for it.
That's one way of doing it. The other way is this.
You
Okay,
guys go through
let's
that.
say-
I'm down here in Florida enjoying the heat. I'm good.
Nice. Let's say I get pulled over by a motor vehicle safety code enforcement officer identified as a policy enforcer or police officer, okay? And he stops me. I got a couple questions real quick. I'm fully prepared to comply with you. I'm letting him know my intent right now. So if he gets belligerent, hostile, insurrectionist, or seditious behavior, breaks out a window, I'm letting him know my intent right now. I'm a peaceful man. I just have a few questions. What is your reasonable, articulable suspicion for stopping me? Well, you were speeding. Is that a crime?
What makes you think
No.
I acted under license at this point in time?
Well, that's one way of going about it. But the little thing that I've got in my head, and this absolutely fucking works. Absolutely works. All right. So I say, what's your reasonable, articulable suspicion that I'm committing a crime, about to commit a crime, or have committed a crime? Well, you were speeding. Is that a crime? No, it's a statute violation or it's a code violation. Okay, so you just admitted that you stopped me for a
How does
code
that apply to
violation,
me?
which
It's my name.
doesn't constitute a crime. We're in agreement, correct? Yes. You need your license, registration, proof of insurance. I have no problem complying.
That's a
Giving you
violation
license,
of the law.
registration, proof of insurance.
51.
But is that an order? Because every time you give me an order, I am going to bill you for that order. And I have no problem giving you what you're asking.
There you go.
And as soon as he says, okay, whatever, you are now being ordered to give me your license, registration, proof of insurance.
I love orders.
It's just like what Smoking Baby was showing you earlier when they say it's our policy. Now put it on or get out of our store. Okay, I'll put it on. No problem. It's your policy. You're giving me an order. I'm going to bill you for it. Now, Smoking Baby just showed you a way of doing it on a W-4 form, okay, which is a reverse claim essentially. So they can't come back and prosecute you for it. However, on the other side of that spectrum is now he gave me an order. Okay, I am fulfilling his order. He didn't inquire how much that bill was going to be for fulfilling his order.
I'm going to let him know.
This is exactly why I'm going to trial by way of jury right now. The clerk of the treasurer called me up and said, hey, you have to put this title in your name. I said, oh, really? Why? She said, it's the law. I said, if it's the law, I need you to write it down on a piece of paper, sign your name to it, and order me to register my private household consumer good. And I'll come down there and I'll register it. She goes, no, sir, it's the law. You either do it or else. Now that's a threat. Or else what? The prosecutor will bring charges against you and we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Oh, really?
Break out the law. Don't break out a code. The code is only
look.
a little snippet of what the actual law is. The law is probably 5,000 fucking pages long.
Well, anyway, needless to say, my point to all this is you can absolutely bill them. And the second that you put them on the spot and say, if you believe it's the law, write it down and sign your name to it, and then I'll just do it. They'll never do that because at that point, you now have evidence that they gave you a fucking order, their wedding signatures on it, and you can bill them whatever the fuck you feel like. You want to bill them for a bazillion, jillion dollars? You have the authority to, because their dumbasses entered into a contract with you with a wedding signature, not asking what they were ordering off the menu. And it just so happened they stepped on filet mignon. That's a rarity that came from China that gets massaged every day. And it comes at a finite price of $1.5 million per order.
Hey,
See how
I've
that
been
works?
like that.
Then the next thing is enforcement. And where do you get the enforcement? By doing 3 notices of a true bill due and owing. Then on the 4th notice, is it your intent to trespass on me by way of debt? Now I've got another claim in the works coming on. Because first, it's just a true bill due and owing that hasn't been satisfied, which isn't a crime or a problem. But come the 4th notice, when you still haven't paid after 21 days, and you were notified that you had to pay your debt in 20 or your true bill due and owing in 21 days, now it becomes a debt. Debt is valuable, ladies and gentlemen. It is a form of currency. Most people don't understand that. It took me a long time to realize that debt has value. So, is it your intent to trespass on I by way of debt, causing I a man harm? You have 3 days to respond. At the end of that 3 days, that's another claim. Not only am I going to get paid for my first true bill due and owing, now I can assess the damages of the trespass by way of debt causing I a man harm, which is a completely separate claim. Now, Smoking Baby will tell you, and correct me if I'm incorrect about this, but there's a way of doing it in the public sector, and that's by getting writs of execution. But first, you have to go through a supplemental hearing. Okay. Now, I know it's in the public side because it starts out with a motion for a supplemental hearing. I, on the private side, would require a supplemental hearing, okay? Because motions are asking for permission. Well, I'm sorry, I have a valid claim. This isn't a complaint. This isn't in the public sector. This isn't me begging for justice. This is me requiring compensation for what I believe to be a trespass by way of debt causing I a man harm, and I require a supplemental hearing, okay? And I'm going to require that my writ of execution be signed off on so I can hand it to the sheriff or the U.S. Marshal to go liquidate their assets. Start with their bank account first because they need cars to go get food and jobs and keep kids on their clothes on their kids and blah, blah, blah. I'm not a vindictive little fucker. Under the right circumstances, I could be, but the fact remains, live and let live, right? I just want to be compensated for the trespass that caused me a harm. And that's how you do it. In a nutshell, that's how you do it.
Yeah, your first notice is a claim of debt. Your second notice is debt that is past due. Your third notice is a claim that is now post due and owed. After
True,
that,
due, and owing. Yep.
Lies.
Amen. Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I've learned this recently and probably Mark, the last 6 months, maybe.
How about that?
All the 10 or 12 years of knowledge I've crammed into my head, and I can recite statutes, codes, and all that good stuff like the best of them. But I'm telling you right now, Mark helped me see a different side of things where instead of wasting 9 years of my life in a federal court in the wrong jurisdiction fighting over semantics, I can now wrap this up in anywhere from 30 to 90 days, literally 30 to 90 days.
Yeah, you can tear them the fuck up when you pull them out.
Smoking Baby going to court at all. I love the IRS. They're my friends.
Yeah, he's always like that.
He almost sounded like Homer Simpson when he said that. I love the IRS. I was like, oh man.
He does.
You know, who's that? Ned Flanders. Hi, tiddly diddly oh, neighbor. I'm calling the IRS on you because I love the IRS.
I'm here to record, assess, and report.
Right. Make a record.
Make a record. That one of his famous fucking sayings. You
Make
know,
an
and
observation, create a record. And report
I
it.
agree with him 100%.
Yeah, and we have gotten off subject matter quite a bit, but all of it really does pertain to what we're talking about. Because if you're listening to what we're saying, we're articulating one, how to identify the issue, two, how to create a proper record reflecting the issue, and three, how to report it. And whether you want to take it into your own venue in your own court, which is the highest court on the land, or you want to turn it over to the IRS, or you would rather settle it in a legal dispute. We've covered both facets of jurisdiction, both public and private tonight, which is pretty cool. It's pretty unique.
Yeah. It's a matter of choice and what people will grasp. Some people grasp the legal system better. Some people grasp the common law system better.
I will tell you, the best remedy you have is in the private side. That's where a man finds remedy. He doesn't ever find remedy in the legal sector.
And that's where I stay, in the lawful side as a man.
Also
It's
go after their insurance. The insurance is on the public side, and now you're dealing with entities again. This is why all agents in the agency are supposed to be independently bonded, but they don't believe that to be the law, so they don't get independently bonded. You know what happens? Their principal creates what's called a blanket bond. Now, if you read errors and omissions in the risk management, which I have done, it's a painful process. It's about 8 inches thick of legal jargon cooked up by a bunch of monkeys drinking beer and lawyers. When you read it, it states in there that when the agency operates outside the scope of their authority, they now become personally liable. I read for like 13 hours in that stupid manual before I finally discovered what they were doing was just sending me around in circles like a dog chasing his tail. And then one sentence out of this 8-inch thick binder, it said that the second they operate outside the scope of their authority, they are personally liable. And I go, fuck, I don't have a claim against the agent and agency. It's like this. It's like them being a roofer. And I say, you work for me, we agreed. And if when you're within 4 foot of the edge of the roof, you're not on your hands and knees, if you fall off the roof, I am not liable. You are fired before you hit the ground because you did not follow the policies I set in place for your safety. Now, if you're on your hands and your knees and you fall off, guess what? You can hit my insurance because you were doing the right thing. You were doing what I asked to mitigate the risk, and accidents happen and we will cover it. However, if I catch you walking on the edge of the roof and you fall off, just know this, Frank, you're fired before you hit the ground. And I don't care if you fall, hit the ground, rupture your spleen, bruise your kidney, and bleeding internally. Guess what, Frank? You were fired before you hit the ground, and I owe you nothing. And you're not going to be putting an insurance claim against my company because the policy clearly reads that you need to be on your hands and knees within 4 foot of the edge of the roof. And that's as simple as I can put it for you guys. That's why it's better to come in their private capacity, for which they should all be independently bonded, and they're not. That insurance policy protects them when they operate outside their scope of their authority. But none of them do it. Because none of them do it, now their assets are what you can liquidate.
It protects the title, and we're the ones that wind up paying for it in the long run. I mean, what do they really care about that? That's why you see all these government.
They care after you hit a couple of their buddies and they go, okay, well, we all need to go get independently bonded. If we're going to be criminals, we might want to insure ourselves.
Yeah, they actually suggest that for some employees.
I can promise you your wife isn't going to want to be your wife anymore when I take your house. I promise you that.
Well, that's why I go after their private status. I don't care about their public status.
Yep. Now, and I do show law enforcement this because I'm not a vindictive, mean guy. I honestly, if they're receptive, I will show them the truth. Here's how it is.
The problem I have is nobody will play with me. Damn it. Damn it. It's been years. I'm bored.
The only reason they played with me this time is because I went into a courtroom and I whooped this prosecutor's ass about 3 or 4 times in his own court. And he pulled me out in the hall one day and said, if you don't stop this, I'm going to get you for unauthorized practice of law. And I said, bring it, big scooter. I said, check this out. I said, I don't practice law. The law was well perfected. I merely enforce it. So you can bring your claim that I'm practicing law and I will spank your ass all the way to the bank. Then he caught wind of something I did because a buddy of mine tried to register a motorcycle. And they alleged that I had an obligation to register it. I have no obligation to
It's
register
a
anything.
common law right for every man to engage in lawful activity. It's common law right.
That's right. And who says that I plan on riding on the highways, freeways, byways, and passages? And even if I do, who says that I'm operating or driving or using it for commercial purposes? Somebody better be able to prove up or shut up. And look,
Sounds
I'm
like
not
a
delivering pizzas on a crotch rocket like Vinny, all right? I'm just not doing it. So that is merely for fun and leisure and pleasure purposes. It's not for commercial. And furthermore, when's the last time any of you guys have actually seen a motor vehicle dealership? I'll wait. I've never seen one in my fucking life. So how did my automobile all of a sudden become a motor vehicle?
I wouldn't even call it my automobile personally. I'd just say it's the property of I, because that's actually what it is.
Exactly. And that's what the Constitution protects is property, not private property, not special property, just property.
You know, it's the property of I that I move from point A to point B.
And that's what makes it theft when they take it from you. You took my property by way of robbery, armed robbery, theft by coercion or deception. And theft trumps all statutes and codes. That's why I said everything attributes to a theft.
Well,
theft always trumps all statutes and codes.
Robbery is if you did see him do it. In other words, if I left my wallet on a park bench and I walked away and I came back and that wallet wasn't there, that's theft, right?
Okay.
But if I put it on the bench and I took 5 steps and I watch you come up and take it, well, then that's robbery. And if you have a weapon, that's armed robbery. That's the difference between theft and robbery. Theft is if you did not directly witness it happening.
Right.
You know, like I say, left my wallet on a bench, came back 10 minutes later, fucker was
Well,
gone.
and let's point out some things about legal and lawful. On the lawful side, you have kidnapping. On the legal side, you have human trafficking of persons. So when you structure your claim and you go, oh, they're human trafficking and trafficking of persons, when in reality you want to be in the private sector, you better call it kidnapping.
Because I'm
not a property of I, and you can explain what the property was when you get there.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm against that terminology that I'm a human. No, I'm a man, and therefore that doesn't apply to me. See how that diminishment of status comes at you from their own statutes and codes where they call you a human.
Right.
So I wouldn't even bother making that claim. I just tell them, you know, unlawful arrest, you know, by way of kidnapping. I wouldn't even bring up human trafficking because then you're diminishing your status as a human, which is lesser than a man. That's that pronoun bullshit they like to play. So you got to watch out for the word trickery. You know what I'm saying right there. Human versus man.
Right. Well,
You know.
ladies and gentlemen, is there any other questions or anything that we need to go over? If we let this go on too long, luckily my computer hasn't shut down at all. Anybody got any questions for anybody else on here? Anybody want to speak about a particular or peculiar subject matter?
Crickets.
Derek, I would, but I have something ongoing right now, so I don't want to put it on the record.
Okay.
But it's very short. It's right in line with what you're doing right now.
You want to talk in private? Is that what you're hinting to me?
Yes.
Do you have me on Facebook?
I do.
All right, hit me up. Otherwise, we'll wrap this up. because we could go on for days, and that's not an exaggeration. There's a bunch of brilliant minds on here that could literally go for days and days and days. And everybody that participated speaking orally and showing and sharing great stories and also processes, we are very grateful for all of you. Anybody else got any questions, comments, or concerns before we wrap it up? That way we can keep this nice and short. Loving and appreciating you all. Oh, yes. Malika, just go ahead and tell them where they can find you at, because you just put out incredible content day in and day out. Absolutely love and appreciate you. And it's nice to have a network of people that have your back when you find yourself up against the wall. They're like, oh, this is what you need. Read this. And Malika is a superstar when it comes to that.
And
So
brother,
go ahead, Joshua.
yes, brother, just praise Yah for this wonderful time, this meeting, this gathering. And you know, sometimes we come to through so many parts of the journey, and we come to the rivers and decisions, and all rivers lead to the same ocean. And so when you're speaking about the actions, you know, we always found that a chosen action, which was changed into a cause of action, and we found the definition for chosen action, which is what a sedent does. Remember, I believe we spoke about the sedent, and so the sedent, which is not a decedent, which is a sedent. There's a decedent. An infant is a decedent of an estate, and so a decedent, in that sense, is a non-assigner, or has not the capacity to assign because he's an infant, so he has no capacity to assign. So when you look at the word sedent in Scottish law was an assigner, the term is usually applied to the assigner of a chosen action, right? Now, because it's an assigner, it's an OR word, so that means it's an agent word. And an assigner, when you go into an assigner, which is the ER word, and the assigner being a sedent who is an assigner, but the sedent, and as an assigner, only has 4 duties, and that is to assign, appoint, allot, and apportion. And a lot of what's been said today, whether you're assigning, whether you're appointing, whether you're apportioning, everything within this whole meeting has been about assigning, appointing, allotting, and apportioning, which is only the duties of a sedent, not of a decedent. Okay. So once the sedent is in his full retinue, he now has within his full retinue the ability to assign, appoint, allot, and apportion. That's all he has. Now, the assignment, we were given assignment as youngsters when we were in school. Everyone was given assignments. And if you didn't fulfill your assignment, you didn't get a good grade. If you didn't get a good grade, then you didn't get any credit. And you never were able to, in order for you to gain your credits, you had to fulfill your assignments. So we learned about assignments from very young. So assigning and then appointing, well, we have all of that venue of assigning and appointing. Allotting and apportioning pretty much mean the same thing. So the whole thing tonight and today was, I was looking at that everyone is in the business of assigning, appointing, allotting, and apportioning. And that is a sedent in his full retinue. Now, when you come to the where is it? To the chosen action, remember the assigner of a chosen action. So what is a chosen action? All right, the chosen action, which is now known as the cause of action, the right to bring a lawsuit to recover chattels, money, or a debt. Now, I don't know who would want to recover a debt, but it's to recover a debt. So a chosen action is a comprehensive term used to describe a property right or the right to possession of something that can only be obtained or enforced through legal action. It is used in contradistinction to chosen possession, which refers to cases where title to money or property is in one person, but possession is held by another. Now, in the examples of a chosen action, I found this interesting. A chosen action are the right of an heir to interest in the estate of his or her decedent. An infant is a decedent of an estate. Grantor, owner, and truster of a trust, guardianship, receivership, and custodialship that has yet to receive a social security number. So we had a conversation with the Internal Revenue Department. It took us an hour to get to someone who could speak. When we got to a lady that could speak, very abrasive because they're having a bad time down there. I tried to maintain a peaceful come from, trying to get to the point of the infant being a decedent of an estate and not yet having received a social security number. She didn't want to go to the code, so I read her the code. And then what I did is I asked her a question, and she didn't want to give me any legal advice. I said, I'm not here to ask for legal advice. I said, it's not what you know or what you don't know. I'm not here to battle brains. I'm here to express, is the infant decedent able to get a social security number? Because if the infant is a decedent of an estate and he's already a deceased, according to the definition of decedent in some books, then how could he ever receive a social security number?
Decedent means one who is dying.
Yes.
And the second you are born, you are dying. Are you
right?
not?
Yes, that's strictly speaking, right? That's what the definition goes into. Strictly speaking, it's a person in the process of dying, not a man or a woman or a baby or whatever.
That's right. And that's why I don't play all that legal stuff. I just go after common law stuff as a man.
Right. So if the infant is a decedent and the social security number has not yet been received by that decedent, how could he possibly receive a social security number? So
he's not dead, he's just dying.
Right. So we went back and forth on that definition, and it wasn't clearly stated. But then when we went and tried to get confirmation on whether the infant was dead or alive, because we were the holders of this number of a decedent's estate and have used it for over 50 years. So we may be using an infant decedent's estate EIN number or trust number, and we just needed to know where could we correct the record. And
decedent to non-decedent, one sentence letter to your local IRS office, and it'll pretty much cure that. I've done that.
Okay, very good. And I can't thank one enough. But when I found this chosen action are the right of an heir, not a beneficiary. Find me the word beneficiary in scripture that we all speak about. Please find me the word beneficiary implied or expressed in scripture.
Okay, well, you are a beneficiary of what Jesus sacrificed.
No. Wait. No, I may be that. I know that I am a co-heir in Messiah. I know that I am a co-heir in the maker of all things.
Do you not benefit for his sacrifice?
Whether I benefit or not from that sacrifice doesn't make me a beneficiary by scripture, because it doesn't imply it in scripture. The word isn't there. The word heir is there.
What scripture you read, because most of the manuals are wrong. Most of these Bibles are wrong and use wrong language of things that actually were never in the original texts.
Mhm.
You know, like let he is who without sin cast the first stone. That's not in the earlier manuscripts. Where the hell did that come from?
Mhm. Now,
Okay.
if we are, we
Many
do benefit.
other quotes in there that are not in the earlier transcripts. So if what you're reading is like the King James and things of that, you're getting false copies.
Well, we go through all
You
of
have
them,
to
brother.
go back to 3rd century copies
Yeah, we
to
go
actually get proper wordage.
yes, and you have to look into the definitions and the etymology of all the
Yeah.
words, brother. And yes, and
Yeah,
we do
I
that.
love etymology.
We do
But
that.
you'll find a lot of statements
Mhm,
in later texts from like 1,000 years later
mhm,
that aren't in the earlier ones.
mhm.
And that just leads you to believe somebody plagiarized the living shit out of them.
Absolutely. I mean, we're not in disagreement, but when this example of a chosen action is the right of an heir, not the right of a beneficiary, not the right of a beneficial interest holder, but the right of an heir to interest in the estate of his or her decedent. The birth certificate is always going to be the infant decedent. If it is used in any purpose, for whatever purpose, it's always going to be an infant because it never ages. It stays the same. The dates stay the same on that.
Correct. But
right?
it is available at your benefit to use as you deem fit.
Right. It was given, it's an account. We all know that it's an account, but I just found it interesting that it was the heir to the interest of the estate of his or her decedent. That's all. And I yield. And I can't thank everyone that's been here because I've got about 3 pages of notes and I fell asleep for about 10 minutes there because I really, the brain just shut down.
Yeah, there was a lot of knowledge here tonight, and
It could go a lot worse than that. Smoking Baby's known to run for 12-hour runs.
Oh, and oh yes, and we were there. There are a few brothers that we would go 16 hours on Zooms. You know, we would have 4 and 4 and 4 and 4. You know, so it's yeah. We used to be able to.
Those.
Yeah, I in reference to some things, I was able to do it all night. Now it takes me all night to do it. But I can't thank ones enough for this wonderful blessing that Brother Derek and everyone here has provided. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so
We'll be doing another one real soon. I do better putting PowerPoints together, so I'll put a PowerPoint together real soon to show people the process 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to step 8 of executing your claim so you can walk out with a paycheck if that's your desire. Or there's some people just want to come after them for $1 just to prove their point. And maybe that's a great way to start, just to start with $1 so there's some figure or amount there, and then run through the process, you know. But I'll be putting that together, a point-by-point PowerPoint presentation to walk people from step 1 to the finish line. Tonight was really just an emergency kind of meeting put together in short order because somebody got a hold of me and said, hey, they're going to force our teachers union to all get vaccinated and none of us are in agreement, but we don't want to lose our jobs. I'm like, all right, I'll throw something quick together and we can make this happen. So that's what we did. And then I just found out that Ford Motor Company is now requiring all their employees to do the jabby, even though the federal judges stepped in. They said, we don't care. You're still going to do it. So we put this together real quick in short order. So I appreciate Smoking Baby coming on and dropping, just a litany and plethora of knowledge on us, of course. And of course, Joshua and everybody else that was speaking. It was absolutely amazing, and really appreciate you guys coming on. Now, in closing, I want you guys to know we're not done yet. This recording is going to take probably 12 to 14 hours to download. My internet's not the best. And in the meantime, I am going to put all the literature you need for effectively telling the CEO, CFO, other men and women who are trying to force a vaccine on you. I'm going to give you a multitude of ways that you can say, either conditionally accept it, challenge it, make a prove that the vaccine is not detrimental to your health, or they carry the liability. So and that's all going to be in a file. It's going to be sent to you so you have it. And I'm not like everybody else that throws classes and says, if you disseminate my information to other people, we'll hunt you down and burn you at the stake like witches. I don't do that. That knowledge gained from this evening from everybody should be gifted to your friends and your family. And if they want to donate for it, that's cool. If they don't, that's cool. But we're in a critical time where we really need our fellow brothers and sisters to attend to the mind in short order. So I really appreciate that.
Said, answering unto them, he who is whole is not in need of a physician, but only he that is sick. I see every last one of you as a whole. I yield.
Amen. Good to hear your voice, Brother Keith.
Praise ya.
So we'll see you guys soon. I'm going to go ahead and end this Zoom. There is a never-ending Zoom link. I don't know even what it is anymore, but if you guys want to go join that never-ending Zoom, you can jump on there and continue to carry on conversation. That thing is provided by Self-Governance U and everybody that contributes to Self-Governance U. It is always running. There are a litany of people that run through there, dropping all kinds of wonderful knowledge. If you're just new to this and want to explore the different facets of law and legal and lawful and natural law and God's law and so forth, that never-ending Zoom call, gosh, how long has it been running? 7-8 months? It's never shut down from the day we fired it up. So like
You still got that thing running?
It's running. They have kept it alive. It is unbelievable.
Oh
It is
my
still
goodness.
running.
Hey, Derek, quick question for you.
Yes.
The step-by-step profile for the claim, was that going to be another class?
Yes, how to
Okay.
hold your public officials accountable is originally what I was working on when I got contacted saying, hey, we need something now, right
Gotcha.
now, put something together now. Because the one gal has until December 1st to decide whether or not she's going to take the jab. They didn't even give her 30 days notice. And the other people that contacted me have until January 1st. And so they're like, we need information that's going to work. And so I'm going to put all that together in this folder. You guys should have it by tomorrow. I have pretty decent internet where I'm at. So I'm hoping that this recording will load up pretty quick. If you already have Mega NZ, will cross that hurdle one by one. There were only like 24 participating members as far as the emails and stuff that I got to send that out to. And the rest of you guys, if you're friends with them or whatever, you communicate with them about getting it and at least access to the contents within. Because again, this is very important for people to have this information.
Okay, just so I'm clear, like the step-by-step for the process of claim to actually walk out with some money is going to be in the email that you send out? Or is that an entirely different class? I just want to be crystal clear.
Crystal clear. I will do a step-by-step on how to hold public officials accountable. That is going to be a completely separate class. This was geared for,
thank you.
This was geared for vaccines. And this was what the class was about, beat the vaccine. So you're going to get all the notices for beating the vaccine. You're going to get how to hold them accountable. Obviously, Smoking Baby did a phenomenal job with a PowerPoint presentation on how to hold them accountable with the W-4, go after the credits on account that have been preloaded on the front side of your contract that are good for 75 years, so on and so forth. And in there, I will perfect the notices that I was showing you earlier when I pulled them up. They're not perfected. I need to run through those real quick and perfect them. It'll take me about 15 to 20 minutes to correct them so they're correct. They will be in the folder as well if you choose to do it the way that I'm telling you to do it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Derek.
You bet. You bet.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want want everybody to concentrate on something here and do your research and ask these pharmaceutical clinical trial people, these people doing all this research. See, the main thing about all of this is there's a process, just like in the legal systems, there's a process in the medical systems. And when they get done with the clinical trials, the next phase is population trials. I yield.
Yep.
What's up, Keith?
How you doing, brother?
Doing good. I'm not
Yeah,
seeing the
yeah.
I'm not seeing the unused fishing pole on your wall anymore.
Yeah, I've got my motorbicycle.
All right. All right.
Be careful you don't get a ticket.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 Don't. I got my bicycle driver license.
Oh, goodness. Bless your heart.
That is too damn good.
I don't even know what to comment on that one.
I'm at a loss for words. But
hey, I'm the only guy I know in America. They put a protection order on me and renewed it for 5 years in a row. And did you guys know that under their law, protection orders are given full faith and credit?
Uh-oh.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
I don't know if I'm going to try and pull that one, but bless your heart.
Cash that bad boy in.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mark, I got to say.
What? Let me see here.
I got to say, Mark, you definitely sound like a Carl Lentz guy.
Well, yeah, I studied under Carl, and I also studied under John Little that I took private classes from.
Oh, okay. Carl's amazing.
Well, John learned directly from Carl as well as from Mike and many others. And I left all that UCC and SPC stuff and all that legal stuff alone when I came across John.
Okay. One thing I agree with Carl. He said it's so true. It's so simple. It's scary.
It actually is. It's just Carl has become very bitter these days, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen him on the net for a while. So
yeah, and even if you talk to him, he's just gonna preach to you how he's so pissed off.
I don't understand what's there to be pissed off about, but okay, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
I guess the ignorance of society or whatever, that's what I would perceive. But John's beautiful. He goes by the name on Facebook of sujuris.me. And you can take classes from John, which I have and many of my pals have, and we've had great success using what John has showed us.
Okay, I'd love to. I'd love to learn more.
Yeah, John does wonderful work. He's a wonderful guy. I speak to him often, and I absolutely love the way he runs a class, teaching you word usage and testing you and giving you projects and final exams. And, he's built a very nice little package on how to teach you to self-govern. Now, it's not 100% complete in my opinion.
Okay.
It's mostly, I don't want to say starter course, but if you already understand SPC and UCC and diminishment, and all that wonderful stuff, then you'll definitely grasp on,
Yeah.
If you're someone who I'm talking about, what's a straw man, you're going to have some issues.
Oh, no, I've already completed the SPC process. I filed that about 3 months ago.
Yeah, John will teach you how to hold a man's court in law into a common law claim like Derek was showing.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like I'm learning all this, but don't know how to apply it.
And you know what? That's the thing that all these SPC processes are missing. They don't teach you how to hold a man's court.
Yeah, no, that's the thing though. I mean, I've got the whole harmless indemnity agreement, security agreement, common law copyright.
You'll,
So all
yeah,
that.
yeah, but you don't know how to enforce that. And
Yeah.
that's where the failure comes in.
Yeah, because I actually, that's the thing though, is if like just for example, I said I've got my common law copyright. If I get pulled over and when I give it to that cop, and usually most cops are dumb, they don't know the law. He's gonna
Yeah.
think I'm full of crap. He's gonna write me that ticket anyway. He just committed copyright infringement.
Yeah, now the thing is to go ahead and how to push it forward. And that's what I learned from John, and that's what Derek has now learned, and that's why he's getting his claims to go forward.
Exactly. That's the thing though. So 'cause
Yes.
like I said, I
And that's
wanted-
what they're all missing is how to go ahead and push forward with a lawful claim. The SPC process does not teach that. It's
No.
always about buy the next book, purchase the next document, defend yourself filing, but they don't teach you how to push forward a claim. That's what John does. And John has done it in many situations.
Oh, no, I said I'd love to learn. Like I said, I'm not looking to get rich off this. I just want to be left the fuck alone.
Yeah, well, and that's where I'm at, brother. I'm not looking to get rich off this, and I could really care less. Derek will even tell you that. He hits me up all the time, and I'm like, shit, I'll do it for you, no problem. Let me know, and I'll knock that out for you in a day or two, whatever.
No,
I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
You
I'm
know,
feeling like I did this just to cover my ass, basically.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing. If you take it, John runs. I don't know what he's doing too much these days. He's a little all over the place. But when I trained under John, it was a 10-week course.
Mhm.
And you went through each course basically doing a writing exercise, and then he'd come back in the next class showing you where your flaws were, which is beautiful because you learn from your flaws, right?
Yeah, this mistakes is where you learn. We all fail in life, but that's how you
Yeah.
learn.
And that's what John does. And then he goes through that. And then he does his final exam at the end of 10 weeks, which is he gives you a choice, to go ahead and bring a court and a valid claim before him. And he's going to act as the prosecutor and he's going to attack you.
Oh, okay. That's I like that.
Yes. So that you get used to it and you understand proper word usage. I mean, I got so many dictionaries of my own written down from classes with John, and I love his work. Like I say, Lentz is nice, but these days he's so jaded, you really can't learn from him these days. You really can't. He's just going to get on the phone and bitch at you.
Oh, okay. I mean, I kind of get it in the sense because the people I've talked to, like just as an example, the ones I know who have gotten the jab, like even my own mother. And then I asked one question: Did you read that note? Did you read that before you signed it? No. Jesus. It's like you just granted them full immunity.
Yeah, and even if you read it, see, this is where, John did do a class for us, a side class about a year and a half ago, on the COVID stuff. And that's where Derek was coming from. And I shared that with Derek, and it was on either accepting or fighting. It was a choice that John gave you, whichever route you want to go down.
Well, I'm with you on no. Make them say no. Make them go in the dishonor.
I mean, that's what I always try to go for. And I do realize when I don't get that to go after them another way, but I'm always trying to get them to go no first.
Right.
To me, it's the honorable position. It's what the Bible suggests. And we do reside in a Judeo-Christian society, whether people want to believe that or not. That is the foundation of this nation since the 1500s, which is 300 years roughly prior to that little bullshit constitution crap. Law was based on scripture or the closest to the word of God you could get. All right, I'm good. And it's still valid to this very day.
Oh yeah, that's what they go off of.
Yeah,
Like,
they just don't want you to know. You
No,
can
the
go on
point-
the federal
the
court's
point you're making.
website. Well, they're hiding it these days, but on the federal court's website, to where it says all state courts are common law courts. The problem is you guys aren't invoking common law.
Oh, right. Like you said, like when they walk in, well, they call the name out, like, that's me, you're screwed.
Yeah, because you just became surety because you claim property that they clearly know you don't own. And that's why when people go, oh, well, the prosecutor has to put up a bond, no, you're a little confused on what you just did. You put up the bond because you're the one that just made a claim to property that you don't own.
Exactly. You created the controversy. So now you just entered into their jurisdiction by creating the controversy.
And the bond is your ass, literally, and that's how it works.
Yeah, that's what I tried explaining to people, and they think I'm full of crap.
Yeah, well, welcome to my world, brother.
Yeah, so that's why I get why Carl's pissed, because people are not taking the time to educate themselves.
I know, it's just like I say, Carl, in my opinion, these days is a waste of time. He's too jaded.
No, I mean, I never planned on possibly talking to Carl, but just I've watched his videos and I've seen some of like his documents, and it's
Oh, I've got well over 500 of his audios.
It's amazing how simple he puts it.
It is, and he's right. Like I said, like I said earlier, I just use his shell technique in court. Only I progressed upon it a little bit, because when he used it was like, a long fucking time ago. I don't even want to pretend to know what year, but I brought up, the Castle Rock v. Gonzalez case by Antonin Scalia. Get around that one, fucker.
Oh, I think my favorite thing I've ever seen Scalia do was take Dianne Feinstein to school.
But I wanted to see this little traffic court judge go against Scalia. Good luck to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I brought up the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure under the Plain Writing Act of Congress, talking about change and remove the word shall and put it to must or must not. And then the Federal Rules of Evidence also said the same thing, and the FAA. Here's the entire federal government saying it. Now, Carl didn't ever do that.
No, he didn't. I think one of my favorite, like I said, I've never been in a courtroom, never. But the one thing, and it makes sense, and I don't know if it's true, but it makes a lot of sense, is one of the best examples he gave was to neutralize attorneys, when he just says, you say to the judge, Your Honor, is it not true for evidence to be noticed by the court it has to come in under oath or affirmation? And of course, he'll say yes. Therefore, it is my wish, as only a man can make a wish, that I be sworn in under oath or affirmation, so there can be admissible evidence pressed upon the record, if in need for appellate review, if it is necessary. Now I want the other side to do the same.
The beautiful thing is what John will go over with you is a lot of word usage. Like testify versus testimony.
Right.
Testify was a misnomer from current biblical passages of what Abraham actually did. And when you go back to the originals around 3rd, 4th century, what Abraham actually did is he put his hand over his left thigh and covered his testes.
I did not know that.
And this is why only man can testify.
That makes a lot of sense.
And this is why woman was never allowed to testify in the court, and her executor, which was the man, kind of like if you go back to the I Love Lucy show, it was always her Cuban husband getting in trouble for her bullshit, right?
Right.
Yeah, because he's the executor. He's the man. He's the one that has testes and can testify. So when they ask you to give testimony, that's how they allowed women to come into court and these corporate fictions.
Oh, okay.
So I, a man, am there to testify, not to give testimony.
Gotcha. Because like you brought up, and Carl breaches this case, Trenzi versus Pagliaro.
Yep.
Yep. And because like I watched one guy, he even said it best. As soon as that prosecutor opens his mouth, you immediately object.
Yep.
That's hearsay.
But see, if you're in admiralty,
Mhm.
that's not going to work.
Okay.
This is where you have to put in a common law claim to run coincide.
Right. Because
You're in,
I don't know.
when
This
you're in common law, you also dictate the rules of your court, just like they do. Okay, which is already pre-written of the rules of their courts and what's going to happen and what the rules are. Well, when you invoke a common law court, you're allowed to do the same. And my rules are going to be that number one, there's going to be a magistrate. Okay, and he's going to be ruling strictly on the evidence in the case file. Number two, nobody without firsthand knowledge is going to be allowed in the court. Bye-bye, all you attorneys. Have a nice day. Trenzi v. Pagliaro, buddy, and I don't even have to mention it.
Okay. So wait. So that rule doesn't apply in an admiralty proceeding?
It does apply in, well, okay, in admiralty, which is fictitious world,
right?
They're allowed to go in there and do all their little hearsay and bullshit. But in common law, it's man on man, and you get to dictate your rules.
Right.
Because
I remember
it's
Carl
your,
The-
okay,
the other thing-
court as a basketball court or a tennis court or a racquetball court, right?
Right.
So when you bring your court game to the court, you're allowed to dictate your rules. See, this is what they do. They're bringing their court game to the court, and they're saying that these are our rules that you guys must uphold. And
Right.
that's what the court does. Well,
Here's
when
the-
I bring in my court, I'm doing the same thing. And
Right.
my rules are going to be that nobody without firsthand knowledge of the facts is allowed to come into that room.
No, I got you, because like Carl said, a claim always trumps a complaint.
Yes.
Well,
And
also,
see, this is where Shakespeare was right to say that all the world is a stage and we're all actors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They are acting as judge. They are acting as prosecutor. They're acting as officer. Okay. I want to get rid of all that crap and go back to the Bible. Acts of the Apostles 25:16. I have the right to confront my accuser face to face. Where is this Mr. or Mrs. State of Florida? Are they not here? Am I going to win by default? Well, I guess they're not here. Oh, attorneys coming in? You have any firsthand knowledge of the facts? No? Have a nice day. Go sit in the back of the fucking room, fucktard.
Yep, that's what I.
well,
That's,
also, when you're asking them if they have any firsthand knowledge or if they have a claim, and then they tell you no, they just testified in court that they're not a party to the matter by their own statement. So now if they're going to try to change it, they've now committed perjury.
Love you, Anthony.
So you're just tricking them. You almost play dumb, and you just ask the questions that you know the answers to and get them to step on themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Anthony, you sound pretty knowledgeable. Like I said, you've gone through this. I've never been in a courtroom.
He is, brother. He is. Trust me, I learn a lot from Anthony and men of his caliber.
Man, I got into a lot of trouble when I was younger, but luckily it was all before I was 21 and I could still get my record expunged. And so honestly, I spent 18 months in jail. And when I was in jail, I didn't have anything else to do. So all I did was file papers over and over and over again and go to court. And I was already in jail, so I did not mind arguing with the judges. I was learning.
What else I can do? What else I can do?
Exactly. What else are you going to do to me? And so it was a learning process. And like I said, I didn't have much luck when I was younger, and I got, finished up what I was doing, got out and moved on, got my record expunged. And it wasn't until that incident came up in 2010 where I had to pull all this back out again, and I had to get back up to speed like super quick and figure some stuff out because I couldn't let this ruin my life. I wasn't going to let it happen. I understood too much. I just needed to make it effective and do it. And when I filed papers when I was younger, you know, it didn't work as well for me. I'm working to get better on that aspect. But I walked in and almost played dumb, you know, and I'm not going to let anybody represent me or make a legal determination for me. I'm over 18. I'm competent to handle my own affairs. And, you know, I have some questions before I can enter a plea. I mean, we're still in a free country, right? And he's like, yes.
Exactly.
So I started away with my questions and I made them have the burden of proof. That's really what your question is.
Trust me, brother. You can learn a lot from that man.
Okay, no, that's I was going to ask you, like, can I give you my email address, and like if you want to communicate by email, if that's okay with you, I would love to learn more.
Yeah, I mean, I've put my email in there, you know. I mean, most of the stuff that I learned from and put together from two places. It was a guy named Richard Cornforth, and he has a PDF called Secrets of the Legal Industry. And that PDF is literally, it's all about subject matter jurisdiction. And it was reading his book and listening to a recording from Rice McLeod that's been shared multiple times. It's like a 15-minute recording. It's, for me, it's understanding that anybody standing in that courtroom, it doesn't matter who they are. If they're in there in that bar, they're all trying to represent you. The fact that they're standing there, by their actions, they're trying to represent you. And so you have to, in my opinion, take them apart one by one by identifying who they are. Do they have a claim? When they say no, firing them. For and on the record, if you believe you're representing me, you're fired. And anybody else that speaks, you just keep rolling through them until you get to where there's nobody there and there's no plaintiff. Now, if the plaintiff fails to show, the defendant is absolved. You know, you just burn through them that way. But if they're still representing you, you're still in limited liability and they can't hear you. So if you're ever in a situation where they're quote unquote not hearing you, you're still in limited liability and you need to figure out how and why and get yourself into unlimited liability, because that's the only place they can hear you.
Okay. So like Derek said, when you walk into court, you're the one with all the unlimited liability. They have limited.
Not immediately, no. When you first walk in, it's presumed you're in limited liability. You have to correct the presumptions. They operate under plausible deniability. They act like they do not know they're violating your rights. And to correct the presumptions, you have to give them notice, the first step in due process. Once you give them notice, they can no longer act, because if they act without jurisdiction and they know they're acting without jurisdiction, they remove any and all immunity that they have and they become personally liable. They're not going to do that, especially if you know what the heck you're talking about, and they're going to question you. But if you know what you're talking about and you can talk to them and they understand you know what you're talking about, they're not going to really want to mess with you. In fact, in my case, the judge was like, do you mind sitting down and let me finish up my business for the day? And I watched him literally railroad like 15, 20 other people before he got me up and brought me into chambers.
Oh yeah, he didn't want the general public to see that you knew what you're talking about.
Well, no, not at this point. When I asked him, you know, about accepting the case for value, that he threatened me with contempt. And rather than getting upset, I sat there and thought about it. Now, the way I look at contempt or a threat of contempt is more like the judge is giving you notice, but he's doing it like in a big bluffy way, right? And if he's giving you notice, what did he give you notice about? How did you mess up? Basically, you got to look at yourself rather than, oh my God, he threatened me with contempt. Well, what did you just do right before he threatened you with contempt? And so that's when it popped back in my head about, you know, well, anything related to acceptance for value is probably on the private side. So I looked up at him and I said, would you like to move this case to private? And he said, yes, please sit down and let me finish my business and then we'll finish handling this. And that's what I did. And we went back and the case was dismissed.
You just accepted the case for value?
Well, I didn't even have to do that. When I got back into judges' chambers, I told the dude, I said, look, I don't give a shit what you do. You're going to make all of this go away. You are not going to ruin my life. You have zero jurisdiction whatsoever. And right now I could probably see the shit out of all of y'all. And, you know, they said, not a problem. We'll take care of it. And it's gone. You know, I have nothing on my record and, you know, but I was still having health issues at that time. You know, thankfully I figured out what was causing this, you know, seizures, and ultimately it was bred. But, you know, I wish I could have done more about it at the time, because again, I mean, They took initially my car, money, and, you know, the weed that I had grown. So,
So
you know,
basically administrated your property without rights.
yep. Yep. But I was having a seizure every couple of days, and some days I didn't know my own name. So,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
I did what I could at the time, and I mainly wanted it to go away.
Oh,
You know?
I would have too in that situation. I just want to be done with this shit so I can get on with my life.
You know, I mean, thankfully I haven't had a seizure in like 5 years now. You know, I had to stop eating bread, but
Well, I'm glad to hear you're in good health, man. But no, I've learned a lot, man. This is a I won't lie, it's a little overwhelming with the amount of information. I mean, learning this stuff is one thing, but you know, learning how to apply it, that's a different animal. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Like I said, I went in there and screwed up many, 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 many times till it just kind of clicked in my head one day. And basically it's just go in there, I'll play dumb and ask questions. All of your questions are conditional acceptances. And it's kind of like the El Dorado animal control thing, right? And that's one thing that I was going to bring up is where we're talking about sending these notices. These notices, basically you're making a counter offer of contract, right?
Yep.
So when they came out here complaining about my dogs and the fact that I was on 6 acres and I had 5 dogs and I just bought the house, and I'm like, I'm not getting rid of my dogs. I don't give a shit if your rule is 3 dogs. I said, you know, I told the lady that came out here, I said, El Dorado Animal Control is a legal fiction. It cannot do anything. So it's like Walmart. It requires a man or a woman to act on its behalf, which is you. And I'm a man. I can only interact with men or women. So I'm sending this notice to you. And notice to the agent is notice to the principal, and notice to the principal is notice to the agent. If you'd like the contract, these are my terms.
Yep.
And it's the copyright from the Cracking the Code 3 book. I did modify it to include a trademark because your copyright would be more like your signature, your fingerprints, things like that, a work of art, where the name is more like a trademark to me. So that's why I modified mine like that. But I just send it to them as a counter offer. And I even did that when the employer didn't pay me back then, or in 2010, when all the seizures, they clean up my record in order to buy, or, you know, my credit to buy this house. And I used that trademark from Cracking the Code. And I basically got my credit report, and I went and sent the CEO of each of those, you know, people that put something on my report, and basically sent him a nice friendly, hi, I see you're using my property. You know, you say I owe you $3 million or $3,000. Here's a bill for $1 million. Could you take the 3,000 out and send me my check? You have
And that's
72
how I
hours to
learned
comply.
to do that from you, Anthony. And when I cleaned my credit report, was using that copyright after you taught me that.
And that worked. And just so I'm clear, that worked.
Yes, you're making a counter offer to them. They're using your property. You need to have published it in the newspaper first. So I published mine. It has to be an adjudicated newspaper with over 1 million readers to give proper legal notice. And that gives it to everybody. That's how they steal your property with regards to your cars and the stuff they take, is they put a notice in the newspaper anytime they arrest you and they keep your stuff. And that's really how they're taking it. And they're doing the administrative process through the newspaper. Well, I took the affidavit of publishing from that article, from that, you know, notice, and filed it in the county records as well. So there's 2 different, you know, duplicate notices of public notice being given.
So if you put that in the UCC or county without
needed.
putting it in the newspaper, would
Not
that
needed.
work?
Well, the actual notice, you just, once you fill it out, you just publish it in the legal section of an adjudicated newspaper. There was one out of Mississippi that would do it pretty cheap, like, you know, $700-800, but you have to have it published for 4 weeks consecutive and get an affidavit of publishing from them.
700-800.
My question was, when you put that on a UCC that's available worldwide, does that also constitute publishing?
Okay, I hear what you're saying. You're saying if you add that to the UCC one, it would get published as notice with the notice of lien worldwide and can constitute additional notice.
Correct, but I have not put it in the newspaper, but I've already got it in the county records for a couple of years, as well as UCC at the state level.
Yeah, but you haven't given public notice in the newspaper, kind of like how they do when you have a child born and the hospital is gonna go ahead and put out an, some type of little ad for you, which we all think is cute, but we really don't realize what they're doing. They're claiming abandoned property is what they're doing there. So the legal
Okay.
notice section of the newspaper is the proper way to do it.
Yeah, that's where I started. And then like I said, I took that and filed it with their affidavit of publishing in the county records together as one filing. So
And
that
that's
if anybody asks, I send, I can go online to the county records right now and get that and send that to anybody. And it's got the county stamp, seal, and everything on it. And I just, like I said, I present it as a counter offer of contract. If you want to, great. These are my terms.
Last time I did that was with MBA Law out of Texas when they hit my credit report. And once I sent them the affidavit of publishing and my copyright, they removed that debt within 24 hours.
Oh, so I'm wondering if that would work with my
Well,
mortgage.
yeah, it goes back to contract law, which I was talking about earlier, Regulation Z. When you look at that actual document, right, and you read the copyright, it is a security agreement. It is creating a security agreement. A security agreement creates a security, right? You're talking about selling and, commercializing these instruments. You're creating a security with this contract. Sit down and reread the document that's in there again and Cracking the Code 3, and you'll see it's a security agreement. And the security agreement by contract gives you the lien right to lien all of the person's assets in agreement and assurance that they're going to pay the debt from that bill.
Yep.
If they fail to pay it, you put the lien on and you force them into, you have an option in the document that gives you the ability to do a strict foreclosure. Now, if you do a strict foreclosure, right, let's say the document, I changed mine so it says $1 million per each instance of use, right? So Portfolio Recovery Associates, their bill was going to be like $24 million from all the letters they had sent me. And I had copies of them for exhibits. And ultimately, let's just say that you got, somebody in the loop for the $1 million, but they only have $500,000. If you choose to do the strict foreclosure, you only get the $500,000 worth of assets, but it completely extinguishes the debt. Right. It's like writing full faith and accord on the bill and sending it in. But you're choosing that if you choose to force them into strict foreclosure. Read through that document closely, and you'll see that it's creating a security agreement, which gives you the lien right to go follow UCC1 on their assets. That's part of the reason that document is so powerful, and all those attorneys and debt collection agencies run from that stuff in less than 72 hours. Because in the stipulations of that document, it says if they don't stop use in 72 hours, they agree to the terms. And like he said, Portfolio Recovery Associates, less than 24 hours later, I got my deletion notice.
Yep, yeah. MBA Law was off I did it on a Friday. By the time I checked it Monday morning, that shit was gone.
I was just wondering if that worked with a mortgage.
So check this out. I don't remember the case. I have been having trouble finding it again. Maybe somebody will find it, easier than I can. But I was doing a search and searches on cases related to the Cracking the Code 3 copyright. Okay. Right. I found one case about it. Okay. And it specifically, there's no question at all. It was talking about that document. The person who filed the case did not win. The judge struck down the document. There was only one reason that he struck down the document. The document, so when you go to publish it, make this change to it. He said that ultimately the security agreement did not have an interest rate as a normal security or mortgage would. Those are the exact words of the judge and why it was not valid. So to fix it and make it valid, reverse engineering stuff, you would want to add an interest rate onto the balance of the debt so that once it's done right, it would be a valid security and there would be nothing they could pick apart in it.
Yep.
Look in case text, search for it. There's definitely positively a case out there, and those were the exact words from the judge. It does not contain an interest rate as a normal security or mortgage would.
Couldn't you just cite the statutory interest rate of the state?
That's what I would do. That's what I would do, honestly, is I would just whatever the market interest rate is,
Well,
I don't know the best language to write in for that. If you have an example or an offering.
every state has a statutory interest rate. So like whether there's a debt, and it varies year to year, and depending on the state, there's a statutory interest rate for debts set by the state.
Okay. All right. I'll definitely do that. 'Cause I've got Cracking the Code, 3rd edition. I do have that. So
That's a good one.
I will reread that section.
Yeah, specifically the copyright. When you get to like their documents, examples of their process and how to go through their process, take out that document and read through that little section of it. Because to me, that was learning to start to get to be offensive. And the easiest way to do that is counteroffer. That's the conditional acceptance. Same thing Mark's talking about. It's just a counteroffer, a contract.
It's all offer and acceptance, isn't it, brother?
Yep. But you can reject their offer and remain in honor by a counteroffer. Conditional acceptance or Yep. You have to remain in honor. You just have to be the one, like you said before, to get them to tell you no.
Yeah.
Anthony, I always look at it like kind of like the New York Stock Exchange pit, whatever you want to call it, where the guys are always going, across their neck like no, and then counter offering back, and it's all counter offers. Just don't use the word no.
Remember what you said earlier on Facebook about what you learned in business. If you didn't want to take the work, what do you do?
Yeah, bid it so high that they're going to tell me no.
Exactly. Make your counteroffer so unreasonable that they will not want to do business with you under any circumstance whatsoever.
My cousin wasn't the greatest guy, but he understood that. He'd be like, yeah, 10 grand. Yo, it's $2,000.
But look, if you send out this trademark notice to the police department, to the sheriff's department, to all of these corporations as your standing counteroffer, and you do it proactively, if their officer pulls you over now and gives you a ticket, they just agreed to your terms. It's $1 million.
Yeah.
Take the $500 for the ticket or whatever. Give me my $1 million and change.
Yeah.
Just for example, like say, take it to like the county recorder, or I have to take it to the sheriff's department or the police department in the city where I live.
I mean, I filed it in the county records, but what I'm saying is first step of due process is notice. Right. And each of these are basically different companies, different EINs from what we've basically been learning from all the research everybody's been doing. And since they're the Clearfield Doctrine, they're all just corporations. You have to give notice to that principal or agent so that they're aware. Otherwise, they're operating under plausible deniability, just like the judge, until you question jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Right. And so,
I do agree with the cops pulling you over because they need to know who's coming through their jurisdiction. You could be Charlie Manson for all they really know, but this is why it goes back to the old saying that a gentleman gives notice of his appearance. All right, well, so I sent a letter out to my local police chief here to let him know, hey, this is what I currently, travel in, and, blah, blah, blah. And I hope we don't have any issues. Or he's been given notice. Now there's no excuses.
Well, they may pull you over. They may pull you over and see who you are and then turn around and tell you to have a nice day.
Yeah.
Because you've given them notice, and once they see your name and they know that that's, going to cost them $1 million, they don't want to engage.
Yeah. And that's where I'm at these days. I mean, I don't push the limits, but, the local, the new police chief, Stefan, we've met. We'll just put it that way. We've met, and he don't like me very much. And, well, I don't have much issues with him and his boys these days. They pretty much stay clear of me, which I'm thankful for. Under everything I've learned from a bunch of great men, including yourself, Anthony.
You remember last year when they had the checkpoints at the borders of like Alabama, Florida, and things like that? where they were trying to doing the nasal poisoning.
Yeah.
There's a from the DHS, you can get a Transportation Workers Identification Card, TWIC, and the TWIC card is issued by the Homeland Security. It's TSA okayed, and it's a DoD special clearance for travel freely privileges, where these roadblocks don't count, because with a TWIC card, I'm essentially seen as a citizen of the Department of Transportation, and I'm outside the local jurisdiction. So when those roadblocks are there with a TWIC card, we pass through because we have a DoD special clearance for travel freely privileges.
Ouch.
Well, hey, I appreciate it. I gotta run and go eat dinner, but I appreciate you inviting me, Mark.
My pleasure, Anthony. Thank you for being on, brother.
Anthony, real quick, I know you gotta go, but just so I'm clear, just basically send a copyright notice to your copy of your copyright to the sheriff or chief of police in that matter. Is that correct?
I mean, pretty much anybody that you don't really want to do business with, because most of them, when they're just writing you a ticket, it's an offer of contract. So
Right.
I'm just saying, be proactive and send them notice, and be real polite about it. Just send them notice. And like Mark said, where he shared the, process of, having the postal clerk stamp it. So you have evidence of what was sent to them, and you can show they were given notice. If they want to contract with you, by all means, you gave them notice of your terms at that point.
Okay, yeah, just write up a small notice with a copy of your copyright.
Yep.
Okay.
And just, if you'd like the contract, these are my terms.
Perfect. Thank you
That's
very
called a
much.
common law copyright.
Yeah, I have a common law copyright / trademark.
Yeah, it's a common law copyright.
Yep, 500,000 for each fence.
Just 500,000. You're being pretty cheap there, brother. I mean,
I changed mine to a million per each instance.
you're being too nice there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll probably end up going back and changing that. So
I mean, but just make sure that you run it in the newspaper once a week for 4 weeks to get the affidavits, and then you've given public notice on and for the record. Okay.
yeah, just so I'm clear, it's just a copy of your copyright in the paper for 4 weeks.
I can't say what your newspapers in your local area would charge. I'm
Right.
very fortunate that I found one here in Florida that
Mhm.
was willing to do it for $34 an ad.
That's not bad. I know I get that. I'm just saying all it is a copy of your copyright notice, and you just publish that.
Well, yeah, you do a very minor version of it. I can, if you want to send me message or whatnot, I can give you an ad, that you can write up. It's pay by word. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the less words you want to use, the less it's going to cost. And then depending on the newspaper,
Okay.
just here in South Florida, we got about 10 of them that actually have legal notice in them. So it was a matter of figuring out who was willing to do it at the cheapest price, which was actually, and I was shocked, the Sun Centennial, which goes from here to Miami.
Mhm.
And I'm up here in West Palm. So, that's roughly like 60 to 80 miles, with several million viewers. So I was very fortunate. I've heard some actual horror stories of people $300-400 of publishing. Holy shit.
Right. No, I live in Washington, so
Yeah, I can't speak on each individual state. Everyone's always different. But just know that if I'm about 10, you're probably about 10 too.
okay. Yeah.
I mean, there's probably a lot of newspapers you haven't heard of. Like we got the Lake Worth Gazette and the Palm Beach Post and, a bunch of others that you just really don't hear of very often. We got the Palm Beach Silver Sheet that does legal notices. All right, great. How much? Let's keep the wordage short and to the point, so it costs the cheapest to be able to do the process.
Okay. You said you could send me kind of like an example.
Yeah, I can send you what I used. It's not the exact same as what Anthony used. It works for me, and I did alter mine in the way that Anthony did suggest to me some time back, because he was right about the percentage, and I didn't find it in there in mine, so I did add it.
Okay.
But
Can I give you can I give you my email?
go ahead, just hit me up on Messenger.
Let me hold on. Let me put it in here. I'll put it in here.
You'll see it the same as my screenshot showing here, where it's a family coat of arms.
Let's see, hold on. There's my
That's
email. There's my email.
Okay. You know, and it's an older package, but it comes nice with everything, as well as some statements to the clerk of court for filing if they try to deny you, and it comes with ads pre-written up for the newspaper, which I've even gone ahead when I did mine, I shortened.
Okay. No, I will definitely give that a shot. I mean, it can't hurt, because like one of my biggest things is that what I want to do down the road, like I said, I want to get debt free. So,
well, debt free, that's a very tricky subject.
okay.
It really is. It depends on if you're dealing in the private or dealing in the public.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me myself, for the past couple of years, I've been dealing in the private. I don't have tax issues or any of that crud, you know, because I'm not out there dealing in the public at all these days. I deal in trust, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but there's many ways to skin the cat, brother. Many ways.
Oh yeah. There definitely is. There's not a one size fits all. No, there's a lot of different ways.
Yeah. It just depends on what lines up with you.
Right.
You know, with me these days, it's the common law stuff. It lines up with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some other people can have great success doing the SPC stuff, as long as it lines up with their beliefs and understandings. Hey, that's great. You know, so like I say, there's many ways to skin that cat.
Okay.
You know, so you don't have to study everything. It's just, well, what matches you a little bit. You know, let's just see if it's maybe common law or legal or law or SPC, and you know, all this statute and code stuff, whatever matches you. Let's go for it. But you just need to figure out what matches you best. You know, I've seen some of these guys that legal matches them best. Hey, great, go for it. No problem. No, I don't care. If you can make it work, go for it. You know, with myself, again, I'll say common law is what matches with me. And well, at this point in my life, I'm not willing to let that go. For me, it just seems to be common sense to me, and you know, it resonates. It really does. And I think I grasp a good part of it and how it works, and I love it.
Well, to me, it's so simple, and that's
Well, yeah, it is simple, but it's kind of hard to be simple these days.
well, that's very true.
Yeah, it's a little hard to be simple. You know, I even catch myself sometimes, so where I'll leave a document on my computer for about a week, and I'll go back and just keep simplifying it more, because my original thoughts weren't simple enough.
No, I get that. But did you get my email by chance?
Yeah, I got Sharia Riviera.
No, Zerf24@yahoo.com.
Oh, somebody else just sent me over that then.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
And now I just got an author Polak. No, I'm sorry. I get like 100 messages a day. It's hard to keep up.
There you go. I
That's
just
why
sent,
I say, you know, if you just hit me up on Messenger, just look for my family coat of arms. On Facebook.
You ain't got a secretary yet, brother?
wait,
I'm too cheap.
I hear you. I'm in the same boat.
what,
I'm too cheap. I'm too fucking cheap. I am the secretary.
what are you on Messenger, Mark? What is it?
Mark Metz, Metz.
Are you studied at the School of Hard Knocks?
That would be the one.
One of
Okay.
the hardest. He's one of the most stubborn people I know.
So
Yes,
am
I am. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, I like those kind of people. They stand their ground.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going down with the boat. Damn it.
I just sent you a message. I just said hello, so
Okay.
you know it's me. But no, and I cannot thank you enough for all the information you guys have given me, and I really
Well, I'm giving you guys some minor information. Smoking Baby gave you guys some wonderful information. We go about things a little bit differently, you know, him and I, and we always have great conversations. And
One of the main thing, if you don't mind, real quick, Mark, I'd like everybody to know that the main thing that is of relevant in regards to their record is they have a simple statement through the birth registration where it says that the name and number identify the record.
Yep.
That is definitive proof. It is not your identification. It identifies the record, and they are the holder, therefore the trustee, and therefore you must be the beneficial user. I yield.
And your birth certificate is definitely proof that you are the beneficiary and not the trustee. You are correct, brother. Identify is the key word to be used there of what it actually means. From what I remember out of word etymology was to be similar to. Well, hell, I don't like that definition at all.
Well, we were speaking earlier, first person, second person, and third person. This is a perfect prime example of authorship is Samuel Clemens in first person, lowercase, wrote as Mark Twain, upper and lowercase.
And I love Sam Clemens.
And he wrote about the third person in all uppercase. Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, you're preaching to us. Tom Sawyer lover. You ever read Letters from Earth?
Yeah. Did you know Congress has on record a case brought before the court by Samuel Clemens directly related to copyright laws? Because while he was in England writing his works and trying to have them published in America, the Canadian people got their hands on them prior to import to the United States because they had more expedient import laws. So they were able to get their hands on his book and sell them to American people before they were imported into America. And therefore, there's a case in the Library of Congress about generation skipping trusts and the right to be able to pass on your inheritance simply because of Samuel Clemens clarifying first person, second person, third person, and his ultimate authority as the originator to be the one to profit and pass it on to his heirs, not everybody else.
I know this much, that Letters from Earth wasn't released until about 50 years after his death because
somebody else made all the money on that. His heirs don't get the profits on that.
Well, yeah, but they didn't do that because they were absolutely horrified by what he wrote.
Oh yeah,
They were afraid.
He's a very straightforward man, ain't he?
They were scared shitless. I mean, probably, in my opinion, his greatest writing ever. I don't care about Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn and the rest of that. Letters from Earth, he showed his true skills, but
you want to talk about placing an image in a man's mind. Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn ain't got nothing on this.
No, it doesn't, man. When I read Letters, I was like, yeah, now I see why the family was scared shitless. And rightfully so for that time in society. They were scared shitless to
He spoke his mind. That is a
and
rare.
that he did. That he
That's
did.
a
And that's what I
rare
love
thing.
about Sam.
That is a rare thing in this day and age.
Yeah, isn't it though?
No, well, I get told constantly at work, hey, don't say this. And it's like, oh God, get away from me. Just get
Yeah.
away from me.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I've been a Mark Twain follower, God, since I'm a kid. I've always loved his work.
I was born on the mighty Mississippi, and I'm a Mud Flats kid myself. So
So
I like
you
the backwoods and a little
you
bit
were
of straw
born
in
into,
between my teeth while my mud squishing between my toes.
yeah, you were born into it. I'm pretty sure you even know where the name Mark Twain came from.
Mark the Twain.
No, it actually came from a riverboat.
Tell me.
It was a riverboat that he was on, and that's how he got the name.
So it was actually the owner of the boat that marked his boat, Mark Twain, and then Samuel Clemens took that.
See what I'm
Interesting.
saying? You Mississippi boys, you guys are born into it.
That's nice. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, we're about a Mark Twain deep in it, aren't we?
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey,
Go
Mark,
ahead, brother.
really quick. Are you going to send that stuff to my email or just through Messenger?
I tend to use Messenger. Excuse me for my shortcomings. I find it easier, quicker, faster.
That's fine. That is fine.
You know,
Yeah, I just.
than sitting here typing out everybody's emails and always screwing them up.
No, that works. But yeah. So,
I try to stay simplistic as I can. To whereas, others on here, great information, not quite so simplistic, but definitely able to grasp once somebody actually knows and has the understanding.
okay, perfect.
So it's more of a little bit of push and pull, in my opinion. If you're a first timer and you were in on this call, you're probably brain farted. If you've been around the SPC movements and things of that nature for a number of years, you were probably able to grasp it a lot better.
Oh, there's a lot to learn, but I grasped it.
Well, there's always something to learn that's
Right.
old, right?
Right. No, absolutely. Nobody knows everything.
Well, I like to say that's, something to learn that's old because nothing's actually new, right?
Oh, I've never heard it put that way before.
Yeah. We always learn something that's old. We don't learn
Right.
nothing that's new. It ain't new. It's just something we didn't hear of, but it sure as hell ain't new.
Well, it's new to us, but it doesn't make it new.
No, it's old.
Yeah.
That's just the God's honest truth. And only God knows what's true. I don't know what's true. I'm just a little retard down here. Enjoying my day.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1.
Yep.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1.
Only God knows what's true. There's only one thing I can say. I am man because I say so. And I actually have and this one's disturbing, I actually have firsthand knowledge every time I go to the bathroom. That's it.
Oh God, I'd love to use that in court.
Some of the bullshit I've used in court to horrify some of these judges. The last
Is
one
that a right hand or a left hand? I'm just kind of curious.
depends on the day. Depends on the day, doesn't it?
Perhaps it's a two-hand operation. Who knew?
I mean, hey, I'm a Dutch Hungarian white boy. I ain't even gonna make the claim both hands. Okay, we ain't going there.
Hey, Mark, could you hear us? No. Well, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Hands.
Look, the last time I was actually in court, I couldn't resist myself. I had to fuck with the judge. She goes, "Well, where do you live?" And I use Sean's statement, which he likes so much, and I go, "Well, in this meat suit that you guys sometimes call a body, you know." And she goes, "Well, what do they call? What's your name?" And I go, "Well, I don't have a name. Do you have any evidence that I own such a thing? But I do respond to a great many callings." She goes, "Like what?" And I go, "Well, my mom calls me son. My brother calls me Les. My sister calls me kid. And my friends call me bro." And I answer to it. And I go, "You know what? My dog calls me Woof." And I answer to it. She's like, "That's it. Hold him in contempt." I was like, "Really? Was it the Woof comment that got you? Is that what got you?" I mean, just really, because I'm going to be out of here by morning. But was it the Woof comment? Everybody crucified.
You're far nicer than I was. I told him my ex-mate calls me asshole. My stepdad calls me son of a bitch. My mom calls me son.
I didn't want him to stop me till I got to the dog comment. I really couldn't help myself because I knew that's where I was going. You know, I mean, I knew I was going into contempt of court. Fuck it, whatever. I'll be out by morning, no problem. Family came and picked me up.
You know how you stop contempt of court, right? You stop contempt of court by asking if it's civil or criminal. If it's civil, produce the contract. If it's criminal, you need to put your affidavit before this court with firsthand knowledge how I caused you harm, damage, and loss. That ends that dispute right then and there.
I know all that stuff, but you know, I was dealing with Polk County, Florida, which is extremely back ass, redneck, fucked up. And they really don't give a shit. I mean, if you guys have ever seen Grady Judd on the news, that's Polk County. Okay, don't fuck around with those people up there. They don't.
Yeah, they go after him, don't they? He's on that video once a week, out in the mall.
Listen, this is and I lived in Polk County when Grady pulled this. It was an immigrant that shot a sheriff's deputy, and they went ahead and cornered him up into a woodland area, probably like 30 miles north of my house. And they shot the motherfucker dead with SWAT team and everybody else. And this reporter, and this is a two-part, this reporter contacted Grady and said, "Was it necessary to shoot this poor immigrant 68 times?" And Grady's response was, "That's all the ammo we had."
I think he said evil can't be dead enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
he's very proud of his use of force.
Yeah, you don't fuck around with Grady. Trust me. He shaved my head, the little cocksucker. Anyway, his second comment was actually to the county coroner that reported that immigrant dead by natural causes. And he goes, "How is it natural causes?" And he goes, "When you're shot 68 times, naturally you're going to die." Welcome to Imperial Polk County. Grady does not fuck around.
Hey, just a little bit off topic here. I was fishing last month and I caught this catfish he was about 15 pounds. And I always gut my fish to find out what they've been eating. And I shit you not, this guy had a set of deer nuts in his gullet. I yield.
Oh, bless. Oh my God.
Hey, Mark, have you
Is the shit me not kind of like a forget me not? I just need clarification on that.
Hey, Mark.
Just a little off topic.
Hey,
I
Mark.
want to know how you know they were deer nuts.
Hey, Mark.
What's up?
Have you read the back of the Florida driver's license that you hold?
Oh, that it's theirs? I haven't had
No.
one of those things in years, bro.
No, it actually says the state of Florida retains all property rights herein. So when I got a ticket on that Florida driver's license, I photocopied the front and back with the ticket and sent it into the Secretary of State because the state and it went away.
Holy shit. That would probably
wrong
be-
address, wrong service of process. Return to Secretary of State.
The back of the Florida license says the state retains all property rights herein. So the ticket is their property.
See, what the crowd here isn't realizing is that you actually worked for the Florida State Prosecutor's Office.
No, the Attorney General's office.
Oh, in my opinion, same thing, but okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun. That's awesome.
Some of you guys don't know how deep that man is. I do.
So for any of these tickets, the ticket's given to that license, and the top of the license says State of Arizona, State of California. It's not yours, so send it off to the secretary who has to pay all the bills for its creations.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with that 100%, but I'm having fun with this word shall right now, which
that's fun.
I don't think this judge, he's not going to let me win. And that's what I was after. You know, he's going to let my nephew win, but he's not going to let me get what I want, which is precedent, and that I'd be able to use the case law against any other ticket, because every one of them statutes has that word shall in it.
Learn that from Carl.
Yeah. It's just, I expanded on it a little bit. You know, I didn't want my 20-year-old nephew going in there, you know, just saying, oh, well, shall's future tense and that's it. So, you know, I did a little bit of research to give him some backup, and the judge looked at him, and I'm sitting right there, and he goes, huh, I've never heard that argument before. And I'm thinking, liar, liar, liar. There's just nothing you can do about it, you bastard.
You could always ask them, Your Honor, I just need to know whose name goes on the top of the IRS form 8300. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm after precedent, not so much the win. I just beat his last 3 tickets. This was the final.
What's the significance of the 8,300? Maybe people understand that a little better.
It shows who's liable for the tax without bringing up the W-9. That it shows who received the funds. 8,300. My name's at the bottom. And
So it's a butthole puckering moment for the judge. It's like asking him where his form 56 is at.
But this way, it's not about the judge. It's about whose name goes on the top of the form 8,300. So I don't bring the judge into it. It's just hanging out there.
Yeah, let him
Love it.
like he doesn't already know.
It doesn't want to say.
He definitely ain't gonna say.
I give him a way out.
He ain't gonna roll. You know, like I said, he's not gonna give me what I want. I actually bit off a guy who actually has some intelligence. I was hoping that I would get a stupid administrator, and that's not what we drew. This guy was actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
Go figure. My luck. I get the one with half a brain.
Because there can't be a settlement of an estate until both the trustee and the beneficiary agree on the taxes.
Well, it's got to be a competitive contract, Mark.
That's from Alexander Bove. There can't be no settlement of an estate until the trustee and the beneficiary agree on the taxes. So the first thing I talk about is the taxes.
This administrator is just going to run the case out until it's nullified because he failed to give a ruling at a trial, and it's going to get nullified. And then, yeah, my nephew doesn't get charged, but I'm not going to get what I want, which was the ruling. That's what I wanted.
Well, you do have the time involved, so you can always hit them before the time value you've got to use to.
Nah, I'm not willing to do that. I wanted the ruling. I was looking at that like that would have been legendary. You know what I'm saying?
If he's going to run it out of time and just leave you hanging, at least hit him for the time value he had to expend.
Yeah, but I don't care about that. Yeah,
you don't care about money, huh? Okay.
I wanted a ruling saying the word shall was. That's what I wanted.
Well, I'll tell you, I once said something that Mr. Anonymous told me. He said, ask them what they want except for payment. And another man took it to another extreme. He called me the other night and he said, I turned around and took your statement of what wants you except for payment. And I asked him, what laws are we not going to use in this court?
Yeah, well, you can do it either way.
But the judge pissed himself.
I mean, he can't.
He
violate-
said it was a real conundrum in the court. The prosecutor and the judge had a stare down.
Here's the kicker, bro. I mean, I realize this was total kabuki. There was no prosecutor. It was just the cop, the judge, and my nephew. That was it.
Wow.
They got the cop up there, testified, swore my nephew in, and then he did what I told him to do. But I'm sitting back there going, well, fuck, are you the prosecutor and the judge? Holy shit. There's some corruption going on right here.
Hey, did the cops swear in?
Yeah, he did. As a witness, not as a claimant.
Right.
Yeah, there's no point.
And only one?
Yeah. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't care about that. Like I said, I was trying to set a precedent on that word shall, and I wanted a ruling. And when I heard that judge start speaking, I was like, uh-oh, this is an educated man. Fuck. I got a problem here. I'm going to win, but just not the way I want to. I'm not going to get what I want.
Just amazing how deep
I
this
want him
corruption
to rule on
goes.
the word shall. I want him to do it. But he's not going to do it. He didn't take the bait. Like I say, so far I'm about 14 days in. He's only got till 29 days, and then that's his ass. You know, and well, I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to go. I mean, it was all over of my nephew running a stoplight. That was it. And I tried to be slick, but yeah, I caught the wrong guy.
Hey, are you looking at what Sam's got over here on the screen share?
No, I'm not. I'm all over the place right now.
Okay, so if you look at the screen share, I don't remember, this is AO430. And this is federal, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
All right. The plaintiff, the one making the
That's a
claim, which is
nice
basically
document
kind
somebody's
of,
got up on the screen there.
yeah, the one that's making the claim, right, is the one that's responsible, correct?
Yeah, but the problem is the claimant's not showing up.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with claimant. It has to do with the complaint.
Well, I don't care about a complaint. A complaint is a dog with no teeth.
Can you scroll down a little bit? Oh, they changed it because it used to say plaintiff, debtor, and defendant creditor on the old one. Oh, down there below in the appearance for the, see the appearance for the? Government, plaintiff, debtor, and defendant creditor.
There you go. There you go.
And what form is that again, brother?
This is AO430.
AO430. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I could have beat this case 12 ways till Sunday. I could have done a quo warranto, you know, a serveration or an abatement, but I didn't want that. You know, I was going for the gusto to.
What kind of a ruling are you looking for with the word shall?
I'm looking for that judge to be in agreement with me that the word shall is ambiguous.
Yeah.
That's what I want. Because it's in every Florida state traffic statute. And therefore, anybody could follow that and go back or forward on any case and nullify the shit out of it.
Well,
because the word shall means future tense. I shall go to Paris one day, right?
Right.
Doesn't say. It's ambiguous.
I shall get a car registered, future tense.
Yeah, in the future. All right. Well, That's not today, is it?
Or it's not, at
Law
least
is
it's not
expressed-
now.
Good law is expressed directly, is it not? It's not ambiguous because of the addition of the word shall makes it ambiguous. Therefore, it's not good law.
Well, nor is a good policy.
Exactly. And that's why if you look in a lot of the Uniform Commercial Code, let's just take, for example, presentment, it says you must. Yeah, they didn't say you shall. You must. I mean, and it says it that in there several times under
Sure.
presentment.
Sure. So, yeah, I don't know if that's even remotely possible to get a judge to do that. I'm sure they're.
I was trying to get slick.
No, I don't blame one.
I was trying to get a stupid one. Go figure, I drew one with half a brain.
How many of them are actually stupid?
Well,
Never had the pleasure of being before a judge.
I've come across some stupid ones.
yeah. Well, look it. What is it? He who seeks equity must do equity. Right?
Well, yeah. I just wanted an idiot,
If
you know, and
if
go.
you're in charge, if you're in charge, right? We're just going to go with a hypothetical. If you're in charge, would it be, or could it be, rather?
Could it be? There's a favorite saying.
Yeah. Advantageous or to your advantage to empower these so-called judges to do the bidding of the beneficiary, or if you will, the heir, however you want.
Well, here's the problem is it was my 20-year-old nephew that had to get up there and litigate.
Yeah, well, what stop?
He only came to sit with me like 3 fucking times for about 10 minutes while he smoked a fucking
Once
blunt.
once a trust is expressed, it must be treated as a trust.
Yeah, I would have a problem even getting this redneck kid to even do that.
It wouldn't matter because I did it for my fucking convict son. Okay. By what people would call parole evidence.
What were you going to say? Viva voce?
Viva voce, yeah. I didn't have to write any paper down to do any of that shit. I just told them straight up. It's a trust. They're all fucking playing stupid. Oh, what trust you talk? You know what? It's a trust. Once it's expressed as a trust, which I just did, it must be treated as such. And they did.
And a trust
Now,
can't
you-
be no flag of a trustee. So who's the trustee?
The guy in the black robe's the trustee.
Well, yeah, but he wants you to believe you're the trustee. That's why everybody in jail that's convicted is called
Hey,
trustee.
the only power, the only power that a judge, so-called, has over you is your own ignorance.
Yes, you're correct. You are correct, 100%. Now, I don't have those issues myself, but like I say, this is a 20-year-old kid that would rather be out shooting deer and hunting alligator and shit like that than come sit down here with uncle and actually learn something.
Trust me when I say that you can intervene.
Well, yeah, well, that may be true, you know, and I know I can represent because they're not an actual it's administrative, and therefore I'm not required to have license to practice law under commoners. I can easily argue it that way. Very easily.
There is no argument. First of all,
Well, no, I didn't say argument. I said
I
argue.
want to share something with you just as I intervened in my son's bullshit judicial activity. Let's just
Yeah.
call it that.
My
Okay.
buddy Billy just did that. Squashed 7 felonies.
Right. Well, I intervened in that and caused him to, it didn't cause him not to be a felon because that's still present, but I caused him not to be able to go to jail for, I don't know, who knows, for whatever the reason was. That was my only objective at that point.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that you do have an ability as being someone in a position of knowledge to exert these things upon the court, and the court will act accordingly, is all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, of course, because you have the right to counsel. It doesn't say the right to attorney or lawyer. It says counsel. And to deny
correct.
that is a denial of due process of law.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But again, I'm in a little bit different world over here. I'm in Palm Beach Gardens, to where they don't give a fuck.
Look, they don't. I'm gonna suggest to you, they don't give a fuck until you figure out how to gore their ox.
Well, yeah, they stay away from me. You know, I mean, they've
But
stayed
this-
away from me
this
for
should be
years
throughout
now.
your whole family. This shouldn't just be for you.
Well, this is my stupid
The
ass.
notice that you're talking
Yeah,
about giving would include everybody with the family name, I would imagine.
We all have the same family name, not even close.
However you deem it to be necessary.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, my nephew is Runyon and his mother is Robinson, which is my sister, and I'm Metz.
Okay, well, there's nothing stopping you from adding.
No, there's nothing stopping, but again, these kids aren't interested. You know, he's busy
Look,
out hunting alligators.
I'm gonna share something with you, man.
All right.
Okay, this is just it's a definition of a leader. A leader will interfere. Okay, and I think you're a leader, all right, will interfere in someone else's life. Maybe your children that have their head buried in their ass. Fine, okay, doesn't matter. Will interfere in their life and cause them, your children, you cause them to do something that they would ordinarily not do toward what matters most to them.
Yeah, the benefit of the beneficiary.
Okay.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
But again,
So
yeah,
it doesn't.
ever
Hey,
dealt
when
with
they
someone
benefit from it, then
that
they
wants to
might
shoot
want to
everything?
talk to you.
You ever dealt with a 20-year-old redneck kid that just wants to shoot everything?
What he's saying is you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
That is,
I mean,
lead a
this-
man to a thought.
this kid's difficult. He's difficult. Okay, he's fucking difficult.
It sounds, hey, man, it sounds like you're up to the challenge.
Yeah, well,
Putting
I'm
up with your
doing the best I got for him, but he ain't making it easy. Hell, I was underneath his truck the other night at 11 o'clock at night, putting his exhaust back up with coat hangers. Oh my God.
Can someone answer my question in the chat, please?
What's the question?
He was thinking this is more along the lines of the never-ending Zoom
Yeah.
rather than the class that started at noon. This is the
You-
normal thing of a class. When we talk to Derek, we're all talking and it's going to last. You want to pay attention, hang out, take a nap, go ahead. Feel free to do so. We're actually going to be here in a little while.
Keith, you never said it any better, brother. I remember being on calls with Sugar Daddy, Sugar Baby over there, where I was on for 4 hours, couldn't take it, went to bed, woke up at 7 a.m., and these bastards were still going. I remember those days. Holy shit.
Yeah, that never ending
Like,
Zoom's
yo.
still going, guys. It's been over 6 months.
Nice
Love it.
glasses there.
Love it.
Were you guys paying attention when I was showing the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union in regards to freedom of transit shall be guaranteed throughout the entire territory of the Union? And then the
Yes.
preamble of the Constitution of the United States of America says to form a more perfect union. Yeah, so what union are they talking about? The Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, which is the first indenture to the Treaty of Berne.
Yeah. Switzerland.
So when they're talking about the Constitution, we won't follow the Constitution in this courtroom. The hell you won't. That's a needful building under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, wherein that's part of the Commerce Act. That's the only way you can conduct judicial business is through those administrative courts. But that's your problem. See, you're just an administrative law judge, and we need to talk to somebody that yanks your chain, because I'm tired of you yanking mine, motherfucker. Excuse my language.
That's where you get your hands on the state court administrator.
Oh no, I'm calling U.S. Attorney General.
All
See,
right.
that's what the clerk is supposed to do. The clerk is supposed to contact the U.S. Attorney General through 22 CFR 93.1 through diplomatic channels of notice to find out if the defendant follows Rule 17, defendant and plaintiff capacity, public officer. If they follow that, then they have to let them know they are in fact of like capacity and can be sued and can sue in the state courts. Otherwise, I'm not a defendant. You can't sue me and I can't sue in those courts. It's been a misidentification through misrepresentation, through a misdescription of resident.
Well, yeah, no,
The only persons allowed to reside in the zone are federal, state, or municipal officers or agents. And again, the identity is the name and number, and that identifies the record and not myself.
and that would be state with a capital S, not several states with a lowercase s.
Correct.
Yep, I agree with you, brother. I don't accept pronouns. I'm not a witness. I'm not a defendant. I'm not pro se. I'm just man. That's it. Nothing else.
Oh, I'll go even one farther, brother Mark, if you guys would mind paying attention to my biblical scripture that I repeat. Genesis 2, verse 7, wherein God created man of the dust of the land, and he blew the breath of life into his nostrils, and man became a living soul. We are born men. And once we take that first breath, we become living souls. This is a transition in life, and we transition continuously through life in this world as we are not of this world and we have a place to go. Get out of my way.
Yep. And if you look up in Webster's 1828 under the definition of land, about the sixth definition down will tell you the people of a nation, because man is born of the land, he is sustained by the land, and he will return to the land. And that's why I tell people all the time, at least my guys, go file your affidavits in the land deed recorder's office, because that is where man belongs. And
the living soul, there is no record. I know of no recording anywhere that says our Father in heaven keeps record.
Well, yeah, you're correct. But when I'm handling these court cases for these imbeciles.
And that's what we're digging at, brother. There's a difference between the man and the living soul, just like there's a difference between the man and the person.
And
I've
also
got problems with
first
them
person,
spelling their
second
names.
person, third person.
I got problems with them spelling their damn names. Okay.
And here's another one on citizenship, okay, that we like to use.
Citizen is part of the chip.
But so long as we remain on this earth, we do so as dual citizens, and yet no one can serve two masters. And when the demands of the two come into conflict, as they often do, It is then that we reveal where our true loyalties lies.
Yeah. And that basically goes back to the Cooper v. IRS commissioner ruling, where it talks about dual citizenship at the same time.
You can't wear two sets of armor, folks.
No, can't. You got to pick one or the other.
You know, this is the thing I think a lot of people miss about the story of David and Goliath. See, David and Goliath was offered all kinds of weapons and armor to fight this giant. But those were conventional weapons and armor. And we are not conventional people.
You can wear 2 suits of armor, and here's how. We have the power to operate on the public and the private, and that's what they're so overzealous about. I can bring a claim legally, or I can bring a claim in the private, but they can only deal in the public.
Yeah.
Period.
Chase me down in the private. Good luck to you.
Jackie Draper versus Jackie Paper.
Jackie Paper. Superman versus Clark Kent. You just don't need a phone booth, guys.
Oh, time out. They're screwing around with Superman right now, so be careful there.
Mark, you didn't know he was gay? Come on.
No.
What the hell is going on?
No, he's trisexual. He'll try anything now.
Hey, when they screwed with Pepe Le Pew, I was done right there. Okay, that's it.
When I grow up, I want to be Supergirl. I want to be Wonder Man.
Yeah, right. They had to screw around with Superman, bastards. Is nothing off the board.
That's because everything's offensive.
Yeah, that's why I don't go out in the general public.
So I've been putting into thought what Mark Kozachek has asked of me to respond by the 18th for my trial by way of jury. He wants to know definitions and jury instructions. I thought about printing off the jury handbook and submitting it.
Nah, that would be too easy.
I also thought about writing a nice letter in Chambers saying, Mark, I just want the fucking man who claims I owe them something to come forward. How about that? Let's start with step 1, identifying the man that's claiming I've done them a wrong.
Yeah, well, Acts of the Apostles 25:16. Romans are the ones who basically made that rule. And if they're working under Roman law, well, guess what, sunshine? It's very clear what Acts of the Apostles says, that he had the right to confront his accuser face to face. That's it. Supreme Court has even stated such. Shakespeare, Blackstones, and a bunch of other shit. So it's not like there's not precedent out there for it.
Yeah, wasn't that Gibson versus Boyle?
Nah, I can't quote on that one. You might be correct. I love Gibsons, but I can't say. But you know, I know Shakespeare, Supreme Court, Blackstones have all commented on it.
Oh yeah, no, I think it was just, it said basically a complaint without a valid party. A complaint is invalid on its face.
Yeah, it's just the problem is not
Well, it goes back to Hale versus Hinkle. Everybody has a right to due process of law, and due process of law requires 2 moving parties, real parties in interest. On the public side and on the private side, it requires a man, a woman, a woman, a woman, or a man on man, period.
Yeah, the problem is they play that fictional game on the public side. And that's where you got to get away from the public side and get over to the real common law side. And you're right for a corpus delicti. And hell, you could even file a writ of habeas corpus to bring that fucker forward. Good luck with that, though. But that still would be funny as shit.
Your writ of habeas corpus on the public side is nothing more than equitable by characteristic. On the
Yeah,
legal
but do it on
side,
the
they don't
private
have
side
to
to bring
abide by
forward
it.
the claimant. Do it on the private side to bring forward the claimant. Watch what happens.
You have to remember, on the public side, we're still under the War Powers Act. Everything falls under the executive branch after the memorandum by Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, but I don't care
Forcing,
about that
well,
stuff.
not forcing necessarily, but having the Congress reconvene underneath his authority as commander in chief. So
Yeah,
the
but I don't care
public
about
is martial law.
Yeah, and you're correct, but I don't care about that stuff. I'm on the private side, and I'll issue a writ of habeas corpus. Bring the body. Where's the corpus delicti? Where's he at? Bring him. Produce him. I'm not dealing in
Well,
your
corpus
Admiralty
delicti
Merchant
is
bullshit.
legal and it's body of the crime. It's
And that
it's not the
that body
man or
of crime
woman.
has and that body of crime and that issuance and everything has to be written order by a certain person. One question: who
Look, I just
is
want to look at the
issuing
jury
the
and say, if
order?
OJ was acquitted because the glove didn't fit, let's address the elephant that isn't in the room. How about that man or woman bringing a claim against me?
Yeah, OJ was acquitted because of stupidity.
To have Johnny Cochran rolling over in his grave, I tell you.
Pretty much. But he did a great job.
Yeah, I just want to know who issued the order.
Who signed it?
Well, it's like Mr. Anonymous told me. He said, just ask the judge to give you an order to contract with a private for-profit corporation known as the DMV and see what he does.
Oh, he'll get my bill right off the bat. No problem. Just go ahead, sign that order, have the bailiff hand it to me. Just know that I, a man, don't work for free and I require fair and just compensation. And I charge $2,000 per order plus $1 per minute to fill said orders.
Oh,
Well,
you're nice, because I'd be charging a fuck of a lot more than that. You want to know why? He has a
I'm gonna stand there
duty
like a
to
fucking
know.
waitress.
He has a duty and an obligation to know.
I'm
Yep,
gonna
and
sit
this
there like a
community needs
waitress.
a lot of support, and I'm going to pull as much as I can out of your pocket and give it right back to the community. So suck her up, buddy.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna stand there like a waitress with pen and pad. Go ahead, give me an order. I dare you. I dare you. I wish you'd give me a frickin' order. No, nobody will do it. Bastards. Just like I told one guy a couple weeks ago, it was Stephen Val, to where the judge goes, well, I want a mental evaluation. I was like, ask him if he thinks it's because you're cuckoo Fruit Loops fucking Jack in the Box fucking crazy, or is it because you don't understand legalese language, which you're not required to? Which is it? Let's make the distinction here. Let's really go for this. You know, I mean, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, I don't want to hear that mental evaluation bullshit. What, you think I'm Fruit Loops batshit fucking crazy? Or is it because I don't speak the legalese language, which I've never been to law school. So unless you want to pay for law school and post this off for about 4 fucking years, that's not going to work out too well. Which is it? That judge ran like hell from that question. Fucker. That was fucking hilarious. I was like, yeah, which is it? Be distinct here. Do you think he's fucking Fruit Loops Jack in the Box fucking crazy or what?
Another thing too is that they'll never admit that it's admiralty.
Oh yeah, no, you know that's a no. That's like career ender.
Oh yeah, they'll never admit it. I heard a story once. The judge said, "Oh, it's statutory jurisdiction."
Story.
And the prosecutor threw their binder across the court like, "You did not just fucking say that." And then the guy's like, "Oh, I got your fucking ass."
Yeah, where can I find the rules for this statutory jurisdiction?
Yep. And the federal case, and it was dismissed.
Oh, God help them. They actually fell for that?
Yeah, the judge
I
did.
mean,
Yeah.
that's so old of a trick. Holy shit, people are still falling for it.
Well, yeah, but there's no way to dance around it. You can't get around the Constitution.
Well, yeah, you're correct. I mean, but Usually they just try and blow smoke up your ass before even saying statutory.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But no, like, no, I didn't answer. I need an answer to my question for the record.
Yeah. What's the nature and cause?
Yeah.
What jurisdiction are we in? Is it Admiralty or, you know?
Not equity, because equity doesn't have a criminal aspect to it.
Exactly. So it has to be Admiralty, which only has two jurisdictions, which is civil or criminal.
And they'll never fucking admit that.
Nope.
I watched the video. I've never seen a judge dance so hard in my life. It's great. She's like, oh, well, that's a good question. And we can bring that up at the next hearing. Like, oh, you're God.
Well, see, that's what you got to realize right there. See, that's an offer to continue to contract the next hearing.
Yeah, and then he didn't go, no, I didn't answer my question. He didn't stop.
Oh, that's where I wouldn't say the word no myself. I just say, well, I really appreciate your offer to continue this, but I don't see a reason to continue this when we can settle this now here, in real time.
Right. No, I don't mean like using the word no, but he didn't like say like I need an answer to my question. He just
I try to avoid the word no at all costs. And any way I can find around just being slick or even stupid, but the word no is not going to come out of my mouth. But that's one of their little ways to continue it, to keep you on the fucking hook while they collect their little bonds and securities or whatnot.
It's just amazing how fucking corrupt it is.
Yeah, beyond. And I've said this to a million people, the cartel can actually lay in utter awe of the U.S. court system and government that commits more crimes on a 1 minute basis than they could in an entire fucking lifetime.
But it's organized.
No argument.
Yeah, it's organized as fuck, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I read a very good quote. You know the difference between the government and the mafia?
They're worse. Who are you kidding? Mafia? Those are kindergartners compared to these motherfuckers.
Mafia makes a profit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. What was it? Mary is hanging out on a street corner, and Joseph asks, "What are you doing?" And she goes, "I'm hooking. I'm trying to gain a little profit." All right, go ahead, crucify me for that one.
No,
there's more than one word profit. Damn it.
that's I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, it was fucked up though. But I got shit way worse than that. Trust me. What was it? I posted on my Facebook last week, and I actually had one dumbass take the bait. My sister comes out on the porch looking at me going, "Fucking really?" And I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Look what this stupid son of a bitch responded to your post." And I'm like, "I can't help that. What do you want from me?" And this was the post. I says, "Yo, it was said to me, if you get a vasectomy, you can't have kids no more." Well, that was a fucking lie, because I went and did it, came home, and the little fuckers were still in the house.
I'll vouch for that. I was adopted, and the parents that adopted me were told that they couldn't have children. As soon as we were adopted, they had a child.
Yeah, what? Apparently,
that's at you when you make plans for yourself. He already has a plan for you.
And I actually had one guy reply that said, "Yeah, I'm going." And I was like, "You stupid poor bastard. Holy shit." I'm like, "Did you not realize it was a fucking joke, bro?" I mean, really, but, and I had one other idiot hit me up on a private message going, "No, you don't understand it. It says you can't have kids no more." Yeah, exactly. How the fuck are they still here in the house?
Exactly.
What part am I missing? Let's not go down this rabbit hole. Fuck it. I give up. Fuck
That's
it.
That's like a fucking Jeff Dunham peanut joke. Meow, right over the head.
Yeah, pretty much. So I thought it was pretty fucking funny. I did. I mean,
Sounded good to me. That tells me you don't have a sense of humor.
apparently some people took it seriously. I don't know.
People get too offended nowadays.
No, they weren't even offended. They were responding to it like, yeah, I'm going to do one too. Really, stupid? Really? Really? God bless your heart.
Oh,
Gee.
God. John Wayne said it best. Stupid should hurt.
Yeah, it fucking blew my mind.
Oh.
Really did. I was trying to be fucking funny. Apparently, I can't pull that off with everybody.
Even my girlfriend thinks it's funny.
Thank you. I mean, I don't care how you. Hey, tell her if she was a booger, I'd pick her first.
Just laugh from downstairs.
Yeah, I got a million of them. Trust me. I got shit way ruder than that too. You guys ain't got a fucking clue. I worked on a golf course. Okay, them 80-year-olds got a really fucked up sense of humor. Really fucking foul, dude. Some of the jokes they would tell me. Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And this is one of the rudest ones I've ever come across. All right, but fuck it, I don't care. I'm gonna do it. Child molester and a 6-year-old boy go walking off into the woods hand in hand. Little boy goes, I don't know about this. I'm kind of scared. Child molester looks at him and says, you're scared? After we're done, I got to walk out of here alone.
Oh my fuck. That is
Yeah, I mean,
that is so wrong.
Isn't it? You will get punched in the lips for saying that in the general public. Okay.
That is one of the wow.
I told you. I told you, bro. I warned you.
I think one friend of mine I could say that to. He'll kind of chuckle. That's fucked up, and he'll laugh.
I mean, that's just fucking foul as shit. But I'd have to hear that kind of crap every fucking day from these old bastards. They didn't care.
I just punch them right back. You know, like when I'm going through the cafeteria line and I see a note on the bowl of apples that says, please take only one. God is watching. And then farther down the line, I see the bowl of cookies. So I put up my own note. Take all you want. He's watching the apples.
Yeah, right. There you go. There you go. Fuck it. Let's play this shit. I don't want to hear. Hey, I don't want to hear God say shit. Okay. He put drugs down here and hookers and made me really bad at math. He's responsible for at least 50% of this fuck up, the way I see it.
Well, he says, ye are gods. Well, stand up and start acting like it. Start making your own damn choices. Quit being susceptible to the indoctrination of fear through remembering what somebody told you they were going to do.
I think he's responsible for at least 50% of this fuck up of this organization. Therefore, I have an argument to put forward, which I'm not going to win, but I think is a valid argument. I'm just not going to win it. I'm pretty fucking sure of that one.
Well, I hope everybody watches a movie called Frank versus God. And I want you to look at it in an outside
perspective and say that's one of my favorite little fucktards.
Yep. You got to watch that movie, guys. The way this guy presented, and this is based on a true story, and the guy is an atheist. Yet he posed the law that they believe in and got them to realize what they were doing is in fact wrong, inherently. Period. I hope everybody watches it. Very good concept.
Didn't like that Predator joke, did you?
Hey, I don't mind any joke because I'm in that third person perspective at that time. I realize the perspective is just based on things that have been done in the past as a transfer of information, and a lot of people take it to different lights, and we have to realize while being empathetic, we have to be at a certain degree apathetic so that we can get through it with a reasonable logic.
Yeah, well, tell that to the general public.
Yeah, they don't use reason and logic.
Yeah, they don't even know what the fuck it is.
No, they don't. They're dumb. They're dumb.
That's where we're fucking up. They don't know
I'm
it.
just doing my job, and 98% of the population voluntarily pays taxes.
Love you, Keith.
Nice to know. It's nice to know I'm part of the 2%.
Same here. I ain't paid since 2008 or 9, one of those two, to where I was living in Central America and the U.S. government contacted me and says, "Hey, you got to file your taxes." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And they're like, "Well, if you're a U.S. citizen, it doesn't matter where you're at and what country you're in, you got to pay taxes." I said, "Oh, you fucking think so, do you?" Yeah, good luck with that one. You know, I make my money off the fucking, well, I didn't tell them this, but I make my money off the streets. You kiss my ass. I have zero income. Fuck off. And I haven't paid taxes ever fucking since.
Yeah, what's a street name, guys?
Oh, down there it was 200 metros La Casa Blanca Oeste Cafe Bread. That was my fucking address. 200 meters east, the White House from Cafe Bread. Good luck with that. Good fucking luck.
Oh no, I feel you. My biggest thing is like, okay, this is what I owe. Okay, good. Put that on a piece of paper and fucking sign it. They'll never fucking do it.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Yep.
They'll never do it. Like, okay, no. Because last time I checked, I've got the right to face my accuser. Who's accusing me? Well, the IRS. Good. I'll have the IRS hit the witness stand.
I got a nice simplistic letter from John that he's already removed a couple $1 million from the IRS, you know, using this simplistic letter. And it's so simplistic, it's disgusting. It really is. I think I shared it with Derek. I'm not too sure, you know, as a training exercise or whatnot, you know, to just adjust the punctuation on it or whatnot. But, you know, it just basically goes, "Greetings to a man or a woman who at times acts as IRS agent. I believe that you, a man or a Mr. or Mrs. IRS, has made a claim that I, a man, owe you a debt." That's pretty much the ha ha ha. Oh, you got a Mr. or Mrs. IRS? Good luck to you. I'm pulling you out, fucker. And you know, and it just goes on to say that I believe that I do not owe a debt, and that, you know, I do not believe that a Mr. or Mrs. IRS exists. I ask, are you the one making a claim that I, and then 1, 2, 3, owe you a debt that is valid, true, and post due? However, at this time, if it is now your choice to cease and desist, I will forgive you your trespass as I would wish the trespass of I to be forgiven. And you'll probably never hear from the fucker again. Most likely. We've sent that out a bunch of times and quashed that shit. I just did that a couple months ago for a buddy of mine, Jonathan, to where his old lady got crucified by the IRS and was garnishing her wages, which I didn't really want to deal with because it was already past a certain point. But then they came after him, and I sent out that letter, and he's like, "Mark, I ain't heard from him since, and it's been like a year." And I'm like, "Yeah, and you're not going to. Trust me. You're not going to.
You're not worth the trouble."
Yeah, they are already done their administrative process on her by the time he contacted me. You know, so that's a whole nother situation. But once he contacted me, I was like, "Oh, this is right up front foremost." Yeah, no problem. No problem shutting that the fuck down. And it's a standard letter that, well, out of 500 audios, I've only heard Lentz mention it one time. Bastard. Yeah, it only took me listening to 500 audios to actually catch it.
Yeah, and just so clear, his name's John Little.
Yeah, I took training directly from John. You'll find him on Facebook as sujuris.me.
Okay. Yep. Got it.
Yeah, and he offers a wide variety of classes these days. When I trained with him, it was just a 10-week course. These days, nah, I don't keep up with his advertisements, but he offers a wide variety, like a 3-week or 4-week course and a couple other courses. I don't know. He's a little all over the place right now. But I took his 10-week course, which was learning words and learning how to write and him correcting my documents and learning words and proper usage of Word. And in my opinion, it's a foundational. You need to learn so much more than that, but it will definitely get your feet wet. And it is definitely worth the money. That it was after then to where I went after Sean Mon and JC and Mike M and Craig Lynch and a bunch of others, and studying all their material, and then finally coming to the understanding full force that I comprehend these days.
Right.
I mean, I understand John can't give you the world. I wish he could. But he'll definitely get your feet wet into common law and how to handle things at a common law standpoint. No different than Smoking Baby will definitely give you an understanding of how to go at stuff in the IRS routes and fucking slam the shit out of them.
Like you said, it's just another way to skin the cat.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, there's many ways, whether you want to go legal, whether you want to go IRS, whether you want to go lawful. Take a pick. It's whatever works for you with your mindset is what's most important. Not everybody, and I'll always say this. I've watched many people take John's classes and not be able to pull off what me and Billy pull off in the common law realm. Apparently, they just didn't really grasp it. They just truly did not understand. So be it. I don't think there's anything anybody can do about that. Either you have that type mindset or you don't. And John's not going to know that. He's just going to train you. Only you're going to figure that out if you have that mindset or not. To be able to see things in such a simplistic way. And the things he teaches, and to use the proper wordage and to stay in the now. Like I say, I've seen many people go through the classes and just not be able to pull it off. And me and my buddy Billy are still helping them while we get success after success after success when we use that shit. But yet none of them can do it for themselves.
Talking about Bill Thornton?
No, yeah, Thornton's nice.
Oh,
Thornton's nice as far as Trinity v. Pagliaro, and on the legal side, I've watched all of Thornton's videos and whatnot multiple times. He does great work. He really does. And Lentz implemented some of it because he saw it, and Anthony turned me on to it, and I saw it, just like Rice McLeod and a bunch of others, that Anthony turned me on to, some very brilliant men, but I think what works for me is that I've had a wide variety of teachings from a very different type of teacher each time. And it's helped me to come to the understandings that I have. And I've seen so many commonalities come across, from common law to legal to law to all this other stuff, to where you can start making the connections and you get that light bulb moment go off in your head, that aha moment. Like I said, I was just reading a book by Robinson last week and had an aha moment on something John taught me. but he just didn't explain in the way that Robinson did. And Robinson, in my opinion, doesn't really know shit about common law. But yet there it was on the Lord's Prayer. Go figure. But that's
That is absolutely correct. If you don't mind me interjecting real quick, Mark Metz, you said that perfectly well, brother, when you stated end it with the Lord's Prayer. The Lord's Prayer, if you look at properly, is the good faith contract terms and conditions. A man is worthy of his hire, right? So that is give us our daily bread for doing our good works.
Rob Ryder, Rob Retluski, he did a video a couple months back of a guy who walked into court. I can't for the life of me remember what the case was or what it was about, but the guy went in there and recited the Lord's Prayer 3 times, and they canceled the case and just kicked him out of court.
Yeah, it's the simple, basic contract terms in nature.
I mean, I was like, really? And I know Rob is a very honorable man. If he posted such, it's gonna be real. He don't fuck around like that. But he's like, yeah, he went in there, said the Lord's Prayer 3 times. They canceled the case, kicked him right out of court. I was like,
it's like being treated as an idiot. You can't convict an idiot.
I am an idiot before the court, and I'm damn proud to say it.
Exactly. I don't know what you're talking about, but according to the way I read these things in plain writing in your codes, it says this, this, and this. Now that correlates to what it says in the scripture here, here, and here. Well, do you not know how to read?
Idiot means a private person.
Yeah.
That's what it means. So I'm an idiot before a court. I don't speak legalese. Let me speak to you man to man. Kind of like what Gus did, Gus Brenton. And this one was beautiful to where, like I always tell people, if you're going to claim idiot, you actually have to be idiot. You cannot be competent. So the judge goes, so you don't understand what I'm saying? And Gus's response, no, see, that would be a competent answer, and that's a mistake.
Oh.
Gus's answer was, what's that? Oh, yeah, coffee, cream, 2 sugars, please. And judge goes, did you not hear what I just said to you? And he goes, donuts? No, I don't like donuts. Croissants. You can't claim that you don't understand legalese, but then respond competently when they ask you a question in legalese.
I had a judge look at me in my last case. You understand English? Yes.
No, I don't.
Here I am. I'm realizing how stupid that answer was. Because I don't understand English.
You know what? Out of the 5,000 or 6,000 words, I maybe use a couple hundred, and I know about 50 definitions of those couple hundred. So therefore, no, you can't consider me competent in the English language. No, I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. Right?
I'm still in transition of learning it. I'm still doing my research. Could you help me out?
I'm a work in progress here, baby. But don't ask me if I'm competent or I understand it when I only use a couple of hundred words out of the several thousand words, and I don't know the fucking definitions.
I think I saw that with Gus. He just kept saying, I'm a man, I'm an idiot. I have no idea what's going on here. Is there a man making a claim before this court?
Yeah, it was Gus.
And he just kept saying it like a broken record.
Yeah, and then it's, let me just speak to you man to man. Man speak. No more legalese bullshit. Man speak. Now, there's a few things Gus isn't showing that I'm aware of, which was the claim that he put in, which Derek showed tonight that I did for him. Things of that nature to this way run a common law claim alongside their complaint to be held at the same time. And Gus put in a claim of harm by the way of false prosecution against the prosecutor, which he was definitely guilty of. And that's why it went to a nolo process, because he had that prosecutioner dead to rights.
Did he win?
Yeah, it got nolo processed.
What does that mean?
Gus was a 2-time felon, no driver's license, loaded gun in the back seat. And here's where I caught Gus. on a call one night because somebody asked him, they go, well, what kind of gun? And he goes, well, or no, before that, he goes, well, it wasn't my gun and it wasn't my car. And I didn't know it was in the back seat. And they go, what kind of gun? And he's like, oh, Smith & Wesson 45. Time out, Gus. Gotcha, buddy. Gotcha.
Damn.
That was your gun, Gus. God damn it, that was yours.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Go for it.
Can you repeat that suejuris.me? Was that it on Facebook? The guy that sent you the
Suejuris, period, me.
say suejuris period me. I'm trying to look it up right now.
His name is John Little. He lives up in Canada.
John Little. Suejuris me.
You won't find him under John Little though, but you'll find him under suejuris.me.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up now.
And you'll see where he offers common law as well as healing methods and shit like that.
Thank you. I'm trying to look it up right now. I'm seeing Juris me.
Yeah, I found it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
John's a very good guy. He's a very honorable man. He's a very honest man. I took classes from him. A lot of my friends have. We love what John does. But like I say, John is getting your feet wet.
Gotcha.
If this is the type path you want to go down, you're still going to need a little bit more.
Got you. What's a good I've done some research, not research, but things of that nature. Like I'm in the process of correcting my status. So I'm kind of a little bit aware, but I know it's always a lot more to learn. So
If you want to do status correction, I would go to Denny George. That's with 2 N's.
Denny George. I want to follow
he's up in Anchorage, Alaska.
Denny George.
Now, just know this, because he's in Anchorage, messages and phone calls with him are an issue. It might take him a week to get back to you.
You trying to go from a U.S. citizen to state citizen?
Well, no,
so-
I don't. I don't claim any of that.
Got you. Well, I
claim
actually
man, because man sits at the right hand of God, does he not?
nice.
He does.
Not citizen, not state citizen, not U.S. citizen, but man. See, this is why I see all this trickery with this shit like that crap AOC and all these other fucktards start talking about birthing persons. There's a diminishment of status, right? Anytime they put a pronoun on you, which is what you got to realize, and not to go against any community like the transsexual community, whatever, they can do whatever the fuck they want to. I don't care. But this you, him, her, they, them pronouns. Pronouns
Right.
diminish your status. You're either man or woman or you're not.
Yep.
Man and woman have rights. Everything else has privileges. So that's why the government has jumped on that bandwagon, in my opinion.
Still trying to,
Diminish everybody's status with that stupidity.
Brother, we have a question on that, brother. We know that there's only man and woman, but on credentials, on traveling credentials, let's say we'd like to go to Australia or
there's actually ways that you, and I've never done this myself, but I know some people that have. That's why I know it's available. You can contact the consulates in those nations to make arrangements, and it can't be done. Or you can go with a world passport.
Okay.
yeah, I
Which is
definitely
not accepted everywhere. It's not accepted everywhere. You want to look up the list. But this
I
way, it's not a U.S. passport.
personally went with the Moorish American travel document.
There you
on that.
go.
Yep. I can actually, if you want, sir, I can give you some information on obtaining one too. You can get a non-Moorish American travel document or a Moorish American travel document, and there's definitely several ways to turn your regular passport into an international document to where you can travel to any place you want.
Yeah, there you go.
But it still has a tinge of the citizenship and nationality, does it not?
No.
No.
Can you share it in the chat?
You know, my buddy Kawa tried to get me onto that, and I was like, "Yo, I agree with you 100%." Here's the problem I have: is I'm a Dutch Hungarian little white boy, and every white boy is gonna want to beat my ass if I claim Moorish, and every brother is gonna want to beat my ass too. I'm fucked.
No, man.
How about if I just let you know that there's already a heavenly passport at Psalms 121 verse 8 in the King James Version of the Bible, where it says, "The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from
Okay,
this
I
time
agree with
forward
you.
and forevermore."
They apply to Judeo-Christian societies.
That's the Judeo-Christian society we're addressing. That's what they believe in.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you wanted to go to Afghanistan, they're not going to accept that.
Right.
Their scripture says, "Honor all prophets."
You know, I mean, that's the kicker.
A gentleman gives notice, and when he gives notice, he lets them know his origin, and he wants to come and learn about their culture in peace for the societal for what is it, social welfare of the common good.
Now that's where I feel a couple of nations will give pushback against that. Which ones those are, I can't really say.
Well, and then I would agree with that, but again, I'm going to point out the Treaty of Berne, which there are 560 some sub treaties to. That is the treaty based on the law of nations itself.
Yeah, but treaties are meant to be broken.
But they also have, again, like I said, the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union is what indentures that treaty, and
Well,
that is
yeah,
what
but
that is what it
let's
that,
look
that is
at it
what
like-
states that is what states that freedom
And
of
you are
freedom.
correct.
That is what states that freedom of transit is guaranteed throughout the territory of the Union.
And
Now, if the
you are
United States
correct.
wants to profess that they have territorial jurisdiction in any matter, it has to relate to the Union through that Constitution they're professing that territory in.
And you are correct, but let's just see what those boys over in Afghanistan are going to do about that shit right now.
That's why we have to be educators. That's the prime element. That's the prime element of the social welfare and the common good is the furtherance of knowledge.
Those
Now
boys
that burn that you referenced, you said that was in the Bible?
No, Bern, Switzerland.
Bern, Switzerland. It's the Treaty of Bern, which is actually the origin of the Universal Postal Union itself. And then they renamed it the Treaty of Bern and used the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union to indenture the treaty as the main treaty throughout all nations of the lands.
Wow. That's some deep shit right there. Treaty of Bern.
That's what you see. That's what you see the sub treaties like North American Free Trade Agreement, stuff like that. Those are sub treaties to the Treaty of Bern.
Yeah, and it all goes through the Vatican.
Yeah, the Vatican is the one that hands out the black bank book.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still having a hard time trying to find that Facebook ad, a Facebook link though. I don't know why mine is not pulling him up. This is source.
SUIJURIS period me.
Gotcha. I think I found it. I think it was, yep. Okay.
Like a goldish, blackish page.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. I see it. I
John.
found it. Wonderful. I appreciate you fellas for that.
But like I say, that's common law, and that might not click for everybody. You know, me, I try to stay around it a little bit of tax, a little bit of legal.
You know, tax is definitely good though, because everything, like you said, everything is in that tax law. So that's what all these courts are about.
At my disposal.
I've been trying to get with this OID studies as well too. That's been I've been tackling that.
I had some old trainings from that with Christian Walters, and I do see where Winston Shrout failed, and that's why he's doing 10 years. Yeah, for fucking around with that because he really didn't know what he was doing.
Gotcha.
I'm very fortunate at some of the men that I'm aware of that share knowledge with me. Why? I'll never have a clue. But I'm just very fortunate, you know. You can go to people like Denny George, who was a friend of Shrout, and he will tell you exactly where Shrout fucked up.
And how do you spell Denny?
Denny. George.
Is that on Facebook or does he have his own website?
On Facebook, no websites, no nothing, and just a really shitty connection.
Gotcha.
He said he's in Alaska. He said I gotta look for.
Yeah, but Denny is brilliant as shit. He's a member of my group.
Of your group?
Yeah, well, he's a member of a group I run, but I follow Denny. Just like I have a great many other people that are members of my group because we've been together for a long time. But some of them I follow myself.
Nice. And your group is consists of would you say like a bunch of like you were saying, a little bit of tax, a little bit of everything in regards to that?
Mine is mainly a child support help group. Yeah.
So, dope.
But like I say, there's a lot of people like, you know, that are on there, and people I've met from past groups that I've been involved with or whatnot, that those groups are no longer in existence, but we kept touch, and you know, now and then they post. Great. You know, wonderful. And I watch their pages and see what they post.
And
Denny would be one of those people. Smoking Baby would be another one of those people. Smoking Baby was with me years back with what the girls named was Mark's Smarty Pants. Little underground group I did, you know, on Messenger, but it was only about 20 of us. We didn't let the general public in there. We didn't want the stupid questions. You know, just learning people. That was it. This way we could discuss things openly. And that's how I met the man.
Nice. And he's I think I found him right here, a former production manager.
I don't know. I haven't been to the page in weeks.
I think it says a negotiable instrument template and attachment instruction.
Oh, you mean Denny?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe he was something in productions.
Got you. Yeah.
Shows a man with a little facial scrub.
Yeah. He got a little beard under it, like a nice little beard. Look like he's in the hills somewhere.
That's Denny. That's Denny.
Nice.
Just know you gotta give a lot of leeway. A lot.
No problem.
Can I jump in for a minute?
What's that?
What if I jump in for a minute?
You know you're allowed to. You're above.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of military, they're being put in the brig and bread and water, trying to compel them to take the jab, all this coercion and everything. And then it started me thinking about that SF-180 I did to get my records out of the National Personnel Center. There's a form SF-180, and you fill it out and you get I want my oath of office, and I wanted every SF-61 appointment to public office that they have in their records. And this is how it came back. I put my name there anyway. So it came back like this: Sean S. Haggerty.
You fucked up.
No, this is how it came back from the Office of Personnel Records, and the address in the veteran's name was last name, all caps, comma, first, middle, proper case. The last three of the social and the requester number. So that's one name. There's two different names so far in this thing. We come down here. It says they've been a seal affixed has been affixed to the separation document to attest to its authenticity. The oath of office is enclosed, and the SF-61 appointment to public office is not a matter of my record. They fucked up in the spelling. Without the SF-61, I've never been appointed to public office. And if I've never been appointed to public office, I've never engaged in a trade or business and never earned income or never earned wages. That's why I went after this SF-180 to have them produce every appointment to public office to rebut that trade or business Title 26 definition in 7701 to show that I never had income because I never held public office, which means I was not an employee by the definition of that Public Salary Tax Act we heard a few hours ago. So the oath of office came with it. The SF-61 is not a matter of my record. And when we come down to this oath of office, you see at the top, authority of Title 5, 3331, and Executive Order 4397 is what this Air Force form is under. We come down here, and the person that took the oath was the all cap, first, middle, last, all caps, Social Security number.
Yep.
Is what took the oath, not me. So the Social Security card has been appointed second lieutenant, and and I, Social Security person, having been appointed second lieutenant, solemnly swear affirm that I will swear the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, bear true faith and allegiance the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties bound in my office which I'm about to enter. The so help me God is in all capital letters, which makes it not part of the page, which makes it not the Title 5 3331 oath. This is a forgery of an oath. And then
Yes, and if we look in the code, the US code, which I'll drop in the links in the comment section, it is not transliterated that same way. It is an upper and lower case. This here is a forgery.
Yeah, this is a forgery. And then down here, type or underneath that, the type or print the name, grade, and organization. They put first, middle, period, last, 2LT USAF. And it's all capital letters. That's a fictitious entity name.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, the Social Security person was appointed second lieutenant, and the office is this mangled up letters and appointments, and then down here was the person who who swore me in. So my thinking is, all these people in the military who are trying to get jabbed, they want to jab the person that's in the office. I say, taking your Social Security, get your oath of office, taking your Social Security card, and say, go ahead, give the person who took the oath the frickin' jab. Here's a Social Security card, stab that Social Security card. I didn't take the oath. And I wanted to put in here for the military people that were on here earlier, may not still be on here, to address this issue. They need to get their records to show that I'm not the one who took the oath. I'm just the one. I just loaned my consciousness and ability to that 2LT USAF, this type and print, name, grade, and organization down here, that first middle, period, last. All I do is loan my consciousness and ability to that fictitious entity so it can carry out whatever its duties are. I do this. I've done the same thing with the driver's license. The driver's license was issued to that piece of paper, Social Security card, and that Social Security card is incompetent. So the driver's license was issued to an incompetent, knowing incompetent by the state, and that's why it needs insurance. So that driver's license, in order for it to carry out its purposes of its being created, I simply loan my consciousness and ability to that license. And when that license borrows my consciousness and ability, I'm no longer liable for what that license does with it. And I've actually won cases doing that. When tickets in the past, when I write up my documentation to the court, and they just throw it out. So the same thing for the military members. The human man, whatever, never took that oath. It was a Social Security card that took that oath. And so that social security card needs to take the jab, not the living flesh.
Right, it's the name and number that identify the record.
Again, that social security name and number is what took the oath.
Yeah,
So the
and those aren't even mine.
So the Social Security Administration, you could go jab the secretary, whoever owns that name and number should have to go take the jab. But it's not the human, not the living flesh that actually occupies that thing. But it's interesting. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 different names on this record, which mangles the DD-214, which prevents me at 60 from getting anyone who has a selective service number has retirement at the age 60 in the system. But because the names are mangled, there's a disjoint in the system, so that the benefits can't flow because the names are all Fakatka, like you see in here. So I just wanted to show that to the veterans or even the active duty people. They can do an SF 180. I'll pull it up again. SF, come on. SF 180 for the OPM.
Nice.
Request for military records. And for the people who didn't actually serve, but have a selective service number.
Yep, that's me.
So the in here, we'll first try it this way. Maybe zoom. Come down here, bunch of yada yada yada. So it'd be what the last, comma, first. I don't know how many of you have actually gone into the Social Security Administration office and actually amended the Social Security record to show first and middle name in the first name field. Do you guys know about that mangling at the Social Security Administration?
SS5, right?
Well, yeah, but legal, GAL.
Is that the 521 form when you are removing it?
Name, middle. Okay, look at the definition of the legal name. While that's pulling up, and go over here, I'm gonna put in 6, 37.3. There it is. 37.3. Where's Cornell? Here. Defining legal name for an SSN. What is a legal name? For the SSA enumeration purposes, the legal name consists of a first name and a last name or surname. The legal name is the name used to sign legal documents, deeds, and contracts. We do not consider the middle name or suffix as part of the legal name. Whether the middle name or suffix is included or omitted incorrectly shown on evidentiary documents submitted with the SS5 does not matter. I could have gotten a Social Security card that would say Sean Tyrannosaurus Rex Haggerty, which would have been bitchin', but I never did. I didn't know about it, and it would have been perfectly legal. So down here, you have a given name and family name. Translate given names and family names shown on documents submitted as an SSN evidence to the first and last name on the SSN application, respectively. Given names, full first name and middle name, either of which may have more than one part. Family name, last name, surname, or family name, which may or have more than one part, i.e. junior, the third, senior, may also be shown on the family name. Since the person's middle name or suffix is not considered part of the legal name by SSA, the middle name shown as part of the given name or suffix shown as part of the family name, so it'd be Sean Scott and Haggerty the third on the family name, can be omitted. So the middle name and the suffix can be omitted from the SS5 and the suffix fields on the enumeration system. If the applicant has a given name with multiple parts and does not allege to having a middle name, then the multiple parts should be entered on in the first name field.
Billy Joe Jim Bob.
So U.S. born, born. And it has some more, name of immigrants and how they mangle those. So if we look at the full legal name down here in the federal regulation, full legal name right here. Full legal name means an individual's first name, comma, middle name, comma, and last name or surname without initials or nicknames. So the federal regulation says a full name is first, middle, last. But the Social Security Administration says, no, we don't count middle names. Only if you have a given name, first and middle go in the first name field. and last name suffix goes in the last name field. Either the Social Security Administration is in violation of federal law, or the Social Security Administration is foreign to the United States, which is what the fact of the matter is. The Social Security Administration is foreign to the United States.
And not to cut you, brother, but I've actually seen a case. It was from a very long time ago to where they did a screw up on the middle name and the guy tried to fight it. And they were like, no, it doesn't matter if they screwed up on the middle name because middle names don't count.
It's true. And there's something significant about it though. So I don't use the SS5. When I went in to correct the record and I put Sean Scott in the first name field, Hagler last name field, I brought in, where's SS5? There we go. SS5, where's the other SS5? See the SS5FS?
Yep, foreign status.
No, from outside the United States. So when I filled out the SS5 as a 13-year-old and signing that thing, using the SS5 admits I'm in the United States. So I came in, I brought in the SS5FS because I'm in Arizona, or I was at California, outside the United States, and he freaked out. Where'd you get this? But he still took it. So I use the SS5FS to not admit that I'm in the United States because U.S. citizens have no rights.
He did this years ago, guys.
So I did what 3 or 4 years ago. So I brought up your middle name because of the SF180. That's right, the SF180.
Are you
So
guys
here-
familiar with that Judge Ann Ruwitz?
What about Anna?
Are you guys familiar with her?
What, Anna Wrights?
Is it Wrights?
Yeah, she's a
Von Ritz,
kook.
Anna Von Ritz. Yeah, what about her?
No, I was actually familiar. I've been studying a lot of stuff from her on site as well.
Okay. So on this SS5, they're asking for a social security number. They lead you to believe to have last, first, middle. So I made sure I filled out the when I corrected the name on the SS5FS, it rippled through the entire system and was shut down on my accounts because the names didn't match anymore. I had to go get records from the Social Security Administration, take it back into the banking center. The banking center entered stuff into some system of records, and the following day, all my accounts were unlocked and I could use them again. So when I did the this SF180, I did last, comma, first, middle. I didn't put a comma between them because there is no middle name associated with a social. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It does it for itself. Okay, escape. Go. Tab. Valid value. Anyway, date of birth, place of birth, and down here, the branch of service, they have a pull down. Active, reserve, of course I had active. But for the, there's a DOD form that states that up until 45, anyone who didn't serve is in the militia, and anyone who did serve is part of the militia till age 65. So for the people who didn't serve, there's something called down to the ready reserve. Is that what it's down here?
So great. I'm in the militia, am I?
Well, you can't be called up until 45 or 64, whether or not you serve. National Guard, active. So down here, because there's nothing real known in here for the reserve, they put unknown, and then the service number. That's where you put your selected service number. Selected service number. And over here, I had them put unknown, ready reserve, militia in this section here, and attach that DOD form. And then ask for duty stations. You fill out all this information here for the military. Is a person deceased known? And down here, I wanted my DD-214. I want the personnel file manual, medical records, and then dental records. I asked for everything up here, the dental records. And for the other, I put every of any SF 61 slash SF 61B. 61B is the accepted to the appointment. They can appoint you, but you have to accept the appointment on file related to the person above.
And wouldn't that be Secretary of State, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, because I know with the Secretary of State, you can do a resignation of registered agent. So wouldn't acceptance also be with the Secretary of State?
Well, the SF-61 is something that's in the military personnel, in the Office of Personnel
Oh,
Management.
okay.
So,
Gotcha.
and in order for me to be engaged in a trade or business, I have to occupy public office. To occupy public office, there has to be an SF-61 on file. So when there's not an SF-61 on file, it means I've never held public office, never engaged in a trade or business, never earned income, and never had wages.
Yeah, they're just assuming and presuming.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what they're doing. I just know I need to produce the evidence that I've never been appointed to public office to rebut the presumption that I am. And so that's why I got these FOIA records from the OPM. And down here, I put down here, I put genealogy, personal, employment. I just checked off the ones I wanted, and then I filled it out and sent it in. And it was, I am the military service member. The other one would be, I am the selective service registrant for the selective service people. Selective service registrant. And if you haven't updated your selective service account, you log back into selective service and you can update your mailing address. And the reason this is because with that birth certificate name that's on the birth certificate, back in 1934 when they did that gold confiscation and everyone went and deposited their gold into the bottom of the Federal Reserve building for the Exchange Stabilization Fund, when they wrote out the receipts for the gold, they said, well, you know, someone could come in here and forge the receipt. So guess what? We'll spell the name this way, so anyone coming in here will get it wrong. And the people bought it, and years later they went back in to exercise their claim check, and the people in the Federal Reserve said, well, this is not even your real name. This looks like a forgery, so we can't give you your gold back. They fucked them over. So the spelling of the name is the tricky part, because where was I going with this? Spelling the name, fuck you over the name. Because my birth certificate has a first, what looks like a first, middle, last name with spaces between them. And the birth certificate is what goes in with the SS5 form, SS5FS preferably. That is the birth certificate is the security behind the IMF account created through the Social Security Administration to the IMF based on the Exchange Stabilization Fund. And so if the name in the Social Security record does not match the name on the birth certificate, there's a disjoinder. And now if I were to try to call one of your bank accounts and I only knew your first and last name and you have a middle name, and I try to call in and pretend I'm you and I don't have your middle name in there, or I'm not going to get into the account. So the same thing with a set off and discharge, because the Social Security number is tied to the estate. We got that out of a probate court. The judge about puckered himself. He lurched up the chair. Okay, well, you just bring it in and we'll record it. And so the Social Security number is tied to the estate.
Yeah.
And so I want the name on the birth certificate to match every other record and every other system of records, so that there's no disjoinder. Because I really want to get that at 60 years of age, start getting that retirement, because anyone who signed up with the selective service, they've been pulling $300 out every pay period, or maybe every week. Rob Ryder goes into it, and they're funding a retirement account, but the names are mangled. And with the names mangled, they get to keep all the funds because no one qualifies for the retirement because the names don't match. And Rob Ryder's been trying to fight that for a while.
So that explains why your name's spelled in 4 different ways.
And on the DD-214, it's even more different ways. So yeah, and so for the people in the military, by getting that record, like you saw on who took the oath, who came down here and took this oath down here, he would come down and says, who do you want to take the oath? The person that swore in? Okay, here's the person that swore. Here's the card. You already have an agreement. The Social Security card took the oath and it doesn't belong to me. And they could probably thwart this kind of bullshit in the military anyway. Does that make sense? I guess. Okay.
Oh, I get it. I understand it.
All right. I just wanted to capture it in the video. We started at like 6:17, 17 after the hour right now. So we can point the military people to do what they just saw. And of course, correcting the name here at SSA using the form SS5FS. Where's the SSA? There. The SS5FS, the directions are a little different between the SS5FS and the SS5. I don't know if I remember the differences. I don't look at it in so long. That page up all the way. This page up all the way. Anyway, you go back through here and there's some minor differences between the directions. There's some minor differences, but otherwise the form's largely the same. So when I filled out the SS5, it put first, middle, in the first name field, last name, the last name field. My place of birth was in the archdiocese of where I was birthed was the archdiocese. I didn't name the city because that's municipal. All hospitals are part of an archdiocese, and that's where I put the archdiocese of Mobile, and I put over here the Alabama Republic is the state or foreign country, Alabama Republic. Date of birth, I kept it normal instead of using my book of life date. I clicked other and I put Alabamian over here, Alabama State National. I didn't fill out any of these right here because white is not a color, it's a status, and it means a U.S. citizen. I crossed out sex and I put gender and I put male. I did not fill out my parents' information because I'm not authorized to use name or social security number. That would be identity theft. And then put the last name in there. Down here in the bottom, I put other. I put entitlement holder. Entitlement holder. I made a double-decker entitlement holder right here. And over here, I qualified the signature and I brought that in. He made me use a zip code, even though zip codes aren't required. Zip codes are only required if you're doing first class special types of mailings. I even brought it to DMM, but he wasn't going to change the name unless I use a zip code. So he extorted a zip code out of me. I still have to go back in with an SSA 520, I think it is, and go to an administrative hearing to correct the record to remove the zip code, because even the zip code means a location in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That's from the Wells Fargo thing.
Well, Smoking Baby, what they're asking there anyway is the mailing location. They're not asking for your permanent address or something.
I don't use the zip code because it puts.
Well, yeah, I comprehend that, but for the administration, they just want somewhere to mail that to, so it's a mailing location.
And again, you don't need a zip code for first class mail. It's not required.
I have a quick question for the SF-180 paperwork. When would we use that? When they discharge us for not getting this job?
No, I use the SF-180 to get my military records and my oath of office out, because the oath of office over here, page up. Because down here, this oath of office shows that the Social Security person took the oath. So if they want the service member, the one who took the oath, I would say, is the service member the one who took the oath? Okay, the one that took the oath is a Social Security card. I just loaned my consciousness to the office. I am not the office. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you filled out the SS5FS,
yeah,
did you get the H on the back of your
yes, I
card?
did. All my accounts frozen. I got the H on the back, and it's double decker. First, middle, and the top, and the last on the next line. So we go. If you look up here, make it bigger.
Brother, on the gender, on the gender, male, instead of, it doesn't change the fact that it's still the same thing. The gender is masculine. It's not male, brother.
God created man in his own image, male and female. He created he both.
Yes, but when you go to the definitions of male and masculine, brother, is the difference.
Masculine is an adjective. See over here where it says the EIN number for Wells Fargo? It says state, employee ID, employee EIN number. Then it has the mailing address, address of principal executive offices, and then they put zip code in parentheses, separating it from the street address. So the zip code is not part. You see that?
Yes.
Is it too tiny? And I have a letter from the local director in LA County from the U.S. Postal Service. I asked him, who owns the mailing address? He wrote back and says the mailing address belongs to the municipality. We just have an agreement to use it. So that mailing address is a municipal address. And then I wrote to the credit reporting agencies because it's 3 points off your FICO for every mailing address you have in your credit report. I sent them a copy of the letter and said, remove all these mailing addresses. They don't belong to me. They belong to the municipality. Get this. This has other people's information. Remove it. So that's the zip code. So we come down here to about the zip codes, and I'll put this in the link. You can read it. Just going down to the regulation down here. Here's 26 CFR 1.1-1-C. A zip code is a numerical code that identifies areas in the United States and its territories. So the zip code is an admission to being in the United States as well. So I'll put that in. So I don't have to go back in and have the zip code stripped because it's prejudicial to my status and my domicile. That. Here's this. Here's this. Here's this. This is the SS5. Here's the FS. That one. What else do I have to give you? What else was I looking at? I think that was it. Wells Fargo. Zero that out. I was just having dinner, and a friend of mine was talking to me about how they were mangling, how they're abusing the service members who refuse to get the jab, putting them in the brig, not feeding them. So I figure it'd be fun to go and have that quarried out, given the admissions that they have in the. But that's also why all these living men and women that go out there and wage war are not protected, because they never took an oath. They're mercenaries, which puts them available for war crimes because they're not protected. There's a life insurance policy on all the dead bodies, so if they get killed, they get paid out on key employee insurance. Even if they murder themselves, they still get paid on key employee insurance. But they can be charged with war crimes. I just wanted to share that and make it on the record here, so when the military people watch it again, we can point to the 15 minutes after this 9th hour, or I guess whatever hour it was when it started. That's all.
I appreciate you.
Awesome, brother.
I also, you guys know about the bankruptcy creditor number? Bankruptcy creditor number. Creditor number. Bankruptcy creditor registration. That's what it is. Creditor registration. You share the screen again. Chat. Let's kill that. Let's go share. Where is it? Wow, they changed it. Let me take off the all caps. Maybe that's why. Creditor registration. Wow, they've been playing with the algorithm. Used to come right up. Yes, U.S. courts. U.S. courts. Bankruptcy. National Creditor Registration Service. There we go. National Creditor Registration Service. And when we go into, let's see, here. Open the Bankruptcy Noticing Center. Modify existing. Sign up today. I want to receive notices. On behalf of the company, receive notices at my email address. The process, receive notices by U.S. mail. Go next. Add or update. Add or update. Okay, so next. Email once a week. Oh, they don't let me do that. Can't copy and paste. So you come down here and you start filling out the name and everything down here. And on the next page, it'll ask you for, you can fill into like the 25, there's a field of 25 names where you can put in all these other names associated with that all caps name that I'm typing in here. And that's where I took that 2LT, all these variations of the names, I put them in there as derivative names in this BCN system, bankruptcy creditor number. And I submitted that bankruptcy creditor registration number in with my name decree. And I wanted all these other derivative names collapsed and merged into my name decree, consolidating all the fictitious names. So that's what this bankruptcy noticing center is. I figure I might as well go in and register myself as a creditor if I want to be a creditor to the bankrupt nation, right? I might as well. If that's interesting, I think it's interesting. Where's my BCN? Wells, B, C, N. No, I think I may have wrong. B and C is what I B and C. You get done, when you go through the whole system, you get to the end, you'll have this form here, confirmation form that you print out, and it has all the information. Mailing address. And I have all these fictitious names down here, mangled the way they've been mangled. And you come down here to the bottom. That's the probate court where the birth registration information is. And I went down here and signed it, and then you scan it back in and you email it to them, and then that's what kicks off the record. And that's the BCN number down here, 312276. And I'm pretty sure I had a printout of my BCN. Nope. It's real pretty. Here's my BCN. So when I get the printout, this is what it looks like. Account number, contact information, preferred mailing address, additional names. You can even upload a CSV file, separated value file. You can put a whole bunch of names in there associated with it. Additional names. And there's an exceptional address that I have where I invert the mailing address. So it's street name, drive east, pound sign, house number, rural route. And a friend of mine put in the information, and it printed out that way on the form, and he emailed the form in with the inverted address would look something like Panamera Drive East, pound sign 1959 R029 R029. That's a rural route in Santa Valley, Arizona, United States of America or USA for mailing purposes. And he filled it out this way with the zip code was 0005, and he mailed it off to him. And he contacted him about a week later, and he asked him, "Hey, what's going on with my application?" Sent him an email, and they wrote back and said, Chip, about this mailing address that he has, they said, "We do not accept foreign addresses. This inverted mailing style is a foreign address to the bankruptcy court." So all these people getting their 9080 INMs in Jamaica and Taiwan and all these hellholes I would never ever go live in. This format of the address is a foreign address to the United States, which I think is cool. Let's see.
So basically, we can use the homestead address in that format, and it is foreign, and still get a 98.
Yeah, as a foreign address. And this 1840, I think it was. What year was this? 1863, about the mailing. Stands down here, number 22. And be it enacted that the rate of postage on all domestic letters transmitted in the mails of the United States, not exceeding 1/2 ounce in weight, shall be uniform at 3 cents. That's all we need to see. You look at number 23, though, that the rate on postage on all letters not transmitted through the mails of the United States, but delivered through the post office and its carriers, commonly described as local or drop letters, not exceeding 1/2 ounce in weight, shall be uniform at 2 cents. When you go inside the post office, they have that little slot on the wall, and it says local drop letter. That's where the non-US mail goes, because there's 2 different mail systems.
And can you show that formula again, if you don't mind? That proper way to write that?
The inverted way?
Yeah.
I can show you. Let me go page up. So again, I still send mail with 2 cents using non-domestic mail. I think I have one done. No, I want to do that. So go here. Because this is what I put on where the cancellation stamp goes for the 2 cents in that area. I have a stamp made that shows this 12 sections at large, which we just read, local drop letter. And then on the back of the envelope, this is what I print. Notice the carrier. This envelope is a first-class non-domestic mail. As such, it does not require the postage you're normally accustomed to. You are not authorized to make legal determinations on the proper amount of postage affixed to the envelope. Doing so has potential to make you liable in your personal capacity under the following criminal code. Postage collected unlawfully. Whoever, being a postmaster or other person authorized to receive postage on the mail letter, fraudulently demands or receives any rate, postage, or gratuity or reward other than as provided by law, but the postage of such mail letter shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 6 months or both. And that's what I put on the back of the envelopes when I send it out. And I sent 2 letters out, one normal first-class mail with a zip code and one non-domestic like this. Like we see here, and the 2 cent mail got back to my house a day earlier than the zip code mail got to my house. We're gonna do a Quickwood, Bad Spring, Virginia. I don't even use the zip code. I write zip exempt in here. And you want to go look at the format again? Well, let's see how we get the format first. USPS.com. How do I get the rule route is the question. We go to tools and go to zip code lookup. So we go tools, zip code lookup. address. We'll type in 1959 Conroe Drive. Take out the RR. Backspace. Santan Valley, Arizona. And when we click find, here's the standard delivery. Delivery address is a military thing. We deliver ordnance, so the delivery is military in the Lincoln's corporate overlay. You see down here, they have this other one down here with this last 4 right here. If you click this down arrow, you have right here carrier route R029. That's how you find your carrier route. Yeah, so it'd be the inverted way, a mail location instead of a mail delivery address. This is a mail location address. Drive east, pound sign 1159 RR. If you look at the International Mail Manual, the IMM, the International Mail Manual has 4 lines. Arizona, and then the United States of America. This up here. You can also breathe this USA instead. USA. Remember the state of Texas used to have TEX, Alabama was ALA, Florida was FLA before the 1969 Mr. Zip Code came into play. All the states had their 3-letter identifiers, just like Deutschland, the EU, France,
Yeah.
FRA, ESP, Spain. That's because the states were still sovereign back then. Then they had a financial crisis, and all this. They met. Paul Volcker met with all the governors, and all the governors reincorporated their state-of corporations and reincorporated them under the U.S. corporation, and the
Buck Act, right?
And they took in and then the 3-letter state republics took on their 2-letter subcorporation identifiers of the parent corporation in the U.S. and the zip codes are an overlay.
Right. Yep.
And
that's where they get the idea with the names from, essentially, right? Doing it with the quote unquote humans. So they started out with the sovereign states.
Well, then, Lincoln came in and conquered everybody, and I typed in the chat a while back, Title 22-2715C, and that birthright is being administered by the Secretary of State in D.C. and is held in trust for the claimant. It says in that Title 22-2715C. Care of non-domestic. Care of non-domestic.
Right. And you were saying that you have a group as well too, right, Smogan?
What?
You were saying you have a group as well?
Me, no.
Okay.
So this is the format I use for the inverted, for a mail location, not a delivery address.
Santan Valley is a city?
It's the locale, that's what it's called here. It's an unincorporated area. And someone went and got their driver's license this way, and it did something quirky in the system, and he got pulled over one time by the police, and he's not part of their jurisdiction. They couldn't write him a ticket because his address is not part of their jurisdiction. It's foreign.
And he filled out the driver's license that way, you saying?
The application, yeah.
Wow.
So there you go.
It's so crazy because I just learned how to use this way not too long ago. So
Use it
I'm
which?
glad. Like, huh?
You use it. How to use what one way?
I know. I just literally learned how to use this formula this way like not too long ago. I haven't implemented it yet.
Oh, this style
Right.
of formatting.
So when you brought it back up, it was just like it's just dope to see it in just like that's just learning why it's being used that way as opposed to So that's
And
awesome.
International mail address format. This is the International Mail Manual, IMM. This is different from the DMM. Pencils unacceptable. Mail may not be addressed to a person in one country and care of a person in another. All these rules in here. And this is how they style the addresses internationally. So after London is where they have the zip code. And that's why I put the zip code after Santan Valley, Ontario, Canada. And so this is the styling for international mail. So I would style my address internationally if it's foreign. I wouldn't style it normally like we do if I'm going to say it's foreign. This is the International Mail Manual for style. There's nothing like having fun on a Saturday night, staying home and reading the International Mail Manual. You know, that's where I get my kicks, baby.
Right. Right. This is beautiful, man.
Oh, what's everyone else doing? I wonder for kicks. Oh man, there's all kinds of weird fields in here. Commercial mail delivery, no. E-lot, this E-lot ascending, descending. That's interesting. Private mailbox number, PMB. That's where you have you go to a little place and fill out a form. LAC, default flag, EWS, E-lot number. I don't know what all these mean. I've been slowly trying to piece through them. That's where that comes from. And if you haven't already, go down to here, down to the bottom of the page here. They have this business gateway right here. Sign in. First you sign up. Hopefully this works. Yeah, there we go. There's this whole different area back here with all these other mailing services and all this information back here. And part of it up here is, you see after Sean Scott Haggerty, that 241-60092, that's a customer relation ID number, a CRID number. And there's also a mail number. So whenever I make a complaint to the Postal Inspector General, I have a contract with the Postal Service because I have a customer relation ID number, a CRID number. Down here, you have the MID numbers. They changed this whole format recently. So you have a mail ID number, and you have a mail ID numbers over here, and you have a CRID number. And the mail ID number you can add to your mail for better routing and tracking that way. That's what the mail ID goes down with the zip code, like a barcode. And then you have the CRID and MID number. You can add new addresses in there. And Christian KW filled out an instrument, and for the routing number, he put the CRID number, and for the account number, he put the MID number, made it 500,000 in amount of this instrument, floated it through Fidelity, and it bounced around, and was getting stamped pay to, until they finally got back to where it started, and they sent that homemade draft instrument back to KW, surrounded by additional paper, so it's larger. And on the left-hand side, they had a number that looks like the V number, the Vatican number. Like if you go do a Treasury Direct and you get an Alpha or a Foxtrot Treasury Direct number, there's also a viatical number. And after I did my name change, and after I did the name change, all of a sudden my Treasury Direct got shut down, and I had to call back in, and they gave me a brand new Treasury Direct number. And my new Treasury Direct number doesn't start with one of the designations for the Federal Reserve banks, you know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Mine starts with the letter V. So I have a V numbered Treasury Direct account and an H numbered Social Security card.
Wow.
Yeah, so something triggered when I did that name change and the power of attorney that I did. So open up a business gateway and get a CRID and MID number.
And all that changed through this, what you're going through now.
No, the CRID and MID number is what was what I created. Rob Ryder talked about it, and then KW used the CRID number as a routing number and the MID number as an account number on a homemade draft engine for 500,000. And it didn't get rejected as invalid. They just didn't know where to send it.
They didn't know where to send the funds.
Yeah, so they just sent them back the instrument. And wrapped in additional borders with that looks oddly like my Treasury Direct number.
Wow.
So they wrapped it in because the V numbered account is the viatical root account number. That's the master account number. People in New York, I hear people in New York with a New York birth certificate already have their V number on their birth certificates on the back or somewhere.
And now would that be the certificate of life, like the long form, or just any form, any birth certificate?
I'm not from New York. I just heard New Yorkers say on the back of their
Shit, I'm from New York. I'm about to put my shit out right now. Let's see. I just ordered the apostle one because I wanted to go. I was, like I said, I was studying a lot of Ann Ritz, and she was speaking to the, correcting the status in regards to the birth certificate and things of that nature. And I know she was saying, I didn't get to all of her stuff yet, but I'm pretty sure in regards to what she was, some of the other things she was speaking to when it came to utilizing that information was like some of the stuff you're talking to. I can imagine. Pull up this birth certificate right now.
You see here it says the full legal name may not include initials except where they are an adopted trade name. Yeah, this international mail manual is interesting. At least to me, because I'm a geek. But and then we do the DMM.
I'm looking at mine right now. My birth certificate.
The domestic mail manual for addressing. Element address elements, recipient's name, PO box, zip codes. Zip codes are required on Priority Mail Express, commercial first class mail, first class package service, commercial periodicals, USPS marketing, packaging services, and parcel select mail pieces. All mail sent to military address with the United States, APO, FPO, official mail, business reply mail, USPS return services. So if it's not one of these types of mail, commercial first class mail, first class package service, so regular first class mail does not require a zip code. But I'll be damned if those little Nazis at the post office get all bent out of shape left and right. Even certified mail doesn't require it. Because they can't force me into the United States zone of influence. They can't traffic me up from the private side in the Republic over to the military side. And there's a way into that postal terminal, a little computer thing, where you click some buttons and there's new screens that actually don't require a zip code when you do certified or registered mail. My God, they're Nazis. They're bent. What does it say on your birth certificate?
I see a number in the top right. I'm not sure if that was the number you were mentioning. Then I see also a number at the bottom under a barcode. I don't know if I can share my screen on here.
I don't know. I mean, does anything start with the letter V?
The letter V?
Victor.
On the back, there's a VR-134-308M.
Is that the live birth or is that a birth certificate?
It's a certificate.
You have your certificate of live birth?
No, that's the one I have. I ordered that one now. I ordered it today, actually.
Because each one of the birth certificates are derivatives and they have a unique issue number, like a stock certificate. Each one has a unique identifier, but the certificate of live birth is a single issue.
Yep.
That's the root. And that root and that number on the CLLB in New York at least should be a V number to count.
No, that's a fact. Yeah, I'm waiting for that one now.
Do you know anything about lockbox remittances? I gave you the remittance office in DC at room 3413 at 1500 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. That's the remittance office. And that's here in the chat somewhere back up a few hours ago.
Was that the document you were speaking to?
Someone else was asking the question in here. Yeah, the biatical settlements and everything. So that's for the service members. If they can correct their records, if they can correct all this cockamamie bullshit before they get out of the service, it might make it more streamlined for them to actually have their OPM records all properly adjusted before getting out. It's because we didn't correct the record before going in and left the SS5 all mangled up at the Social Security side. And so everything's just cockamamie. Yeah, the OPM's a FOIA request, and I also did a FOIA request with the FBI to show that I don't have any Title 27 associations, and I also did a FOIA to the Treasury Financial Management Services to ask them for the Clayton Act forms, Form 2678 and 8655, which is an authorization for withholding. And so there's never been an authorization to withhold from my pay. There's never been any Title 27 alcohol, tobacco, firearms trade or business going on, and I've never held public office, which means I've never had a tax liability my entire life. And I'm now in the tax court in my second round to go back and scoop all the excise taxes I've ever paid in back, because I've never had a tax liability, which means I've never been a tax debtor. I've always been a tax creditor, which means everything I've put into the system, I now get to recoup back to me by doing the 2603 tax liability assessments, which we talked about earlier in the day. And this for me counts as fun.
That would be considered the OID?
No IDs. No IDs are dangerous. And
OIDs are dangerous.
The bill of the time card might require an OID, but no, the recoupment is just a withholding, because all that excise tax that I loaned to the system was not paid back to me, so they withheld my principal amount of credit that I loaned there, and I need to go back and get the accounting so I can assess the withholding. And then bring it back in as an excise tax as a recoupment on the 1040.
That makes a lot of sense.
Title 26, 2603, that's my favorite. 2603, then you do 2002, comma, 2203, comma, 2032, comma, 2032 alpha. That's alpha as part of the name. 6324. 6324. 64. That's pretty much all the sections you need to know. In Title 26, it's all 26 US C. And then, you know, Title 31, 31, 37, 13. United States has a priority claim.
Your screen is not sharing too.
I put it in the chat.
Okay.
Those are the only code sections we need to care about.
Gotcha.
That was part of the PowerPoint I put on. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know. This thing keeps defaulting. Did everything else default in here? Oh, motherfucker. It did. Someone sent me a private message and now it's stuck in that person's name. It doesn't go back to everyone, even though I put it on everyone. Notices. There's a private one. More.
I think it's going to me. Let me, can I help with that? Let me see.
No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Not that I'm mad. I'm a lucky one.
Let's see, IMM. Here's the DMM. Copy. I don't know. It's just stuck on your name. It's weird.
Hold on. Let me see if I can copy the URL for everybody.
Code sections coming into the messenger.
Yeah, I'm getting everything you're posting.
Oh yeah, now I'm doing it to everyone now. Oh, and then we have the SF-180. SF-180. That's OPM, Office of Personnel Management. Let me see if we can find that DoD manual. Militia. Let me find the militia thing. Militia. Yeah. I'm not so sure. Children is an ordinary word of description. The word child or children in their usual sense are words of purchase. That's not for free. Here's the Department of Justice Manual, Criminal Division, justice.gov, Criminal Tax Case Procedures. Here are the Title 27 prosecutable events that can be prosecuted under the Title 27. And this is what I asked the Department of the FBI to research and see if I've engaged in any of these tax-related offenses. It's weird they don't have cotton in here anymore. They should have cotton. That's the attorney's manual. I was looking for the militia. Control F, DOD. I keep saying I'm never gonna forget it where it is again, but I keep doing it. Oh, that's not it. I saw that one. Red Rock Bag, YouTube. Right. Sovereign to serve. Getting tired there?
A little bit.
I've been up for 9 hours. Handbook of Bill of Ladings. Actual taxes. Only white people can be U.S. citizens. So they've redefined everyone to be white. Crazy. I don't know why I keep losing that. militia DOD thing. I mean, it's happened before. That's what really bugs me. Well, if I find it, I'll get it over to somebody. I don't know where it is. That really bugs me. I'm not sure what I interrupted you guys when I came in. I'm not sure you guys were jawing about. Did Mark go to bed?
Not sure.
Is Derek gonna leave this like a forever seminar, like he's doing another one, like he's doing on the other one?
This is my first time, man. I was glad I made it.
Usually what they turn into.
The problem is, I mean, there's probably a lot of good information there. It's just not packaged well enough to know what to do with it, you know? Be like taking all the knowledge in the world and throwing it into a giant heap. Here's everything you need to know. Like, whoa, hard to digest that stuff. That really bugs me. Verified temporary restraining order. What's the next thing y'all are gonna work on? What's your next move?
I think Derek's sleeping too.
I just sent you a friend request, Mark, on Facebook as well.
To Mark?
Oh, I think he's sleeping. He said, I'm ready to try to find you right now, Smoking.
I have a lot of names.
Just give me one of them.
As soon as I get my name to read down, I'm shutting down everything. So.
Yeah, that's my man. Only stay up above ground for a little bit.
Shut it down. You ever see that movie Dark City? Shut it down.
How often you guys do this? Like these Zoom calls?
Derek did this one impromptu because people were getting forced jab or fire, and we wanted to give them some kind of remedy to thwart the tyrants and make it expensive for them to fuck with them. And that's what the discussion today was about. Yeah, you can fire me, but I'm going to take millions out of your ass and hand it to the IRS for them to scoop you out and leave you a hollowed out corporation. Which I think is good.
Oh, you guys got some. I was dropping some jewels, definitely, man. I appreciate it.
Man, so weird. I can't find it. Veterans Revelation. 15. Militia, MILITIA, right? Militia.
MA thing. Going on.
That's what's on. Me not still so good. Jefferson's manual. Now those are way too old. Some of that, I know I sent it to somebody. Oh, if I find it, I'll drop it to Derek. Title 10, militia composition classes. No. What was that?
Hey, Sean.
Yes, sir.
I mean, smoking. Sorry. The beginning of the Corey Zolman presentation you did, which was awesome, smoking. You mentioned a little bit about a foreclosure that I'd never really heard before. I was wondering if you might want to talk about that again. How you did changes of address and DBA.
Well, you heard me a minute ago. I said the mailing address belongs to the municipality, right?
Right.
I got confirmation from the director of the LA district postal guy. It depends on what's on the mortgage deed of trust, and the mortgage deed of trust for the description of the property has a mailing address and has some parcel ID, lot and block, or something like that. Usually, right?
Yeah.
I don't know who has a mortgage deed of trust. Well, the parcel ID, lot and block is just a flea market paint overlay. You know, go to the flea market and you have all those little squares outlined in white, and the A100 is half as much as the A200 because the 200 is twice as big as the 100, and you have to pay a fee to stand in that little square, right? When you go to the flea market.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I just thought others would probably love to hear it. Yeah, for sure.
So when the county gets set up, all of a sudden the county comes in there and they put a giant grid on top of the dirt, which is latitude, longitude, and they carve up this latitude longitude with an easement overlay describing it by lot, block, and parcel ID. And then they come in further, set up a municipality, and they start handing out mailing addresses that belong to the municipality, which is an overlay on top of the parcel ID, lot and block designation. Then they build a house and they create a mortgage deed of trust, and they put the mailing address on the deed, and they put the parcel ID, lot and block on the deed, but they usually don't put the meets and bounds land survey on the deed. So when someone's purchasing a house, what are they purchasing? The right to use property that doesn't belong to them. The municipal ID and the parcel ID is what describes their property. There's a guy in Australia who got evicted from his property. Let's see if I can find it. It's at the accounting company, PwC. They've already kicked him out of his house, so let me share what they're doing here. They did down Australia's system, same as ours, no real difference. So here's PricewaterhouseCoopers is foreclosing on his property because he didn't pay his council tax, property tax.
Used to work for them.
Carrie Dancer Lane, 27 Exeter Roads, Sutton Forest, New South Wales. And it's coming down here, Douglas. That's efficiency. Where is it?
Is that that's an FBAR filing? That number for the FBAR filing number?
Yeah, he did that for filing.
Yeah.
It's not that one. I want to find the PwC letter, PricewaterhouseCoopers letter. Notice the election. There it is. January 2020. Mr. Gordon Douglas Matthews, also by post mail. Dear Sir, Gordon Douglas Matthews. The property. See right here, the property? This is the property they're foreclosing on. The mailing address. Because his land registry because his dirt and twigs were described by a municipal ID and municipal designation called a mailing address. That's the property PricewaterhouseCoopers was foreclosing on. Not on the twigs, not on the latitude, not on the longitude, not on the land registry. They're foreclosing on the mailing address because the mailing address is an easement owned by the municipality. And if I don't pay the rent for using their mailing address, then they'll foreclose on the property because their mailing address describes the property that supposedly I'm living in. It's an easement. So we I wanted them to do a quick claim deed and quick claim the mailing address back to the municipality and by special deposit, and then take the parcel ID, lot and block when it comes in that tax notice that comes in the mail that says parcel ID, lot and block, and the special spelling of the name and all this other crazy shit. Whatever the name is on the deed of trust, be like Mr. and Mrs. Smith, comma, husband, ampersand, wife. You would take that string that's on the mortgage deed of trust, just like that. My 2LT USAFA name is a fictitious business name. Well, so is the name on the deed of trust, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, comma, husband, ampersand, wife. That string would have to be registered as a fictitious business name and actually show who the real owners of that name is, which would be the proper full legal name for the husband and wife as co-trustees and co-beneficiaries. So once the fictitious business name is done, then you take that fictitious business name over to the post office and open a PO box, and you put of course, the name of the box would be that fictitious business name, and then the mailing address. The mailing address would be the mailing address that we quit claim back to the city council, and then this next line would be the parcel, lot, and block ID as part of the mailing address, and then of course then the location. And once that PO box is set up, we have moved the mailing address and the parcel ID from the location where it was floating above the dirt, twigs, and houses. And we moved it all over to the PO box. And then we notified the municipality and the county assessor saying, we have relocated your easement and you can now find your easement at the post office. And so now there's no easements on the property. And now the sheriff can't cross the line, and the electric guy has to get permission to come out and read the meter because it's outside the municipal jurisdiction. It's back on the land. The best thing to do is re-record the deed without the mailing address, without the parcel ID, and make sure you get the meets and bounds survey done and describe the property by the meets and bounds, because latitude, longitude is something man did not create. But they did create the parcel ID and they did create the mailing address. And so now that latitude, longitude is God's, divine origin. And so now they can't touch it. They can't cross the line. That makes sense?
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Transcript of Smoking Baby with Carrie. Oh, Carrie, C-A-R-Y. That thing's floating around everywhere. People have been hitting me up with it since last Thursday. I go, oh. I wanted to kind of be anonymous. So that's PricewaterhouseCoopers. My real bent is assessing taxes, because I want to make sure that everyone pays their fair share. Plus, it sounds noble. And if people have to,
And I was going to ask you that letter that you spoke of in regards that you had put together for one of your friends. Is that more of a was that just more of like a favor, or is it like a template type of thing?
What are you talking about?
And I know you said that one that had your that they sent all around through the guy, and he would have had his address, they essentially would have cashed him that check.
The V number, the V.
V number.
Oh, the V numbered account. What about it?
Well, I was just saying, was it a template that you developed for him that was, or was that kind of like a personal thing?
No, that was KW's invention.
Say that again.
That was KW's invention.
Oh, KW's invention. Got you. Mm-hmm. You guys got a whole Avenger team on this side, huh?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Easy Storm. Militia 65 below. Control defense. Let's see if I found it. Maybe I found it. February 99. There we go. I found it. Shouldn't take that long. Share screen. There's all these definitions. DoD Financial Management Regulation, February 1999. Here's militia. All able-bodied males, 17 at age, but under 45 years of age, or 64 years of age, a former member of regular Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marine Corps. So I'm on the hook till 64. Who are U.S. citizens and who have declared the intention to become citizens, female citizens who are commissioned officers of the National Guard. That's who the militia is. And then up here, what was the other one? Lost time. Legal process. Crazy parent, huh? Local parentis, crazy parent. Oh, ready reserve, that's right. Ready There's ready reserves. That was the other designation on the SF-180 we were considering, being part of the ready reserves versus militia. And there was one guy who did militia, and they sent something back, and then I moved. And it'd be interesting if people who haven't served in the military were to use the ready reserves, and or then use militia and use your selective service number as your service ID. Select service number. Look up. Get proof of registration. There's a guy who got out of a speeding ticket and he got pulled over with expired plates, broken window, blah. And he told the trooper, he said, well, let me reach, do you mind if I reach back there and get my military ID? And he goes, oh, no, really, military ID? I said, no, okay, just go ahead and get it fixed and just make sure you get it done and let the guy go. And all he had was a selective service card. Wow, this stuff's sticking to my system. What's going on? Am I kicked out? You're not letting me come back in? Is that all I mean? Oh, has to have all 4 years. Why don't you guys tell me? Leaving me out here to hang.
What happened?
Say once. Oh, there's no slashes. Oh, that's why. What's going on? Unlock up. Now you can go in here. You can update. You can update the mailing address in here also. I would recommend you guys do that. Registration. Change your address. You're supposed to get the address updated within so many weeks of moving. And there's a penalty. There's a penalty if you don't. Let's see if I can find it. Penalty. Update your information. They say you don't have to after you're 26, but I figure I want everything to line up with where I'm at so I can get my DD-214 and all that information changed. Foreign address registrations, where you go do all that. Somewhere near there's a penalty for not keeping it up to date.
But if you didn't do it when you were 18 and now that you're 67, it ain't gonna matter much, is it?
It'd be interesting if they would let you sign up.
Oh.
I mean, if you're never in, you're over 45, you're not even part of the militia. Yeah, there's some kind of regulation that says that you get in trouble if you don't keep it up to date because you're trying to hide from. I would do that too, all you military people. Even if you're in, update your selective service number. Military people. Cool.
I'd also like to mention here real quick, folks, when you do that lookup on the selective service number, you will note that they will ask for the social security number, but they will specifically tell you to enter it without the dashes. In other words, it's not the social security number.
Well,
Social security number is specifically formatted with the 2 hyphens, just like the EIN is specifically formatted with the 1 hyphen, just like the selective service number is 10 digits, specifically formatted with 2 hyphens. The social security number without hyphens is specifically formatted as the obligor.
Gotcha.
And that's the conversion from your social security number and your regular last name to what they call the obligor number and the street name security, which is the firm name.
There's 3 things there. We're talking about one number. How is that one number of 3 things?
Because in order for their documentation to show that you are suable in the courts, they use the street name for their securities operation, which is the firm name. And they list the social security number as the obligor number when it's not, in fact, the social security number.
What's different about the street name?
That's known through the, you look it up in Investopedia or legal terms, they'll tell you the street name is the securities name. And
Okay,
that's the name that they use when they do the securities. So somebody behind the scenes, specifically, I will say the clerk, because that's their duty, is converting the last name to a firm name and using the social security number without the dashes.
Again, I don't know what the trade name is compared to the name on the name of the birth certificate. I mean, is there a spelling difference, an order difference, a stylistically upper lowercase difference for the street name?
The street name is the stock ticker name that they use, which is not the
I'm trying to the actual letters. I'm not doing adjectives. I'm doing a noun. What is the street name of your person? Is it Sean Scott Haggerty? Proper case? Is it Haggerty Sean Scott?
I'm trying to explain that to you, brother.
Okay. I'm hearing adjectives. I'm not hearing nouns. That's all.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. They're not using nouns.
So what would mine look like?
Here, I'll show you. Give me screen share. And this is a document known as a financial index. It is directly from the local courts. Let me pull it up here. Oh, shoot. How do I do this? Okay, let me see here. I got to pull it up. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, can you still see it?
Yep.
And it's got the financial index. And like I said, this is from a local courthouse. And what I did was I had them pull up everything that they have on that name and number. So when they put down general/civil, that means you can take general and substitute it with civil, vice versa.
Yeah.
And then they've got criminal. And then here you can see they've got the dot filled in for full. So that's both criminal and the general civil, right?
Yep.
Okay, now here you see last/firm. Same thing. They can substitute one for the other. Here's what they did. They substituted the last name for a firm name and turned it to a stock ticker symbol using only the first 4 letters of the last name, wherein the last name is in fact Little.
We have that last 4 on that certificate that comes with the EIN numbers. The PIN number is 4 digits.
Is it?
Yep.
What about this? See, this is another number I'm looking for. I've never found it yet. The PIN number in regards to the, like I said, the social security number. This here is not a social security number, folks. That is not the format of a social security number. There are supposed to be dashes in there. Or hyphens.
Yo, Keith, I just tried it again to verify registration at Selective Service. and put the number in with no dashes. And mine says, sorry, based on the information you submitted, a registration record cannot be found for this individual. And down below, it shows the last name, and it shows social security number written, and then it says 3 asterisk dash 2 dash asterisk dash the last 4 numbers.
Have you done that, whatever people call it, resignation of appointment or whatever?
No, and I know I signed up to get it because I wanted a student loan back in the day.
Oh.
But I'm just
that would be wouldn't that be a military class 2? That's a military class 2.
What's it?
Military class 2. A W-2. It would be a W-2.
Really? Officer.
Yeah. No. The W-4 is a warrant officer. A W-4 in the military is a warrant officer. And a W-2, okay, so W-2 military classification. W-2 military classification, military ranks. You got a W-2
Warrant officer, second class.
is a chief warrant officer.
Yeah, warrant.
Chief warrant officer.
Half enlisted, half officer, knows their shit inside out. No one fucks with them. Everyone else moves around. The warrant officers stay there and have all the corporate knowledge. They're really good at their job.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Uncle Sam's gone.
Here's where you find the military ranks. And Brother Smoking, it's been a long time since we spoke last.
What did I do?
Oh no, that was when we were in the printing business. We were talking then in 2013. We were in the we were working on the printing press, and we were speaking with one there.
2013. Where was I even?
Come a long way, baby.
I don't even know where I was living in 2013. I think it was in Fort Belvoir.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Attorney General's office.
Yep. That'd be the time.
What were you doing at the AOG? I don't remember what you did.
Oh, at the printing, I was working at the printing company then.
Remember. Wait, I don't know where Derek is. I don't know how he shut the thing down. Is Derek even on the call? Is he still listed in the attendees?
He had 2, he was logged in under 2 different names earlier today. So I think he's gone.
Who are all these other people just camping out here?
That's a good question.
I'm here taking in the good info, man.
Just like if they don't have time on a Saturday to listen to other stuff, do you think they're going to go back and listen to all this? You.
Those of us glutton for punishment will guarantee you that.
I mean, the ones that didn't even attend, I don't even know what's even here to find out.
I do this shit almost every day, man.
Same here. Every day.
Well, we're gonna bid adieu. We're gonna close it down here on this side. And brother Smoking, it's been a blessing, a true blessing to have one's knowledge be
Well, thank you.
expounded on.
All my blah, 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 blah.
Yes, yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
It's 11 o'clock my time. I'm gonna
And it's midnight here.
One in
time
the
to go run
morning.
around naked under the moon. Woo!
It's 1 in the morning in New York, so I dig it. I appreciate you fellas, man.
What part of New York? Isn't that dangerous there? I don't know.
Well, I think anywhere on planet Earth where oxygen is danger.
We have open carry here in Arizona. People are nice. People are nice.
That with that, my Matt D will be here soon. I'll have open carry too.
Where at?
With that Moorish American travel document that give me full carry anywhere in the world. Yep.
Okay. We'll see who agrees with you on that. That's the question.
But no, man, listen, you could go right into the gun store, man, and get it. Go right in any gun store you want, just and purchase a firearm.
Hope so.
Yeah.
Just recognition is all.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I have fun in upstate New York, wherever you at.
Say it again.
Have fun in upstate New York or wherever you're at.
Yeah, for sure.
Make sure you copy the chat before you leave.
That's what I need to do. How do I do that?
You see the smiley face down above where you typey in the upper right hand corner, the 3 dots.
Okay.
You see where you type a message?
Yeah, I see where you can type message. It says meeting settings, minimize meeting, background filters, raise hand, like right in that section.
No, I'm talking about the chat.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me go in there right now. Yeah, I see the smiley face.
Next to it, the 3 dots. Click the 3 dots.
It's like a send arrow next to mine.
No, you should have 3 dots next to the smiley face to the right.
Like right where you type at. Like if I was the type of message you're saying.
Yeah, with the typey area, it's a line above that where it says 2. Who's it to?
Oh no.
You can change who you want to expose it to, who you want to chat with.
Say that. I think okay, got you. It's everybody.
You see to the right of that, you have a little square, smiley face, and 3 dots on the same line.
My shit don't go like that.
What?
Like, unless I'm looking at something totally different, like.
Well, on Androids and so forth, you don't get that option. Only on a PC.
You're on a toy. You're not on the computer.
Now I'm on an iPhone. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, toy. Like I said, toy.
Oh, you said the toy. Yeah. If I go on my computer, yeah. Cause what it was is I joined it from like a phone. I didn't go on my Zoom on my Mac. I'll go on right now and get it. Since I'm already at the computer. He said you're on the toy, god damn it.
I guess Derek will have it put away inside the documents anyways. But
I've been thinking about that, how they use Zoom for courts now. And so if you don't get there, I mean, you don't get the previous chat history. You disconnect and come back, you lose the chat history. I don't know if courts are using the chat history, or the chat room, but I have a feeling they made that feature that way on purpose.
About what? The chat being wiped out?
Oh yeah, that you can't see anything prior to you arriving in case attorneys are talking back and forth, or I don't know, prior to the hearing or whatnot.
That's where my nano mosquito comes in there, sits there and listens.
I need a few of those.
What's good for DARPA is good for me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna bounce out. Hasta luego.
You guys enjoy, man.
Somebody's got to wake Derek up, huh? Giant file. Unless everybody bounces out.
Probably makes sense. Yeah,
Including
listen to him sleep, right?